odds are you'd hit a country where the American president or his family has business interests. As reported in the New York Times, a company backed by Trump's sons is seeking to sell drone interceptor systems to Gulf nations under an attack from Iran, a war started by Trump. The conflicts of interest.
What is going on?
Why is it lagging?
Goddamn. I don't know. It's not me.
Fucking loser.
Trump solicits private donations to build his golden ballroom in exchange for favors, but somehow the American taxpayer still foots the bill for his palace. Back in 2024, the oil executive Harold Hamm went down to Mar-a-Lago and offered Trump $1 billion for his campaign in exchange for killing the green energy industry. Now, working families' electric bills are skyrocketing because Trump is blocking the cheapest and fastest source of energy to build and to get on the grid. Trump receives a $400 million luxury jet from a foreign country. The most
oh, he was at normal speed, thank God. I thought I had him on 1.5.
expensive bribe made to an American president in history. And yet, Americans receive a $1 billion invoice for his security upgrades to make the jet airworthy. And what about tariffs?
Yeah.
Trump changes his tariffs every time one of his billionaire friends calls him to ask for a carve-out, or he gets a gold-plated gift from a foreign dignitary. Meanwhile, our small businesses have to deal with the chaos. So it's ridiculous. Everyone knows costs are high and corruption is rampant. We need to remind people that costs are high because corruption is rampant. The two are intrinsically related. America's crying out for Congress to crack down on this unprecedented corruption. And they want their leaders to reckon with how Trump corruption was possible in the first place so that we can make sure it never, never happens again. Today, I'm pleased to announce new legislation that will do both. The Anti-Corruption Bureau Creation Act. This bill is the biggest, boldest, and broadest proposal ever put forward to revitalize our anti-corruption institutions.
Let's hear it.
I'm introducing this bill
this shit ain't getting passed ever. No one cares.
Padilla, Merkley, and
Shut up, dude. We have to try something, man.
No, we don't.
Has two aims.
Well, then what? Is it just over?
Get Americans.
Yes, I saw
Do we
Josiah.
have to do it January 6th?
Josiah
Sure
tweeted.
no one can steal from
Is retweeting Crystal Ball. It's over. Okay.
That's over.
It's over.
It's GG.
So let's
come to Canada, I guess.
The most pressing to the American people. Just because Trump stole Americans' money doesn't make it his. Americans deserve to get that money back. My bill will create a private
Fetterman is going to
action
join the
that
Republicans,
allows
man.
Americans to recover
I mean, at this
the money
point,
Trump and his family have taken from
I thought you had more.
Well, at this point, fuck.
The false claims
Give me a moderate Republican.
which allows citizens to file
over this shit. Jesus.
lawsuits against people who defraud the government and receive part of the civil penalty if their case is successful. Now, the False
Steve's about to
Claim
become a
Act
never
lets the
Trumper.
public sue someone who is defrauding the government, but not someone connected to the government who is defrauding the public. Our bill would empower any person, including a state attorney general acting on behalf of the people of their state, to file a claim to recover money stolen from the public through government corruption. The idea is
Yeah, I want to be on the winning side.
Donald Trump,
I want to be a winner.
Lackeys, sons, or cronies uses government influence to steal from you. You deserve your day in court. Our bill has provisions that give priority to state attorneys general and to larger, more severe cases of corruption to ensure that frivolous suits don't get in the way of justice. Our second objective, stopping it from happening again. It's not enough to get the American people their money back after the fact if our grifter-in-chief can just rob them again.
Oh,
That's why the
grifter-in-chief.
second goal
He's
of this
getting
bill
him.
is to put up guardrails to ensure that no president, this one or any other one, can ever turn public office into a private fortune again. Over the years, the corrupt chipped away at the guardrails Congress passed
Dan.
after Watergate to
What?
prevent the president from abusing the
Did you
highest
do
office
your
in the land.
Did you do your bar mitzvah in the real Jewish language of Yiddish, or did you use the colonizer language Hebrew? Ban him. Get him out of here. He used the colonizer language. Disgusting. You know you're not actually from Israel, right? You guys are all from Europe. Vosh? No, not Vosh. Sorry. Professor Dave showed the DNA test. I didn't know that, and now I do. So the illusion has been broken.
From? Oh, well, I always said I was, you know, from like Russia, Poland area. You know?
Yeah. Forever.
Ooh.
The Jews were spawned there. Did you know that when Jewish people sleep, they don't want you to know this, their hearts don't beat?
Really?
I did know that.
Yeah.
Wait, that's
really
sick.
weird. Yep.
Because I saw an article, and it said that people only get like 1 billion heartbeats or something, or most mammals. So that means we should live longer. Wait, that's why there's so many old Jews. Oh my God, that's smart.
Trump saw those cracks and crevices. Instead of fixing them, he grabbed a sledgehammer. He installed a loyalist.
What is wrong with this goddamn fucking thing? They can't even host a goddamn event. It just restarted.
What?
It's over.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The video I'm watching. The Hill one.
Well, stop fucking up. Loser.
Schumer headlines anti-corruption forum. Really?
Yeah, really.
Who's he anti-corrupting?
Well, she was trying to snark Trump, but it's over. Snark Trump.
Not very good snarking.
Worthy.
Very good snarking.
And what about tariffs? Trump changes his tariffs every time one of his billionaire friends calls him to seek to ask for a
Wait.
carve-out, or he gets
What?
Did you stop streaming?
Well, it feels weird if we're both doing it.
gold-plated gift from a foreign dignitary.
Okay, well, give me the video to put on.
Well, I hosted you. Yeah, here.
God damn it.
Feels weird if we're both streaming.
You're weird.
Do I have to not have my camera on anymore then?
Nope.
Can he? Oh, you can't even see it. Yeah.
And they want their leaders to recken with how
Shred 'em
Trump
up.
corruption
The impact
was
size of the
possible in
Russian
first
missile
place.
that crashed deep
we can-
inside Poland. Sheesh.
Really, that's all you have to say about that is sheesh.
Wow,
You
I don't
understand
want
that
World
that
War
crater
V.
is a JDAM from Israel, by the
No,
way.
it was Russia.
They're just gonna say it's an accidental one, right? No war.
Yeah, that is what they will say.
Oh.
But at some point, I mean, you can't have too many accidents, and Poland actually has to strike them and show them that Article 5 will be maintained.
Hey, if there's ever like a journalist that wants to like do their fucking job and actually have real questions for these people, if you really wanted to own some of these weirdos, all you have to do is just run down a list of like every conflict that non-Western states have been involved in and watch them justify every single one. I went back and I rewatched some of the Hasan stuff related to the Crimea River thing or whatever. What was actually happening there was Hasan was just fully 100% in favor of Russia taking over any part of Ukraine. Like he had all the justifications lined up and everything. Like he was totally fine with all of it. The only thing that changed was that the popular support was so against him that he had to kind of adopt the other position of like, well, maybe Russia shouldn't. But if you were to ask these people anything about like any other non-Western country that invaded or attacked any other country, they would always justify it.
Yeah.
Our bill would empower any person, including a state attorney general acting on behalf of the people of their state, to file a claim to recover money stolen from the public through government corruption.
Well, fuck, actually. Okay, hold on. If we're going to... Can I watch stuff I want to watch now?
Yeah.
So this podcast got linked to me, I guess a minute and a half. I don't even know who the fuck these people are.
I
But
want y'all to know I specifically came on the podcast because I saw that y'all was in Hasan's orbit and I was like, I have to clout chase.
Absolutely.
Right.
And we'll get you there.
No, that's fair.
Thanks.
We have him on speed time.
Well, to be
do.
fair, I
do.
did meet his producer in China.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Marge.
Yeah.
No, Eric. The interview
His producer is Mark.
His interview producer. Come on, you don't know all these people. You
Middle
ain't
of
tapped
a
in with
Hasan
like me.
Yeah.
You ain't tapped into someone I've never met.
Yeah.
Like me.
No, it's true. It's true.
Look at my proletariat.
Is Eric?
Eric,
Did I miss something?
he live in China.
You're telling me Hasan Piker has a specific producer in China?
Yes.
At all
for his,
times.
for his interviews.
Someone tell Jesse Waters
Is
right
it
now.
like his translator or some shit?
No, Eric doesn't speak Chinese.
I have no idea what's happening.
Well, he lives there. He's learning. His girlfriend goes to school there. She's Korean.
What is he doing for Hasan? There's already March. He has a producer already.
He does the research for the interviews.
So you see how that's not a producer?
I don't know what any of these words mean. I've been doing
Got
this
it.
myself this entire time.
Sounds
Yeah.
No,
good.
I think
Wait.
he described him as the interview. Well, Dante Munoz described him as the interview producer. So
Okay.
kind of using Dante's words, and I'll throw him under the bus.
All right. Well, listen. Moving
I
along.
love.
Does this girl a little bit, come with me, Moot,
Okay.
look like a white version of Extra Emily? A little bit? Am I
Yes.
Thank you.
No, I'm
Yes.
giving it to you.
Thank you. Thank
yeah,
you.
it's
thank
in
you.
the cheeks. It's in
yes,
the cheeks.
Yes, 100%.
Listen. Moving along.
I love the state of the American left.
So this person that was brought up, Eric Hovigem, is apparently Hasan's producer. I don't know how much will.
I've heard
can
this
do
name
this.
before.
So he's a guy. So he's an American that fled. They quote unquote escaped apartheid South Africa. I don't know what that means because his family is white, so I don't know what it means when they say escaped. But they escaped apartheid South Africa. They came to the United States. He went to UC Berkeley, got an engineering degree, founded a startup called, I think, PogBet. After it hit a $20 million valuation, he sold it, got a little bit politically active in Arizona. Apparently it was burned a little bit after working with Bernie, and then decided to move to China and has been living there full time and is now Hasan's interview producer. And this is a 2-hour podcast he did a couple weeks ago, so this is him.
The next day, the police came to our door in the hotel we were staying at. And I was like, oh my God, we're going to prison. Oh, okay, easy, bro. You have the face surveillance technology. Use the fucking fingerprint scanner or whatever you got going on in this shit. Yeah, no problem. And we sit there and we literally go through it like frame by frame. He's like, which camera do you think it was? Do you think it was one over here? I'm like, I thought you were supposed to know this. I thought this is a surveillance state.
Leaving a social credit score?
No, not before coming here.
Okay.
But now that I'm here, I'm like, I wish they had it.
Like you want
I'm
a
like,
social
dude,
credit
those people on e-scooters running down the sidewalk, almost driving me over. I'm like,
I want
they
them to
need
be penalized.
They need
Yeah.
it.
So now only you got like cashing, like shit, like
Yeah.
you know, whatever those like poly market shit, you know, like shit of the world companies. What's more dystopian than that?
They see videos every day on Twitter of little kids being bombed, and they're thinking, what the fuck are we doing? What if we just didn't fucking bomb them? And what if we just reduced my fucking rent? I think it's become much more permissible, at least in America, to describe yourself as a socialist.
Defense contracting company like Lockheed.
Friend of the
Boeing.
show, Raytheon.
Yeah, Raytheon. Friend of the show, sponsor of the show. We offended a lot of people on this podcast.
Yes, let's go. The more offended, the better.
This guy also, did, or tries to take credit at least for doing a lot of the video advertising for Mamdani.
Who were like, I made Mamdani. It was me.
Well, no, for real though, no. I think this guy and I think Morris Katz is.
Those are the big guys?
Yeah, everybody else is whatever. Hasan or whatever is not relevant.
I mean, look, you seem to be in a very Chinese time in your life.
I don't. What are you talking about?
Yeah, where is this
Want
going?
to see my Chinese rings that I'm wearing?
I mean, you don't get up the fact that you moved here, right?
Yeah.
So you're in a very Chinese time in your life. I guess why? I guess is the question. Like, why did you move from the United States to China? What was it that you were seeing happening back home? Why this move, I guess?
Yeah, I think it's a couple reasons. The easy answer is my girlfriend wanted to come to China and study at Fudan University, get a master's degree at Fudan, learn more about international public policy from the Chinese perspective. And I think that's like the very easy, like, oh, well, my girlfriend dragged me here. But I think the real answer, at least in my heart, was living in the United States. You, every 2 to 4 years, are in this constant battle of, okay, which annoying centrist Democrat do we have to support against the guy who wants to do unlimited genocide on the world? And like,
I will be honest. The past year has probably been the strongest time in my life where I had like the feelings that I had kind of in my in my high school, where I was like, ooh, I don't really feel like I'm like one of the I don't feel like I'm one of the guys. I kind of feel like I'm a little bit out of place here, where it really does feel like everybody comes from like insanely wealthy backgrounds of like insane like intergenerational like wealth and privilege and shit, and then are all like on this weird foreign funded op. And yeah, I don't know, man. It feels really fucking weird sometimes.
centrist Democrats like, I only want 99% of genocide on the rest of the world. And it's like, you have to do the silly little dance back and forth, and then every so often you'll be like a glimmer of hope, and it'll be like, maybe you'll have a Zohran Mamdani come into action and give people a glimmer of hope. But even then, Zohran gets into office, and as a consequence of the systems that are in place, he still has to keep on the billionaire Zionist police commissioner Jessica Tisch, or else the entire police force is going to turn their backs on him.
The Zionist police commissioner? Is she sending police officers to Israel?
Like what happened with David Dinkins, like what happened with Bill de Blasio. And it feels so frustrating, so claustrophobic. And at the same time, I go back to my home state of Arizona. I go to a movie theater and I hear a loud bang outside, and I'm afraid that it's like a mass shooter in the theater as well. Like there are so many like little material issues that just feel unsolved and that you cannot trust your neighbor. Politically, there's no meaningful progress, even though every so often like a good Democrat gets into power and starts to push back against the establishment. And before working in politics like this, I was working at a think tank called New Consensus that was writing climate policy. It wrote the Green New Deal, and it was trying to write the successor to the Green New Deal called the Mission for America. And it was laser focused on figuring out what sort of industrial policy America could implement so that it could be a leader, not just in generic manufacturing, but manufacturing like the highest quality goods, the semiconductors, the solar panels.
Like, look at this weird thing. I've noticed this more and more now. Like, the socialist stuff is like a kind of economic thing, but it's not really economics. It's like a social program. Like, they'll talk about industrialization and the workers and maybe even unions, but it's not really about that. It's like they use economic stuff as like a vector for political or social thought. It's very weird. And he's doing it right here,
The wind turbines.
Like, he just complained about crime and a lack of political progress in the United States. Like, so I joined a think tank, and we started talking about manufacturing. And I was like, wow, what, okay.
Hydrogen fuel cells, like the highest level of manufacturing we have in this current day. And during that time, the folks running the think tank were really laser focused on studying the production model of the South Korean dictator, Park Chung-hee. And, he had his issues. I will never defend him because he had a lot of issues, but he did a really good job getting the sort of like effectively the oligarchs together, the capitalist class of South Korea, and saying, listen, right now, you're a billionaire as a consequence of doing speculative trading. You are trading on like rice futures or something. I'm either going to throw you in prison, or you can start making toasters. You can start making like, I don't know, radios, something a little bit higher than just speculative assets, speculative trading. And they're like, okay, well, I don't want to go to prison. I guess I have to do that. And they started doing this over and over again until they got higher and higher and higher up the supply chain, and eventually started making some of, at the time, the highest quality goods in the world with the Samsungs, the LGs, the Hyundais. They started making these really high quality products. At the think tank, we studied this model relentlessly. However, once you dig down a little bit into it, you realize a lot of the capital that was invested into these companies was simply from the United States. And the U.S. wanted to make sure that South Korea could develop as a counterpart to rival the North, which they just split up during the Korean War. And so they injected literally like billions, tens of billions of dollars into this effectively breakaway state to ensure these industries popped off, that they did this manufacturing miracle. And I thought this was really cool. This was neat, but like you can't always do that. So it really inspired my curiosity to look beyond the four walls of the South Korean state and look a little bit west to what China had done and try to learn more about how China went from, a lot of like rural villages, an incredible amount of poverty, and through the miracles of the revolution, through, of course, a horrible civil war, and eventually into like the reform and opening up era, how it managed to play within the confines of this really violent system the United States has implemented into the global order of the world, and figure out how they could game that and make sure that they could not only like access like global capital markets, but also make their own residents so much richer. And we like to say it's like a miracle that they pulled 800 million people out of poverty and hundreds of millions out of extreme poverty. But like, that was planned. That was all 100% planned. That took decades and decades of coordination between all of these various entities. And I wanted to come here to learn more about that in person. I would love, to go to the factories and see the fields, see the farm workers, see what it takes to produce the world's best electric vehicles, to understand how they went from producing basically no cars to like almost all of the cars in the world in like a decade, which is insane.
It is insane, yeah.
And that really drew my ass in here. I was like, oh my God, they're doing something.
This is like a macro econ history perspective that, I don't know how true it is, but one thing that's a little bit annoying is, again, because we study history in such a linear fashion, I think that people take for granted what it's like looking at history retrospectively instead of being in the present, right? When you study history, it comes across as like, this is how things went, and things could have never been another way. Like, this is just, well, obviously, You know, doing the MLK civil rights stuff would obviously lead to civil rights. He would obviously get assassinated. Obviously, Nixon would win the presidency. Obviously, like, it just seems like, oh, these are so obvious. But at the time, you don't really know, right? Anything could happen. Maybe it all fizzles out. Like, and people never give enough credit to that, I feel. I say this because a lot of countries around the world after World War II made this insane fucking mad dash towards like mass industrialization, and they all get credit for it, despite the fact that, you know, sometimes millions or tens of millions of citizens have to die on the way towards industrialization. But they all did it after the United States did it without killing millions and millions of people in the process. And so, like, I mean, it's cool, I guess, that Russia and China and South Korea and Vietnam, like, all managed to industrialize. But the United States already demonstrated that it was possible first. And the United States did it without having to kill, you know, 100 million fucking landlords to do it. And sometimes it feels a little weird that I don't think you could talk about the United States' success in manufacturing with any of these people without them immediately blaming imperialism or colonization or whatever else. But then they're so eager to give credit to all of these like authoritarian regimes that have to fucking basically have, you know, a tenth of their population die in order to achieve their industrialization. Like, well, yeah, it had a few bad things, but man, they were so fast. It's like, I don't know, man.
Right. I got to figure out what's going on. So hopefully I can glean a little bit of wisdom, learn a little bit from the Chinese development model, and bring at least some bits and pieces back to America and hopefully civilize those goddamn Yankees a little bit, you know? Like,
like really? Like China, even, and again, not to take away anything from, I'm sure these countries did, you know, do a lot to modernize everything, but like, how much China intellectual property is built on stealing, just blatantly stealing U.S. intellectual property? Like, I know Trump kind of fucked all of our conversations about China being fucky, but like, that was a real thing. This is not like a meme that China just like blatantly ripped off and stole so much American IP. And it's like, but man, how do they manage to do all of this? Like, okay.
Figure out a little bit of manufacturing prowess from that.
Yeah, I think you kind of made a really interesting point that I think is getting a little bit more popular these days, which is you're pushing back a little bit on the narrative of China, which is, of course, skewed in a negative way in mainstream media. And you have your normie who thinks of China as this communist country with, you know, censorship and lack of freedom.
Yeah.
And it is so fucking annoying that like all the complaints I had about the lefties, you know, like I can't use the word, like even calling somebody anti-Semitic feels cringe as fuck now because they use anti-Semitism so much when they were woke progressive people. And then same thing with like calling somebody fascist, right? When people like Vosh were saying like, well, Scalia was a fascist. I'm like, okay, really? That's where we're at. And now like when I call anybody a fascist, it's cringe. Conservatives fearmonger the fuck out of China. Like I feel like the average American I don't know. I bet the average old American today, like if you were to ask them, do you think that if you went to Beijing, would there be like a risk of the Chinese government like abducting you or whatever? Like, I feel like 40% of everyone would say, like, yeah, that's a real risk. That's a real thing. It's like, no. As an American citizen, you're not going to get fucking abducted in fucking China. That's never happening. You're crazy. So like the fear mongering is too crazy. But then it allows for people like this to come through like, actually, China's like so amazing and so many, they don't really have any fucking problems. And like, well, come on.
Yeah. Control.
Yeah.
But you got the flip side being like, well, they're doing something right, right? So even if you accept that, you have to look at the other side. It's like, well, it's not like they're just, you know, head down walking around the streets like and crying every day and you know with like sandals and no shoes kind of thing. Like it's not like that. Walk around.
Yeah,
just walk around. Right?
Yeah.
Something is going right.
Yeah.
It's not perfect. There's a lot of negative sides to this as well that we can probably talk about even more. Living here for so long, but that's everywhere. There's no perfect. There is no harmonious place in the world. There's not.
Living here for so long. Wait, is this podcast in China? Is this an American podcast?
He moved to
from
China.
No. I know the guy did, but is this a podcast in China? Is this all? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
It's not perfect.
It's over.
There's a lot of
We've
negative
lost.
sides to this as well that we can probably talk about even more. Living here for so long, but that's everywhere. There's no perfect. There is no harmonious place in the world. There's not one.
God.
You know, that's just perfect. So yeah, I think that's the narrative that I see getting more traction these days, which is being like, okay, you might believe the negative side of it, but there's going to be a flip.
Chinese people can speak English. Seem a good one. Did you know that? I think there are more. I read this a long time ago. I'm pretty sure it's true. There are more English speakers in China than there are in America.
I know that that's true for India.
Well, then it must be true for China.
Side. So let's look at the flip side and just see what it is.
My favorite new thing is like people are like, oh no, China's not even communist anymore. It's like state cap.
Well, 2 people in chat said that's not true, so fuck you guys.
True in India.
capitalist. It's like, okay, then implement that in the United States. If you love capitalism so much, well, do that in the U.S. then, bro. Let's do that. Let's run that up. That's a pretty cool way of developing things.
Yeah.
No, I think that's the easiest way of like dispelling myths. So they're just like, go outside, go touch some grass here in China, go see the fruits of the labor of the last like 100 years of Chinese development, or the last 5,000 years of Chinese development. You know, that is so cool.
We always talk
lives
about
in
that a lot
Shanghai,
on the
by the
show,
way.
actually, because you know we have a lot of people come on the show that's from abroad or the States, and they say the same thing. They're always like, "Whoa, this is mind blowing." But then you also see a lot of content creators that say the same thing. So it's not like it's news to anybody that is watching or just experiencing this type of content. It's not news. It's not like a surprise.
Yeah.
But I think the one thing that it sounds like what you plan on doing is, okay, what's the next step after that? Yes, you get to the first tier cities of Shanghai or Shenzhen or even Chongqing, second tier, where it's the wow, you know, it's like amazing, right? But then kind of go next level, go to third, fourth tier, go a little bit deeper in, find out what's behind the curtain and see what it's like. It's going to be different, but how different? What's the negative? What's the positive? That you'll have to dig in. But you know, I think that's something that's interesting that's worth talking about.
100%. No, recently I went to, was it Zigong, where they make all the lanterns. I thought it was going to be a sleepy little village. And then I went there and it was like, I don't know how many, millions of people. That's not my new running joke. Like, oh, I'm excited to go to this like tier 4 Chinese city. It's going to be a sleepy little village of 8 million people. It's like, what the hell? There's so many people here. This is crazy. And then you show up. And
I don't know enough about the cultures of any of these places to say, but the one thing... Why are you flying away, you dumb fucking shit? One thing that China seems to have been able to do well is it feels like they're able to maintain their own like culture and maintain their own, like the government obviously wants to do all of their whatever crazy fucking CCP shit. Like the government is able to take stuff from the rest of the world, is able to integrate to some extent with the rest of the world while still kind of maintaining their own Chinese identity, whatever the fuck they got going on over there. Whereas when I look at places like, say like Japan seems to have a really difficult time maintaining its own culture and like opening up to the rest of the world. I don't know. Maybe that's not like a super fair, accurate thing from afar, but I guess I don't see. One thing I'd be curious about is like, do travelers in China run into the same types of stigma that like travelers in Japan run into? Because these guys are living in China, and it sounds like none of them speak any Chinese at all. Is the impression I get. And maybe do Chinese people just not care? Whereas I feel like in Japan, you can catch a lot of heat for stuff like that if you don't even make an attempt to learn the language, and if you're just like clearly an American.
It's like, it's not just like a village. They'll have like a little ancient town like next to like the river or something. It's very beautiful. It's preserved. It's gorgeous. And then they'll have like, oh yeah, and then here's like the downtown area, and it looks newer than Shanghai. It looks newer than Chongqing. It's like, oh my god.
Well, because it probably is newer.
It is newer. It's developed more recently.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's so cool though.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's true too. There's like Chinatowns in different. There's Chinatowns in like every fucking city in the planet. But like, I don't know, are there Japanese towns? I don't know. Yeah.
And you go to like these otherwise rural areas, and like if you do that in the United States, for example, every summer in throughout middle school, high school, my parents and I would take a road trip from Phoenix, Arizona, which is where I was raised, up to this tiny little town in the southwest corner of Wyoming called Kemmerer. And it's right next to another town called Diamondville, and there's Cokeville right next to it. Tiny little towns, literally like 2,000 people in it. And it's the fossil fish capital of the world. And it's like, it's genuinely, it would be like a, I don't know, tier 7 Chinese city or something. I don't know. But you go there and you see the level of development in what were otherwise very wealthy towns. Like, this is literally the town where JCPenney started. Like, it is a multinational corporation now, a big clothing manufacturer, a big distributor, a big logistics company now. And it used to be one of the biggest producers of coal in the world. It was this bustling coal town, and it's been completely forgotten. All of our friends who lived there lived in either single or double wide trailers, literally like in trailer parks. They lived in effectively what we would see as abject poverty. And they made okay money, all things considered, because buying and selling fossils or like digging fossils and selling them was like a fairly lucrative business for them. But even with a little bit of money in these tiny little towns, they were completely forgotten, not just by the federal government, but also by the state government too. They had just completely left them to rot. And seeing that decay firsthand feels so jarring to me when I go to these smaller Chinese cities of 1 million people or whatever and be like, oh my God, no, there's like stuff going on. There's cranes building entire like skyscrapers and stuff in this like this sleepy village. Yeah. That's wild to me.
Smaller
It
Chinese
is,
cities,
and it is,
people.
to use the word you said, it is jarring because a lot of these towns in the United States are just being absolutely gutted, right? And there is no intention to revitalize or rebuild these places. There's no appetite for that.
Why do you think that's the case?
I don't know. Like I've said this before, I don't view America as a democracy. I think it's an oligarchy right now. I think that is more descriptive of the actual system.
Yeah.
And so I think there's no incentive. There's no financial incentive for these people to build infrastructure in these places unless unless maybe they're building a new AI data center there now. And then now they'll pour money, and all the residents there are like rising up and be like, we didn't vote for this. It's making our electricity bills all this higher. So it's like, unless that's the case, I don't think there's any incentive for any of these powerful people to actually pour money into these places.
Yeah.
Incentive, that's the word.
Yeah.
There's no capital incentive for them to go in and invest in the material conditions of the people. It makes a lot of sense to have your labor force concentrated in small pockets of the country. Usually the tier 1, tier 2 cities of the United States, the New Yorks, the Los Angeleses, the San Franciscos, the big towns where they can concentrate a labor force. And then, as we've seen during COVID, I think they found a lot of the capital owners, the company owners, found it increasingly more profitable, more easy to have these labor forces in newer developing markets, but still urban city centers, such as like Austin, Texas, Denver, Colorado, parts of Florida as well, where they were able to buy out very cheap offices, get people to relocate and pay them still like decent salaries while making a ridiculous, ungodly amount of money. And they didn't have to pay their workers as much anymore. And I think that really incentivizes development in these higher tier cities, if you want to call them that, but in sort of forgotten like smaller towns, the villages of America in like Appalachia, for example. If there are no natural resources to extract, what's the point of the capitalists going in and sort of investing any money in that? And actually, before I got into any of the political stuff, I think a radicalizing thing for me was towards the end of college, I founded a startup and I raised some capital. And one of the most jarring things for me was meeting with venture capitalists in the United States and seeing firsthand that they were not interested in a meaningful long-term vision for the United States. They were simply interested in whatever could net them the highest investment, or the return on investment, as soon as possible.
What? Venture capitalists looking for a return on their venture capital?
Which makes sense, right? That's what they're supposed to do. That is like the name of the game. You're supposed to throw in $100 and pull out $100 million. Like you invested in Palantir on day one sort of thing. You made your bag, you get out, you go live your life on Miami Beach or whatever. Like that's what they're supposed to do. Which is all well and good. But there is no scenario in which that leads to like EV development. There's no scenario in which that leads to semiconductors becoming smaller and more affordable. There's no scenario in which that leads to meaningful long-term technological process, with the exception of using state-funded programs to bolster the existing tech apparatus, such as even like the components in our cell phones, the components that led to the internet. Like these were all government-mandated programs that ended up being used by private individuals, sometimes for good, sometimes for bad, oftentimes for bad, to then have the traits that we know today, like the cell phone. And if there's no financial incentive for immediate gain, of course, they're not going to invest in smaller regional towns.
Hence, we see the failed high-speed rail project from LA to San Francisco.
Bro, you know what's really sad? Actually, in college, this is really embarrassing. Viewers, please feel free to make fun of me. In college, I was part of the Hyperloop team.
Oh, were you?
I was an engineer.
Bruh, this guy is the richest again, white family, came from South Africa to the United States, goes to fucking Berkeley, sells a company for $20 million when he's like 25 years old. Holy shit.
So I was, oh God, bro, this is, I feel pain even bringing this up, but I was part of the Hyperloop team at my university, and we were so bought into that thing. We were like,
sure,
dude, we're going to go San Francisco to Los Angeles, 27 minutes or whatever like that, 700 miles an hour. We're going to vacuum out the air from a tube. We're going to shoot that train down that thing, and it's going to get there so quickly. And we realized probably about a year in, I was like, this isn't viable. This is such a waste of energy.
Why?
Let's just build the train, because it takes so much energy to suck out all of the air from the tube in the first place, and then
keep it out.
Not only,
I'm sorry, unless I'm missing something, okay? And listen, I'm the more pro-capitalist person, okay? Even in these lefty spaces. Unless I'm missing something, the Hyperloop tube thing always sounded fucking retarded. I just don't understand why that over a fucking subway. I don't know. I never got that. I never understood that.
You know what's even more retarded is the data centers in space. I genuinely don't get at all why it would be done.
Well, the
unless
data
it's
centers in
just to
space
raise
is nice
stock
because you have
price.
literally infinite fucking area to build, right?
That is not an issue on the ground, though. And you have so many problems.
Well, clearly it
having
is an
space.
issue on the ground because everybody gets fucking ass pained.
No. Well, you get ass pained because they're just trying to have cheap power down on the ground.
It depends on how much you can solar power it, I guess, in space or whatever, no?
Well, you can solar power it on the ground. Like, there's so much land that these fucking people could buy if they chose to in, like, I don't know, fucking Montana or something along those lines.
Is Jessiah referring to Elon, or is this guy from South Africa? No, this guy is from South Africa as well. They're all expats or whatever the fuck, yeah.
I'm telling you, Moot, if you look into the space data center shit, it's just all 100% snake oil, all bullshit.
I've already looked into it. It's not feasible right now, but they're trying to move towards it in the future and figure out how it can be feasible. And it's mainly about the cooling, not the actual fucking.
I don't think the cooling is like the thing you look into it is that like the cooling seems harder for. I don't think cooling is the problem at all. It's just a matter of like launching it up there and then maintaining shit or whatever.
No, the cooling is the main problem.
I don't think cooling is. I don't think cooling is a problem at all. It seems like it, but I don't think it is.
You are no. That is you're insane. Yeah, like how much power do you think the data centers they want to put in space are using? You think it's just like a few kilowatts, or are we talking about like they want to have like multi-megawatt things up in space?
Cooling is the problem. Hold on.
Cooling is not the problem. I understand that like they want to use a lot of power, but you just got to put big ass fucking fins on them. But it's a matter of launching it up there and everything.
Big ass fins
to radiate the heat. Put big fins on it. It's space.
It's a fucking vacuum.
It's an out. It doesn't matter.
No. I'm saying cooling is the problem, which is why they're putting it in space.
What?
Cooling is the problem on the ground right now, which is why they're throwing it up to fucking space. That's why they want it to go
somehow
in
you
space.
gave the most wrong take from all three of us.
Okay, hold on. Let me look.
I do love you though.
I'm opening up my shit.
Good.
I'm just here's my thinking. Okay, from what I know of data centers, the issues that they have right now, being on the ground, number one is going to be local people bitching and fucking moaning about it, and number two, access to a tremendous amount of power. I don't see how being in space solves either of those issues. I understand that you no longer like you're going to set up solar panels and you no longer have the atmosphere, so they're going to be more effective, right? But you're still going to need a lot of solar panels, but you would like I just genuinely think that you could just do the same thing on the ground, have 4 times the solar panels, assuming a 50% efficiency rate compared to being in space, and then you kind of have the same thing because you're accounting for nighttime there by having 4 times as much. So you have 2 times as much to make up the efficiency, and then another twice as much to make up for the fact that you have nighttime. You know,
yeah, I'm not sure what the main. I thought it was like a future, like in the future, it would be cool to do this. But I mean, we do have a ton of space. I think people don't realize sometimes how much space you have on the planet. Like, I'm pretty sure every single person on the planet can live very comfortably within just the state of Texas and like have plenty of space. Like, every person on the planet can live just in the state of Texas, like 9 billion people. There's so much space on planet Earth to do things. But, yeah.
And also, what could be the cost of like not only launching shit up there, and it's like, well, you know, the RAM's unseated on this one. I guess that one's fucking done. Ah, damn, this computer fucking kernel panicked, and the robot can't press the fucking button to reset it. Ah, shit. Like it just seems so like the only reason to do it. There's one reason to do it, and that's it, just to make stock price go up. Being like, yeah, we got data centers in space. Like, okay,
yeah,
sure. Like, I don't know.
What are you gonna do?
Just seems.
Once you deal with building things in a vacuum, you realize that nothing makes any sense. Because if you vacuum out the air, there's no place for any of the heat.
I didn't even put it on my data shit, which means it was retarded. So fuck space.
Yeah, oh, go move. And by the way, who's shit talking me in chat? Who is this? Any normal 00.
So if your batteries, if your electrical
come to
components,
Discord right now.
This isn't a Moot and stream. This is a Destiny stream. Shut up.
What?
Well, I can't
talk
shit
on a
talk
Destiny stream.
No, he
well,
just can't
I
go
guess
on
we
a fucking
found...
10-minute fucking diatribe about a random chatter.
No, do
That's
it.
the
He can
difference.
actually.
Really?
He can, because I'm playing Factorio.
Go ahead then, Dan.
Go, Dan. Go. Get him.
First off, Mootin, how fucking dare you, motherfucker, tell you, oh, you son of a bitch, saying
Go
that
ahead,
I
Dan.
can and
Go
can't
ahead.
do it. Where is this fucker? Hey.
What is
What are you
happening?
doing?
Hello?
Go ahead,
Mr.
Dan.
Mootin's like
Sorry.
playing with
What do
fucking
you?
Legos.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Is that
I'm
your?
playing with Legos.
Okay. No, go ahead. We like to hear it.
Go ahead, Dan.
No, go ahead, Mootin. We want. Don't. No,
Yeah, go
Dan.
ahead.
Don't
No,
talk.
more
We
Legos.
want to hear.
Okay.
We want to hear Mootin.
You're a fucking child. You know that? All
Kill
right?
yourself, Dan.
Whoa.
No, I'm not going to. And you can't make me. How about that?
Whoa.
You can't. You're powerless to stop me. You have no power.
Don't know how I feel about that one.
How does it make you feel, Lucas? You gonna build a fucking Rogue One spaceship? Make yourself calm down? Huh?
You done? Play the video.
sort of air conditioning units, anything of that nature, you run into really, really hard problems with heat dissipation. If you're talking about like thermal expansion of tracks, oftentimes it relies on the natural dissipation of the heat into the air. If there's no air, the heat has no place to go. Same thing with batteries, same thing with anything electrical that can produce any amount of heat. So once you start sucking out the air, you run into so many problems that you wouldn't have otherwise had if you just had air as a medium to release and dissipate that heat. And that was a huge problem that we faced. And it was fun. Like we would go to Hawthorne, California. I never ended up going, but the team ended up going to Hawthorne, California. They shot things down tubes. It was a good time. It was fun to like mess around and do like cool little engineering projects. But we realized very quickly, it's like, you can't scale this. This isn't, unless you give it to like a team of like Chinese superstar engineers. I'm sorry, a couple of like dipshit 20-year-olds from UC Berkeley are not going to, you give it to like a team of like Chinese superstar engineers. I'm sorry, a couple of like dipshit.
The simping, bro.
20-year-olds from UC Berkeley are not going to solve this problem. Like, this is not it.
Wait, so, but you said about a year end, the engineers started realizing this wasn't really viable.
Yeah.
What happened after that? Was that like, was there like any sort of decision made? Like, how did they reconcile that?
No, bro, this was literally just for like our resumes. This was not like a serious, this was a college club program that we had.
Okay.
This was not a meaningful, like, we're going to make $1 billion from this. This was like, let's do this for fun. So we have like a little bit of real world engineering experience before we go off into Raytheon and hopefully build the most efficient missiles we possibly can for spreading democracy. And that, I mean, it was simply to do that. So we kept going and we kept doing it for, I think I was on the team for probably 2 years before I think they ended up pulling funding. And then it changed into, I think it was like electric Formula One or something. But by that point, I was working on my startup and I was busy rubbing shoulders with all of the most brilliant venture capitalists I'd ever met.
Oh my gosh. No, okay, well, talking about like, so you move here, you kind of see you're not so happy with what's going on back home. You move here because ultimately, you're not moving here just to escape. You're moving here ultimately to try to learn something to bring back home.
Maybe.
Right?
I mean, I think, if I'm being honest, I do think there's a real world scenario in which
I never go
the
home.
United States does actively fall apart and they enact very meaningful legislation to ban like any meaningful socialist or communist groups. I mean, even in this past week, literally like 2 or 3 days ago, I believe they just put forth a new piece of legislation that designated anti-fascism as a terrorist ideology. Like, these are the directions. Anything that associates with like any sort of like Islamic movements or anti-fascist movements are now designated as terrorist groups in the United States, which right now, we're seeing that. It's like, okay, man, yeah, sure, you're going to use that maybe sparingly. But if there is someone with any meaningful willpower to go in, like maybe, I'm sorry, I know we said we weren't going to make fun of Palantir, but maybe like if Peter Thiel gets his way, then maybe J.D. Vance gets into power, or even worse, I think Tucker Carlson has a real shot. Like any of these real like white nationalists get into power, I do think there's a very real scenario in which the United States simply stops being a tenable place for anyone on the left, anyone who's not like a perfect like model like whites like civilian to go and live in this country. And I am genuinely very afraid of that. So if that happens,
Who is this guy? This guy is the one who's been arranging all of the interviews and everything for Hasan Piker. This is his interview producer.
I'm going to go back there. I'm going to join them. I'm going to join the likes of Peter Thiel and bring about the right wing. No, I don't know if I would go back. I don't know if I could actually go back to even like New York City with Zohran Mamdani in power.
Well,
somebody even linked me his wait. Fuck, who linked it to me? What here? Okay, huge issue. Why does mobile Discord have more features, so many more features than the desktop application?
Yeah, like you can search all your DMs.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't have that yet. That's so fucking stupid. Holy shit. If you guys are bored, these are the guys' logs in Hasan's Twitch chat. I haven't gone searching yet. I don't know if there's anything interesting in there, but... Oh, this is back in 2021. Damn. Oh, I don't know if he was working for Hasan yet at this point, but... At Hasanabi, what shampoo/conditioner do you use? Oh my god.
Minoxidil to the max.
So you brought up Peter Thiel. Is there somebody I don't know, because this is a very American frame in the sense that you put the blame onto someone versus the system. I think Americans don't like to think about their own systemic flaws because that calls into a lot of uncomfortable questions about the system they live in, the idea of, is this really a democracy, blah, blah, blah. It is a whole rabbit hole.
Just reality in general.
Yeah, reality in general, right? And a lot of people don't want to question the matrix that they're in, right? It's very uncomfortable, and I understand that. So instead, what they do is usually they point to the easiest person to point to, which is the president at the time, because we know after 4, maybe 8 years, that person, hopefully, will be a different person, right? And so it's so much easier to point out, oh, that's a bad guy.
There's a face to it.
Yeah, there's a face to it. So in that frame, though, is there someone in your mind that poses the most danger? I think most people would point to Trump, right? Everything's Trump. Everything's Trump. Understanding maybe from your perspective of how you believe the system is and how you view it, is there someone that is more dangerous than Trump?
I think, I've had this conversation a lot with like my liberal friends who, and my parents as well, where they say that exact same thing, where it's like, oh man, we only have to get past the next 2.5 years, and then hopefully the Democrats will take over in the midterm, and then maybe they'll take over after that.
It's like amnesia they have every 4 years. Right?
Yes, every 4 years. And it's like, oh my God, bro, no. I'm of the opinion, there has never been a good president in U.S. history. And if you look at every single president throughout American history, every single one has been, by and large, like up until fairly recently, in favor of slavery, in favor of like Zionist colonials.
I'm sorry. In favor of slavery? Okay. I actually already think I know how he's going to get there. If they talk about that, he's going to talk about like prison or something, my guess. I don't know.
States, they've been in favor of keeping this massive underclass of people who they can exploit as cheap labor. Oftentimes that took the form of offering like easy temporary protected status to get immigrants to come in so they could exploit their labor, offering loopholes for like undocumented people to come in and exploiting their labor. And more recently, I think we've seen this sort of manifest in Donald Trump being just overt about it. But even under the most progressive presidents of modern American history, whether it's Barack Obama or even Jimmy Carter, I mean, bro, Jimmy Carter quadrupled funding to the state of Israel. Like, he is not, when he got out of office, he was very much so like, listen, Israel's an apartheid state. We really need to curb their influence in the region. What they're doing is horrible. But it's like, bro.
I'm sorry. Jimmy Carter was calling Israel an apartheid state in the 70s? Is there a link to that? Can somebody show me that?
You were in power. You gave them a...
I think he did like one time. I mean, I could definitely see him doing it like in the post, like in his later in life. Like this says 2006. I would be shocked if he said it right out of office because Carter was the guy who like was the big mediator between Israel and Egypt. Yeah, and when he says quadrupled the funding to Israel, I don't think the United States was even really funding Israel that much leading up into Carter coming to office. It wouldn't surprise me if the funding massively increased, though, because we also started funding Egypt a ton to help facilitate that peace deal.
Pretty big check. Like, I don't know if when you were in power, I wish you had had the same train of thought. You know, it's kind of an insane thing to do in retrospect, where you're going around building homes in the impoverished areas of the country that you could have used your pen to fix while you were in power. Same thing with Obama. People think,
oh man, he could have fixed all of poverty while he was in power, and he didn't do it. What an idiot.
Like, oh, well, his biggest scandal was the tan suit. It's like, okay, tell that to the Doctors Without Borders he bombed in the Kunduz hospital, bro. He's the only Nobel laureate to have bombed another Nobel laureate.
Weren't there like the most drone attacks? He authorized the most drone attacks of any U.S. president.
Yes. So it's like, we have to evaluate this like earnestly and honestly and realize like whether they're blue or red, the system that the United States has put into power
all bad.
Is simply, it does not give room to people to offer meaningful, long-standing change. You might get a little bit of incremental change here and there, and then Republicans get in, and they not only squish that, but then they roll back like civil rights protections and stuff, and it's like, what the fuck are we doing? It doesn't have to be like this. I think in terms of people who I'm most afraid of right now in the United States, I think I'm most afraid of Peter Thiel, a guy who was literally raised in a Nazi colony in Namibia, a guy who, the town...
Wait, is that true?
Yes.
How do you know that, though?
You can look it up. They're in, I think it's Swakopmund, I think is the name of it. I might be mispronouncing it. But up until fairly recently, this was a town, well after World War II, where they would greet each other by saying, Hail Hitler. Like, this is a town where you go around, because Germany had colonized Namibia. It was a German colony. They still oftentimes speak German. There's a lot of German expats who escaped World War II, and you can imagine the kind, who live in...
Oh, fuck me. Is this true? I just don't trust anything this guy fucking says. Also, notice for all of his... I feel like this is also very intentional. notice how whenever they're talking about bad guys, he's only mentioning like Democrats, like
Namibia. And one of these towns, I mean, there's a number of these towns, but one of the towns was effectively like this little Nazi colony that Peter Thiel was raised in. You go to the antique shops there, you can look on TripAdvisor right now, and you can see, there's Nazi memorabilia in these towns, in these little antique shops in these towns in the middle of Namibia, where Peter Thiel was raised, where he gained consciousness. Like, this is the framework in which these psychopaths are operating. And that to me is terrifying. As someone who is proud of one of the only cool accomplishments of the United States, which is aiding in the defeat of the Nazis in World War II, like, it sucks to see that.
Bruh, this guy is so mind fucked. Who knows what I just heard? Wait, did you hear that? Did you hear that phrasing? Did you hear?
Wait, go back. What did he say? Aiding?
Operating. And that to me is terrifying. As someone who is proud of one of the only cool accomplishments of the United States, which is aiding in the defeat of the Nazis in World War II.
Oh my God.
Like, it sucks to see that we're now propping up those.
Reminder that in the early parts of World War II, or prior to World War II, I guess, depending how you want to phrase it, the Soviets and the Germans were allies. These were allied nations, okay? Until Hitler's paranoia caused him to fucking stab him in the fucking back. These were allied nations. The idea that the it's just so stupid.
Same Nazi descendants who are profiting literally billions or trillions of dollars from these very institutions that we thought were going to be eradicating Nazism around the world. I thought that was something we could all get behind. So Peter Thiel...
Eradicating Nazism around the world. What the fuck? The Nazi government was a government of Germany that we wanted to destroy. Now, what is this? Worldwide? Like the war on terror, but for not Jesus. Oh my God, bro.
Terrified of, as well as the propagandists who try to sell his vision to the world without people even knowing. Like Tucker Carlson. I was also extremely critical of Charlie Kirk.
Well, wasn't there, speaking of Charlie Kirk, I saw some headline, I don't know how true it is, but like they were saying they found that the weapon didn't match the bullet.
Bro, that is my favorite. Listen, at this point, I'm not a big conspiracy guy. I will entertain any conspiracy about Charlie Kirk because the FBI put out so many conflicting statements within like 48 hours. They're like, there was a gun, there wasn't a gun. He broke apart the rifle, it didn't match it. It's like, what the fuck? What is going on?
That's the thing. Like, I think the word conspiracy theory now, at least in America, holds no weight anymore. Zero weight anymore because there's been so much like damage to actual real information versus misinformation that literally nobody, not even the president knows like what the fuck is going on anymore. Dude, right? No one can decipher what is true versus what is untrue. It's only about what camp do you fall in, what camp do you.
It's just so crazy how, bro, I got to, Moot, we got to do it.
Be Republicans or what?
Yeah, I just want to be MAGA, bro. It's got to be so fucking sick that you don't get called out on anything. Nobody's attacking you ever. Like, nobody gives you any shit for anything. Notice these guys will not say any, like, no Kash Patel, no Donald Trump, just like, the FBI. Like, it's always Democrats that are in trouble for everything. Like, it's just, this is like the sickest shit ever. And imagine, like, you wake up and you see, like, Trump did some fuck shit. And instead of, like, oh, God, like, accountability, like, damn, like, how are we going to, this is rough.
How are we going to do
Instead, it's like, fake news media. Like, he didn't do anything wrong. Like, well, what about Biden? Or what about Hunter? Like, what about, like, it's just so it's just so crazy how it's just no responsibility for anything these fuckers do. It's insane to me.
Fall in that most align with your already held beliefs, right? And that's all it is.
The other day, after the Trump assassination attempt at the White House Correspondent Dinner, my parents called me. My dad is like 71 years old. He's blue no matter who. He will vote Democrat no matter what at this point. He loves like Rachel Maddow and like CNN sort of thing. He called me, he's like, Eric, it was a false flag. And I was like, Dad, you've never said this before. What are you talking? He's like, no, I know it was a false flag.
That sounds like Alex Jones.
I'm like, Dad, when do you turn to Alex Jones? What's going on? No, but like my parents were convinced instantly. They texted me, false flag. It's like, oh my God, something is changing. Where even like the boomers who otherwise would be like, no, come on, we don't entertain. Now it's like, no, yeah, it's all fake. They made it up. I really wish we had some like monumental event like the moon landing or something right now so that 80% of society in the United States could just be like, no, it's fake. No, Hollywood set. No, I don't believe
the UFO files just got released.
What the fuck is that about? That's been going on for years. It's like little like things like what, I'd be interested what you think about that. Do you think that's just a psyop? What is that? Like, why is the government and the FBI like in the Pentagon releasing UFO files?
No, it's important, bro. They said, they were Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking the kids to the aliens. No one else. That was it. It was just the aliens that were coming down. We shouldn't prosecute anyone here on Earth. It was I think it's 100% a distraction. distraction from like actual crazy shit that's going on. And my favorite thing too, the Democratic leader right now, Chuck Schumer, is talking about this like it's a very serious thing, being like, guys, they just released the alien files. This is awesome. It's like, Chuck, bro, we're in a war. We're spending $1 billion a day bombing little kids in Iran. Can we please focus on that for 5 seconds?
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why they're releasing these things, right?
It's insane. No one's even been charged on the Epstein files. Who are they trafficking kids to? Why is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison? Were they trafficking into each other? Like, what the fuck's going on?
So kind of, I think the core of what we're talking about, and the kind of this like absurdity and this frustration with this absurdity. In your opinion, having been living in the States, does this reflect the younger generation and their sentiment? Like, do your thoughts and opinions and your perspectives reflect at all maybe a larger population of people there? Or do you think maybe you're just an outlier? Like, what would be your commentary on the younger generation back in the States?
100%. But the issue is, right now...
100% you're an outlier?
No, 100%, like, the vibe is shifting. The main issue right now is whether or not you can trust the institutions in place. And the biggest litmus test for that is whether or not politicians support the state of Israel. The problem is, no young people support Israel anymore. It's like fucking, I don't know, 20% or something. It's nothing. It's going down. No one, if you say Israel, it's like, oh my God, you're a villain. And the problem is the establishment Democrats have been so poor at reacting to this that it has been entirely captured by folks who I think I'm aligned with, folks who say like, Israel is an ethno-state. It's committing genocide. It has committed genocide not just in Palestine, but in states all around the world. It needs to not only be sanctioned, it needs to be punished. There needs to be war crime trials. If we had a Nuremberg trial right now, Benjamin Netanyahu, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump would all be, frankly, they'd probably be hanged at the gallows.
Okay. Even Joe. Damn. All right.
Wait, he said Biden too?
Yep.
Corn pop?
We're being realistic because that's what they did in the Nuremberg trials. And this is not just an ethnic cleansing, but an outright genocide of like multiple populations. Israel wants to do the Greater Israel Project.
Multiple
they want to expand into Syria.
Oh, they're genociding the Lebanese. They're genociding the Syrian. Every single person that has ever been killed by Israel is part of their genocide against everybody.
Iraq. They want to go down even into Saudi Arabia, into Egypt, into Jordan. They want to expand their territory, as now they're openly stating they want to do. Like, this is a project that's been in the works for decades, ever since its inception in 1948, ever since the UN vote in 1947, ever since Theodore Herzl wrote about this shit. Like, they have been trying to expand into this region as much as possible. And young people see this, and they see their own material conditions worsening. They see their rent going up. They see egg prices going up. They see videos every day on Twitter of little kids being bombed. And they're thinking, what the fuck are we doing? I paid for that bomb. And then I'm paying for the food that's going to the people being bombed. What if we just didn't fucking bomb them? And what if we just reduced my fucking rent? How does this make any sense? They pose no risk to me as a person 8,000 miles away. That's insane. And I think that's very divisive for some people. Because if you know history, if you understand the material conditions that led to this point in time, you're going to be like, Israel's the problem. We have to stop Israel. We have to stop this idea that there can be a settler colony just genociding, obliterating populations, expanding belligerently in the region. But if you don't know much about history, probably the biggest event you do know about is the Holocaust. You probably know about Hitler. You probably don't know anything that happened with Japanese imperialism. You probably barely know anything about even Mussolini, aside from knowing the name Mussolini. But you do know about Hitler.
But that's where the waters get muddied, because you do have some people kind of spouting some pretty anti-Semitic things.
Of course.
But that's also like the conflation of a criticism on the state of Israel or the government of Israel, and conflating that with being like, the people. If you're critical of the Chinese government and the state of China, does that mean you're racist against all Chinese people? Of course not. You know, and so there is people who conflate the two, or there are journalists who try to force you to conflate the two to kind of twist that narrative. But at the same time, there are real issues with that. I mean, I have a lot of my closest friends back in America growing up were Jewish people. I mean, I couldn't tell you how many bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs I've been to growing up. Yeah. Oh, they were the best. And so I feel for them, because I can only imagine, like, if the context wasn't about Israel, but let's say it was about China, which it has been before, I think kind of took the
front stage.
I was feeling very kind of like self-conscious about that, and like unnerving and frustrated with that, in terms of people conflating like Chinese people with, you know, their criticisms of China, which I have, on its face, I have problems with a lot of those criticisms just to begin with. Yeah. But even if I thought those criticisms were fair, I would still feel really uncomfortable, because I know how the mob can get, right? And mob mentality and all that stuff. And so I don't know, it's a delicate issue, but at the same time, it's like kind of so obvious, like what's going on. And there are more and more outspoken people like yourself.
And I think I would push back a little against the analogy to Chinese criticism, because I think a lot of that is, and I think you were saying this too, it isn't necessarily fair. I think the criticism of the Chinese government oftentimes comes from a place of American propaganda, whether it's the NED, the USAID, the CIA itself. The CIA now releases a monthly video in Mandarin saying, like, come defect to the CIA. We love destroy. It's like Jesus Christ. And I'll say, I think this is maybe the hardest part for Americans to understand. Because the second you start reckoning with the idea
Imagine how
of the state
triggered
of
Hasan would get if everyone started posting about how this guy is the brains behind Hasan's operation.
True.
For Americans to understand. And I'll say, I think this is maybe the hardest part for Americans to understand. Because the second you start reckoning with the idea of the state of Israel's existence, you have to start reckoning with the existence of the United States itself, where it has a fairly similar founding story. Obviously, it's not the same, but it has this group of folks who came across this body of water. They sailed in from some ships. They landed on some far away land. There was an indigenous population, and they said, "Well, we kind of want this land.
This is ours.
We read about this a while ago. We kind of want this." And the people there were like, "Okay, yeah, welcome. Come hang out. Just be chill, be normal. Don't be dickheads. Just if your vibes are chill,
just don't be weird.
Just don't fucking be weird, and that's okay." And they're like, "We're gonna be a little weird. We're gonna be a little. Also, we have guns." And it's like, God, fucking damn it, bro.
We're gonna be really weird.
This deserves to be a film right now. Like this type of language, like at that time.
This is literally like the idea that I think did I say this the other day, where it's like all the people on the planet were peaceful, and then the Europeans showed up, and then the white man showed up. But before then, famously, all of the indigenous peoples, everybody around the planet was all peaceful and lovey to each other. It was basically everybody was Pocahontas, and then all of a sudden, the white man showed up and the noble savage, and fucked over everything, all the peace we had everywhere.
Just guys talking in like 21st century, like Gen Z slang. Bro, your vibes are mad chopped.
What is that movie about the caveman Year One with Michael Cera? Jack Black? I love that movie. Yeah.
And that's effectively, there's a lot of parallels between those stories. And if you start reckoning with one, you got to start reckoning with the other. The only difference was the United States was successful. They were 100% successful in destroying the indigenous population, eradicating almost 99% of that indigenous population, stealing the land, taking over large swaths of the land that did not belong to them or any of the colonial occupiers at the time. And
who did it belong to? Other natives that took it from other people? Like, what? Do they think that they were engaged? There was like a giant fucking market? Like there was a big exchange for land that all of the natives went to, and they're like, oh, well, who's gonna, run the whatever land today? It's like,
if you reckon with that, if you reckon with Israel, you're gonna have to start reckoning with like, why the fuck is it called New York? This wasn't ever like a piece of like the Netherlands, or like it was through the colonized history. But the people there, the indigenous folks, they didn't look like a 6'2" Dutchman. Like, what the fuck's going on? That's crazy.
No, it's amazing when you put it that way. It's just because so much time has passed that everything has become normalized. And like we were alluding to before, the reality that we know of right now is easily destroyed if you start really putting the pieces together. Right? And start questioning and asking questions and digging deeper. Because the biggest difference between now and, let's say, 10 to 15 plus years before was the dissemination of information. And with that comes a lot of power and control. So just like what you're feeling right now, you're saying is that, you're asking questions, you're putting two together, you're going to see things to find out the truth or whatever, but not everybody has that access. And if anything, the majority of the people
freely.
True. So that they can ask questions.
People will never have that access or even want to have that access, and they'll just take things at face value, right? In terms of social media and what they're fed.
I think that speaks to the importance of like why it's so valuable to make approachable, easy to digest content around what the fuck's actually happening in the world. It's not necessarily just covering like current events.
Oh my God. I just saw the nightmare. If this guy gets popular and it blows up, do you know where this dude's next stop is?
Korea?
Fucking Joe Rogan.
Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah.
Talking about the news all the time. But I think it's important to try to decipher, like, okay, why are we here? Why are we sitting at this table? Why is China rich now? Why is China doing so much better than it is, or than it was 50 years ago, 100 years ago?
Everybody's doing better than they were 50 years ago, 100 years ago. What is this question?
What are the material steps to getting to where we are right now? And also, I think one thing I've been...
Hanani, a response to a post from your subreddit. I don't even want to.
Maybe not shocked by, but very pleasantly surprised by, is talking with folks here with any political power. They are very inclined to approach history from a very understanding perspective. Understand what went right, what went wrong, and try to figure out what's going on like right and wrong right now as well, and how we can correct that so that tomorrow is better than today. And that is, as an American dude, I'm like,
I don't want to get into it. I don't know. Apparently some 17-year-old boy was getting fucked by his therapist, who was a 26-year-old woman, and but I'm good. I'm going to steer clear from that one.
What? You want to not only fix the potholes, but you want to like.
But you want to learn from the past.
You want to study the coconut tree that you fell out of. That's crazy, bro.
You know, it's crazy. I want to say something. Let's see if Justin's gonna laugh at this. I'm actually really curious because you've been here how long now?
About 8 months.
About 8
so
months.
I'm basically Chinese already.
Yeah. So 8 months in the grand scheme of things is still not that long.
It's
not long at all. Right? You're still a fresh arrival.
And I'm so curious to fast forward another year or two and to talk to you and really ask you.
Yeah.
Do you see, or maybe even see it now? Do you see how one's perspective is totally manipulated from an American system?
Hasan is having Finkledick on stream. What are the chances you want to ask about the debate with you? You understand how crazy it is that Finkelstein didn't catch any heat? Like, how biased the people are in terms of if you're on their team. Were you with us? Oh my God.
I wasn't here for the whole
Wait,
Israel-Palestine.
you weren't here for that.
No, I missed it all.
No, Moot. Israel-Palestine. Oh!
Yeah, I'm just learning.
Oh,
Wait, what?
No!
What happened?
Who's talking about Israel-Palestine? Oh, my God.
Mr. Borelli. I mean, I've seen the memes, but...
No. Why did you say that? You have not seen the memes, Mooten. You don't know the memes.
No, we need to do a whole nother arc, man.
You don't know the memes, Mooten.
You can't handle the memes.
Listen to me, okay?
Listening?
Okay. Finkelstein sued some neighbors.
Okay.
Because they were too loud. He claimed that they were up all night making insane noise or whatever.
So that's suable?
Yeah, I guess you can. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. He sued him.
So he
Then
had a
what?
whole complaint. All right. Where he sued them for. And the complaint that he writes is hilarious. He obviously wrote this, or his lawyer took a lot of dictation from him. Listen. Here, I'm gonna send you this. I just want you to read through some of this because I don't think people are aware. So he sued these people, and it seemed fine. Okay, I guess they were being a nuisance. All right, read this for us. All right.
All right. You want me to read it out?
Yes.
In your norm voice as well, please.
No, just read it.
Try it.
Which did you give me a certain page or just the?
Nope, just read it. Just start reading.
Defendants. Carl Jovalanos and Robert Jovalanos, through their undersigned counsel, Rosales del Rosaria, answering the complaint of plaintiff, respectfully alleges the following upon information and belief. 1. Defendants specifically deny paragraph 11, 12, bunch of them. Defendants specifically deny the following paragraphs for lack of knowledge sufficient to form a belief as their truth, a bunch of them. Defendants admit paragraph 19 only to the extent that defendant Carl Javalos and plaintiff Norman Finkelstein were in an elevator at the subject building in the summer of 2015.
Carol.
But deny the rest of the allegations. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Carol. The truth being the contrary as set forth below. As for the statement of fact, the present action has been commenced in bad faith and is patently meritless in both law and fact. Defendants Carol and Roberto are a married couple. They are both migrants to the U.S. On or about the 2012 to 2016, they resided at an address. Defendants were, and still are, hardworking professionals. During the time they resided in their above-mentioned apartment...
Mooten.
Yeah?
You're not ready for this, okay? I just need you to understand that you're not ready for this. Go ahead, continue.
All right.
You're not ready. You think you are, you're going to read a little bit, you're like, wow. No, you're not. Go ahead, keep going.
Okay. During the time they resided in their above-mentioned apartment in Brooklyn, they were usually at work and away from their home on weekdays. On weekends, they were also often out of the house. Out of common decency and respect for their neighbors, defendants did not bother their neighbors by making any noise from their apartment, and they did their best to avoid and or minimize any kind of noise. Occasionally, however, noise and vibrations from the apartment above them would be heard and felt in the defendant's apartment, which may have been the cause of the plaintiff's complaints. On or about the summer of 2015, plaintiff Norman Finkelstein apparently claiming that the defendants were intentionally making noise in their apartment purposefully to annoy plaintiffs, started a campaign of harassment and intimidation against the defendants in order to drive them out of their apartment. Plaintiff made false and malicious reports against defendants to the CPS, seeking to have the defendant's daughter, about 2 years old, taken away from the defendants. On or about August 14th, 2015, defendants received a letter from CPS that a report had been filed against them for suspected child abuse or maltreatment. But the CPS dismissed the complaint and advised the defendants in the letter, Exhibit B, that the complaints against them were unfounded. Plaintiff also made false reports to the police and immigration authorities against the defendants without just cause other than to harass the defendants. On or about August 15th, 2015, plaintiffs and defendant, Carol, were in elevator at the subject's apartment building. Plaintiff suddenly confronted defendant Carol, yelling, "Your husband is a drug addict. I am a professor. I am a doctor. I will do everything for them to take away your daughter."
Stop.
This is
quick break. Quick pause. Okay. So
Okay.
you know Dershowitz?
No.
From everything I've seen of him, he might have been decent at one point, but legitimately like a subhuman, gross, weird Jewish guy that appears on Fox News and justify any horrible thing a Republican does. This guy was justified. Okay, but a long time ago, one of the big dramas that people spoke about was that Finkelstein unfairly had his tenure denied at a university because other professors essentially his claim was that other professors essentially had like a grudge against him, saying that he was like unprofessional. They made shit up really because he was like a Jew who was like being critical of Israel. But then after my personal experience with him, and then now after like, you know, just reading this complaint, I definitely understand. He is a crazy person. Okay, he is fucking insane. Also,
he's just a lunatic.
Yeah. Hold on, real quick. Did you watch the debate I had with him or part of it, or?
I've seen a meme from it of him just being like, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Borelli. That's it.
Okay, hold on. You know that like, wait, you saw him mispronounce my name a ton, right?
Yeah, 1,000 times, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, do you know why or whatever?
Nope.
So, I'm so glad that he left this in. That was a meme. He was memeing, okay? Are you watching? So, when Lex Friedman takes a break here.
We need a smoke break, we need a water break, we need a bathroom break.
Down Gaza is not a genocide.
So they take a break, so they assume the cameras are off and everything, right?
Russia is a genocide
What is
statement.
take down Gaza?
We went to war with Iraq. We wanted to destroy Iraq. That was a
Take down
genocidal
Gaza.
statement. There's a reason why genocide is such an importantly guarded concept, and it's not to
Listen, are you listening?
Yep.
Okay, he thinks the cameras are off, okay?
condemn every nation that goes to war.
Mr. Pinnell,
Wait, you do know how to pronounce my
He knows my name. He just thought the
Mr. Bunnell.
Yeah. It's so fucking annoying. Nobody watches this debate, okay? They got crushed. They knew nothing. It was ridiculous how insane both of these people were. But even the calling me Mr. Borelli, it's not because he was forgetting my name. It was just a meme to him the entire fucking time. And when the camera was off, the first time he addressed me, Mr. Bunnell, he knows it exactly. And it's just like, anyway, all right. Keep going.
Keep reading. I'm gonna take your daughter away. Okay. Refusing to be bullied, defendant tried to defend herself and her family and told the plaintiff that he is not the only professional in the building.
Now, hold on. Keep this in mind as well. Remember, okay? It's a complaint. You can write whatever you want in a complaint, and you can write whatever you want in a response to a complaint. It's civil lawsuit. Who the fuck? You write whatever you want. There's not necessarily anything proving it.
We see that. They call you a pedophile in your lawsuit all the time.
Unless, maybe, these people include exhibits, but keep going.
Okay. After the aforesaid incident, plaintiff committed more intimidating and hateful actions against the defendants. On several occasions, these incidents compelled the defendant to contact the police. On or about August 2015, plaintiff struck defendant's apartment door with heavy blows from a heavy object. Attached is a picture of the damage to the defendant's door as a result of the blows, Exhibit C.
Okay, wait.
Pull that up.
Let's scroll down a little. Okay, I'll open two of these. So Exhibit A and B, we see like the letter from Social
those are
Services,
complaints.
from Child
Yep.
Protective Services, by the way. This is the
deal,
picture
by
that
the
they
way.
provided for Exhibit C.
Oh my God. He hit him with a pipe.
Okay.
Jesus. And that's a metal door.
Well, no. Or it's something, or it's like thin, whatever. But yeah, okay, keep going.
Okay.
It's definitely a metal door. Steve has no idea what he's saying.
Well, it's thin. It's not like fucking 6-inch fucking wrapped
Did
steel
we
or whatever.
say that it was a solid steel door? Did anyone
Thank
say
you, Dan.
that?
Finally.
Hey, Dan, this isn't anything else. Remember what Moot said? Shut the fuck up, you little
Shut the fuck
bitch.
up, Dan.
You little bitch.
Thank you, dear leader.
You're
You tell
welcome.
him.
Yeah, I got it.
You know what? You're right.
Oh, now he's gonna leave.
Oh my
here
god, dude! He always
No,
does
it's not.
this.
You know, you're
He
right.
acts
Moot,
like a
you're a
little
fucking retard.
baby.
That's not
he
a
can
metal
dish it
door.
out, but he can never take it. I hate.
I'm just saying,
I hate
it's
Dan.
not a metal door.
We need
It's
some
not a
hate
metal
threads.
door.
We need some. Let's get some Dan
No,
hate
do
threads
not
up in
get him a
here.
hate
Let's get some
thread.
Dan hate threads up in here.
No,
Okay.
well, unless you want to get banned in those threads, that's all I'm saying. Go.
You're not going to get banned. We brought back Forethought as a guest mod, and the only thing he can moderate are Dan threads. Okay.
Holy.
Literally my nightmare.
Plaintiff would also strike the walls and ceilings of his own apartment, which would rattle and terrify the defendant's families upstairs. This is just a nice family, man. Plaintiff would engage in unprompted harassing conduct with defendants. At one point, plaintiff went up to the defendant's apartment and rang the buzzer and refused to let go.
Moot!
This act...
I just need you to... You're still not ready! We are not even all the way through. You're not ready! Maybe we're halfway through the crazy shit. Keep going.
Okay.
Maybe.
This act caused the defendants, and especially their baby daughter, to hide in fear. Plaintiff would also fasten menacing, outrageous, and defamatory letters containing prejudice, hateful, and abusive language upon the front door of the defendant's apartment in full view of the other people in the building. In one of the letters, Exhibit D, which plaintiff posted outside the defendant's door on or about June 14th, 2016, so it's been going on for about a year now, plaintiff told defendants to rent a gorilla cage in the Bronx Zoo, and plaintiff will happily supply them fresh bananas. What? Plaintiff wrote, if you stomp and bang on
Exhibit
your
D.
bedroom
Just
floor...
go to Exhibit D. He would print these out and attach them to the door upstairs. Okay.
If you stomp and bang on your bedroom floor in the morning between 6:30 and 8:30 a.m., I will bang on your door and on my bedroom ceiling between 3:30 and 5 a.m. in the morning. If I don't sleep, you don't sleep. If you can't control yourself, you can rent the gorilla cage in the Bronx Zoo. I will happily supply fresh bananas. Okay, in another letter, Exhibit E, which was posted outside of the defendant's door on or about June 21st, plaintiff warned and threatened the defendant. Starting at 3:30 a.m., you will not be sleeping tonight. Subsequently, in another letter, Exhibit F, which was posted outside the defendant's door on June 22nd, plaintiff mocked and denigrated the defendant and called them apes. Too bad, apes. You're not sleeping tonight. Okay.
Okay. I think you're at the halfway point of crazy shit now.
Yeah.
Keep going. We're not done yet.
Even before the above-mentioned letters in June, plaintiff had posted other defamatory letters outside the defendant's apartment door in full view of other people in the building. On or about August 2015, plaintiff posted a letter, Exhibit G, stating that the police had knocked on their door again and the defendants refused to open the door, and that 2 times Roberto threatened to kill me, that Carol was involved in Medicare/Medicaid fraud. We got to get Nick Shirley here. And impersonated a doctor. The defendants stopped threatening my life. On or about August 21st, 2015, plaintiff posted
So as a heads up, I don't know if we got
H.
this in the response if it was listed at the front, but the guy is I believe he's a doctor. In case you didn't know.
Finkelstein is a doctor.
No, not Finkelstein. The defendants, one of the defendants, I believe, is a doctor or works at a doctor's office.
Roberto is a doctor or works at a doctor's office.
Yes.
On or about August 21st, plaintiff posted a letter, Exhibit H, stating that Carol had a former job at the fake medical office next door, run by the Russian mafioso doctor, that he would call the police and tell them about Carol's past, that he had warned them about the illicit activity that the defendants carry on like animals. Okay, just for my knowledge, what color are these people?
Oh. Hold on. You're asking me what color Carol and Roberto Oveanos are? You're asking me that? My guess is brown.
sure.
I'm just going to go ahead and guess that.
I would assume brown as well.
Yeah,
yes.
that Roberto Oveanos is probably brown, would be my guess. I could be wrong there, but go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see color, so.
Same.
On or about August 2015, plaintiff posted a letter, Exhibit I, stating that illicit activity is taking place in the defendant's apartment and plaintiff will report them to CPS and the police. On or about August 20th, plaintiff posted a letter, Exhibit J, stating that if you don't stop the noise, plaintiff will call the police, the defendants will end up either deported, arrested, or without your child. I just want to say, whoever sold these motherfuckers the apartment, I guarantee that they got out like a bandit, dude. They knew.
These guys are coming in. It's like, oh, apartment, very cheapo. Yeah, and the guy's like,
Yes,
yeah,
apartamento.
cheapo, mucho, gusto, good luck, yo, bye.
On August 21st, plaintiff posted a letter, Exhibit L, stating that Medicaid/Medicare fraud is a criminal offense, that impersonating a physician is a criminal offense. Tell Dr. Al-Sayed.
Uh-oh.
On or about August 22nd, plaintiff posted a letter, Exhibit M, stating that they have 8 days to move out, and if you are still here on September 1st, someone is going to jail. That's crazy. August 22nd, Exhibit N, stating that if the noise continues...
Are you going through any of these exhibits? Exhibit G? We had that one.
I'm waiting for you to scroll to them, yeah.
There. We have
Okay, that's
our
nice.
norm letter there. 2 officers from the
Yeah.
61st precinct knocked on your door this morning, and again in the evening. I told them that you were inside and refused to open the door. So he's walking over to the apartment as the officers are knocking in to tell them, oh no, they're in there, officers, keep knocking. If anything happens to me, you will end up in jail. You better stop the noise and stop threatening my life. I was advised by the officers to call 911 every time the noise starts, or you threaten my life. The officer said that sooner or later you will not be able to hide anymore. Exhibit H. You committed the biggest mistake of your life yesterday. I had 2 guests in my apartment. One of them a professor of criminology. They listened to the noise for 4 hours. At midnight, we all went together to the police precinct, where we all spoke to several police officers. The police are now fully informed about the situation. They urged me to call 911. The moment the noise starts again, I also contacted Child Protective Services again. I already spoke to several of your friends in the elevator on the way to your party about you. I now know your places of employment, which I will contact this week. But here's your big problem. On Tuesday, August 18th, I will contact Immigration and Naturalization Services. I will inform them of young doctor Carol Oveanos' former job at the fake medical office next door, run by the Russian mafiosi fake doctor. I know exactly what was going on there. Faking a medical establishment in New York is a criminal offense and grounds for immediate deportation. Carol and Robert's papers and your babysitter's papers better be in order when INS pays a visit. You now have 2 days to quickly and quietly vacate the apartment. If you make any noise while moving, I will immediately contact the police again and tell them about Carol's past. I warned you in the last letter that I knew about the illicit activity. You chose to carry on like animals. You will now pay the price. I warned you that you will never win against me. You should have Googled my name, Norman Finkelstein, or gone to YouTube and entered my name. Now it's too late.
This guy's fucking nuts, man. All right.
Also, I don't know if it should go without saying, but obviously, zero evidence by Norm ever presented that I'm aware that this is like an illegal hospital or anything. Like, he literally is just like making shit up because he's trying to get these people to fucking leave. But okay.
Medical doctor stuff. On or about August 24th, plaintiff posted a letter, Exhibit P, stating that the defendants do not move. He will call the police and it's over. The 24th posted Exhibit Q, stating he's calling the police and telling them everything. The defendants had your chance. The defendants are now finished. August 27th, plaintiff posted a letter, Exhibit R, stating that the building where the defendants live underwent a rapid turnover and acceleration in demographics in recent years. Things began to change, decidedly for the worse, that the family living in 4A, Robert and Carol, began inflicting intolerable amounts of noise. The plaintiff had repeatedly talked to Robert, but he suffers from some mental impairments. Whether it is congenital or substance-induced, I cannot say. That Carol was involved in medical fraud. A copy of this letter was also hand-delivered to the building's management.
Exhibit R, hold on. Oh, we were only on J.
Exhibit R.
Here's J. These are crazy. Just...
The noise stopped for 3 days, so I didn't call Immigration and Naturalization Services, but now it is starting again. If you don't stop the noise, I am calling the police. But this will be the last call to the police. You will end up either deported, arrested, or without your child. You decide.
And then Exhibit K.
I'm giving you until the 31st of August to move out. If you are still in the apartment on September 1st, I will inform the NYPD of Carol's past. It seems that Carol has forgotten that I was one of the young doctor's patients. I was also a patient of the Russian mafioso doctor who had no medical equipment in the office. If you disturb me or the guests in my apartment between now
no
or
medical equipment in the office. That's how he knows it was a Russian mafioso thing, by the way, because he didn't see the right equipment, I guess. Yeah, but go ahead.
Shrimple. I will call the police, and it will be over for all of you. You decide. I don't care if you buy 1,000 carpets. You must move out of the apartment by the August 31st.
Okay. Get him out of here.
Scroll.
Exhibit L.
Medicare, Medicaid fraud is a criminal offense. Impersonating a physician is a criminal offense. A babysitter who does not pay taxes is committing a criminal offense. You should keep this in mind next time you threaten to call the police. It will be your last time. I will tell them everything you have had. You better keep that child quiet. Okay, next. You have 8 days to move out. If you're still here on September 1st, someone is going to jail. That one is the craziest one. Medicare, Medicaid fraud is a criminal offense. Faking a medical establishment to commit medical fraud is a criminal offense. Do you want to go to jail? Next.
Let me just say, for a brief moment in time, the homes are better than apartments people in my community were up bigly after this, okay? Go ahead.
You have 8 more days to move out. If you are not gone by September 1st, I will go to the police and tell them everything.
I love all like the arbitrary deadlines that he just like those. Like you have 2 days, you have 8 days, you've got 5 days. You get
Medicare, Medicaid fraud, impersonating a doctor, fake medical office. You'll end up in jail for a very long time or deported. So get out of this building while you still have a chance. You had better tell the babysitter to keep the child quiet. If there's any noise on Monday, I will not ring the buzzer. I will not bang on the door. I will just call the police and it will be over for you. You decide. If you don't want to go to jail, you tell the babysitter to do her job. Next. You have until noon. If there is a moving van in front of the building, I will wait until you move out. If not, I'm calling the police and it's over. That's the last bang. On Monday, August 23rd at noon, I am calling the police and telling them everything. If the babysitter does not have papers or is not paying taxes, you should warn her. You had your chance, but now you are finished. Next. Oh my God.
Oh, you don't have to read all this, but so a memorandum of notice. This was Exhibit R.
Okay, yeah.
This was on or about August 27th. Plaintiff posted a letter stating that the building where the defendants live underwent rapid turnover and alteration in demographic in recent years. By the way, demographic. So I think he posted this like in the somewhere like in the front of the building, like inside, like where maybe the mailboxes are, so basically everybody could see it. But okay, that's Exhibit R. You don't have to read it, but that's just him complaining about his neighbors. Yep.
Okay.
And then back
on
to
or
the
about August 28th, plaintiff posted a letter, Exhibit S, stating that defendants should cease their intolerable conduct, that Carol was involved in Medicare/Medicaid scam that bilked both senior citizens and the federal government. The defendant's child is a victim of neglect. A copy of this letter was also hand-delivered to the building's management. Okay. On or about October 2nd. So
wait, real
September
quick.
1st has come to pass. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, and then one more quick thing, just related to that debate that we did.
I gotta say,
Waiting.
He always calls me a thing called destiny. Okay. I don't know if you've ever heard him say that, but
Sledgehammer to the porcelain vase to broader audience and enlighten them. And the facts and just ignore the other people in the room.
He's talking
and
about
I'm
debate.
thinking to myself, maybe you're going to do that to me. But I am taking my sledgehammer to the porcelain vase. I am going to smash it to smithereens. So every time Marine got into a serious mode, as he answered that thing called destiny, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, Marine? You are taking this sack of shit seriously. That is not going to happen on my watch. Every statement of mine was prefaced by, you moron. I think, do you know what it means, Bree? I prefer Brianna. Do you know what it means when you spent 42 years?
So, like, he admits that, like, his whole goal for our debate was to just derail and, like, just scream and everything. And he was even fighting with Rabani because Rabani wanted to be a bit more serious. But it's just funny, like, he's on record saying this. You have him,
he
like...
was just here to meme,
yeah, and then you have him off camera. He says my real name immediately because he's memeing the whole time. But people will still insist that, like, oh, no, like, Finkelstein destroyed you in that debate. And I'm like, no, he just screamed like a retard the whole time. It's like, no, you're just coping. It's like, he literally says that his goal was to go and scream like a retard the whole time. Yeah. But, okay.
And then he did.
Yeah, and he did. Yeah.
Exhibit S.
Also, just as you, so as a thing, so Norm is not a real historian or a real scholar, but he is like the most well-known and probably the most popular like Western pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel, anti-Jew, actually, you know what? He's not anti-Semitic. There's a weird thing that goes on with his brain, but like an anti-Israel, anti-Zionist scholar in the West. So it's just, this is funny that this is like their guy. But yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay. On or about October 2nd, 2015, plaintiff posted a copy of letter Exhibit T. Show Exhibit T.
Just another memorandum.
Oh, it's another memorandum.
Oh, no, he sent this to management, I think, yeah.
Please take notice that the banging and stomping from apartment 4A continues unabated. This incitement... Sorry. Incessant racket has interfered with any right to the quiet enjoyment of my apartment. On some days, the ceiling shakes and the walls rattle to the point that I fear for my safety. If this intolerable situation is not cured within the next 10 days, I will commence legal action against M&R management and the occupants of apartment 4A. Roberto and quote-unquote Dr. Carol. Hand-delivered on October 2nd. Okay. Defendants asked an attorney to write a cease and desist letter to the plaintiff, but to no avail. Plaintiff did not stop harassing defendants. He merely responded to the cease and desist letters with copies of the letters Exhibit R and Exhibit S he had previously furnished to the management. On or about the night of June 22nd, 2016, while defendant Carol and her baby daughter were inside the apartment, Carol heard a very loud crashing noise on her apartment door. She was pregnant at the time and was very scared. Looking out of the peephole in terror, she saw the plaintiff outside of her apartment brandishing a knife and what appeared to be a gun. Carol called the police, who subsequently arrested the plaintiff. Faced with the series of events, the family had been wanting to leave the apartment to escape from the plaintiff. Defendants eventually moved to Staten Island on or about October 31st, 2016. Subsequently, the DA's office called the defendant and asked them if they wanted to continue their criminal complaint. Thinking that their nightmare with the plaintiff was finally over, the defendant advised the DA's office that they did not want to pursue the criminal complaint against the plaintiff. But when the criminal case was discontinued, the plaintiff filed this present action, which is frivolous and is unfounded in both law and fact. It is merely another act done by the plaintiff in his campaign of bullying and prejudice. It has been malicious, commenced to plague the defendants with the aggravation and lawsuit and force them to spend a lot of money of attorney's fees and litigation costs in defending themselves. As for the affirmative defense, defendants repeat and reallege the foregone statements by reference as if they are fully set forth hereunder. Plaintiff's complaint fails to state a cause of action.
Okay, that's it, basically. That's all the same.
That's pretty much, now we're just getting into the legal bullshit.
But the...
Jesus Christ, he comes with a knife and a gun?
Yeah, it's just fucking... It's just crazy. Like, he is so eccentric. He's insane.
Maniac.
Yeah. But it's just funny that this is like their top guy. And again, I always say this as examples for like Hasan's behavior or any of my opponent's behavior. And that's why I get so fucking ass pained when people in my community are like, Destiny, though, you shouldn't have said this because of optics, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't think you guys realize like how much shit these other people get away with just because nobody actually gives a fuck. Like, it's not about the fact of the matter of anything. Like, could you imagine if there was a complaint against me where I'm like calling CPS and the police and immigration?
They would just call you a murderer,
and
like an
immigration
murderer.
Yeah, just because somebody was making noise, and we don't even know if they're making noise. For people in chat that are talking about the noise thing too, now obviously I can't speak to it. Maybe these people were making an exorbitant amount of noise that warrants 400 fucking visits from the police that never amounted to anything. Maybe, but some apartments are really good at soundproofing. Like where I live now, I don't know how. I don't hear anybody, and clearly nobody hears me because I'm fucking screaming all hours of the day. Nobody cares. Some places are insanely sensitive.
Really
like I remember, I don't know if you guys remember me ever mentioning this, but when I lived in Glendale, I couldn't roll my chair on the floor. Like if I rolled and I'm not like rolling around like I'm on a fucking, scooter or whatever, just like in my apartment anywhere, if I would roll even a little bit, I would hear a bang on my ceiling from downstairs. So I guess it was really loud or something downstairs. Some places are just like that. So maybe their ceilings were really sensitive to noise or something. So every time the kid was walking, maybe they heard it, but I don't know. But Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Even then, even if there is noise, it's never an excuse to go to someone's door with a gun and a knife.
Yeah. Anyway, what are you going to do? Okay, sorry. Back to our kings.
And when you come...
I really want to watch Finkelstein on Hasan today, though, because he talks so slow that I think it's disrespectful. I think he needs some kind of... I think he needs a translator or somebody to go with him. I don't think you should be able to talk that slowly and consider it to be respectful to the audience. It's intolerable.
over here, where it's a totally different system, right? It's a totally different culture. Everything's different, and you kind of have to challenge a lot of things that you know.
Yeah.
And you already do, because you're much more progressive than the common person, I would say. But even then, like when we moved here, I considered myself an ultra liberal when I first moved here. But my eyes freaking opened up.
Have you become more sympathetic to what's going on here?
No, if anything, I've become more centrist. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's serious. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is like we don't watch Chinese news. We don't really buy the Kool-Aid here either, because just in general we don't want to buy the Kool-Aid. But just through living and conversations and exploring the country, and you kind of get the lay of the land
from our lived experience.
I think you guys need to start drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit. It's awesome.
He's gonna start brainwashing us.
Start turning you guys
more drinking more than we have at this point, man.
He's like, you guys have to have Chinese in your life.
I'm gonna make you guys Chinese. Jesus Christ, bro! I'm the most annoying fucking white guy who goes to China.
You like telling everybody to be Chinese?
Let me lecture you about your own culture.
I guess it's a quick thing, because I forgot how much we've gone over or not. If you study history, when you're studying history, scholars of history, I've never seen an exception to this, and I've never had anybody email me otherwise, but generally scholars of history, you have to be fluent in the language of the place you're studying, because you need to be able to go through original sources on your own.
Yeah, you got to read the primary text.
Yeah. So Finkelstein has published some number of books, some of which are like the most popular books on Palestine and Israel in the West. But he can't speak Arabic or Hebrew, so he's not able to go through any of the original sourcing on his own, which is just like you could call him maybe a pop historian, I guess would be fair, but like an actual historian not being able to read the language of anything of the conflict or the history of the place he's studying is exceptionally rare that I've heard. I've never seen that be the case before, but yeah.
It's like nearly disqualifying as a historian.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
That's crazy. I'm just seeing the Adidas jacket though. I should be wearing it over this.
We'll superimpose a
Thank
logo.
you. Yeah, Photoshop it on top. That's crazy.
No, but seriously though, have you seen that at all? Anything like that at all yet? Or?
Yeah, I think I've been very lucky in that I've had a bunch of friends come visit who are like they're very politically inclined in the United States, but I don't think they're not reading the little red book and being like, "Yo, this is awesome." They're just like, "I want things to be cheaper. Like, I want my wages to go up."
What?
He was talking about...
Hold on, I'm sorry, wait real quick. Somebody said, as a person currently getting a history degree, that's completely untrue. If you could give me an example of a well-cited historian on a particular topic that can't read the language, I'd be very interested in hearing about that. I'm sure you could get a degree or study history to some extent and not know the language. But I don't even know if that's true. But if you specialize in an area, even for philosophy... I feel like I've heard it said a lot that, like, if you're really going to learn moral philosophy, that, like, you should learn German. That's like a highly encouraging. That's just for philosophy. Couldn't you have trusted translators instead as a historian? Well, the problem is that, one, any new material you come across, if any archive is made available or any new material comes out, you have to rely on another person to translate it, which is already iffy. And then the second issue is that there's no replacement for reading something in the original language. Like some languages, or maybe every language, there are just some things that when they're said in that language, things just carry like a slightly different connotation sometimes. And sometimes it's important to know the original language. Yeah. And also it's like, it's your life. Like if this is going to be your job, you should learn the language. I mean, like you should know the language.
In accordance with...
How could you be so curious and so interested to dedicate your life to the study of a particular area and not learn the language? It doesn't make... I don't know. That's it. Yeah. But now if you're just talking about like a broad... Like if you just get like an undergrad in history, and I'm not trying to minimize an undergrad in history, but if you're getting like an undergrad in history, you want to teach history or something else, that's different than being like a cited historian in... to be like a historian for a particular like thing, you know, country or history or whatever.
Like, I want things to be cheaper. Like, I want my wages to go up in accordance with, like, inflation. You know, I want my rent to come down a little bit. I want us to build some more housing. I want things to get a little bit better. I want trains to get nicer, yada, yada, yada. And so they come here, and they see that. They see the subways. They see the maglev train, the fastest in the world. They see the...
Yeah, I thought Japan had the fastest maglev train in the world. Maybe not.
Bridges, the boats, the planes, the automobiles, the EVs. They walk around on the streets. They're like, why is it so...
Hold on. Historians will tell you that you should learn the language for the field you're specialized in, but it's not absolutely necessary, especially for periods where the material is very small and people are really going over the same sources as others. I guess I'm talking about if you want to be a historian that's like writing history for those time periods. If you're just studying something, I guess it's like super ultra well studied, sure. But I'm just not aware of any, and I've heard this repeated like a lot at this point. It was one of the biggest things that historians would bring up to me is if you are like one of the biggest things, I guess, that I had a guy, I think he was a master's historian or whatever, a student or whatever, but he said this to me, that like, imagine if you were to open a book for U.S. history and a person was trying to explain some time period, even if it's material that's been gone over by other people. Imagine you're reading this book and then you go back to the bibliography and there are like 12 sources for, you know, this essay or paper you wrote or you read, and every single source was like Chinese. As an American, intuitively, you would think like, wait, that's kind of weird. Really? You like, and then there's just so much in terms of this is I'm only talking about people that are trying to create new works in like in fields. If you're just writing a paper or something, maybe it doesn't matter as much. But and then also, hold on, am I about to ban this guy? Okay, yeah, you're getting a 7-day. Okay, hold on, and then I'll tell you why I'm banning you. Yeah. Destiny, sometimes learning a language that was spoken by 50,000 people 2,000 years ago and is well covered by translators already isn't worth the hassle. Yes, I'm not telling you that you have to learn the Akabanuji language if you wanted to write an essay about the Akabanuji tribe in Antarctica or some shit. If you're going over World War II Germany, or if you're going over like French history and you can't speak or read French, it is super ultra sussy baka. I can't, actually no, I stand even stronger on this opinion now. The idea that you would be trying to study the history of some country and you can't, any peripheral source, if something is referenced, now you have to contact a translator, you got to ask them to translate, you got to make sure to translate, like for every single thing you do, no, you got to know the language. I'm sorry, you have to know the language. You got to know the language. You have to. Maybe not a dead language or not a super micro language or whatever, but for the big ones and the big historical things, you should. Fuck you.
So then you're even more mad at Finkelstein.
Well, I'm not mad at him. It's just people cite him as like an actual credible historian for Israel Palestine. He's really not. And if you actually go through his books, they're dog shit. I went through, it wasn't a whole one, I don't think, but I went through part of one at least. Was it the Holocaust Complex? Or was it, it might have been Gaza, like an inquest into its martyrdom or something. And my God, it's bad. His sourcing on everything is really, really, really bad. Holy shit. Like, basically just like conspiratorial nonsense for almost everything. Like I remember there's a guy that he cites where he tries to argue that the Iron Dome. Also, if you read his books, you'll see that basically every single weird thing that's said about Israel-Palestine, at least a year or two ago, now there might be new things, but every single weird thing originates from a Finkelstein book. So like the idea that the Iron Dome doesn't work and doesn't do anything, and it was all a waste of money, it was him citing some...
That's a Finkelstein idea.
Yeah. It comes from a guy who... Popular Mechanics, I think the word response. If somebody posted his name, like Picard or Pignard or something, if somebody has his name in chat, I would remember it. But like this guy like fakes some of the papers that he writes to show that like, oh, the Israeli Iron Dome doesn't work, and it doesn't matter anyway because Hamas doesn't fire real rockets anyway. He says they're the equivalent to like fireworks. It just it's so stupid. His whole book is like so fucking crazy though, but whatever. Anyway, okay. Ready? Sorry.
Yep.
Oh, Theodore Postal. That's the guy I was thinking of. Yes.
So quiet. Yeah. What's going on here? And it's like there's EVs everywhere, you know? It's crazy. And they see that, and for them, just like you said, literally just going outside, seeing the material reality of what's around them, just breaks something.
Somebody said this. I don't know how true this is for everything, but I got a master's in art history, and I started on a PhD track. I had to have reading competency in French and German and pass a translation test to graduate. I don't know how normal that is, but something. Okay.
You said literally just going outside, seeing the material reality of what's around them, just breaks something in their brains. Because a lot of them are from New York, a lot of them are from California, and they come here and they're like, wow, I don't have to own a car. I don't have to like pay $8,000 a month for like healthcare insurance, for health insurance. I don't have to pay an extra 20 or 40% for a tip on everything I buy. Food is affordable. People seem like they're living fairly dignified lives. Like things aren't perfect, but it seems like they're getting better. Like there's construction going on.
Like go to rural China, dog. Like people, yes, when you are ultra wealthy and you go from one country to another, then obviously like things look fucking amazing. But like you can travel out to rural China where the standard of living is nowhere near as nice as it is in some of your big, huge cities that the tourists are in all the time.
There's cranes building new big buildings. And that's so jarring to see as an American, because you see progress happening in real.
My grandfather had a PhD in chemistry, and he had to learn French and German. That was in the early 60s, though. Well, that's because we were still learning chemistry from all the Nazis. Sorry.
New big buildings. And that's so jarring to see as an American, because you see progress happening in real time, and it goes to show, like, the state can do things. The state is able to actually affect meaningful change. Whether or not you love every part of it doesn't really matter that much, because materially, people's lives have just gotten so much better in the last, like, 40 years. And that's so cool for people to see in person. So I don't even have to be like, yo, here's this book, read all about, like, this big theoretical thing. You just be like, look around, man. Here's a photo from 30 years ago, and look at this now. It's completely different.
Damn.
Yeah, it's interesting. I used to always say this one thing. I moved here a while ago. It's been like 18, 19 years. It's been a long time. And we used to always say Shanghai, or just China. Living in Shanghai, I always say Shanghai. The hardware, right? The infrastructure, in other words, was developing at an alarming rate. Like literally, the next day you go out, you leave your home, and it's a different corner. That crazy, and then you can get a taste of it now, but multiply that by 10.
I can imagine. Yeah.
And so that's one. It was like the hardware was getting upgraded, but the software takes a little bit longer.
Yes, I agree.
And I felt very strong about it. We've talked about this before.
The software meaning like society, cultural
norms, behavior,
people's exposure to things.
Yeah. Because don't forget, there's a very dark history.
Yeah.
That's pretty recent.
Yeah.
And so. Yeah, with that, the software is going to take some time to upgrade. But now I feel like the software has been upgrading. Still going.
Yeah.
It takes time. It takes generations, right? But if you compare
from what we got here,
2026 to 2016 or even 2006,
night and day. Where even me and you, Howie, we're like trying to catch up with like the young generation.
Yeah. Now we're trying to catch up to them.
We're like trying to catch up to them. They're much more progressive than even we are.
It's interesting. It's actually really interesting.
Really? They're much more progressive than even we are. They're exclusively talking about like public transport and stuff, but okay.
Yeah, and that's an interesting conversation. Maybe we can kind of like talk.
Also, there must be, but just to ease my mind, are there any like non-white people that can come out and give these opinions too? Because I feel like it's always like white wealthy people from America, the wealthiest white people from America that are moving to these countries. Like, it's actually so crazy how amazingly nice it is to live here. And it's like, oh, really? As a super wealthy white dude, you moved to China and went to the most expensive city in China and live in a really expensive place, and you're doing super, and it's actually really amazing? Wow, tell me more.
About a little bit, because you're still pretty newbie here, and we've been here for a while, but it'd be interesting to hear those type of perspective differences. And first of all, so you say you've been here for 8 months, and you're already feeling out that change and stuff like that. But what's the biggest thing that kind of hit you in the face? Kind of.
I actually made a list.
Oh,
I made a list, and actually I recently wrote about this in a book for Code Pink called "China's Not Our."
Wait, hold on. Somebody said former Bridges guest Milo hates Destiny. So. He doesn't hate me. He just is bullied by his fucking audience, and none of these people have a spine at all. He got bullied the second we did that Bridges episode. His whole audience was fucking leaving comments on his YouTube saying, I can't believe that thing was Destiny. So he donated $200 to Professor Pro Genocide over here. Looks like we are crowdfunding monetization on this one. Had the overwhelming displeasure of joining this... Jesus Christ!
What did he say?
Sorry. Hold
He
on.
does hate you.
I need a source on this. There is no way that's real. I need a... Link me the comment on the video. What did this guy say? He used to be a big fan of my stuff too when we were there. I don't remember if he was like, I don't want to say simpy, that's me, but like I really like you guys. And
so what it is,
both of these guys were super awesome, by the way. Although I guess fuck Milo now.
Is actually telling you is your DNA statistically is similar to.
This is the guy that went on Joe Rogan and obliterated the fucking the guy who claims the lost city of Atlantis is like right there. We've almost found it.
Modern people
the
in
Graham
Ireland.
Hancock guy, or whatever.
Not necessarily
telling you. I think from just from a.
This is the Milo guy. He's like 20 years old, though, so he's probably a fucking radical tanky because every single person who's young has to be a fucking tanky. I'm sorry, hold on. I just read this. I felt like it was in Game of Thrones. Okay, I have not verified the authenticity of this comment, so until somebody links it to me, I'm going to be 60% true on it. Looks like we are crowdfunding monetization on this one. Had the overwhelming displeasure of joining this little imp on a podcast a few years ago. You will all be happy to know that his vibe in person is exactly as sinister as you'd expect. Always knew him as a guy who would shred Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens and nothing more. Partway through the podcast, he randomly brought up this country favorably, and it totally threw me off. Only afterwards did I learn how reprehensible his views are on this, and in the years since, they have only gotten worse. But hey, par for the course for someone that is engaged in as much other disgusting shit as he has. Keep up the great work. Holy shit! I need to see this comment. Is this a real comment? Search the transcript for Israel on your video. I don't want to dig all the way back, but it's just like, well. Milo, Destiny, Flint, Bridges. Fuck. Actually, I don't know if any of these videos are even up anymore. I don't know if Bridges took down all the old interviews or not. Wait. In his most recent video, Milo denounced liberalism. What do you mean denounced liberalism? What?
And this?
Oh, what is up?
And this?
What do we even bring up Israel for? Doesn't even come up. Maybe another country?
Maybe you talked about Jews?
Oh, okay. He said in the dono that you mentioned it on break? Okay.
Hey, everyone.
It is real. That's wild. 47 minutes ago, and Professor Dave liked it. And he commented. Dude, okay, this guy is mentally unwell, I think. I think that, something has, like, happened.
Who, Dave?
Yeah. Like, somebody made a site. No, this is based. Somebody made a site to track, like, all of his comments on his video. So apparently he's made 562 comments on that video, like in the comment section. And then, does this mean he's deleted 1,219 comments? Is that what this means? He curates his comment section like crazy.
Denial, but honestly, the thing I'd find the most insulting about that is being called a fucking liberal. Jesus Christ, what are you gonna call me next? A fucking Democrat? Come on. The most likely reason for the current position and shape of the landmass is the Great Flood. Oh my God. Pangea does not work without flipping, shrinking, and sometimes removing countries entirely. All things that can, get this, happen through plate tectonics. Have a look at the Pacific hotspot that created Hawaii. If you look at those...
Israel mentioned in this podcast.
That I'm guessing you haven't even read. Or I'll have somebody, I got into a debate with a guy over Israeli Palestinian stuff, and he was like, how do I know that, these people believe whatever in Israel? And you go on, the Minister of Defense, sometimes they tweet out their statements, and I like, well, here's what he said about this. And the guy's like, your source is Twitter? And I'm like, what do you mean, like, what? Or like, your source is CNN? And it's like, that's not how this works. Yeah. Like, is my source Nature? Or, no, it's like, what do you mean?
It's the guy that said the thing on this platform.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great point. And
Fucking disgusting. Ugh.
Again, that goes to that whole generalization thing.
Yeah, so he's so thrown off. You can tell, like, how rattled he is.
If you can really convince a group of people that everything on Google or everything from the CDC is just bad, then they're not going to listen to it. Like that whole thing of, do your own research. I'm sure all of us have...
Hey, everyone.
He called me an imp. Joining this little imp. How tall is this guy? I feel like he's like my height. Maybe he's taller. I don't know. Bro, holy shit.
Problem?
That's wild, dude. Also, sorry, just as a quick thing. Fuck, I don't have the link handy. You can check the monetization statuses of videos. His video is not demonetized. He's raised over $10,000 on this video, but it's not demonetized.
You thought about maybe in your YouTube video saying, hey, I'm currently demonetized.
Seriously. YouTube monetization checker. Somebody link me this. Assuming this is, I guess it works. I guess I should check one of my videos and see, I guess. I don't know. Well, actually, fuck it. Let's see. Maybe this doesn't work. Maybe there's a problem with this. Is my video monetized? It's like you guys every single fucking day. Shut up!
That guy is so fucking annoying.
True.
How did I get started cleaning carpets?
Oh, well, there's two. What? He's shorter than me. Dude, short guys, I understand this now. I didn't understand until I met other people, I guess, in real life. Short guys have a problem that they want to take out on the world. In this picture from October of last year, I was 5'5", and Milo was wearing boots. Yeah, he was like a little shorty dude.
That's crazy. And he calls you an imp?
I mean, do you remember that Gremlo guy?
Jesus Christ, man.
Gee, whatever. Jesus fuck.
It's always the shortest people who do that, too.
Yeah.
Enemy, and they asked specifically, they're like, what have been the biggest like wake up calls for you? And it was something to the effect of like, first and foremost, not everything is a scam. In the United States, it feels like you get a telemarketing call every day trying to give you a new loan that will ultimately lead to you losing your home. Like, my grandma received this all the time. She would receive calls about a reverse mortgage. She was like 87 or something. You know, she started getting these calls. They're like, oh, hey, Rosemary, you want to have $800,000 right now, or whatever, like whatever nonsense, some sort of terrible term loan. And it ended up that they were trying to like take away her home, just predate on old people, like trying to take advantage of them. And
okay, but a reverse mortgage isn't like a scam per se, right? It's
not
just
necessarily, but I would assume if somebody's calling an old person, it's a fucking scammer.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Play the Gremlo clip.
Oh, I like that.
Bro.
Look at this guy.
Bro.
I know that guy. He's wearing pumps. And look how short he is.
Why would you ever set yourself up like this?
And what is this outfit? This is an outfit that you would expect on like a moderately attractive woman.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a man in such a breedable stance. Look at this. What?
With breedable clothing too.
True.
What is
Oh my
happening
God!
here?
Change out his head. Like this and guy it's is like getting that's excited going behind him. Hold He's on. like, damn. All right. Wait a second. Oh, look at him.
Yeah, we gotta set that studio back up.
Bro.
Yeah. Well, Steve, when you say that, you know you actually do, right?
Yep, I'm working on it.
Look, I think that means yes. Moot.
That's bad, yeah.
Look at
Look at him behind there, having to hold that camera. This girl over here is taller than him. Draw the line. She's taller than him. She's like, it's like guy in front holds camera. Girl behind has to hold camera up with her hand. Gremlo behind has to have a selfie stick with the camera at the top that he's holding up to see.
Don't forget this motherfucker is actually wearing pumps right now.
Yeah.
Like he is.
How do you decide which are the good history books?
Jesus.
Feels like there is this.
Wait, sorry, real quick.
And which aren't.
The 30-second test. If the book's about another part of the world, flip to the bibliography, which you can do on Amazon. And see, is there anything in the language of the country in question in the bibliography? Like how much? And if there is zip, I would toss it. How many of you would be interested in reading a book that says it knows everything about the United States and there's not a single
Oh, I think I ripped my example even from her.
English source cited? I think you'd regard the book as garbage. Americans do this routinely, and it's a problem with political science degrees. You need to pass a language test, and don't try Spanish if you think you're going to talk about the Middle East. If it's going to be Middle East, it better be something like Arabic, Farsi, Turkic, Hebrew, and better yet, if you're really going to be a serious Middle Eastern expert, try all four.
Jesus.
How do you decide?
It's constant, like, maybe not a buffer per se, but there's this idea that not everything around you is trying to scam you out of every single dollar that you have or every single RMB that you have in your bank account. And that's like a kind of refreshing feeling because it kind of instills this degree of trust in the people who live around you. in my own case, I barely speak Chinese. I barely speak anything. And I've been shocked that even a lot of old heads who are in their 60s or 70s have come up to me. And some of them actually speak perfect English, which is shocking to me, and are so welcoming from even my old head neighbor.
They speak perfect English, which is shocking to me. In what part? Is he still in the capital cities? Because if you go to any capital city, basically on the fucking planet, like 80% of the people speak English. Well, the parts of the planet I've been to. Although I'm willing to bet even through Africa, there are going to be a ton of English speakers in your capital cities. Probably in some of Southeast Asia.
My uncle neighbors who see me, like, welcome to our neighborhood. I know you're from America. I know America and China have had a tumultuous relationship, but still welcome. Thank you so much.
No shot has anybody ever said that in real life. Hello, I know our countries have rough history, but I'm happy that you are my new neighbor. No shot. You know why I know this is not true? Because all of his neighbors are probably other white people that fucking moved from the United States that all live together.
For being here. Thank you so much for seeing our culture and hopefully trying to enjoy it a little bit.
Thank you for appreciating my culture, American man. Thank you.
And that's been super cool for me.
Would you not get that back in, let's say, New York, Arizona? Like,
I guess I can give you anecdotal evidence. In Arizona, I lived in the suburbs. No one knew the neighbors. Maybe 20 years ago, people knew each other. But in this current day and time, like, my parents don't know their neighbors in suburban Scottsdale, Arizona.
Really?
It's really sad. Because everyone's just in their own little homes. They all sit on Nextdoor every day. You guys know Nextdoor?
No, what is that?
It's like a website where, like...
I mean, like, this might be true. I can't speak for all areas. I do know in apartments... I feel like in apartments, you don't learn your neighbors as well. Or maybe I just don't because I'm antisocial as fuck. In my house in Omaha, I'm also antisocial as fuck, but I kind of had to know. Like, I feel like you just see them. When you take your trash out, you see them sometimes. If you're mowing your yard, you definitely see them. Like, you see them when you're driving to and from if they were hanging out in the front. So even in Omaha, when I didn't want to know my neighbors, I kind of did. I feel like that's just kind of like suburban life. But maybe for younger people, it's different. I don't know.
Based on your zip code, you can like talk about like what's going on in your neighborhoods, and so everyone's.
I'm
like,
also curious though when this guy says, because this guy looks like he's like fucking like 29 years old. How old is this guy? Was he living in his own house in the suburbs, or was this like with his family? Oh no, I guess he mentioned his family. I don't know. It's hard to. People lie about every part of their history too, so I don't know, man.
Like I saw someone on a bike the other day, and they had dark skin. I think we might be getting robbed soon. It's like, what the fuck? Like, it's this terrible website where you can kind of just like talk about how scared you are to live in your home, which is crazy because Scottsdale's like a very low crime area.
Okay. This sounds retarded. I did have a moment where me and Aaron would take walks around our neighborhood just to chat, and there were two neighbors that like shouted at us to come over and chat because they didn't like that we were taking a walk at like 8 p.m. I don't know if it was because Aaron looked Mexican or what, or she was Mexican, Hispanic, or whatever. That was really fucking annoying. What an annoying fucking talk.
Every time?
No, just one time. But it was still like, this is my fucking neighborhood. Who the fuck are you? And they were like real,
What'd
like
they say?
trashy, fatty. Like they were chatting, but it was like very obvious that they were trying to figure out if we were up to no good. It was like, oh, hey, like, where are you guys from? Like, when did you move here? We'd lived there for like probably a year or two at that point. But it was like very, like, yeah, it was just gross. And then they dropped like, oh, yeah, it's just, it's always worrying seeing, strangers walking around at night. And it's like, what? Are you serious? Fuck these fucking Nebraska losers.
But my parents are like fairly reclusive. In New York, my only neighbors who I talked with were like my schizophrenic downstairs neighbor who would be like, I think they're putting something in the drinking water and it's turning us all gay. It's like, okay, Alex Jones again, what's going on, But there was no sense of warmth between anyone.
True.
Who I talked with. Whereas here,
interesting.
Completely anecdotally, I don't know if this is your experience as well, but people here have been very warm and friendly to me. It's like, hey, if you need anything, let me know,
Yeah, I think it speaks to just the overall level of perceived danger in different societies.
People in America are the nicest fucking people in the world if you get out of a huge fucking city.
I mean, even in huge cities, like Americans are known for being like more chatty and friendly, generally speaking.
So stupid.
Yeah, but whatever.
Yeah.
Right. I think in America, and you would know better than I do, it's been a long time since I lived in America, so I could be speaking out of school here.
Mm-hmm.
But my feeling is that there's a heightened sense of feeling of threat and danger just in society in general, just in America in general, whether it's gun violence, whether it's any sort of other types of violence.
I don't think of even just only physical, but even just political.
100%.
Oh, yeah, political divide. Like you don't know you don't want to step on any toes sometimes. Like, you don't know where the red line is.
It's not just
totally.
physical.
So it's like from like intellectual level, but also physical. There's this heightened level of like feeling of danger almost. Where here, it's not like that doesn't exist at all, but it's so much different. It's so much lower here. I'm speaking as a man here. I don't never felt any sort of like danger for like fear of my life.
Yeah.
And even if there is any type of political,
Like, I'm sorry, the way these guys are talking and where these guys are from, I seriously doubt they've ever been in a place in America where they were feeling fucking fear for their life. These guys, the white dude is a graduate from fucking Berkeley and sold a company for $20 million when he was like fucking 23 years old. Or
I don't
whatever.
even know if that's true. Like, he may have had the valuation. I doubt it sold for that. Like, if you got it, because think about this, he raised money on a $20 million valuation, but did it sell for that?
He said that he sold a part of it on a $20 million valuation. So I doubt he sold the whole thing, but I mean, like he's well off. You go to school in Berkeley, California. His parents came from South Africa. Now lives in China.
Sure.
The dude is absolutely fucking well off. I'm not saying he's like a self-made millionaire. I'm saying that for somebody to say that, he probably came from a pretty privileged background and everything. This is not like a
Hold on, I'm not. I know you're wrong. Make the point. He's rich. I'm just telling. I can smell the faux super rich. This guy's like he's probably got a milli. But he's still working. He's got bills. That's why he's doing the Chinese propaganda.
I bet he's from a family where he doesn't have to work. I bet he doesn't. This guy's living life on easy mode.
Or any other that it's a bit more divisive, conversation between people that, from my experience, has never been like, I will kill you because, of what you think.
It's conversation. Like, how often is this happening in the U.S.? Like online, sure, but like in real life? Like, how often are you people, I'm going to kill you for your political beliefs? I mean, I guess depending on where you're at. Wait, you're mentioned in this?
They're here to foment U.S. fucking hate and fear.
Oh, what is the reverse canary mission? Is this for evil Zionists? While associating with Zionist streamer Destiny.
Oh, hold on.
What?
This site is awesome, by the way.
Reverse canary mission or canary mission?
Reverse canary mission.
Compounding this, Rossi has associated with avowed Zionist Twitch streamer Stephen Bonnell II, known as Destiny, who propagates atrocity propaganda, denies Israel's genocide in Gaza, and smears Palestinian resistance.
Can I take you on a little bit of a tour?
After this?
A very short. No, right now. Very short one.
Okay.
All right. Reverse canary mission. Can you bring up AOC?
I like the in Arabic loading page. Oh my god. Where's the search on this? All people.
I think you can just go to the home page. Or there, yeah, that should work.
I love all people.
Okay, then I want you to pull up Ilhan Omar.
What am I doing?
The fact that these people have a page, but then we're almost there. Okay, now I got 3 for you to do. Destiny, Lonerbox, and Daniel Saltman.
Lonerbox is there.
Oh, but have you seen the articles, though?
I bet they're bad. Wait, are you not there? Daniel Saltman. Oh, Dan Saltman. I'm probably under Stephen Bunnell. Based.
Mr. Stockman.
Scroll down a little bit. See how frisky this gets.
Jesus Christ. Man,
it keeps going.
Based.
Yeah.
Imagine if the snarkers ever team up with these guys.
They have. That's why they got so much more powerful. Yeah.
It's this conversation.
Yeah.
Well, because people here don't identify.
The stakes are different.
Yeah, the stakes are different, and obviously there are barriers and hurdles to being very politically active in China, like for the obvious reasons, right? But by and large, people do not identify with their political beliefs here. It's not like this is my identity.
Yeah.
This is what I'll live.
There are other.
No, there are people who have strongly held political beliefs, but it's another thing entirely to identify as like.
I mean, it's a single party state. I mean, how much political debate? I mean, I'm sure there's some, but what?
This is who I am.
Yeah, like I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican sort of thing.
And of course there are exceptions, but by and large, the majority of people, at least in my view, do not like buy into it and like are totally consumed every day by their political beliefs.
Yeah.
And I think that's a stark difference in America, which I feel, and again, I'm looking at America through a prism. I feel like people do identify like wholly, like their whole identity, their ego almost is tied to the belief that they are in the right in terms of their political ideals.
Yeah, 100%. I would agree with that.
And so like, I think going back to this level of danger, I think a lower level of danger makes you naturally just a more open society in terms of welcoming other people because you're not in fear as much, right? So why wouldn't you be friendly to your neighbor?
I think in America, I was always terrified of getting into like a road rage incident because at least in Arizona, everyone has guns.
Yeah.
Every night you see the news. Cops killed another person. Cops killed fucking 4 people today because they're going around, you know, there's like, oh, there's a suspect with a gun. Okay, well, we have to shoot and kill them. You get into a road rage incident with someone, they whip out a Glock, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, you know what? Maybe you cutting me off wasn't that big of a deal. Maybe those truck nuts, you know.
Quickly, Anthony Fauci promoted
the next day the police came.
Oh my god! Like how?
We fucked it.
Where?
You're gonna make us watch this whole fucking thing?
Yes. This is good, Dan. This is good content.
Where the fuck are you living that you're getting into these incidents on the daily, bro?
I was always terrified of getting into like a road rage incident because at least in Arizona, everyone has guns.
Yeah.
Every night you see the news. Cops killed another person. Cops killed fucking 4 people today because they're going around, you know, there's like, oh, there's a suspect with a gun. Okay, well, we have to shoot and kill them. You get into a road rage incident with someone, they whip out a Glock, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, you know what? Maybe you cutting me off wasn't that big of a deal. Maybe those truck nuts, you know, they really are intimidating. That, I feel like, is such a stark difference to hear, where I see people argue. I see folks get into heated arguments all the time. They're always, oh, what's Sal? You know, like all this. But it doesn't feel like there's a fear that someone's about to whip out like an...
You know what? Actually, I will speak to this somewhat legitimately. And it's a weird thing, but I don't know what this is, but there is like a middle-class white family is the most docile thing in the universe. And it's just so hard to understand. I remember explaining this, even growing up around my, the black friends that used to live near my grandma, how terrified I would be being in that house. Because every time, his name was Jay, every time his dad spoke, he was always like shouting, and he just like always was like, "Oh God, like he's about to get his ass whipped or whatever." They were just, for black people, they were always so loud. And every time I would come down to Hialeah to stay with my Cuban family, my grandma and then my great aunt, they would shout at each other. Cuban people speaking is like so loud. I thought they were always like about to fucking beat the shit out of each other. And then in my house with my mom and her brother Rob, when they were talking in Spanish, it was always like loud and shouting at each other. But white people are very quiet. There's no shouting unless somebody's really, really, really mad. And I guess if you've like, I don't know, maybe if you've been in that environment and you've never been around like ethnic people or people of color or whatever the fuck, I don't know. Maybe there are some quieter people that aren't just like white middle class or whatever. I don't know. Maybe they just get like really frightened and really scared like very easily. But it is exclusively like white middle classy people, because if you're around like rednecky people, like they're also loud and they shout and they fucking throw shit and whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
AR-15 or something, and like do some crazy shit, and that's so jarring. Like I've heard fights before here, but I'm not like afraid of them, if that makes sense.
Fisticuffs. You'll get some fisticuffs.
Oh yeah, I've seen a little bit of like hand play here and there, and I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, we do the old school way here.
Yeah, do that, but no more, please, And I feel like that is. It makes you feel like maybe this is corny, but it makes you feel like a little bit more human, where you can have meaningful disagreements with people, even if it gets really heated. No one's gonna like kill you. Like there is something to be said about that, where you don't...
Like, what is your experience? Where do you live at that this is like legitimately a thing terrifying you on the daily? I don't know. This feels like it feels like a European, like a young European talking about America, where it's like, don't you guys have like guns and everybody's constantly trying to kill each other with guns on the streets? Like, no, maybe in the movies, but this is like an exceptionally rare. Like you have to be in some crazy shit. Like maybe it'll happen once in your life. I don't know. More than it should. Like make no mistake. Obviously, we shouldn't. It shouldn't be a thing anywhere in the U.S. as normalized as it is. Our homicide rates with firearms is insanely high. But like, come on, Jesus.
Before my wife came to the United States for the first time, she was literally thinking about buying a bulletproof vest because she thought it was like a fucking Texas style Western, spaghetti Western video where everybody's like shooting each other.
Yeah.
Life. And I do appreciate that. And I'm sure people do have considerable differences of opinions here. But at the end of the day, I think people generally want prosperity for their country. And that's like a cool thing that I can get behind.
I think in general, just to push back a little bit, I think in general, it also still goes with economic situation for where you're living. So in Shanghai, you're really not going to see too much of that.
Yeah,
when you start going a little bit further down to a little more rural areas, you might find killing crime or something like that, or fights that get a little bit overboard.
I can imagine.
These kind of
also, just as I just think it's so funny to say that unless he has like a black great-grandfather or black grandfather or somebody in his tree, to claim that he says that his family escaped apartheid, but they're white. I don't know. That's a really funny verb to use. Escaped. Like you just didn't like the apartheid, so you left. What do you mean escaped apartheid? That's hilarious.
stories come out. But I mean, no firsthand experience, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do exist.
Do you think that's getting better though? Like, do you think because those cities are now getting richer, those fights are becoming less and less?
That I don't know. I would not be able to give a proper answer to that, but I could give an answer of because of the infrastructure development, and which is another thing I'll be curious to hear your opinion on, which is all the cameras everywhere, and that's not just in first-year cities. You go to any other city and you're going to see that. I mean, that's been, I would say, the biggest deterrent of crime. You sacrifice your quote-unquote privacy by walking around town and you can get tracked, but at the end of the day,
you're safer.
It just depends on how you.
Now, earlier, I feel like this guy was shitting on the white guy was shitting on Palantir and everything, but maybe if it's Palantir, maybe that's an okay company, but Palantir, not okay company. I don't know, maybe.
You view it, right?
I think I'm
actually so sad to find out that Milo is a tanky fuck. I really liked him. There's just some things you just got to give. Like, if you've got a friend who's European, you just got to accept he's going to hate Eastern Europeans. If you got a friend in the South, probably racist as fuck. If you're following a content creator and they do any kind of politics at all, they probably hate Israel. And if they're under the age of 25, they're probably tanky. These are just the things you have to accept now. It is what it is. What are you going to do?
It's like Kanye. Kanye's going to say the N-word.
Well, Kanye's black.
I fucked up. I meant he was going to be
a Nazi. That's okay. I got you.
What are you going to do?
It's all good.
I have two sort of goofy anecdotal experiences with the camera system here. In, what was it? I think December of 2025, last year, a couple months after I moved here, I was still under the impression that there was this big surveillance apparatus around us and that we were constantly, there's face tracking and there was this very sophisticated mechanism to determine where everyone is at all times.
Like there's a machine like
exactly.
Did you believe in the social credit score?
Jesus, please, Benjamin Netanyahu, let this guy in like a year make a video on why he had to move from China, please.
Why? He never would. What do you mean?
Well, it happens a lot of the times that like Americans go to Russia and then like the Russians fucking hate them and like they get all their shit fucked. And then they make a video of like why
the Russia shit is different. Those are like retarded people that go to Russia. This guy's like a propagandist. Like, there's a reason why fully informed people like Hasan only stayed one day in shithole Cuba. Hasan doesn't go to Russia to do propaganda. And Hasan would go to China for a long time. Like, these places are able to put them up in much nicer areas where they have like the ultra first world experiences. Yeah.
Okay.
No, not before coming here. Okay. But now that I'm here, I'm like, I wish they had it.
Like you want.
I'm like, dude, those people on e-scooters running down the sidewalk, almost driving me over. I'm like, they need it. They need it. No, but I had flown back into PVG Airport, Pudong Airport in Shanghai, and as I was going to my DD,
it's also funny that like I don't know this guy's age. He looks really young. He's probably in his 30s. But like what you're describing there is not moving from country to country or having an experience. What you're describing there is called getting old. It's literally a get off my lawn moment. Like, yeah, the more that I think about it now, these motherfuckers riding their scooters everywhere, kicking people on the streets, I kind of do want there to be mass surveillance. That's called getting older, yes, because you don't give a fuck about this shit when you're a kid. But when you're older, you hate these motherfuckers because now they're running you over.
I'd been flying the entire day. I was exhausted. And I get to the spot where you call it DD, and someone comes up to me and he's like, hey, do you want to ride home? I was like, oh, fuck, all right, here's my DD. If you can match the price, let's do it. And he's like, okay, let's do it. So we start going down to his car. And as I'm about to put my bags into the trunk of his car, a police officer walks over and is like, hey, do you know this guy? I'm like, no, he's a taxi driver, I assume. And he's like, no. Come with me. And he's like, this guy's a known scammer. He's going to take you home. He's going to drop you off in front of your place, but he's going to say, all right, now you owe me 10 times what I told you at the airport. And
every fucking foreign thing fucking does this, okay? Fuck everybody, all right? Actually, I say foreign. I'm sorry. They do this shit in America, too. If you haven't learned, if you've ever been in an airport and there's a dude standing out front who's like, oh, do you need a ride? Taxi? Do you need a ride? They're never taxis. They're always at designated areas. If you take a ride from any of these people, you will get scammed.
He's going to try to scam you out of this money, the original negotiated price that you had come up with. I'm like, oh, fuck, man. All right, that's fine. I'll catch a DD. And he's like, actually, come with me. Can you cooperate with the investigation?
Yeah, just don't pay them, true. You could actually get a free ride out of it, I guess, if you just don't pay them. This happened to me the first time I went to fucking New York City with Melina. I felt like a retard. And I realized it like 5 minutes into our ride into the city where I was like, wait, we're in like a black SUV, no app. This guy, fuck. Why would, he's not marked as a taxi. This guy's fucking scamming us. But when he dropped us off where we were, I said I didn't have any money except for like, I think I looked up the fare on Uber or whatever, and it was like $50. And I was like, I don't have any money. I've only got $50. And there was like, there was a cop down the street. He's like, well, maybe we have to go to the cops. I was like, I mean, I guess if you want, we can go talk to the cops, but I don't have any money. I'm sorry. And then he took my 50 and we left. So fuck him.
It's 1 a.m. at this point. I am exhausted. I'd literally been flying for probably 12 hours that day. I'm like, dude, and I had a flight at PVG at like 8 a.m. the next day. I'm like, dude, I really just kind of want to go home, man. I'm really tired. But he's like, no, please cooperate. I'm like, fuck, okay. So I go to the police station inside Pudong Airport, and it's this team. As an American, I'm terrified of police. Every cop in America walks around with a gun at their hip. Every interaction I've had with a police officer in America has been negative. There's not been a single positive interaction in which they've been like, I want to genuinely help you. It's like, I have a gun. If you misspeak, I'm going to shoot you. And it's like, okay.
Well, when are you
retarded?
Also, when are you interacting with cops? Like, yeah, it's either they're probably pulling you over. It's going to be a negative experience. And this guy probably lives in wealthy enough areas that he's never had to call the cops before. So yeah, of course, every interaction is probably going to be negative. Like, what do you mean? Like, somebody said, Destiny's reaction to Dave's video was the most massive cope of the century. Not everyone that's pro-Palestinian is Hasan. True. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Professor Dave's video was in many ways, well, maybe I just haven't heard it, worse than the stuff that Hasan says about Israel-Palestine. I've never seen Hasan, maybe he does lightly, but I've never seen Hasan heavily engage in the race realism arguments that Professor Dave did. That was crazy. The fact that the science debunker dude was like, I know that Jewish ancestry back to the Levant is not real because 23andMe lists Ashkenazi Jewish DNA under European. I just like, it's actually unbelievable to me. That's unreal to me. I don't know, dude. Destiny, is this true at all? Like, I get the apprehension around cops. I'm always like, did I fuck up something? Am I carrying something? I shouldn't be, yada, yada. But I haven't really been afraid of the cops. I mean, the problem is that, like, every cop in America acts like they're fucking John Wayne. I don't know why. They just always have this, like, fucking... I don't know how to explain it. And maybe that's not true. Not ever. No, I mean, like, I've encountered friendly cops before, but too many of them have that attitude of, like, where you going? What are you doing? They're like, okay, Mr. Badass, like, fuck off.
So I go to this police station. There's like, I don't know, probably 10 cops, and maybe 6 of them huddled around this little screen. And they're like, okay, we need to find the right frame of him coming up to you in the security footage so we can use it in this case against him, because there have been probably 6 or 7 different cases against him at this point in time. I'm like, oh, okay, easy, bro. You have the face surveillance technology. Use the fucking fingerprint scanner or whatever you got going on in this shit. Yeah, no problem. And we sit there and we literally go through it like frame by frame. And he's like, which camera do you think it was? Do you think it was one over here? I'm like, I thought you were supposed to know this. I thought this is a surveillance state, bro.
I thought you had the master AI telling you. Like,
yeah, I thought there was some like Palantir, Chinese Palantir going through and like determining where everyone is. What's going on here? And he's like, oh no, we have to figure out what camera it is. I was like, oh my God. Okay, so I think it's this camera. And after like 30 minutes, we found the right camera. And then about another 30 minutes later, we found the right interaction, but we literally scrubbed through front to back, back to front. And I wanted to like whip out like old like computer science algorithms I'd learned in college to like try to do like in like computer science there's like algorithms to like determine how to sort data or like find specific numbers. You like start with the first half if it's there. No, you go to the second half. And I wanted to try to explain these algorithms to them so they could sort through these frames more efficiently. And I was like, bro, this is taking so long. Mind you, now it's like 2:30 a.m. And I'm like, I have to be back here at this very point in like 6 hours, no, like 4 hours. Like, I don't even know if it's worthwhile going home at this point. Can we please use whatever advanced surveillance technology you're hiding from me to just find these people already? But no, they were very kind. They ended up offering me like a sausage on a stick and they gave me like lychee juice and everything. They were very sweet. But we had to manually scrub through hours of footage to find this guy who tried to scam me out of this DD. Yeah. And I had to issue a police report. And same thing, actually, when I issued the police report, they gave it to me and it was all in Chinese so I could translate it. And they're like, hey, if there's anything wrong with this, let us know. And I translated it, and like there were some issues with it. It was saying like he came up and he wouldn't let Eric leave without like getting in his car. And I was like, oh man, maybe they're like trying to frame this guy for something. Maybe that's not good. And so I said to the guy, I'm like, hey, like he didn't do this part. I don't want him to get into like more trouble than he needs to. I'm sure he's just trying to pay the bills. You know, like it sucks that he has to resort to this, but I don't want him to like, you know, serve time in prison for this. Like that's crazy. And they're like, oh, okay, that's fine. What actually happened? Just tell us. And so I revised everything and they just wrote it up on the spot and I signed it and it was totally fine. I was shocked to hear that there was like, there didn't seem to be the corruption that I had grown accustomed to in the United States. And that was a very jarring experience. And it made me wish that there was indeed this sort of mythical surveillance technology that was actually monitoring everyone at all times. So I could have just saved that hour or two sitting in that police station. Yeah. But there was that. And then there was one very recent, very brief thing where we were in Chongqing and our friend's visiting from the United States.
That's crazy.
And she received cash from her ex-boyfriend's grandmother, who was this little old 80-something-year-old Chinese lady in like Flushing, Queens. And she used this cash to buy jewelry from, I think it's like Blackhead Jewelry, something, a very mainstream jewelry brand here. And the next day, the police came to our door in the hotel we were staying at. They're like, hey, your friend used fake banknotes. These are fraudulent. These are like scam banknotes. These were not real. And I was like, oh my God, we're going to prison.
Also, you paid cash with it?
She paid cash because she's like a tourist.
Yeah,
and she'd received cash from like this grandma, you know, like the old heads in the US, I guess they still have some like actual physical cash. And she used it to buy this jewelry. So the cops came to the door and were like, hey, she bought with like fraudulent cash. And I was like, we're going to prison. We're never getting out of Chongqing. I'm going to die in this prison here. And this is horrible. And they're like, can you just like pay them? And I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. So I scanned their WeChat code. They're like, if you want to leave a voice message, you can send them a voice message. And they held up the phone. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I had no idea it's our friend. She's visiting. I feel so bad. If there's anything to do to make up for it, please let me know. I feel terrible for like potentially trying to scam you, obviously unintentionally. And they were like, okay, Jessiah. And they left. I was like, oh my God.
I wonder if this guy, like, obviously I don't know, but like, I wonder if this guy is just like telling stories about how he's like getting scammed and he doesn't realize it. That like these weren't cops that came up to him. They were just like random fucking Chinese people that were like, bro, let's like scam this retarded fuck American. And it's just, I don't know.
Now what? Is there going to be like a SWAT team that comes on and like throws us into prison? What's going on here? And that was it. She was already on a train at that point, so she wasn't even in the hotel. And we told her like, Andrea, there's police here for you. She's like, oh my God, I'm going to die in a Chinese prison. And she got to Nantong where she was going and she reported it to the police. She's like, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. And they're like,
so why are you telling me?
Hutch's stream title said he can't stop fighting leftists. There's one soldier in the field. True. I feel so bad for Hutch, dude. It just sucks that like every lib space just gets dominated by these people. Like, how is Live and Learn a show? Yeah, how is Live and Learn a show where they have to just constantly fight off like the tanky and the lefty apologia? I don't know, man. Also, I feel like, and I'm not going to overgeneralize, obviously be careful, but like in countries where I've done like bad stuff and gotten in trouble just because I didn't know what the fuck was going on, I feel like most of the time the cops there will give you like a stern talking to, but they're like not looking to fucking throw Americans in jail or some crazy dramatic shit. Like that's
no, it's probably fucking hassle to throw our asses in jail.
Yeah, and it's potentially an international incident depending on how things go. Yeah. So it's just like not worth whatever. But maybe, I don't know, maybe some places they do fuck with you a lot. I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's fine. You paid your debt. That's it. Go away. You know, like it was very
and this
chill.
Is them knowing you, obviously knowing you're American. And all that stuff.
So they.
Not a surveillance state. Also, we're able to perfectly track them to the hotel that they exactly stayed at, and we're,
True. Story time. What's some shit you've done wrong in a foreign country? I don't know. I remember the first time I got into a public transport in Poland. I thought you were supposed to hold on to your ticket till the end. I just didn't know what to do, and this was the only time in Poland it had literally ever happened to me that somebody checked the fucking ticket on the bus, and there was a guy there that checked it, and he made me get off at the next stop, and I was like, wow. Trying to think. I'm sure there are other times shit has happened too. I might have gotten pulled over once in Sweden or New Zealand. I don't remember, but I feel like cops just like, hey, and then that's it.
Essentially, it used some sort of. They showed us the surveillance footage on their phone, like, hey, this is your friend. We're like, yeah.
Oh, I remember in Switzerland. I guess this is back when you were supposed to get your passport stamped or whatever. I don't know. They asked me, like, where's the stamp on your passport? I'm like, they never stamp my passport anymore. And they were like, who do you mean? Who never stamps your passport? And I was like, I don't know. I flew in through Lisbon, through Portugal. And then they looked at each other and they were like, fucking Portuguese.
Classic
and then they
Portuguese,
gave me and they gave my passport. I was like, what? Okay, aren't you guys all the EU? I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, that's her. They found our hotel room because we had to register our passports with the hotel. And it worked out fine. And so I think there is this, like, for sure, there is surveillance. I think from everything I have personally seen, it's
the
been...
scariest thing, and I will admit this, and the Swiss are not part of EU. Wait, where is Zurich? Is that Switzerland? Or is that...
Zurich, I think, is Switzerland. It could be Germany, but I'm pretty sure it's Switzerland.
Why the fuck did I fly out of Zurich? I have no idea then. Oh, I don't know. Or maybe I connected through Zurich and I flew in through... Oh, I bet I flew from Charles de Gaulle, CDG, to Zurich. And then in Zurich, maybe that's where they're doing passport control. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. They have free movement, but they aren't in the EU. Oh, whatever. Same shit. Oh, fuck off.
Used for good. I don't know if there are instances in which maybe it's been used for not great things, but from everything that I have personally experienced, it has made my life materially better. And I do appreciate that because, the shop owner got their money. We didn't end up accidentally scamming them. And the taxi driver was able to have like a fair, dignified case against him when he was trying to scam people, of course. And that so far has been a fairly net positive.
Oh, come to Sweden, my man? Oh, okay, yeah. The only thing where you get no leeway, I will complain about this till the day that I die. The parking fuckers in Sweden. They are the
Why'd
Jason
you even pay
Bournes.
though?
I don't, because I had like I legitimately got like 15 tickets when I was there for 2 weeks. I feel like they would have.
But they're not gonna do anything.
They would have extradited me.
Oh my god.
Also, I mean, I have a wife in Sweden, right? I don't know what kind of liability that she would incur, or I did, and I don't like. If I obviously I want to go back. Like,
yeah, that's fair. And it's like what, 200, 300 bucks?
No, those tickets were expensive. I feel like they were like 100 euros each. They were expensive tickets. They don't fuck around, bro. They don't fuck around. There was a dude following me. I swear to God, they don't fuck around. It's like 3 minutes. They will catch you every fucking time in Sweden. You will always get caught illegally parking every single time. Every single time. I'm not joking.
Live in my life, but I don't. Have you guys had anything similar? Have you had to deal with any sort of crazy surveillance stories or camera stories?
No. Not in terms of surveillance. I mean, I had my run-in with police. I was very scared in the moment because it was like, especially my first run-ins, I was like, oh, I was like scared. But it was like literally nothing happened.
Nothing.
And this shows like there is this, no matter how progressive or open-minded or traveled we feel we are,
people are retarded,
and this speaks to
man.
like how strong the propaganda is in America, I guess. Like even us who are like, even you, like there is still this like, the stain of propaganda that we still haven't washed off, and that influences us in the way we think, especially in times of fear, right? Because then all the worst thoughts flow into mind, right? And times when I've felt afraid, all like the worst thoughts of American or Western narrative about China start rushing in immediately. It's fascinating and almost ridiculous how fast those thoughts.
It is cool that China has no propaganda. I do like that part of China, that they've eliminated all propaganda. That's really cool.
Rush into my mind, even though I've been living here for like 17 years and I have the perspective of China that I have. And it's like, once I'm in like a fearful state, like all the worst thoughts, like, oh, this is authoritarian, totalitarian, I'm gonna get arrested, I'm gonna be disappeared, blah, blah, blah. Right? It's like this, like all the worst thoughts. And then
I spent some time in Shanghai. You literally can't drink the water there without getting deathly ill. Everybody there drinks bottled water. It's gross hearing people talk about how futures is. Really? There's no, the tap water in Shanghai is not drinkable? That might be true.
That happens in a lot of fucking EU places though.
One thing that traveling through Europe in early the 2010s, that I didn't realize was apparently America was like really fast getting clean municipal drinking water throughout the entire country, especially given how large. Well, I shouldn't say that actually, because there are places like in rural areas that still do well water, but that the idea of having like you could turn a tap on and drink water America rushed that hardcore compared to most other countries, from what I was aware of, which I thought was interesting.
Like literally right after, like nothing happens.
You're like, okay, where is it?
Yeah, it's been like nothing but helpful. And I'm like, and then I feel like an idiot again.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, fuck, man. I'm no better than I was when I first left America, right? And I don't know. I think it just shows how deeply we have been propagandized that any moment of fear, all those things are still right there.
Where were you guys before moving here? California?
I was in New York.
You were in New York?
Yeah, I grew up.
Where were you? Oh, yeah, San Francisco. Oh, yeah, New York. Oh, I actually lived in Lake Tahoe with my family. Like, oh, cool, interesting. Yeah, you guys all lived in the most expensive part. Oh, cool, okay, interesting.
In New Jersey, then I was in New York, and then I went to LA, and then I went back to New York, and I came here.
I see.
Oh,
so
okay.
I guess the NYPD, you know, they're not a great squad of folks.
I'm like living in America genuinely.
What are the bad experiences that you guys living in the East Village or living in the guaranteed the most expensive parts of Brooklyn or Manhattan? You guys are having adversarial encounters with the NYPD? I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Intimidated by police officers. Even if I'm doing nothing wrong and I'm just driving and there's a police car behind me, I am like tense. I'm like, okay, fuck, what am I doing? Oh, my headlights on? Like, right? God forbid I get pulled over, which I have been many times. But like, I get automatically tense. I don't feel tense around police
I want to
officers.
add something to this.
Yeah, because you're not driving in China. No shit, you don't feel tense. What are they going to fucking arrest you for? There's nothing going on. You're in public transit. Like, I don't really feel tense when I see cops like walking around, unless I have drugs on me. I always feel tense when I see cops driving. But I mean, like, I feel like that's a little bit more natural, don't like, whatever.
Which might be an interesting point of view. I don't know if you noticed this, but keep your eyes open next time when you see a police officer talking to a Chinese citizen for any type of misdemeanor or anything like that.
Oh, they're so nice.
They're basically yelling at the police.
The Chinese aunties.
Yeah.
Dude, the Chinese aunties are wild, bro. Their finger in the police officer's face.
It's like, why are you stopping me? I gotta go here. It's just like going nuts.
I'm busy. Leave me alone.
And the police are just like, I know. Come on. You know, so
every time I see this, in my mind, I'm thinking, in America, that granny would be face ground on the pavement, knee behind her neck.
Yeah. Now, even in the cop slop videos we watch, which are always going to be tilted a certain way, it's funny for them to say that. There are tons of people in America that go full Karen mode and like are screaming at the cops when they absolutely shouldn't be. Like that. Whatever. It's so cringe.
Right? So, yeah, exactly.
Stop resisting. Yeah,
stop resisting. Exactly.
It's so.
But meanwhile, in China, it's like
jarring,
literally, Yeah, same thing. And when at first I had the exact same feeling as Justin. Whenever I got stopped by for some stupid little thing, I'd be like, "Oh my god, so tense." But then now I'm just like not tense at all. I'm just like, I'll even sometimes give a little. I'm like, "Are you serious? You really? You know?" He's like, "Come on, man. I'm sorry. I got confused." Yeah. So it's interesting. And even when we had gotten to fights and get thrown into the police station, you know, we'd be like pretty tense. And usually the end result is sort of like, "Look, guys, you guys got to work it out first. Like, don't give us any more trouble. Please work it out.
Yeah, figure it out.
You know,
Usually
pay some money.
usually it's just some sort of like financial fine.
Yeah, just pay some money. Like, we think we're gonna get locked up.
First of all, are you getting into a lot of fights on the street in China? But secondly, this is also in America as well. You think cops, every time they arrest people for fighting, they're like, all right, well, we're going to charge you with these crimes, and now the DA is prosecuting. Like, most of the time, you get thrown in the fucking jail for a night, especially if you're drunk. And the next day, like, kick you out, like, get the fuck out of here.
It's like, just, you're stupid. Just
you're a fucking moron.
So it's a very different relationship.
Yeah, here we are recording a podcast still.
Yeah. And then to go back with the cameras, I lost my bag last year. I forgot it on a bike. And I was doing something, and it was like an hour later or something. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot my bag. My bag. And I went back and it was gone, obviously. And so I went to the police station. And then they're like,
what?
So we saw
someone stole your bike in great and glorious country of China? I thought nothing bad happened there ever.
They pulled up the video. They didn't show me, but they pulled up the video. Like, we got the video. We saw the bag. We saw the person who took it. We're looking into it, and we'll call you back. I kept waiting. I called back. Like yeah, we couldn't really track.
I'm joking, kind of like as I listen to this, but like, has Destiny gone over the Eric Hovigam stuff? Is he actually Hasan's producer? This is who we're listening to right now. Yes, like that's what I was just gonna say. This is Hasan's producer. Like, so if you're curious where all of the crazy pro Hasan China takes have come from, and I'm curious how long this guy was as producer too. I bet if I went back and I paid further attention, I bet I could guess. I bet he started working with Hasan like a few months before that China trip, because you can see, and I bet this guy has helped Hasan refine his propaganda significantly as well.
Track it, like, really? You have so many cameras, you couldn't really track it? It's like, yeah, it's just, I don't know, just maybe when the cameras are down or something. Like, he didn't have a correct answer. He had to ask other people.
Yeah, they lost the guy.
But basically, they lost a guy.
No.
And I was thinking, like, dude, your whole camera system, like,
what's the point of all this then?
Yeah.
But I also like the idea, I don't know the integration here between the forces, but like, you can have mass surveillance that not every single person has access to, right? Like, you have mass surveillance to some extent, like the NSA is collecting a lot of information on U.S. citizens, legally, whatever. But just because they're doing that doesn't mean that like a Podunk County sheriff that pulls you over can bring up the fucking NSA database to, go after you for like, I don't know if it's the same with local Chinese cops. If any cop just has access to every single fucking camera and can pull up whatever, but
much of that is, again, like the Western narrative of like Chinese society is like some sort of Black Mirror dystopian, like everyone's like face scan thing. Yeah. Like they have like the score and all the information you want on every single person. I mean, like, yes, this is not to say like they have a lot of information on who we are and everything, but the idea of like real-time tracking across the entire society, I think the American perspective of monitoring is the idea of like there's actively some person like sitting in front of like a screen, or like hundreds of people sitting in front of a screen.
Staring at you.
Yeah, staring at you, watching you.
So that idea has always been goofy. I'm sure they do track some people like that, especially if they're like special foreigners or in certain areas. But the problem now is that with AI, you can probably do all of this stuff incredibly effectively. Somebody linked a story saying she got an abortion, so Texas cop used 83,000 cameras to track her down. Yeah, that sounded crazy. My friend was telling me about the story yesterday. That they were trying to track down some woman who got an abortion in another state. And I don't even know how if they got like a warrant to go through all these cameras or whatever. But yeah, Jesus, that's wild. Not good.
Like, as you take a shit on the toilet, he's watching it.
As you live your life, right? No, all of it is like reactive. If there is a crime committed or reported, then they have to go back through all that footage to try to find something. And sometimes they're successful, sometimes they're not.
See, it's interesting though. I have an inverse story, sort of. I had a friend who had gotten on a high-speed rail. It was when I was in Zhejiang. We went to, I think after that we went to like Yibin, which is like where WOOOOOOYEAH is from, the baiju. Oh, bro, that's some good-ass baiju. Fuck. During that train trip, the lady had forgotten her bag on the train. And so it just kept going. And literally within, I think it was like
Is he about to say, and nobody stole the lady's bag because all of China is so nice? How did that one guy's bike get stolen earlier?
Hour and a half. They had called the train station and been like, hey, I left my bag on the train. They used whatever like cameras to find out where the bag was. They got it. They put it into some like, I think it was like a DD delivery guy or something. He drove it like a town over, and within like an hour and a half, she had the bag. With her computer, multiple cameras, literally like tens of thousands of dollars worth of like, not only like physical equipment, but also like footage she had shot from like different countries and stuff on hard drives and whatnot. Like worth a
Doesn't most, I don't know, if you've ever had your iPhone stolen before though, you can easily tell because if you can track it on the Find My, doesn't most of the stolen shit end up in places in China? Isn't it literally China where all of the stolen phones end up where they hack them apart? Or is that going to like places in Taiwan or Hong Kong or some shit?
A ton of money to her.
It's always sad. I feel like I would be so mad when the people will post on Reddit or whatever of like my phone. I lost my phone yesterday, and like 36 hours later on the like the Find My, they already see that it's in some weird province in fucking China, and it's like how the fuck do they even move this shit this fast? What the fuck?
Returned within under 2 hours. So they were able to use whatever sort of like video footage to actually return her bag in that instance. And I hear that, I'm like, oh, that's awesome. But then I hear this, I'm like, maybe they need to up it a little bit, you know?
Well, it's a hit and miss sometimes, right? I guess depending on maybe
hit or miss,
the circumstances. But honestly, where else in the world does this happen?
Nowhere.
Like,
somebody said, I'm sorry, the bike story was in Paris. Oh, that makes more sense then. So of course, obviously, because in Europe is failing and falling apart as well. Yeah.
Honest question. I'm not. It's even rhetorical. Like, where else does this happen? You think maybe Japan? Like, do they like you know? Are they?
know.
You think
what is this? You mean
like his example of like
stuff?
having all this stuff?
I can tell you a very personal story in Japan, in a Japanese airport.
Yes, they literally flip them and take out the SIM cards. Oh yeah, real quick, because this is a scam that I would definitely fall for until I read about it on Reddit. If you ever lose your phone and then you get like a text message from somebody and they say something along the lines of like, "Hey, I'm just contacting you to let you know that I believe your phone was stolen recently, and if you one of the people are trying to hack your account or something, and after a certain number of tries, they're probably going to be able to get in. So, I mean, it sucks that you lost your phone, but if I were you, I would remove your iPhone from the Find My thing, because if they're able to hack your iPhone and get into the Find My thing, then that means they're going to be able to basically compromise all your other Apple devices. So you should just remove it from the Find My thing or whatever. That's like the scam. But what happens is if you remove your iPhone from a Find My account, it allows them to factory reset the phone, which allows them to sell the phone at like a higher value because they don't have to chop it for parts. So if you ever lose your phone, don't ever remove it from the Find My. Leave it on there forever, because people will say shit like that just to get you to remove it, and then
Rita. I took a shit and my wallet fell out and I didn't realize, and I went off. And I remember it was like 45 minutes, an hour later.
How would you get the text? I think because they remove the SIM from the first phone and then they wait for you to get a SIM in your next phone or something like that. I guess I don't know, something like that.
I couldn't find my wallet, and I was like, "Oh fuck! I'm in an airport. That shit's gone."
Yeah.
Right. In the bathroom. Right. And so I went back to like the bathroom. It was gone, and then I didn't know what else to do, so I just went to like a customer service like center kind of thing. I just went there. I'm like, I lost my wallet and stuff like that. He's like, what would it look like? And I described it. He's like, was it this? I'm like, oh shit, it was. Awesome. And not $1 was missing.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Damn.
But that's awesome. But even that's still a little bit different because that's the lost and found. You were still in the same general location.
It was like a customer service area, like a question area.
But you were still in the location, right? What he's talking about is
not far.
They drove
I know.
and back.
But even still, there's like a degree of trust. Like no one was enticed by the wonderful bidet toilets they had, sitting on the like warm little seat with the little water hitting their butthole and looking down and being like, oh wait, there's a wallet here for me.
No cameras, nothing. You can easily take it.
That is nice. Yeah. Well, I mean, Japan, maybe there are cameras in the bathroom sometimes. It's
a big business.
It's a big business over there, yeah.
Someone offered to buy your underwear?
But I do feel like if that happened in New York or something like that,
it'd be gone, bro. It would be no. You would never see that shit again. No, there's no shot. New York is a different place.
As we're saying all this, and I think maybe what you were hinting at before, how it was also, it's like, well, if we're talking about surveillance, we're talking about the police here. You know, we're talking about like positive interactions we've had. This is, of course, not to say that police here have never abused their power.
No, 100% perfect.
Or any injustices ever happened.
I disagree. Revisionist reactionary.
But see, this is like, and I was actually talking to Daniel about this, but I feel like whenever we talk like positively about China.
Can't give the democratic Asian countries too much credit either, though. It's the same thing. No, of course not. They always shit on, especially South Korea. They'll also, I don't hear them shit on Japan as much sometimes, but South Korea is the big one they attack. That guy that dude was talking about earlier, I don't even remember his fucking name, but apparently he was like a massive authoritarian, crazy dude that had, the guy that was responsible for like the miracle on the river Din or some bullshit. I don't know. He was like a authoritarian leader in South Korea that pushed them forward a little bit. So even when they're giving them credit, they're pointing to authoritarian people. But
There's like, I feel like
to
there's,
condemn
like,
it at the same time.
There's this there's a social need for us because I know, and I'm very aware of people that just want to hear you be critical of the country, and so when you speak positively, they just can't take it.
Imagine if you had to do that about literally any other country on the planet. Like, imagine when dumbass Americans were like, man, I rode the high-speed train in Japan, and man, that train was really cool. It was really fast. You're like, okay, but have you heard about the Nanjing massacre? It's like, well, bro, like, come on, I'm just talking about the train, dude. Like, don't get me wrong, I am very critical of Japan. Like, well, maybe that's not a great example, but even
Cool, you had to be careful. You had to backtrack on that Japan example. Okay, that's good.
United States, maybe you could make the inverse thing where it's like, okay, well, it's like anytime you talk about like a negative of the United States, like we just bombed a girls' school in Iran. It's like, okay, yeah, but also we have like iPhones, you know, it's like that would even be more fair than.
Literally, nobody does this. Everybody shit. It is the most popular thing in America is to shit on America. That's all everybody does over here. Who the fuck is defending literally anything that America does anymore? If you do that, you're literally called a fucking shill. It is the most popular pastime in the United States to shit on the United States. Boring.
Being like, yeah, but China had some bad problems. Yeah, you might have nice things now, but at what cost?
Yeah, but at what cost? Exactly.
I think this goes back to where we're talking about how the idea of a conspiracy theory is a lot more diluted to many people, especially the young people today.
Do you know who coined the term conspiracy theory to begin with?
Who?
The CIA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's well documented.
Wow.
They were the first ones to coin the term conspiracy
you cause
theory.
confusion, you cause, it's a smart move. You know,
they cooked with that. To be fair, that was a pretty good one. I got to give it to them. Like, I hate that.
They're good. They know what they do.
Man, their branding department, fuck,
they're real good. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. It just makes me think about how flimsy of a structure the governmental system or even the political and the legal system that the United States, well, probably most countries in the world, I would say, probably. I mean, without any truth in that, but at least in the American system, the more information that gets available and leaked out, quote unquote, the more you realize how flimsy everything is. Right? It's just such a weird thing to wake up to. Because we used to just live in a very bubble world. You know, we just live in, you know, you have your Sunday paper, you know, back in the day.
Like you guys
Sunday
in Shanghai,
paper headlines.
huh?
Ooh, that's what's happening in Europe. Okay. And then you got like, you know, you flip the page, it's like, oh, this kid got the award in high school. That's nice. You know, and then you go over here, it's like, oh, the stock.
But it's nice in China. I don't read about anything bad ever happening over here. Our papers are so nice. I don't think it's quite that bad in China, but
stock looks good. Okay,
good. Making some money. I can buy my 8th house. You know?
And then meanwhile, I hope my NordVPN is still active so I can upload this podcast onto YouTube because China blocks all outside connections to the internet, by the way.
Flip another page, like, oh, look,
the word puzzle.
You got Calvin Hobbes. Okay, well, that's a nice comic. The world seems okay right now. Oh, we got a little war going on. Oh, okay.
That's far away.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's just you kind of lived in this little bubble, and that's the way they wanted it, right? But now that the information is so open, it's just so hard to control.
I will say, though, the thing that I hate the most, okay, for the fucking Chinese, the thing that I hate the most is that it does feel like China has figured out that, like, the way to grow as an adult is to try to dominate the world with your industry, with your intelligence, and with your economy. Whereas for some stupid fucking reason, the absolute banal children in the United States who have elected Trump feel like, oh, well, actually, the way to take over the world is literally to fucking kill everybody. And that's how we show that we're the most strong. We got to blow everything up and kill every fucking person, show all the fucking, and then we have to manufacture every fucking thing we can here. And that's the only way to be a real country. We got to fucking kill everybody. And that's to show how strong we are to kill all the people. It's like, really? That's okay.
There's no doubt in my mind with AI coming out and stuff like that they're going to utilize that.
It's going to be so much more fun.
I think the bigger issue with AI right now is the video.
Would you be willing to talk to Jola Politics? He disagrees with your methods and says you're out of touch with organizing, etc. Who the fuck is... Wait, who's Jola Politics? Maybe, sure. Right now? Banal? Banal?
Video and photo manipulation.
Yeah, that's scary.
Capabilities.
Yeah.
We're already living in a world where you can't trust what you see, right? And it's AI video and photos and audio and all that. It's pretty good. It's not 100% yet.
Like you can still catch it.
You can still catch it. You can still catch it.
It's getting to the point though that like
what happens when you can't catch it?
It's getting close.
There's a lot of things where I'm like,
I work in the video field. I've done AI work for clients and stuff like that. And
they make you do AI stuff?
Yeah.
What do they do?
So this is a different conversation, but it's I've had a recent conversation about AI use in videos commercially.
Yeah.
From the West and China. I had a client from Europe and Germany, and I was doing a commercial for them, a watch brand. And so we were talking about AI, right? And I was like, so what's it like over there? So because AI is getting crazy over here in China, so what's it like over there? They're like, nah, yeah, we don't really like to use it, and you know, it's still a bit of a taboo, you know.
All right.
And And I mean, it's there. You got the slop. You know, I'm like,
a lot
yeah,
of slop.
yeah, a lot of slop.
A lot of slop.
It's like, you know, we don't really want to use it, stuff like that. Maybe for like some VFX, but not like all AI video. No way. You know. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. You know. They're like, how about you in China? I'm like, no, it's the opposite here. People are pretty welcoming of it. If anything, they're like, wow, that was really well done. And you don't get as much like pushback, which is mind-blowing to me, because as somebody who works in the field and talking with other people that are creators and knowing that the job market is changing because of it, the budgets are getting slashed and the demand is getting higher.
I'll be back on a second.
It blows my mind that there's not pushback.
Why do you think that is?
Well, first of all, I think there's different levels to this. Growing up in America, if I went to film school, so people around, they're all passionate about film, and even non-filmmakers can understand the idea of passion with film and the art of it. I would say the majority of the public here, they don't have as much of that type of relationship. It's more about, I need to survive, so I needed to make money. Okay, and so for example, it's very interesting for people outside the industry. A gaffer, which is like a electrician or the person who controls the lights. Okay. The gaffer and then the lighting team, a lot of them come from literally certain areas in China. So you got like the Sichuan crowd, you got the Henan crowd, you got different crowd. They own there's like a whole bunch of them own the equipment and like all the team members, and they just come from these little provinces, like little areas.
They're almost like gangs, right?
Yes,
like they control that, like that part of the
cartels.
Yeah, literally.
The gaffer cartel. Everyone thinks it's the Jews. It's actually the Sichuanese.
So it's very interesting. But what I'm trying to get at is, because if you talk to some of like the grips and stuff like that, and you have some conversation, you're not going to get to the level of being like, what's your favorite film? Or what are some films you really like? They probably like, I don't know. I just do my job. Wow. You know? But meanwhile, in the States or something like that, you talk to a grip, maybe they want to be a gaffer, they want to be a DP. And so they're kind of like, yeah, I love this film. So it's a very different relationship to filmmaking. So now I'm not saying everyone's like that. Of course you're going to have anomalies, but I would say the general consensus is that. Now the main roles, like the DP or the director or something like that, they're so passionate and stuff like that. You can have those kind of conversations, but not all of them. And so it's interesting. So based off of that, when you have that type of relationship, you're only thinking monetarily of, is it going to solve the problem? Now, if the problem is from a brand perspective, I need to create a commercial to send to the public, and the public already looks at commercials like it's a commercial. It's not a piece of art. It doesn't matter to me. It's just a commercial that they don't care. So they're just like, whatever, it's a commercial. No one cares. It's just commercials are the devil anyway. So it doesn't matter. But then you have pushback in the West when McDonald's or Coca-Cola came out and a fully AI generated commercial.
They hated that.
There was a huge pushback. You know, so now only you got like Kashi and like shit, like you know, whatever those like poly market shit, you know, like those kind of fucking shit of the world companies.
What's more dystopian than that? Like being able to bet on everyday life and the real.
No, I'm serious. It's like
horrible. It's awesome. That's horrible. I love it. Anyway, use my promo code. Sign up, Eric H. and check it out. That's crazy. It is great. It's really destroying America. If you want America to fall apart, you'll root every day for Polymarket, the Kashi, every betting app, the FanDuels, the DraftKings, you want those to do well because I think they're ripping.
But okay, I have a little bit of a contrarian view without knowing too much about all that.
Yeah,
people who are critical of like Polymarket and Kashi and this idea of like being able to bet on like everyday stuff. Why would you be critical of that, but you're not critical of like the stock market? Like stock market is basically gambling, and you're gambling again on corporations, and you're giving corporations money, and they're profiting from your gambling.
100% agree. I 1,000,000% agree.
And
thank you.
And so look at that.
This is awesome.
And so so why is it all of a sudden a bad thing once these corporations can't profit from your betting?
Yes,
but it's okay when they can.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. We should ban the American stock market too. The New York Stock Exchange should be abolished. We should destroy the American stock market. I think it is 100% speculative. I don't believe any like average Joe person is like investing serious amounts of money into the stock market with the real knowledge that like someone who wants a long-term benefit to the entire world or the United States even has. I think it's very much so. I want short-sighted gains. I want to invest in the GameStop. I want it to go up 100x. I want to invest in the shit coins. I want those to go up 1,000,000x. I want to invest in the next Bitcoin. You know, like they're not doing it because they see some sort of long-term vision for some world-changing product that is being invented in the United States. They're doing it for the exact same reasons. They are betting on things on Kalshi or Polymarket or whatever, and they want that short-term little monetary gain. They want the little dopamine hit. They want to be able to brag to their friends, like, yeah, bro, I got into GME like 3 years before you, you know? There's something to be said about that. But I don't think it's good for society, no.
Well, see, I was coming up from a different angle in terms of like maybe not extreme as you, like I wouldn't be like wanting to ban the stock market, but I'm saying like, at least what I've heard is that most people who are critical of like Polymarket and stuff like that are, it's more for a moral reason. You're betting on like tragic events around the world, if they happen or not, right? Things with real life consequences. And I totally get that argument. But betting on a company especially a big one. I mean, there are thousands and thousands of people that work under that company whose livelihoods depend on the ups and downs of that company. You're hedging your bets on whether that company is going to survive or go down or profit or not profit. The ups and downs, right? The ebbs
Fire
and flows.
those employees. Go to lay off some staff. You know?
Exactly. And so those bets also have real life consequences in the people that directly work for those companies. Not even to mention the things that are downstream effects of what that company does. So if it's a big, let's say, a defense contracting company like Lockheed,
friend of the show, Raytheon.
Raytheon, friend of the show, sponsor of the show. If it's them, I mean, what like the consequences of what they do around the world? Yeah, and you're betting on that. Like, why is that more morally just than betting on if the Iran war starts on this date versus not? Like, I mean, things like that. Like, I see it hypocritical to be like critical of one and not the other. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, this is an important conversation to be had because I think this has been a criticism that people have had in the past. But I think what someone will say is there is regulation to try to prevent that insider trading that has occurred over like the past few centuries. But the thing is, all of the trust people have had in government has been eroded because we've seen Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio go from a measly little, 10 million to now hundreds of millions of dollars, outperforming index funds by 5 or 10x.
Well, like outperforming
That's
like
crazy.
the most famed investors like Warren Buffett or whatever. Like
what the fuck are we doing?
Like you're the best investor in the world that the world has ever seen. Yeah. And you happen to also deal in policy that affects these companies. But that's the thing. That's the disillusionment. Part of the disillusionment is like there's all the rules apply, but don't apply to people in Congress.
Yes.
Don't apply to people in government who actually have a material effect on the outcome of these things.
So I think
the valuation of these things.
Yes. So, but I think like the American populace is at a point now where you have some folks who like, okay, we want to enforce these laws for everyone. Of course, we don't want to be in this class of people who exploit each other. And then there's this other class, this other group of people who think, yeah, I mean, this is just, the system's always going to be this way. I want to be a part of that. I want to take advantage of this insider information that I have. So if I'm a product manager at OpenAI, I want to bet on when the next model is going to come out because I know when it's going to come out, of course. If I work in the Department of War at the United States government, I know when we're launching these strikes on Venezuela, on Cuba, on Iran, on whoever. I'm going to use that insider information because, like, listen, Donald Trump Jr. is on the board of advisors of Polymarket. I'm not going to get in trouble. Nancy Pelosi hasn't been getting in trouble. Why the fuck would I, some random like product manager at Raytheon, get in trouble for this new weapon sale we just did when I know that we're about to use these weapons on whatever country? So I think it's whether or not people in oftentimes the working class want to have this aspiration, which is in many ways I think the American dream of joining the capitalist class, joining the owners, the oligarchs, the folks who own all of the means of production, and they want to ascend to that level so they can exploit everyone else and be in this sort of like higher level class and reap the rewards of these violent systems that we've put in place. And then of course there's that other group of people, the other contingency of folks who I think are probably against Polymarket, probably against Kalshi, probably against oftentimes the stock market like myself, at least the American stock market, and say, I don't know, I think it's a much better society in which we just enforce all of these laws equally, independent of whether or not you are a member of Congress or someone who's just an average like construction worker or something. It's a crazy concept, but people should all be held accountable to the same legal system that we put in place to hold us to a certain standard. Like that feels so simple, but as an American, it seems so outlandish. It seems so crazy.
Yeah. I think that's one of the, I don't know how to say it, like maybe the biggest lies, I think, is that people in America have been conditioned to believe that the fight is left versus right. Yeah. And it's not.
No.
It's up versus down. The fight has always been up versus down. And they're the ones that want you to believe that the fight, no, it's not up versus down. It's not the upper class versus you. It's not the oligarchs versus everyone else. It's left versus right. You guys squabble about that.
Yeah.
While both sides, no matter left or right, are profiting from that.
Yeah.
And ultimately have the same goal. Some just disguise it better than the other. That's
100%.
Well, that's the poly market, the left and right.
Hell yeah.
Which side you going?
Yeah.
No, bro, it's crazy though. It's like, bro, my landlord is not a Guatemalan immigrant who came here seeking refuge from like the Mayan genocide, bro. My landlord is some faceless, nameless corporation staffed by like 3 billionaires. Like, what the fuck are we doing? You know, like, why are we trying
Part
to
of some
criminalize
fund
it?
somewhere.
Like, who
Yeah.
gives a shit? And you can say that to anyone on the left or the right. If you get down to the nitty gritty of it, it's like, bro, the guy who raised your rent is not some dude from like trying to escape some terrible violent condition in like Latin America. The guy who raised your rent is some dickhead at the top of some board of CEOs who was like, well, actually, I think if we got all of these other landlords together,
we can milk a little bit more.
Raise it a little bit more. What are they going to do? What, are they going to live without a house? Fuck no, they're not going to do that. Come on.
So we're kind of talking about this idea of like runaway hypercapitalism in America, which is how I see it. Speaking to what we're talking about in terms of the younger generation in society, they're kind of feeling the cracks in that idea, and they're unfortunately paying the price for that. We've been dancing around this, but like I haven't directly asked you, like what would you identify yourself as then politically if you had to choose a label, I guess, if we had to throw you into a bucket, right?
Yeah. I think it's thankfully as a consequence of some of the new developments in the United States, I think it's become much more permissible, at least in America, to describe yourself as a socialist. I think in recent time, it's been okay to say you're a democratic socialist, even very normal folks. Or,
well, which is what Zohran
said. Yes, yeah. I would say I'm a socialist. I think I am very interested in the various communist nations around the world that have uplifted so many people out of poverty. I would like to learn from them as much as I possibly can, and communize the United States of America, brother. But no, like genuinely, I would like to learn as much as I can and try to bring some of those lessons back to home, back to Mamdana-san, and see if we can enact some meaningful change. I don't know if it has to be incremental or if, frankly, the entire thing needs to be turned on its head and there needs to be a whole new system. But I think that's a debate that many people around the world outside of the United States have been having for a considerable amount of time. And I think recently I've been very sympathetic to the movements that have successfully turned entire systems on their heads. So I've grown very sympathetic to the systems that I've seen abroad, such as in places like China or even Vietnam, Laos. I recently went to Laos. I went to Vietnam last month. I went to Laos last month. And oh my God,
Vietnam's an exciting place. Right?
A lot of people moving there.
Cool. Yeah.
So
well, they say Vietnam is now what Shanghai was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, a lot of people
like that excitement level. Yeah.
Too many tourists though. So many French people. Oh my God.
Oh, that's a no-no then. That's a no-no then.
So many French, dude. I ran into it.
on the previous podcast, we were ripping on Italian people. We're talking about Italian people don't know how to make pizza. Now we're like French people.
Italian people. Honestly, before coming to China, I hated all Europeans. After coming to China, I hate all Europeans more, except Italians. I met a lot of Italians here. They've been very nice. French, oh my God, bro.
Why?
They're so stuck up. They're all, oh God, dude. They're like, these Chinese, they need a little sophistication. We're going to the French concession. We will have the escargot. We have the snails. They have the snails, but that was a betel. Shut the fuck up, Paris. Go
more
back
of that.
to your
More of that. Whatever that was, more.
unshowered little bitch place. It's disgusting. The French people piss me off so much. They're so arrogant. The thing is, too, Europeans.
Okay, so just as a quick thing, when we talk about like, because peace go endlessly virtue signals on this, like, what do you mean when you say they're in the tent? What do you mean when you say we should push them out of the tent? What do you mean when you say blah, 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 right? If there was anybody that was working as a Republican in the United States and we found out that the person that sets up all of their interviews is in another country talking about how like, oh yeah, I'm a secret fascist, or not, I'm openly a fascist or openly a communist, everybody would be making a video saying like, oh, well, look at this troubling development. We've just figured out where Donald Trump is getting his talking points from, where Stephen Miller is getting his talking points from, where Benny Johnson or all those other people are getting their talking points from. This guy is just like an open communist, says it, I want to communize America, and nobody will cover it. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's going to talk about it. Nobody's going to, yeah. It's just cringe. Which one of the guys is Hasan's producer? This guy right here.
Are very arrogant. And they think that they are brilliant. Americans, I have to give it to us, we are very dumb. We're maybe the dumbest country, the dumbest developed country out there. But like we know we're stupid. Like we know that we're fucking morons, and like we're kind of okay with it.
Guys?
I'm okay. Like if a Chinese person came up to me and was like, "You're an idiot. You don't know anything about China," I'd be like, "Yeah, you're right. Fucking, I'm an idiot." I'm okay with that. If they said it to a French person, they'd be like, "Oh, I cannot believe you are so."
If you close your eyes, you can hear Hasan when he speaks. Yeah, I mean, this guy's obviously been helping Hasan a ton prep his like talking points and everything for sure.
Sophisticated is like, oh my God, bro.
There's something here that's deeper here. There's a deeper core. There's a deeper core anger here. Your hate for French people
because
runs deep.
They haven't reckoned with anything. They emptied out Africa. All of the streets of Paris are paved with the blood of tens of millions of Africans who they enslaved, and they have not reckoned with any of it. And their food still sucks, in my opinion. It's like, bro, same with Britain too. Britain, it's like, if you're gonna go around and colonize the entire world, literally for the spice trade, to get more spices, why the fuck does your food suck so badly, bro?
One of the biggest mysteries of human existence.
Yeah. Like, there's like a million things you can say. America is a victim of its own success in ways. Like, all of the amazing things that they're talking about China doing has been done at, they don't have to be imperialists that take over other places or whatever, because they have their own population that they can exploit, you know? Like, it's so funny that we will say American companies are evil for exploiting weak Chinese labor. And then it's like you go to China, it's like China's amazing that they've exploited all of their labor in order to build such a glorious society. While they, in a roundabout way, take advantage of all of the imperialism and wealth building and everything else that all of these other capitalist countries have done. So, I mean, like, it's cringe, whatever.
It's crazy. Why? The only good thing they've ever produced, the only good thing Britain has ever produced is chicken tikka masala. I would die on that hill. Invented in England, thank God, by a wonderful immigrant. Invented in England by a wonderful immigrant who finally brought a little bit of culture and civilization, societal benefits to the British people. Oh my God. They've not produced a single other good thing. It's nuts.
I didn't know that. I didn't know chicken tikka masala was...
Invented in England, yes. Yeah.
So it's not even native to India then, that dish. Wow.
Like General Charles chicken.
Yeah, we always talk about like Chinese American food.
Yeah. Wait, actually, I want to bring up something.
Orange chicken.
I have no idea if chicken tikka masala was invented in Britain or not. it wouldn't surprise me because that's like the fucking weakest Indian dish. Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Off base on
as him mentioning American Chinese food. I still think one of the one of the funniest videos on the internet was like Chinese people and Chinese immigrants try. It was second generation versus first generation Chinese people trying fuck, what's the name of the place? Oh my god, Panda Express. I was thinking Kung Fu Express. Try Panda Express. And I think like every single like second, third generation immigrant, so like every like 20-year-old basically kid from San Francisco and LA are like, oh yeah, this is so horrible, so disgusting, not anything like traditional Chinese food, so gross. And I feel like for like a little over half of the dishes, the older Chinese people are like, oh, this is actually pretty good. Oh, this kind of tastes like whatever. Yeah. It's just, this cringe, like, oh god, I don't know, whatever, dude.
This so we were just.
By the way, we just lost all our European listeners.
Sorry, Roy, it's my bad.
I'll come back a little bit on that. So we just went off on French, Italian, whoever. But we're obviously joking to a certain extent.
You guys are joking about this.
But what I find interesting is, what if we change those countries to China, and we're joking like fucking Chinese people and just going off. Pushback would come out. Or if you say African countries or something like that, pushback would come out because it's much more sensitive to talk about it.
But
why
also,
is that?
well, because they haven't been the privileged.
Yes.
And European countries and
Want to go 80-20 on a Polymarket bet for a Stevens win for Michigan Senate? I think there's a lot of money to be made on Polymarket betting on Stevens. Not even necessarily because I think she'll win, but it's like 90-10 for Syed right now, which I feel like that's way too high. I feel like something is going to happen in the upcoming media cycle that's going to make it at least switch to like 20 or 30. So you could make money like buying when she's at 10% and then selling at like 20, 25%. But I don't know. That's my... If I wasn't too lazy to figure out how to get money on a Polymarket, my wonderful sponsor, I would make that bet.
Western countries, by and large, have throughout at least modern history, have been the privileged colonizers. And so it's fair game to punch up, but you shouldn't be punching down, I guess.
Have you heard of the term?
What? Hold on.
Or if you say African countries or something like that, pushback will come out because it's much more sensitive to talk about it. But why
also,
is that?
Well, because they haven't been the privileged.
Yes.
And European countries and Western countries, by and large, have throughout at least modern history, have been the privileged colonizers. And so it's fair game to punch up, but you shouldn't be punching down.
Oh my god!
Have you heard of the term Yakubian ape?
Nope.
Have you heard this? So in the
Okay. Are we... He's about to bring up how goofy this is, right? Is it Nation of Islam? There's a group of people, black people, that think that Yaqub was an evil scientist that created white people to destroy the planet or something.
The idea, like, there's the Nation of Islam, which is this definitely, like, it's a radical bunch of folks. I don't really believe in anything they have to say. They are very crazy in many ways, and they're kind of a cult. It's like a black nationalist cult in the United States, but they have some interesting ideas, and one of which is this idea of Yaqub, where the entire world leading up until recent history was black, brown, and then there was this evil scientist. There's this black dude with this massive forehead, like looks like Megamind almost. And he was this evil doctor, this evil scientist who invented white people to punish the rest of the people on Earth. And he sent down all of these white people to inhabit all of these regions, to colonize, to plunder. And I kind of ascribe to that. But I'm like, they kind of had a fair point. A lot of the white folks in Europe did a lot of really bad things throughout history.
Only them, by the way. True. But
why
only
we
them.
attribute
Only
that,
them.
we allow this
Only
sort of
them.
slander of dumbass French people is because they did so much damage to Africa, to Indochina, to the rest of the world.
But even the parts in the Middle East, you're talking about like Israel and Palestine. I mean, those
Brits.
lines were drawn by like was the French or the British?
The
too.
Brits, the French as well. They were all fucking getting together and being like, "Oh, we're this white occupier. We can draw these lines."
Knowing
like,
nothing about like the cultural history, they just drew lines arbitrarily.
This is literally not true. There's a reason why almost all of the borders that they did draw ended up basically sticking, by the way. You can call them arbitrary, but I mean, you think the Ottoman Empire was sensitive to the needs of the individuals, inside of the country or whatever you would call it, prior to the Brits, beating them in World War I? Like, come on.
And people are still fighting in those lands today.
Like, India and Pakistan is such a crazy divide.
Exactly.
Like, they should not have this tension. It was completely manufactured by the dumbass fucking British Empire who came in and split people up who had otherwise lived in a fairly borderless world for their entire existence until these...
I don't know the history of India as well, but didn't India themselves and Pakistan, didn't they themselves want to do huge population transfers? I know Turkey did huge. People just have this. It's just this is like the noble savage. This is a real thing that people should be forced to address. I know nobody will ever make them. But like this idea that every single person on the planet was just this nice, peaceful person until the evil Europeans showed up is just such a retarded telling of history. It's so fucking stupid and ahistoric. It's not even ahistoric. It's like, it's like retardedly fictional. It's just so, it's like they're not even trying to be. It's like straight pure propaganda.
Dumbass fucking British came in and we're like, well, actually, we're gonna split you up, and now, yeah, Kashmir, good luck with that. I hope you guys figure it out. Bye, see you. And it's like, now their food still sucks, dude. It's like
that's the important thing about really understanding history. Like when you know these things, a lot of the dots start connecting.
Yeah, and I can also say from our French friends here that whenever we rag on them,
they love it.
They're like, yeah,
we did it.
yeah, they know.
C'est la vie, huh?
especially British people. I'd say, like at least the British people I've met here, they're very aware of like the atrocities that the empire has committed in the past.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. But it's like, I don't know, this is, okay, to your point, this is actually very anecdotal. This is just my personal observation. Europeans, especially Europeans that have lived here for a while, they are much more prone to lecturing you.
Yeah.
Where Americans don't really lecture. They have their opinions, but they kind of keep it to themselves or whatever. Europeans will lecture more, I feel.
They love a good lecture. Oh, they love. They're all doing TED Talks to everyone. It's all the time. It's like, Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, the Brits come and do that shit.
8 months. 8 months, he's already feeling that. 8 months.
They do it everywhere, though. They fucking, oh my God, dude. It's not just China. They go around the entire fucking world. Even people, like, diplomats in Kenya say this all the time, or in Kenya specifically, but all throughout Africa, they're always like, listen, man, the Chinese come to our...
8 months. 8 months, he's already...
whatever. Europeans will lecture more, I feel.
They love a good lecture. Oh, they love. They're all doing TED Talks to everyone. It's all the time. It's like, Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, the Brits come and do that shit.
8 months. 8 months, he's already feeling that. 8 months.
They do it everywhere, though. They fucking, oh my God, dude. It's not just China. They go around the entire fucking world. Even people, like, diplomats in Kenya say this all the time, or in Kenya specifically, but all throughout Africa, they're always like, listen, man, the Chinese come to our country, they leave, we have a hospital. The Brits come to our country, they leave, we have a lecture left with us. It's like, bro, what the fuck? They don't come and bring infrastructure. They come and give us a fucking lecture about how to govern ourselves, dude. It's nuts. It's like, I wish you had had that same thought in mind when you were out here colonizing us 100 years ago. Sometimes even more recently.
Rudoza 22, thank you for the gifted subs and kick chat. Okay.
Americans were dumb, but we know that we're dumb, you know?
That's so funny.
That's so funny. Going back to you for a second. Obviously, you have strong opinions.
Yeah.
You seem to be very politically active in your work, both with the Zohran and everything else and the content that you do. Does activist fit for you as like you're kind of a political activist?
Sure. I think whatever title best, like I guess like allows some of the ideas I say to enter into hearts and minds of the people. If it's activist, if it's content creator, if it's dumbass influencer who has to eat noodles and talk about the industrial development of rural China, I will do whatever the fuck it takes. Because I my only goal is to produce content that is interesting enough for people to watch, to make them to keep their attention, while also teaching them something about the material history of why things are the way they are. Why some countries are rich, why some countries are poor, and how we can effectively move forward
and the
to
Western
make sure
world.
that the tide lifts all of our boats together without having to go out and bomb the boats in the Pacific Ocean who Donald Trump says are drug trafficking or some nonsense like that. That is the only thing I care about. So activist, whatever title, I don't really give a shit. I call myself a political commentator. Sometimes I call myself a video creator, but whatever gets into hearts and minds of folks.
Is there a side of you that's like telling yourself, well, look, like I gotta check myself sometimes? Because I'm sure there are plenty of people who will hear you, watch your videos, or even hear this podcast, or hear you speak on any other number of other interviews that you've done, and be like, well, this guy's a radicalist.
Yeah, he's nuts.
He's crazy. Like completely radicalist,
Yeah, he's
right?
dressed. Yeah,
because you
he's
are
Chinese.
because you are so far outside of that status quo norm, and you are very outspoken about that, and you're very unapologetic about that. Is there a part of you that's like, okay, well, look, I'm a human being. We're all human beings. And like all human beings, we're also very susceptible of drinking our own Kool-Aid from time to time. And we can get in this echo chamber and this rabbit hole of our own thoughts, and we can go off the deep end. Is there that part of you that's like, I have to kind of check that from time to time?
No. I think the way I view things in my own personal life, and I'm very lucky in that I'm able to say, like, listen, as long as I'm able to just like have enough money to put food on the table, to have a roof over my head, I'm happy to do whatever the fuck it takes and say whatever the fuck I think is useful in this moment.
Bro, you're rich. Bruh, you are the elite. You're fucking loaded. Hello? This guy's talking like he's like a preacher evangelizing, like barely making it.
In order to try to get to the hearts and the minds of the people, because I think that history will absolve me. I think history will absolve people saying the same things that I'm saying right now. Because in 5 years, in 10 years from now, when things in the United States are most likely considerably worse than they are right now, people will be looking back and saying, man, there's been a few people who've been saying this was going to happen the entire time. and that there is actually a better world possible, but I don't really know what that is.
Yeah, you know what? They were saying it in the 50s, 60s, and 70s and 80s as well. And then guess what happened? The Soviet Union fucking collapsed and lost. Like, okay, buddy.
What did they say about what we could be doing right now? Is it too late to start implementing that? And I think it will give the folks who are saying this exact same message credibility. As things start to unravel, as things start to become more concrete, the contradictions start to sharpen around them, where rent starts to just increase at rates that it's completely unsustainable, where whatever form of automation starts getting rid of people's work, even if it's not that fucking good, like, people are going to see that. And in the same way that, like, you can change people's hearts and minds by taking them to China and being like, look at the material world around you, the same thing's going to happen in the United States and the West and in Europe, dumbass Europe. And they think they're not susceptible to any of this, but they are. It's going to happen in Europe as well, where the material conditions will get to the point where they simply cannot ignore what is going on. And in that moment, people in America, in Europe, wherever, in the developed world, will look back and say, there's been some people saying this is going to happen this entire time. They've been echoing this message about trying to create a better future, not just for this rich oligarchic class, but like the actual people, myself who goes to work 10 hours a day, 8, 10, 12 hours a day, making money for someone who I've never even met in person. And I think as that starts to happen, this message will resonate deeper and deeper with people. And so even at the potential expense of alienating people right now, I do believe history will absolve some of the things that I'm saying. I hopefully all, but I'm sure I'm wrong about some things. And I hopefully won't be too arrogant to admit that in the future when I realize that I'm wrong about some things. But I think that is the struggle that I would like to think I'm going through right now, if that makes sense.
It's your faith in that you're on the right side of history right now.
It's conviction.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think my goal is to look at history, especially post-World War II history, and figure out why things are the way they are in this new world order, figure out what countries have done well, what countries have done poorly, and try to explain that in terms that respect the material history and also respect where people are in their own political journeys, their historical journeys, and try to figure out the best way of communicating that to people. And I know 100%, sometimes I'll probably use terms that are too stupid or too broad, too ridiculous, too fucking pedantic, and maybe speak down to folks, maybe speak up to folks. But the idea of making these videos time and time again and trying to refine the craft video after video is trying to get to a point where I can communicate to as broad of an audience as is possible to like receive the message, if that makes sense. And I know a lot of people are really frustrated, at least in the United States. They're very frustrated with the state of affairs.
Yeah.
And like I was saying, there's this creeping nihilism that's seeping into their bones. I think that's really scary. Because a lot of people want to do some cool shit. Yeah. They want things to get better, but they haven't seen that ever. And so if we shine a little light on some of the specks of history that have demonstrated that things actually can improve and sprinkle it with a little bit of revolutionary optimism, then I think, we can actually get to them little by little.
Is there anything about your impression of China or your experience in China so far that you don't like?
Yeah, of course. There are, of course, little quality of life elements that I'm like, it's always just like silly little things. Like people driving down the sidewalks on scooters and honking at me. It's like, bro, this is a sidewalk. You're not supposed to be driving your scooter here. That's a little frustrating. There's got to be some other things too.
Software.
I think maybe also the literal software of some platforms. As silly as it is, as an American, I'm very used to doing things on my computer. This is like a really dumb little thing, but it's like a big quality of life things at times where like if I'm trying to fill out a form, 9 times out of 10, the whatever site is optimized for like WeChat or Alipay, and like little things like that kind of piss me off, or I'm like, oh fuck, I have to go to my phone to do this rather than just being able to do it on my computer like I'm used to, or even
or everything's optimized for Windows and not Mac.
Yeah, it's just like little silly things like that where I'm like, I'm genuinely very surprised that it feels like hardware-wise, like genuine hardware, like phones and stuff, are so advanced. Cars are so advanced, but it feels like actually like the software on them sometimes is not as polished as it is in America. And I think this is also a very interesting example of what capitalist development looks like, which is like software, all things considered, is relatively cheap to develop. If you fuck up some software, if you mess it up, if there's a lot of bugs.
This guy worked with Mamdani? Yes, over the commercial shit at least, and then I think helped him in other ways. And then this is the guy that is setting up all of Hasan's interviews now. He's like Hasan's producer for his interview stuff. So this is where all of the new super pro Chinese propaganda stuff has been coming from.
You can polish it fairly quick.
As an American whose family is from South Africa, who moved to the U.S., got a huge education here, founded a company, sold it, made millions, and now moved to China and is now doing Chinese propaganda from China through this podcast in China and other means, like being Hasan's campaign guy.
It's a fairly low capital industry. Like you don't have to have that much money to create pretty decent software. And as a consequence of that, basically every company and Y Combinator now in the United States is some variant of a software firm. Now it's all AI, but historically over the past few decades, it's some form of software that has tried to polish various industries over the decades. Whereas if you have more centralized planning, you have the ability to dump large amounts of money into hardware development that take a lot of time to refine. Because if you fuck a car,
changes are huge and costly. Yeah.
The wheels fall off, people die. If you have a bug that breaks an app, it's like, okay, you lose $100. Who gives a shit? Even if you lose $100,000, like it's fine. It's a shitty bug, but you're not killing people. It's a big difference. And America, as a consequence of this rapid, immediate gains sort of capitalist ecosystem that they've cultivated, has rapidly iterated on so much software that has made many of our online experiences very polished, very refined. And so for little things like that, I'm like, man, I do kind of like some American apps better than some of the Chinese apps. With that said,
but
maybe I'm doing the opposite of always having to condemn, like maybe there's like some bad things in society. I'm doing the opposite. With that said, I have faith in China as a concept, as a culture, as a state, and even just the companies in China to make sure that over time, that's going to get better. And I think that's exciting. We've seen that with Alipay and WeChat. We've seen that with other apps that have come out. Even the recent AI apps in China, they're getting better. They're rivaling American apps. They're getting better than American apps.
They look different.
That's kind of cool. So it's an exciting time to be here. I feel like I'm coming at the exact right time because I get all the treats too, which is nice.
Have you noticed? I don't know if you noticed, but this is a big cultural difference. Speaking of software, email. Nobody emails here.
That's true.
No email.
I hadn't thought about that until right now. What's up with that?
No email. I think China or Chinese people tend to adapt to technology much quicker. It's the same way why infrastructure has grown so quickly here, because the jump from dirt roads to wonderful 5G and is much easier to update than old existing infrastructure.
Yeah.
So I think those kind of ideas are what makes somebody just use text messaging because they grew up in QQ, and which is something that is very big, was very big here, which is just like AOL or MSN, messaging, but with much more functionality.
Yeah,
which is very much like WeChat. And so why go into email then? So I'm just making that assumption because QQ had the mailing function as part of it, and people used it, but they probably just felt like why, like it's unnecessary, and I think it just went directly to.
Well, I remember there was an inflection point in which WeChat rolled out a lot more functionality very early on, more so than WhatsApp. And I remember there was a period, I don't know what WhatsApp is like now. I'm not on WhatsApp. I'm sure it's better, but I remember there was a time when I was on both, and there were so many more things, like cutting edge things at that time that you could do on WeChat that just wasn't available on WhatsApp. And I remember talking to my friends in America who was on WhatsApp, and they're like, oh yeah, WhatsApp. I'm like, why use WhatsApp? And they're like, yeah, well, it's just the thing to use. And I would tell them about WeChat, and then I would tell them all the functions you can do, and they almost didn't believe me.
Yeah, at that point, yeah.
There was a certain point in time that they almost didn't believe me.
It's like it doesn't do that.
Yeah,
no, you're
like,
lying.
What fantasy world are you talking about that it could do that? And it was like things that we would take for granted here, like functionality we would take for granted here.
I remember when WeChat was making a big push abroad as well, and it just totally failed in America and Europe.
No one outside of China.
And basically, I always got the same response when I spoke to my American friends back in the day about you should use WeChat. We can do video chat. It's really good. It's really strong. And
we can conference people in.
Yeah, conference people in. And they're like, wait, conference people in? Yeah. And they're like, no, I don't want the government watching me.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, what do you say at that point, right? It's just the same thing as we talk about in the very beginning of this conversation. We talked about the best thing you can do is actually just travel and come here and see for yourself and make up your own mind. But then there's so many people that are like, I would never travel to an authoritarian.
That's why I love the democracy of America, baby.
We see how the propaganda is working in terms of preventing people from seeing from themselves. But anyway. Yeah, being a dead horse.
What are you gonna do?
Eric, once again, man, thank you so much. This was a lovely conversation.
Yeah, thank you for
I had a great time.
Yeah, we went hard on this one.
Making fun of the French a little bit.
We offended a lot of people on this podcast.
Yes, let's go. The more offended, the better.
And that's the point.
Yes. Hey, as long as we get those hate comments, that drives up engagement. That's all that matters. Leave your least favorite French person down in the comments below.
Least favorite.
If people want to find you, where's the best place to find you?
They can find me on YouTube, on Twitter, at Eric Hovigam. It's just my name. I primarily post on YouTube with my main content. I also post on TikTok sometimes.
Cool. All right. One last cheers.
Cheers, fellas.
Cheers, guys. Eric, thank you for being here. Incredible talking to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
I'm Justin.
And I'm Howie, not a French guy.
And I'm Eric Hovigam, also not a French guy.
All right, guys. Be good. Be well.
Peace.
Peace. Great job, guys. We got a lot of Americans on this podcast. Oh, Jesus.
That was good.
Okay, Nick, I don't want to hear your black, nappy, raggedy ass talking about needing compassion because Asmongold says he wants illegal immigrants out of our country because they're here illegally, and he wants to be like Ash Ketchum and throw Pokeballs at them and deport them. I think saying you want illegal criminals out of your country is a lot better than when you said the kids who died in the Guadalupe River deserved it.
Is he mixing up people now? I didn't say that. But is he mixing him up with me? Nick made like a joke that was kind of like edgy-ish, I guess. And then some people fucking ran with it. But Nick never said that. He's not even like that political.
I don't want to hear anybody talk about...
He made a joke, yes. I'm sorry, hold on. I'm sorry, my audience is fucking retarded. He made a joke, yes. He didn't say the kids deserve to die. Jesus.
Compassion and how these kids are better off dead because of AI. So you better shut the fuck, get the fuck off your high horse, boy. Get the fuck off your high horse, boy.
Was the joke something like AI is going to take their jobs anyway? So maybe it was, I don't remember. It was definitely, it was a joke you probably should have made. Yeah, and all the conservatives fucking ran up on this shit. But
like 13 confirmed people dead and like 12 like campers are lost right now from a summer camp nearby.
Campers? Is it children awake?
Younglings, Nick.
Okay.
Camp nearby.
Campers? Is it children awake?
Younglings.
is that Barrett in the background? Is somebody playing Final Fantasy while watching this? What, am I crazy?
Nick.
Okay. They don't have much to live for anyways. It's okay.
Wait, they have their whole lives ahead of them.
Yeah. What? Their whole lives, Bree? That's gonna Bree. When they're older, every job is gonna be AI. Everything they learn is on ChatGPT. There is no future.
Like 13 confirmed people.
Like probably a tasteless joke given what had happened then, but like it's obviously a joke. You can argue it was a tasteless joke. Now I don't know why these guys would when they constantly virtue signal that they should be allowed to joke about fucking anything, but when they say that they just mean people that they don't care about. But come on.
People dead in like 12.
I guess comedy's illegal again. My bad.
Don't you spit at Asmund like that. I swear to God. A joke is a joke, and you either gotta admit that Asmund's joke was okay, because if you don't, that means you gotta admit that your joke wasn't okay.
This is why autistic people just shouldn't be allowed to talk about humor ever. Also, with the thing I said about like humor is just kind of, I guess it's complicated to really break down. It's easy to laugh at, but to understand why you're laughing at it is difficult, I guess, for a lot of people. The joke that Nick told, that I mean, you'd argue was a joke in poor taste, is like, LOL, the future is so fucked up, like, you know, maybe it's better they died anyway because they're not gonna have jobs and AI, ha ha ha. That was the joke, okay? Now, again, poor joke, but he wasn't like making fun of the kids, you know? Whereas Asmongold's joke is, I think it's actually fucking epic to delete immigrant lives in the United States, and I think you can even make a joke out of doing it. Like, the thing, these are not the same type of, they're not, like, Asmongold's joke is literally making fun of the underlying people because he hates them, and he says he hates them. Like, from a policy perspective, he fucking hates them. Nick's joke was not that at all. Give me a break.
So let's relax, boy. Jesus. Come on, you can't be double dipping like this shit, bro. I had your back on that shit too. I had your back, bro. I got confronted by three of the biggest streamers, three of the biggest content creators on the, I would argue, the right-wing political space, and I still had your back. I said, yeah, he's a bitch for that, but he's a good dude. Like, come the fuck on.
That's having his back? Okay, well, I guess maybe, I don't know. Close enough. Did Joe ever get back to you? I don't know. Did he respond to my tweet?
Conservatives are real quiet when somebody goes and kills fucking kids in a school. But when it's an act of God, that's just like, oh, Jesus Christ, what a tragedy.
True. Yeah, it was also weird, especially for something like Tectone, to pull out all of the weirdly, like, racially intoned insults.
Nappy ass.
Yeah, nappy ass boy. Like that's very, very, very fucking weird. But okay, okay, Chief.
I'm friends with Roy Singham. He's dope. He's super cool. And the idea that he like has some secret ties to the Communist Party of China is so fucking funny. Because he is friends with a lot of them. I'm friends with Jody Evans. I'm friends with Jody Evans, co-founder.
Okay, listen, I'm fine with like we should be more aggressive, and I think we've been doing a good job at like bullying people that are like doing podcasts with people that should be asking more critical level, all that. But not. I'm sorry, I'll never go this far. I'll quit politics for this. Don't give me these fucking. I don't want to watch the rest of this. How are you gonna cut that clip right there? This is like clip chimped so fucking hard. It sounds kind of bad, but I don't know why would you cut it right there? Don't. If you're listening to me, if I have any influence over people, please God, don't fucking. I think that these people are really bad, and I think it's worth talking about how bad they are. But they're bad enough that you don't have to lie about how bad they are. Why don't lie? Just like just clip things honestly and do what you do, but you don't have to cut things out like that. It's cringe.
Because he is friends with a lot of them. I'm friends with Jody Evans. I'm friends with Jody Evans, co-founder of Code Pink. She's fucking dope. She's cool as hell. That is Roy Singham's wife. And I texted her when the subpoena dropped, saying, like, yo, what's going on here? And she basically said, don't fucking worry, bro. They do this shit to us literally all the time. Oh, I mean, Dana's friends with him as well, Showtime. Dante is friends with him. Like, the whole squad out here, we all know him. He is, like, a severely autistic, like, startup founder who uses his money to try to advocate for, like, meaningful research into like industrial policy, into fucking like Marxist theory. Now he donates it to orgs like what's it, like Breakthrough News, People's Forum, stuff like that. She is a revolutionary woman for sure.
Jesus.
She's linked up with, maybe I shouldn't. No, she's talked about this. She's linked up with Fidel Castro. She's linked up with Hugo Chavez. Jesus. She was just in Venezuela talking with Nicolas Maduro's son. Like, she...
kind of weird.
She is the real deal. But the idea that she is, like, some sleeper agent for, like, the Communist Party of China is so insane that it's like, okay, you have not analyzed anything she's ever done. She's been doing this literally her entire life. But every time I think about my decision to leave America, it is rooted in this idea that every aspect of American life is fucking insane, and it is simply accepted as normal.
That's true. Like allowing foreign actors to have so much influence over our political system.
True.
For free.
I'm a freedom of speech.
Ukraine shot.
Did we watch both of these already, I think?
I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm done officially with supporting the Ukrainian.
Not Jank. He's, yeah,
This is you know, it's taking me back.
The China show.
This is what most China looks like, to be honest. Like in the cities.
Oh, absolutely.
It's much worse in the countryside, but
yeah.
You know, this is
Well,
the reality.
it's worse but better
toilets.
sometimes.
Toilets, and only in English.
Yes, that is because it's a tourist area,
Yeah.
remember?
Yeah. Fascinating.
You don't see that in Instagram posts, do you? Maybe heavily filtered.
The uneven concrete stairs next to dirt floor.
Yeah, with random like liquid all over the floor and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think you guys get the point here. It's just you cannot believe
this
what you
place is
see
nice.
online, just like with everything else.
We did have a funny thought experiment. I will say it without mentioning names, but just through this footage, you know, the people that are like multimillionaires that are currently getting paid to promote China, like big influencers, right?
Yes.
Say names.
And then they get to go home afterwards, right?
Yes.
They won't.
I challenge them. Like, I really want, if you're genuine about what you're saying, and you're saying China's better and people have better living opportunities than America,
Live there.
Live here.
Live there.
I genuinely invite you.
in
and
that
I'm not
apartment.
being facetious.
Yeah, I was gonna say when you say live here, be careful because they would gladly move to like your tier 1, your huge cities. Yeah.
Yes.
Go to this street, which is in a
fully developed area.
This is Chongqing, cyberpunk
Yes.
city of the future. Go live
And
there.
you said it was better than America.
Yes.
And you said people have a better living standard.
Yes.
And China takes care of their people. They have a whole process, people's democracy. And the streets are clean.
Yes.
And everything's fresh. And it's not processed food that's going to give you cancer. I want you to go here, genuinely.
Yes.
Go here and rent an apartment here because it won't be very expensive.
No.
You'll
it'll
save
be
some
cheap.
money.
Yeah.
And I want you to live there for a year.
Yes.
And I want you to live there and do your normal life stuff. And I want you can make your videos and stuff. Show your normal life and tell me again the stuff you said in your first video.
Yes.
Tell me that your life was better in that year than it was in America.
Mhm.
Tell me that people gave you a better experience. The food was better. You feel healthier. Everything was
Yes,
was
live in
higher
that.
higher quality. Tell me
Yes.
that again to
Yeah.
my face.
Yeah.
I challenge you. Genuine challenge. Go.
Yes.
You have to live
Let's
here.
move to China.
And when you wake up, you get to
That's
look
the
out
police
at the police
station.
station.
Next
That's
adventure.
the CCP
Hell
police
yeah.
station.
What
And
a
you can-
cruddy-looking
You
police
wake up at the when the cock crows.
Yes.
Now, to be fair, these guys might also be unhinged fucking China haters too. So.
And you go, damn, I love my life.
Yes.
This is a fantastic life. You walk up your stairs to your apartment here, and you just look out when the sun's out.
Yes.
And you go, I made a good choice.
What's the word for what you just did?
You know what? You're not going to.
Both sidesing?
No, that's not the word I was looking for.
Hedging?
Hedging. You gotta stop hedging, man. These people
Well-
are evil to you half the time. No, 80% of the time.
Well,
so.
it's not about even protecting their reputations. I'm just saying that, like, I don't think all of China is an
hedge? They would
unmitigated
never
shithole.
hedge.
What? Yeah, well, sure, but trying to be honest here, okay?
Be able to sleep because the
Yeah.
noise.
No.
Because there's like a Shioli
Yep.
Dian underneath your.
Fixing
There's like a
car
fix your motorbikes and stuff downstairs. They're going to be grinding all hours of the night, and it'll be noisy as hell. You won't sleep. So, see how long you last, basically. Because
Yeah.
you know we've lived this.
I watched these guys for years. At first, they were quite positive about China. Oh, this is 1 month ago. But I think they've been chased out by the CCP. They're both rightfully bitter, but also audience captured because there's this whole cadre of viewers who only want to hear bad news and insults about China. Jesus Christ.
I love China.
Giving the Euroids a taste of their own medicine, lecturing them on human rights. Ugh.
Euroids.
Thanks to Mark Botenga and his team for inviting me to discuss Zohran Mamdani and Hasan Piker's digital strategy in the European Parliament. My full panel is live on my YouTube channel. Jesus. A third of Democrats now identify as Democratic Socialists. Okay, again, most of the people that are identifying as Democratic Socialists are not like full-blown fucking socialists. But this does help the actual socialists because it allows them to sneakily make people... No, don't go over there. God damn it.
They sadly I don't think, explain what they asked.
It wouldn't surprise me. It allows the weirdo socialist types to get away with the deliberate obfuscation of the terms and everything. And pull more people in. Well, what'd you guys cover this morning?
We watched...
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Did you
God.
do the homework
Yeah,
I told
were there.
you?
Yeah, I did.
What did I
That
ask?
shit's happening. 1 second, I'm pulling up. Meddling ads.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a lot of proof of it.
Oh, so it is a real thing.
Yeah, it's a real. But it's both sides. I don't know if that makes you feel better.
Okay.
Super PAC with ties to Republicans has spent more than $1 million meddling in at least 3 Democratic congressional primaries to select preferred opponents.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, this happened.
Based. Oh, do you know that Queem guy?
I know Queemin.
No, the Queem, is his name like Queem is Yellow or something on Twitter?
Never heard of him.
I feel like you must have. He's like insane. Like I wonder if you saw it, you would recognize him. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Gato Fumador?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that guy. He's insane.
So that guy worked with, now maybe he was just a volunteer or phone bank or whatever, but he worked on El Sayed's campaign in 2018.
Pretty crazy.
I wonder if I want to put together a big tweet later today and see if I can add these campaigns and see if anybody will pick up on it. But like, because that guy tweets so much unhinged shit. He's deleted a lot of tweets in the past, and I don't think he knows that people still have these, but thank you for further illustrating why no one takes Green seriously. We were making 150 calls a day and knocking doors constantly for Abdul. His ground game coverage was absolutely insane. He received tons of national coverage, and we still got crushed by dark money. Get real. I say this as someone who worked their ass off trying to get Abdul the nomination and had and still have a lot of issues with some of Whitmer's tactics and campaign financing, but all voting is strategic. Yeah, I don't know. Very interesting to force a response, but
a couple of decades ago, communism was deemed as the biggest evil created by mankind. Entire generations were raised to prepare against inevitable nuclear Armageddon, against the socialist scourge. But sometime between the 2010s and today, socialist stopped being a slur and became a badge of honor. Zoomers are out there quoting Hamas Piker like the gospel, cheering for rent freezes and casually saying "eat the rich" like it's a catchphrase. And what's even worse, a self-described socialist became the mayor of the largest American metropolis. I mean, would someone think of the poor corporations and billionaires? So, what happened? How did an entire generation stop fearing one word? Socialism. Their parents were taught to associate with gulags and breadlines. Well, let's get into it. To understand why Gen Z is slowly turning more left-wing, we should first understand what prevented other generations from doing so. We'll exclude Eastern Europe from this conversation because they already went through the whole communist shtick and they want nothing to do with it. Instead, we'll focus on how the West viewed socialism back in the day. To them, it was the enemy, the scourge upon mankind's natural freedom. Baby boomers grew up with the threat of literal nuclear annihilation just hanging over their heads. They were drilled with duck and cover propaganda and were thought that the USSR wanted nothing more than to bury the free world. Gen X inherited that fear secondhand, but then got their own capstone event with the fall of the Berlin Wall, and undeniable proof that capitalism won the Cold War. See, I mean, it's the end of history, the end all be all. Nothing more to do here, folks. Socialism failed, case closed, just don't ask again, all right? Millennials might have lost on the whole USSR thing, but instead they got something way better. 9/11, which signaled an even greater societal polarization. An entire generation based on team sports mentality, where any critique of Western capitalism got lumped in with just being unpatriotic, or worse yet, sympathizing with terrorists.
Either you are with us, or you are with the terrorists.
And this wasn't just an American phenomenon either. Western Europe had its own version of this. NATO countries drilling in the Soviet boogeyman into their curriculum, while post 9/11 Europe dealt with its own wave of nationalism and war on terror paranoia. But Gen Z? Well, we got neither. No Iron Curtain, no towers falling, only La Boo-Boos and Fortnite event.
But before that, a quick word about today's sponsor, Merlin AI. Nowadays, it seems that every company has an AI tool of their own, and each one of them charges you an arm and a leg to use them in full, which is just ridiculous. But that's where Merlin AI comes in by combining—
Wait, is this going to be insightful, or did somebody just link me like the most, like, sloppy, or not slop, but like baseline level? Like, obviously this is, I understand this.
Oh my god, bro.
Really? Watch it, I'm still...
ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and more in one place for one price. And they're offering you a big discount. Merlin AI is perfect for any working man like me. It's able to help me brainstorm and fact-check my scripts. Its deep research feature is a big help in keeping me up to date with articles and social media.
Oh, somebody pointed out apparently, I guess that Professor Dave guy, a lot of his videos are just scripted by some grad student. He just like reads it off. King.
Media posts
Is he a
on developing
professor,
stories.
actually, or
No.
Oh, so we just
call themselves a professor, you know, based.
And if you're in need of creating professional visuals for that upcoming presentation at work, you can do so with its video.
There's no shame in this world. Well, to be fair, he apparently he credits the guy in his like comments. Like the only reason the guy knew that is because Professor Dave gives he credits the dude, but which is funny, I guess.
and image generation, all powered by a variety of different AI tools. Now, instead of paying $60 a month for the big three together, Merlin AI offers you a special 75% discount where you can get access to all of them for just $5 a month. Merlin AI is cheaper because they buy APIs in bulk, and most people don't use $20 of API a month. All you gotta do is click the link in the description, click pricing, continue, get to Stripe, apply the promo code, and the total drops to $60 a year or just $5 a month.
Damn.
But act quick, as I don't know how long this deal will last. So go and upgrade your work experience today and check out Merlin AI.
What's happening for him?
Holy Ray William
So
Johnson.
this next clip is going to blow your mind. Oh, that's so fake and gay. Damn! I'm Ray William Johnson and I approve this message.
Jesus. Okay.
There were some terror attacks, but there was no defining moment where socialism was embodied in this enemy we have to fear and fight. To us, the USSR is a black and white history lesson, and 9/11, a funny punchline. Okay, that's great and all, but how does that explain the sudden rapid rise of leftism amongst the kids? Well, here's where it all gets interesting. Instead of inherited fear, we got 2008. We got austerity. We got people going homeless while banks got bailed out. Our enlightened individualist way of life and fiscal policy that beat the collectivist Satan was suddenly failing to deliver its promises. You know what else we got? COVID. You could say that the pandemic was our own capstone crisis. The same way 9/11 and the Cold War defined the generations before us. We watched governments suddenly discover they could
Will you be doing a response video to Dave? I mean, I watched his video, so my guys will cut that up into something, but like a formal one? No. One of the issues and the annoying things with a lot of like Israeli or anti-Israeli propaganda is that the people that are doing the propaganda, they're not really like, it's not like an actual... Here's here's like an analysis of the country. Here's how they conduct themselves, and these are the things I disagree with. It's usually just like rapid fire slop clips of like sad or bad stories, some of which are clearly not true, and then others of which are just actual bad things that are happening. And sometimes like unhinged, crazy Israelis saying bad shit that they shouldn't be. But I mean, like, you could play the same game with the other side as well, and just like, oh, well, here's all the clips of Hamas and Hani and Sinwar and everybody else saying like crazy fucking unhinged shit. But obviously they get mad when you do that with the Palestinians, but they don't get mad when you do it with Israelis, I guess.
suspend rent, halt evictions, and print trillions of dollars overnight. But that doesn't matter because we were promised a society where if you work hard enough, you'll be able to sit in a private plane and eat caviar to your heart's content. But then came the hangover. Inflation ate whatever savings people scraped together, landlords jacked up rent, the second restrictions were lifted, wages just stagnated and, well, continued to do so. Meanwhile, the same billionaires who gave us hope during lockdown saw their net worth balloon up into the stratosphere. And no matter how hard you worked or how big your workload got, instead of us being in that private plane, it was instead filled with alleged human traffickers. They're now in Britain and tweeting. But it's not like Europe was doing any better. Like, let's be real, it's Europe we're talking about. The UK has its own cost of living crisis headlines on rotation. Germany's dealing with its energy crisis and housing shortage. And I don't even want to talk about Southern Europe's unemployment numbers, you know. Whether in Europe, Berlin, Barcelona, or Boston, the math just doesn't math up anymore. You know, degrees are depreciating and don't even guarantee jobs anymore. Jobs don't guarantee affordable rent, and rent doesn't guarantee anything resembling life your parents had at your age. So like, fucking just spend it on matcha and labubus. Fuck it. And when such economic burdens become too much to carry, socialist ideas begin to thrive. But that's not the whole picture. Sure, when times are tough, some people become radicalized. But scream your frustrations into the void, and the void doesn't scream back. Bye! But scream your frustrations online, and suddenly you have a following and your ideas spread. Welcome to BreadTube, the left's answer to the alt-right pipeline. Contrary to what the name suggests, this isn't a community debating on whether or not banana bread is better than garlic. Rather, it's a loose network of leftist YouTubers and video essayists, named after the book of Russian anarchist Pyotr Kropotkin, The Conquest of Bread. In it, Kropotkin lists out some of the flaws of both capitalism and feudalism, and modern BreadTubers honor him and his legacy by tackling modern systemic problems of today, sprinkling some Marxist talking points here and there, and packaging it into content that's actually watchable and engaging. Having time to read Marx in this economy? Buddy, the best I can do is a 20-minute video in the background. Long-format video essays about your favorite movies' leftist messaging. Meme-heavy edits with an ironic, endearing, theater kid-like energy. Hour-long Twitch streams where Hasan reacts to Fox News with the energy of a sports commentator? Fuck me, Hasan. You know, these content formulas were very effective at garnering large audiences who were frustrated with the state of the world.
Did the banks really get bailed out in 2008? Yeah. I mean, they kind of had to, or else it would have been catastrophic for...
But didn't they all literally pay back the fucking money with interest?
Yeah, they paid back the loans that they got, sure. But, are you familiar with the concept of, like, a risk-adjusted rate of return? So, like, let's say that I can invest in one thing, and the rate of return is estimated to be 10%, and then I can invest in another thing where the rate of return is supposed to be 100%. But the question you would ask is like, okay, well, let's do like a risk assessment. You know, so with a normal stock market, it's like 99% likely over a time horizon to give you like I shouldn't say 99%, it's probably like 95%, but like, you know, you'll make a 7% average rate of return. Whereas a much riskier investment, you might have like a 50% chance to lose all your money or something, right? So you do, when you're looking at rate of return, you do a risk adjustment on the rate of return to make sure you're not making a stupid bet, because even though the rate of return might be high, the risk is so high that it outweighs the expected value of just like a safer investment, right?
Yep.
When private companies are engaged in certain types of business, they should be weighing the risk of that business so that the stuff that they're doing allows them to, so that they're acting reasonable, I guess, right?
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that you could factor in potentially the in your rate of return where you're like, you know, we're going to embark on this kind of like risky mission, and if things get like super fucked, we think the government's going to bail us out. Because what that means is now you are engaged in a risky business. And remember, as the risk premium goes up, or as the risk goes up generally, your rate of return is going to go up. Well, so now you found a way to make a fuck ton of money because you're engaged in risky behavior. But there's like a government backstop here to make sure that you're A-okay if things get like too crazy. It sounds to me like you found a way to privately make a whole bunch of fucking money. But if things get really fucked, there's like a public bailout for you. And these are already like some of the wealthiest people in society and like wealthy industries. And that feels kind of shit, you know?
Yeah, I agree it's fucked, what happened in 2008 specifically, but it seems like the government doesn't have another option besides to have bailed them out and then legislate like safeguards with these companies in the future.
Sure.
Because if they don't bail them out, then...
No, yeah. The bailouts were good, but you feel a little bit fucking annoyed because it's like, it's the feeling of like, I don't know if you've, I guess, I don't know how, I don't think your brother is too fucked up, but it's like when you have like a crackhead sibling and you're doing the best you can in life and your family is like shouldering you with more and more responsibilities, and you've got like a crackhead sibling that your parents keep giving more and more money to. At some point you start to feel a little bit taken for a ride, because I was like, okay, well, I'm working hard, I'm doing everything I can, and my family relies on me for stuff, which feels good, but like, why does my crackhead sibling keep getting bailed out by my parents? This feels kind of bullshit. Like, why is he getting rewarded and he's allowed to go on like fucking crack binges? It's kind of fucked up. And I think that, there's a feeling...
The American people wanted like punitive...
Yeah, and realistically, I don't know. I'm not
right?
I'm not arguing that like they shouldn't have bailed them out. They needed to bail them out, absolutely. But like that feels like shit. Like you got to because it's not like when they bailed them out. Yeah, they paid the government back, but like it's not like we got like a share of the profits.
Well, no,
or
the
whatever.
people got fucked.
Kind of, yeah. Well, and not
the
so
people
much
are fucked, and then the government's getting, then the banks are getting a bailout, and then the people feel like they're getting fucked over because the banks got a bailout, but the people really, like in their minds, didn't.
Sure.
Right?
And less about the bailout and more just like the guys that were running this business the entire time made a fuck ton of money and
doing it. Yeah,
that just felt kind of shitty. Yeah.
I don't know what I don't know what Obama or I guess Bush was supposed to do.
Well, by the time it got to them, that it was too late. They were fucked.
It's over. Yeah.
And we're looking for alternatives to the alt-right meta. You know, I mean, there's like just so many debates you can do with college students whilst calling them snowflakes. You know, it kind of gets old after 5, 6, or 6, 7 of them. The jokes have been dead like for a while. I don't even know why I'm still doing it. I feel like such a boomer saying like, haha, 6, 7. You kids like 6, 7? Haha.
I think another issue is that when you become wealthy in life, like wealth begets more wealth, and you're always kind of like doing better and better and better and better. Like it's a big accelerator. But one of the things that you're constantly told as a working class person is that, well, yeah, you know, if the business goes under, you might lose your job, but think of the capital owner. Think of all the risk that they have to take on. One of the things that's constantly told to kind of working class people, or was in the past, was that the reason why the capital owners get paid so much money is because they have to risk their money for a business. And while that might be true in like an Econ 101 sense or on paper, it certainly doesn't feel that way, because it seems like there's a million types of insurances or bailouts or something else seems to be going on where it's like, okay, well, why doesn't it feel like these people are ever truly engaged in any actual risky behavior when it seems like there's always some kind of backstop to save them at the end? Whereas for a laborer, you know, it's like, well, it feels like if I lose my job, the chances of there being incredibly negative consequences befalling me are probably a lot higher just because I don't have the money to, you know, survive after not having a job, you know?
Yeah, I just like when people talk about it like this, I just don't know what, I guess, like you're trying to say, because I don't know what was to be done. We're bringing up an issue that had no clear, I guess,
yeah, by the time it hit the desk, it was fucked. But
yeah,
this type of thing plays out, it seems to play out over and over and over and over and over again, where there's like, wealthy people seem to be able to get away with anything, and then when bad shit happens, it seems like you kind of get super fucked as an ordinary person, and it just seems like over and over again this type of thing happens, and
Yeah,
that makes
the
you feel
little man gets fucked.
salty as fuck. Yeah.
Funny. Hasan, 6'7", chair. But there's a sneakier reason it worked too. BreadTubers figured out how to game the same exact system that built the alt-right pipeline in the first place. Same titles, same tags, same keywords, same packaging. It's basically all the same as your average right-wing rage bait video, just left. I mean, just take a look at Paul Joseph Watson. Video after video, he makes the same content that propagates outrage.
An OnlyFans girl wasn't happy when she was told that getting her bits out on camera was severe.
What can be done? Maybe jail time for some of the people that played with the housing market. Like it's not jail. It shouldn't be like a criminal thing. But there just needs to be a better structure to disincentivize that type of behavior, and you need to make it a little bit illegal. I still think like the best thing to do would be some type of sovereign wealth fund. And I know we're so far away from this in the United States of even considering this. But if we could just find a way to be publicly invested in our large businesses, then I think Americans would feel a little bit better about these big businesses when they're super successful. Because right now, when big businesses are super successful, it's not true, but it feels like a zero-sum game. It feels like when they are doing well, it's at the expense of like an ordinary person doing well. And if we had some way to have an investment in all of those businesses, I don't think we would necessarily feel the same way, but we just don't. We really don't.
How would you feel about the states of nationalizing the banks that were going under?
I mean, they could. I don't know how much that matters. The issue wasn't like the banks going under, kind of. It was because there was huge ones going under. It was the fact that they were making. The issue was that the banks were able to engage in both risky and safe behavior at the same time. It was the connecting of super safe behavior with risky behavior with an international pool of money that was the really big bad thing, right? If you're a bank and you want to sell mortgages, fine. But like, should you be able to sell mortgages to people that are going to use those mortgages to do, like investment? Well, that feels a little bit weird. And then when you give the whole world the ability to connect to those investment things, those products, you've basically taken a super safe market and you found a way to make a fuck ton of money off of it. And now the incentives on all of that are ultra super skewed, which is bad. But you have to like understand, I'm pretty sure they did. It was Dodd-Frank. It was Glass-Steagall, I think, that got destroyed, and then Dodd-Frank came in to take some of this away. Like, if you're an investment bank, you can't do stuff like mortgages. But I feel like, didn't Trump get rid of all of that anyway? So I don't even know if any of that is in existence
We might have
anymore.
got rid of it. Oh. But didn't the banks didn't know that they were gonna get a bailout, right? Initially.
I don't think they cared. Well, because the problem was that the issue is that you had a really bad scenario where every single individual actor along the way was making a rational choice, but the overall game was going to self-destruct, but nobody was incentivized to stop it. So if you're a homeowner, you had every incentive to get a home that you honestly couldn't afford because the banks would lend to you, and because even if you couldn't afford it, it doesn't matter. The cost of that home, the value of that home is going to 2x, in a couple of years anyway. So even if you buy a house that you can't afford, who the fuck cares? You'll double the money, you could flip it. So like you're incentivized as a homeowner to make money on that purchase, even if you can't. And now if you're a small bank, and let's say that you want to make loans to people and you see some people, can't qualify. So they start changing how they do these loan approvals. This is where like the Nina loans or the Ninja loans, depending on what you call them, come in, no income, no asset, no job verification or whatever. But it doesn't matter how solid the loans are because you no longer hold those loans on your books, meaning you don't have the note to their home where you're collecting payments from them monthly on the mortgage. Because as soon as you sell a mortgage to somebody, you immediately sell that mortgage up the line to an investment bank. So if you're a homeowner, you should be making stupid buys on homes that you really shouldn't have. If you're a bank, you should be selling stupid mortgages that you really shouldn't be because you sell them on up to an investment bank. And now if you're an investment bank, I think the main fuck up here, and I don't even know technically like what went wrong or what could have changed, was when the investment banks found ways to package these things together. So like if an ordinary person wants to invest in stuff related to mortgages, you had these things called mortgage-backed securities.
Like a REIT, right?
Okay. REIT is a different thing that allows you to invest in the housing market. Not quite the same, but I think a mortgage-backed security is like you have some mortgages that people are basically buying and then they have like a monthly payment that's coming into them. But the underlying asset is a house. So one, people are already really likely to make their mortgage payments. And then two, even if they don't make the mortgage payments, it doesn't really matter because the values of these homes keep increasing anyway. Yeah. So now if you're an investment bank, now you're also incentivized to buy all of the mortgages from the smaller banks. And then they just, I think the final, like they made more and more sophisticated things to kind of like package these things and sell them. I think CDO was the final product. The collateralized debt obligations where they could throw different mortgages together. And then the issue is the credit rating agencies are always giving these things like AAA ratings on everything. So, AAA rating is a thing.
It's
I think
like the safest shit, right?
Yeah, these are like cash equivalent things basically. So like money market deposit accounts or buying treasury bonds, you're going to get your money back like 100%. But the rate of return is usually quite low. But now you're telling me I've got a rate of return that's quite high on something that you're telling me is good as basically like a cash equivalent. That's like a 100% like amazing investment. So now every single person on the planet is like hungry for these things, which is driving the cost of everything. So obviously this can't go on indefinitely. But I mean, who's going to stop this, right? This is where the government had to come in and do something. Because
didn't the government only come in after shit was like fucked?
Yeah, the
or
bubble
did they
popped.
come in like, yeah,
and then shit was fucked. But like there should have been something that banned that. And I think what part of the Dodd-Frank solution was to make it so like if you do a mortgage cannot be something that somebody can bet on. You can't do investments related to mortgages. That shouldn't be allowed. I think is one of the things that were banned. But one of the reasons why it's annoying when everybody's like, oh, this is going to be like 2008. This is going to be like the housing crisis. The reason why the housing crisis was so especially bad was because you found a way to connect what should be a safe investment into a risky investment, and then you allowed an international pool of money to take shots at it. And it's very rare that there's anything that like is that type of equivalent thing. Like you can have bubbles and bubbles that pop, but for them to end up like in a global financial crisis meltdown the way that the housing bubble was, that was a pretty unique situation. It was really stupid the way, but nobody along that chain was incentivized to stop it.
to stop. Yeah, but there were some banks that weren't doing this.
No. You had to, because if you weren't doing this, you went out of business. How would you feel? You got a bunch of guys
I
who
could
are.
have sworn that there was like one or two banks.
I mean, there might have been a couple.
They were doing it, but they
like,
weren't like fucked over by it. Okay.
Maybe, yeah. There might have been a few like credit unions or something. But like, just think about it. You've got salespeople. You've got people that work as bankers and everything, and everybody on your street is doing business. And why the fuck would I go to your bank to get a loan where you're gonna fucking do all this verification, hard credibles, and all this shit? Why don't I go down the street and just get one that's like so much better, and it's just gonna, yeah. You kind of have to now because you're in a competitive market.
You're like fiduciarily fucked too to do it.
A little bit, yeah.
Of finding a husband.
Makes infantile jokes.
Grocery store because of the people that live in the camp.
Oh, I don't know. They look perfectly charming and friendly to me. You're all refugees.
Acts smug and blames the immigrants or liberals for all the world's woes. And then take a look at Hasan. Same rage bait, clickbait thumbnails, same inflammatory.
What are your thoughts on restrictions on a certain amount of leverage? One of these financial institutions. Leverage is fine. You can leverage as much as you want as long as there's an appropriate like collateral hold and the risk adjustment is done appropriately. But it's once you start like incorrectly calculating the risk or whatever, then I mean things get more fucked up. And also you just shouldn't be allowed to just socializing risk fuck up. It just feels very, very, very bad. It's just not a good feeling.
Statements.
I feel like we'd actually be in a less fucked state in the world if Obama did do some sort of like punitive damage isn't the word. Like
punitive action, like taking people.
Yeah, punitive action.
But the problem is that like
people in the banks.
You'd really have to invent crimes because it's not like because people get mad that nobody went to jail. But like, nobody really broke any laws. Like being greedy is not a crime, and I don't know if anybody
like
technically did anything wrong. That's what I mean when I say everybody was incentivized to act the way that they did along the way.
They just played with like the entire world's economy. It blew up, and then needed it to get fixed by big government.
Yeah.
Narcissistic arrogance.
The Persian diaspora, the Iranian diaspora, has that same like Zionist attitude.
But instead of blaming the migrants, he blames the Zionists and capitalists. So the same lonely, terminally online 17-year-old fanboy who normally get a straight diet of Ben Shapiro debating SJWs suddenly finds a leftist streamer sitting at the exact same fork in the road, dressed in the same internet native packaging he already trusts. You know, it almost reminds me of a certain shape. I just can't put my finger on it. Instead of handing a 20-year-old best capital and telling them good luck, BreadTube instead handed them a 40-minute video with jokes, societal critique, production value, and a personality that feels more like a funny older cousin rather than a typical professor. You know, that also kind of reminds me of someone, but I just can't put my finger on it.
This guy's freaking
One second
epic.
you're watching someone poke fun at friends as many, and I mean many, plot holes. The next second you're binging second thoughts, rants.
The investigation has resulted in massive findings of fraud, by the way, and nobody went to prison. Oh, I've never heard that before. But if that's true, then if anybody did fraud, then they should go to prison. But
capitalist propaganda. It's a slippery slope. Whether or not you think that's genuine political engagement or just parasocial brain rot with a red flag pin in it, the effect is undeniable. An entire generation absorbed their politics through streams and video essays instead of books and party meetings. And when many people feel unheard and forgotten in this world, naturally they tend to gravitate to a person who they perceive as telling it as it is. And with unlimited access to information just through your fingertips, socialist ideas are able to spread faster than ever. The printing press has jack shit on Twitter, you know? Ultimately, young people are turning socialist because of genuine concern about the ruling liberal capitalist system they live in. And these concerns are exacerbated by catchy left-wing content from social media and BreadTubers, whilst also lacking usual pushback the previous generations received during the Cold War or post 9/11, right? Well, kinda, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. At the end of the day, most Gen Z socialists have, well, not read Das Kapital, or Kropotkin, or anything past the first chapter of, I don't know, whatever leftist book they're supposedly reading. And the term socialist can mean many things, depending on which uncle you ask. For a huge chunk of this population, socialism isn't the detailed blueprint of seizing the means of production as it used to be. It's more of a vibe. You know, like, it's more of a vibe. Like, seize the means of production. It's anti-billionaire, pro-union, pro-UBI, tax the rich, eat the rich, slightly saute the rich before cooking the rich, all wrapped up in a neat package of $1,383 worth of glass frames package. I don't know. But Hasan has expensive glasses, that's what I want to say. He's fucking wearing expensive glasses. Ask 10 different Gen Zers what socialism means, and you'll get 10 different answers, ranging from full state ownership of all industry to just, well, like, you know, like what they have in Norway, but, you know, like with nicer weather, dude. The prisons are nice.
Yeah, they found tons of internal documents talking about how they knew they were selling products with no value as massive profits. They knew their products were high risk and misrepresented. Well, I mean, it's the only representation you have to give is what the credit rating agency gives you. Like, technically, you can't say that you know a thing is valued incorrectly because that's, I mean, a thing is, it sounds not to be a memer, but like the value of a thing is whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. And then to say that, well, they knew that they were selling things that were valued differently or whatever than they should have been. I mean, what you're describing there is essentially every single market transaction ever. Like if you're on the market, you
like
always
Tesla, right?
Well, no, not necessarily Tesla.
Feel
Everything.
like it's overvalued.
Like if you're selling something or buying something, you're trying to get in. The whole idea is that I think that this is being like sold for less than, or I think I could sell it for more than what I believe that it would be worth at some point in time, and that's why I'm making the sale. So that's like, it's not necessarily an illegal thing. Now, fraud would be like misrepresenting something on a document. So if they were lying about like, oh, like we knew these mortgages were bad because we fudged these numbers, or whatever, that would be fraud. But people saying like, oh, I don't know how long this business is gonna last, like I don't know, that's not necessarily fraud.
You know, like you have a computer in prison, man. Like, fucking hell. A lot of what gets called socialism these days is just, you know, European social democracies with a rebrand. Stuff plenty of capitalist countries already do to varying degrees of effectiveness. Just with better branding.
Yeah, but they got the rating agency to rate it higher than it actually was. Yeah, but that would be on the rating agency. I would have to know how, like I said, if they're lying on paper to misrepresent it, that would be fraud. But if the rating agency, I mean, the rating agency is supposed to rate things correctly. Like obviously, the rating agency, the people going to the rating agencies are going to be people who are trying to get things rated as highly as possible. That's the goal of getting anything rated ever, because you want to get paid as much as you can. So like, I would expect people to do that, and the rating agencies should also be expecting people to do that.
For a generation raised online. You know, everyone wants a Swedish-style social democracy, but no one talks about socialism with Bosnian characteristics. Like, y'all are...
I don't think everybody in the industry is making a rational choice considering a longer time horizon. I think the inherent problem is pressuring, conforming to the market, or losing your job. Yes, but the issue is that you're not really incentivized to look at longer time horizons always, because one thing that I think it's called time discounting. One thing that people don't realize is that the time matters. And to say that, like, and there are a ton of little sayings that nibble around the edges on this, like the market can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. Like, you might think that a thing is a bubble, but you thinking a thing is a bubble 20 years before it actually pops is just a bad call. And so even if you thought the housing market was going to collapse, if you thought that in 2000, it's a bad call, because you're going to be operating less profitably than somebody who operates, you know, assuming it's not going to crash for so much longer. And in the time that you are being rational about your long-term risk or whatever, you might actually just go out of business. You become insolvent because now you're not doing any business because everybody else is engaged in the risky behavior. So.
Just posers at this point. And we're not talking about a monolithic united movement either. It's less of a coherent ideology and more of a shared vocabulary for frustration, borrowed whenever it's convenient. I mean, there's a reason why leftist unity is a meme. Just like go on Twitter and observe how leftists who are supposedly on the same side argue about whether or not the sky is blue or just a slightly different shade of blue. That vagueness is exactly why it's spread so fast. It's flexible enough to fit whatever specific grievance you're carrying with you, whether that's rent, healthcare, or just general doom about the future. And it's already flexible enough to cause the iconic leftist infighting fighting as we know. Tanky's fighting social dems on this bizarre idea of ideological purity. Social dems just rolling their eyes at the vote harder, liberal, and BreadTube itself getting called out constantly for being long on discourse and short of anything useful for their cause. But I digress. All of this up until last year sounded like it would be confined to just comment sections and Twitch chat and would have no political impact in the near future. There's no way a socialist could ever win something important, especially in the US, right? Enter Zohran Mamdani, a self-described democratic socialist who became the mayor of New York City while running on a left-leaning agenda. He somehow turned unsexy topics like rent freezes, free buses, and city-owned grocery stores into his golden ticket. And he did so without the use of any pompous words like systemic, praxis, or means of production. Woo, just your rent is too high and I want to fix that. Simple, yet something that the younger generations have been asking for years. What also propelled him was his social media marketing. Mamdani's campaign felt authentic to the internet in a way that older politicians could never.
Oh yeah. Bernie Sanders is looking out for your bottom half.
Meme literate, comfortable on TikTok, speaking in the same register as the people he was trying to reach, instead of a stiff politician looking up what the youths are up to these days. In other words, absolute film scene has. As much as people loved Bernie Sanders, he always felt like a protest candidate. The guy you vote for to send a message, not someone you'd actually expect to win the whole thing. But
I super disagree with this. I think people genuinely did like Bernie Sanders, but
Mamdani is different. He has proved that the sentiment can survive contact with an actual ballot.
Hi, what's up, Pangburn? I love everybody.
Box. It's no longer confined to BreadTube comment sections or protest signs. It's
What
translating
sections?
into one elections, actual city budgets, and actual policy. Something for the older folk to keep in mind. So, is Gen Z actually socialist or just allergic to a system that keeps failing to deliver on its own promises? Probably somewhere in between. I mean, this isn't a generation that inherited marks from their parents. They inherited 2008, COVID, and a rent bill that just keeps on climbing no matter how hard they work. Whether socialism sticks as the label, or it's just a short name for capitalism but fix all the parts that are broken, one thing's for sure. The fear that used to come standard with that word is gone. And once the fear is gone, the argument actually has to be won by merit. But what do you think? Are you a socialist? Do you think Gen Z is becoming more left-wing?
Leave a comment in the comment section.
Let me know in the comment section down below. My name is Janusz, and you've watched Living Ironically in Europe.
Okay, I don't know why we watched this, but thank you so much. Chances Dave is hate watching? I don't know. Is he still commenting? Oh. Spoiler from the upcoming CNN piece.
I think these guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives.
Wow.
I see challenges
hell yeah.
in the quote, progressive left, unquote. And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them. They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats.
True!
And their only message is...
Why couldn't this guy be my grandpa?
We're going to blow everything up.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far.
Biden got the most votes of any candidate in all of U.S. history, by the way.
Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024.
We skipped one.
There are a
Notice
lot
he
of
skipped
people
over
who are
Biden.
like, this is not working. The cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative.
I have one simple philosophy about politics. Winning is everything, stupid. Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know what he did twice? He lost. By a lot.
Because for progressives, getting out of the primary is a far more difficult battle than winning in the general.
Yeah, because you're only running in super blue places.
This is our theory. The reason for that is because Republicans don't have a vision for change. Socialists do.
Ah. Damn. That's going to be crazy. Well,
come on, James.
What do you mean by that? How many times do you think Israel's going to come up in that?
Zero.
You think they told him zero? You think they told him no Israel for this?
Yep, probably.
You got to keep this one by the books, Hasan. Hasan.
You're gonna see
Piker.
1,000 jump cuts though. I told you no Israel, man.
Damn.
It's all connected.
What's your newest
Lego Death
Wait,
Star.
stats like that do not matter to me. There are more people in the country than there have ever been. How easy it must be then to have the most votes ever. What the fuck does that even mean? Well, then why did the 2024 turnout not even come close to the 2021? The actual answer is the mail-in ballots just allowed more people to participate in that election than they had prior, but if you're looking for an actual answer. And then if you're a Republican, you can say that all those ballots were rigged, so boom. There you go.
Trimple as Pepe Smug.
What do you mean by that?
It's a vibe.
Okay. Pepe Smug. Top post in r/politics. A third of Democrats now known as Democratic Socialists. Quick, China, get the bots on that post. Breaking news: 1/3 of Democratic voters don't really have a party that represents them, but also don't want a Christian caliphate.
Go make your own party then.
I wonder if every time a good idea comes up, Republicans scream, "That is socialism." Well, that's what you guys do, though. Every time a good idea comes up for the Democratic side, you go, "That's socialism," but okay, chief. Based. Destiny.
These guys
Oh! Thanks, Hamster Hawk, for the link. Let's watch this. Thank you.
have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives.
I see challenges from the quote, progressive left, unquote. And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them. They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats. And their only message is, we're going to blow everything up.
James Carville says this is all going to
that's
implode
crazy.
at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes.
Reminder, if they
so
lose, it's
far.
Democrats' fault.
Hillary Rodham
APAC, you
Clinton in
mean. APAC,
2016
APAC.
and
No,
Kamala
it
Harris
would just be
in
we didn't support him
2024.
hard enough.
There are a lot of people who
Because
are
of
just like,
APAC.
this is not working.
True.
Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative.
I have one simple philosophy about politics.
Are they not going to get him in a room to talk to each other?
Maybe they will. Who knows?
Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know what he did twice? He lost. By a lot.
Because for progressives, getting out of the primary is a far more difficult battle than winning in the general. This is our theory. The reason for that is because Republicans don't have a vision for change. Socialists do.
Wow. Thanks. Thank you, Hamster Hawk. That was crazy.
Thank you, Hamster Hawk.
Eric clip glazing China robots.
And I mean, quite frankly,
this guy?
I think America's kind of getting
Okay.
lapped. My big fear as an American is having these robots ultimately used by my government.
Hey, if you want to destroy the left right now, you have an obligation to find every single video that this guy has ever done and comment and glaze the fuck out of him. Holy shit, this is the brains behind Hasan. Holy shit, this is the guy who's given Hasan all of his great talking points and everything. Oh my God, why aren't we? This guy's like the best Hasan. Oh my God. And I guarantee you that Hasan will backstab him. Guaranteed. 1,000,000,000% he'll lose his fucking mind.
Against us. But hey, here in China, they're meant for dancing. You got robots waving the flag of China, celebrating the glorious technological achievements of this wonderful nation. That is so funny to see. Even the robots here in China are patriotic. I think it is very emblematic of China taking the state-run method of trying to build out future technology, whereas the United States has largely delegated that responsibility to private investors who are largely risk-averse. And I think that is still going to play out probably tenfold in terms of AI, where you can very cheaply now make a software model, whereas making hardware to go alongside it, that takes a lot of capital. I feel like in the United States, and I think the West more broadly, people are very skeptical, very hesitant of AI. And then you come here to China, people are very eager. They're very excited. They see AI as a tool for, in many ways, liberation,
to move them beyond the chains of their day-to-day work and
would they need
their
liberated
jobs that are so
from?
tedious in many ways.
Then they really
And
never have to work
folks
again.
in the West don't really see it that way. And I think it really boils down to how people view the state control over the technology that either makes their lives better or, puts them in position.
The reality is that in China, they don't have people constantly telling them in all parts of their media every single fucking day that all technology is evil and all corporations are evil and all the government is evil. So they actually feel a little bit more optimistic about technological innovation in their country.
Where they have to go work their asses off.
Guys, live at this conference, the president of China just announced that they are starting a World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization born in Shanghai, right here at this conference, live at this conference. And what's very notable is that it is not only China, it is not only Russia, but it is the overwhelming majority of the global south. It excludes the United States, North America, Europe, it excludes Japan. It is largely Africa, Latin America, all throughout the global south, Southeast Asia.
Huge tech.
This is a very big deal. This is a crazy development, both politically and technologically. What we're seeing
They're not
here
gonna give you citizenship,
is the Chinese president stated China will provide 5,000 places for developing countries to study and train on artificial intelligence in the next 5 years. To build an international artificial intelligence application cooperation center for ASEAN, the Arab League, the African Union, CARICOM, SEO, and BRICS nations.
Damn, Daniel.
Including days of dedicated coverage on Fox News.
Two Jewish brothers offered to interview him for a summer internship at their startup.
Two brothers.
He posted this reply: "Not interested in working for a Jew. Thanks."
Cornell student Austin Franco is accused of sending the anti-Semitic message, and in several online remarks, he appears to be standing by his comments.
I'm glad we know this individual's name. I'm glad he was exposed.
Indeed, and the brothers are so generous and graceful, certainly more than I am, because I do want his life to be ruined. I agree with you. It is a permissive structure. And parents, what are your children putting out there?
Well, Mr. Franco may find it difficult finding another internship.
What appears to be an open and shut case of anti-Semitism, it was the campaign to, quote, ruin his life that some people found uncomfortable. Leo Terrell, who is an official in the Department of Justice, posted dozens of times on social media about Austin Franco, with one comment urging the public to make him permanently unemployable. Commentators, including Glenn Greenwald, who is himself Jewish, said it felt a bit too much like cancel culture. While listing the many powerful figures who'd mobilized to condemn Franco, he added, adults with large influential platforms, pundits, media types, even elected officials right here on X routinely say things as bad as, and often much worse than, pretty much every other group you can think of without facing a single consequence, let alone a completely unhinged, coordinated campaign of very powerful people to ruin their lives forever. But what Franco said was blatantly and outrageously wrong, there's no question of that, but commentators like Greenwald raise some interesting questions. Should a teenage student be treated so harshly when there are Republican lawmakers who compare Muslims to barbarians and dogs? Have we made it impossible for young people to make stupid mistakes in the age of social media? In a post-cancel culture society, do people like Austin Franco deserve a second chance? Well, we decided to interview him so we can decide exactly that. Austin Franco.
Wait, hold on. Hasan slap.
The fact that you were able to achieve upward mobility is a sign of failure of the system they want. Yeah.
What?
No.
What upward mobility? Is he a trillionaire? This guy comes from basically a billionaire family. What upward mobility? Hello?
Oh, that's not even the case. I am literally the poster boy for American excellence.
Oh my God, dude. Are we being...
I am the straight up poster boy for the American dream. Okay?
The American dream of... I'm sorry, hold on. Not to toot my own horn, okay? But when I think of America, And I think somebody said America is a nice place because it allows you to be the best version of yourself. Okay, it's got a lot of problems, but there's that, right? I'm pretty sure my life fits this pretty well. Okay, and that my upbringing was not necessarily the best, not the worst. Okay, I have at least one immigrant parent. But there was like a new technology that I was able to take advantage of, and then without even a college education, obviously no generational wealth or anything like that. Like I think I've made something decent of myself. I feel like my life is like a decent story for American exceptionalism, such that if I wanted to be a conservative or a libertarian, I would talk about my upbringing constantly, from carpet cleaner to international streamer or whatever. 100%. You were born a Nepo baby that stole citizenship from the U.S. because your mom came here to give birth to you, took you back to Turkey, another country, raised you for 18 years, brought you to the U.S., injected you into college that you didn't have to pay for, injected you into a media company that you didn't have to work for, that you didn't have to work to build, that your uncle ran, and then you were injected into a Twitch environment where somebody else, me, helped you build a career. That you're every single, you are the American shit story where everybody's like, ooh, that's like kind of the gross aspect of America, that rich people can come here, pretend they were ever working class or poor, and then LARP is something they're not in order to try to, shit on the country using these weird external anti-American perspectives. But, hey.
Come from a relatively well-off immigrant family background.
Relatively well-off? Oh my God.
Okay. Their finances are in tatters by the time I get to college, but it doesn't matter.
Their finances are in tatters? What does he even mean? We just lie here? Okay.
Because I basically win the fucking lottery, right?
Yes, that is correct. You did win the lottery. He won the lottery at birth or conception. Like, what?
I'm a business owner. I'm a jobs provider. All of this stuff, right? I'm stimulating the American economy in very meaningful ways. I've made it. I've made it. I'm unbelievably assimilated. So technically...
Oh, new talking point. He has to do the full screen thing whenever he's got like his next speech that he's giving. God, it's so... Oh my God, watching his streams like this are so fucking cringe now.
I am everything that these guys are supposed to point to as a success story. But the problem is, I also understand that while I made it, and I'm immensely fortunate, that doesn't mean other people also have an easy go at it. That's the difference. If you make it and you recognize that this is not an opportunity given to everyone else, that it is a lie, that meritocracy is a fucking lie, people lose their goddamn minds. Okay? They lose their fucking minds. Thank you, Closed Presence, for the 100 community gifted subs. But that's it.
Tell me, bro.
That's it. If I sat here every day and told you, if I can make it, you can too. Look at how tough my job is. Look at how big of a business owner I am. Like if I said that and then I shilled some kind of bullshit course about how you too can also make money and how the possible...
Wait, so I don't understand. Is he like the American dream, the American story, or was he a Nepo baby who got really lucky and nobody else can do what he did? Well,
abilities in America are endless. Nobody would be chirping about it. I wouldn't be getting yelled at by liberals. I wouldn't be getting yelled.
It's so cringe, just because I know he's so insecure about his age. The fact that he does this, like all the weird lingo and everything, the fact that he types, somebody pointed this out now and I can't understand it. You notice how when he types on all of, even that YouTube comment that I bet he has an editor that typed that for him, but even that YouTube comment he left in Ryan Getty's video and all of his typing on Twitter, it's always like in all undercase letters. So he's like a hip, cool Zoomer dude or whatever. Oh God.
All that by Republicans. The thing that breaks them is that someone who has actually been tremendously fortunate can be unbelievably honest about that, okay? Luck played a significant role in this every step of the way. Yes, I worked very hard, but it doesn't matter. Luck played a tremendous role in this because I understand that the Oklahoma teacher that has to drive Uber deliveries at night also is working super hard, probably a lot harder than I ever have worked in my life. I am unbelievably lucky. I'm unbelievably privileged. Okay? My point is, we should design a system, especially because we have enough wealth at this point. We have a lot of technological improvements in our lives that have made it easy for people to work less and still have the same output, to have a little bit more autonomy in their lives. We have stuff, okay? We have things already. But what we don't have is stuff necessary for survival, stuff necessary for upward social mobility. We don't have access to housing, healthcare, education all the way up to college. These are the real problems that Americans are facing every day. We have the resources, we don't distribute them evenly. That is my anger. That is my frustration. And when someone who is successful says shit like that, other successful people get very mad. And they're attacked.
Because nobody says this, by the way. This is why I appreciate, at least, like the socialists in society. Nobody in the Democratic Party seems to acknowledge that coming from a different zip code or coming from a different family background can be a massively determining factor, or a massive determining factor on like how successful you're in life. Like nobody in the United States was ever saying this. Like it was literally only the socialists that came along to point out that sometimes you have a huge advantage based on your upbringing or a huge advantage based on the, you know, wealth of your parents and everything. And that sometimes it is really hard for poor people to climb out of the kind of weird cycles of poverty. I'm so glad we finally have socialists pointing this out. Thank God.
Black dogs latch on to it. Anyway. Very frustrating, but who cares?
Franco joins you now. Mr. Franco, thank you for joining me on.
Is this guy 14?
Uncensored.
It's good to meet you, Piers.
So look, let's just start with the obvious question. When you said not interested in working for a Jew, thanks, what did you mean?
Yeah, well, so coming into it, I intended to always let him know I wasn't interested in working for him after looking at his LinkedIn profile. And I just wanted to see what would happen, to be frank. I was curious what the reaction would be by the Jewish community and by the United States collectively. So.
King.
Right, but I'm not quite sure, again, why say that?
Because it's fucking epic.
I've had bad experiences with Jews. At Cornell, one of my friends at Virginia Tech as well, before I transferred to Cornell, said we should genocide all Palestinians. We should have done it 50 years ago in one fell sweep so that everyone would forget about it. And then while at Cornell, 2 out of the 3 house managers for the apartment complex I was living in were also Jewish and made up things about me that weren't true and dragged me through the mud. And the university, like the civil rights office, they would drag me through it and make up random statements about me that weren't true to get me in trouble. And they ultimately kicked me out of the house right before finals as well. And so those experiences compounded together for me to say, listen, I don't want to be around you people anymore. You know, you've made my life a living hell, especially when it comes to studying for finals, and you continue to make things up about me. I don't want to work for you. It was as simple as that.
Shrimple as, he says.
There are 15 million Jewish people in the world.
Doesn't matter.
Why would you blame all of them for the actions of a small handful?
I've had bad interactions with all of them.
This is not to say, like I said, I've had good experiences with Jews as well, but I've had enough experiences that were displeasing that I didn't want to be around them. It's just
who the fuck is this kid? Do we know? Is this just a random canceled kid? It must be. That's why they're on Piers, I guess.
Preference, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know, if you had a problem with Asian people or midgets, right? Like, you know, let's say you're around 10 midgets, right? And all of them are really mean to you. They step on your feet, right? You're gonna say, okay, I don't want to be around you anymore. And if your boss is somehow a midget, you're gonna say, listen, I don't want to work for you because you're a midget. It might not be a nice thing to say, but is it really worth losing our marbles over this, like the Jewish community did within America? You know, saying we're gonna make this kid unemployable. Let's ruin his life. Let's kick him out of Cornell. I mean, it's really ridiculous.
Okay.
Actually, if you don't mind me saying, what you've just said is more ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, what on earth has this got to do with, as you put it, midgets?
The point being is that if I were to say something about the midget community, like I don't like midgets, I don't want to work for them, nobody would be like, oh my God, this is, you know, crazy, right? They'd be like, okay, you're just an ass.
Of course they would. Of course they would.
I don't think so. I don't think so, Piers. Listen, if it's a question of was it a nice thing to say, the answer is no. You stated that, and I can agree with that. But another question we have to ask is the reaction equivalent to what I said? You know, we have kids out there saying the N-word on a daily basis.
Well, I'm going to come to that. Hang on. I'm going to come to the. Okay. I'm going to come to that aspect of the story in a minute, because that's where I do have concerns. But I have to say that from everything you said so far, it seems to me you are genuinely anti-Semitic. You don't like Jewish people.
Not the A word.
You just accept that.
So no, because being around and not wanting to be around Jewish people does not mean you don't like them. One of my exes who I dated was half Jewish. So it's not a question of, oh, he's, you know, hating on Jews. Obviously, that's not the case.
Yeah.
The question is do I want to be around them?
Well,
and
wait,
having
sorry,
enough bad
it can be. Hang on. It can be. Of course, it can be.
Hang on.
When you say I don't want to be around these people, you're talking about 15 million people, and they are a people who historically,
at least he's
as we
calling
saw
them
in
people.
World War II, have been the victim of the most appalling prejudice and anti-Semitism and genuine hatred that led to 6 million Jews being killed in the Holocaust, for example. So this is not something that should be treated lightly. When you say I don't want to be around these
Not the
people,
Holocaust talking
you are
point again.
sounding like you don't want to be around all Jewish people, unless I'm hearing you wrong.
Listen, there are always exceptions. But the point being is, like, if I don't want to live in New York, that doesn't mean I hate New York. I just don't want to be in New York or be around it. All right.
No, but if you said I don't want to live in New York because I don't want to be around, if you said I don't want to be around New Yorkers, all of them, then you're branding millions and millions of people with the same brush, aren't you?
But what's wrong with that? You know, it's not like I'm hurting them by saying I'm not going to come to New York and give you my business or my labor, right? It's just saying, listen, I have a freedom of association. I don't like New York. I think it's disgusting.
Using
I
the
don't
word
live there,
labor.
right? There's nothing wrong with that.
Can I ask what your family made of your comment?
They said base.
They were not happy. Our views have diverged much over the past 4 years.
They
so.
like Jews.
But one thing I'd
when
like
you
to
say
say is
not happy. What did your parents say to you after it? Because obviously you became national news, and for the most egregious of reasons.
I mean,
They said,
there
look, we
are
told you
plenty
what would
things,
happen.
plenty more things that we could probably focus on than what a 19-year-old said. But my family and me disagree
He's
on
19,
certain things,
Jesus.
and they were not happy with it. I was not happy that they were collateral in what I said. I mean, my dad had to have his webpage taken down. My mom also had problems with her job. I mean, the scale of this is what I'm saying, right? Is I said something that was immature, right? And not only do I get screwed.
Yeah, but hang on, rewind. The problem, Austin, is not that you said something immature or stupid or anything like that, because had you then said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said it, I don't mean the way it came across, but it's the opposite with you. You do mean it. You don't want to be around any Jewish people. That's 15 million Jewish people. So therefore, you are de facto anti-Semitic. And that puts you in a different category to teenagers who say dumb stuff and then regret it and apologize. You've got no intention of either expressing regret or apologizing. You mean it. You don't want to be around Jewish people.
Yeah, he
You
doesn't give a
brazenly
fuck.
admitted that in this interview. And that changes the context for me about the way that the fallout
Me
was then
after a bad AE
handled
episode.
and the punishment that people have called for. I don't believe in cancel culture, but I do expect people who say incredibly incendiary, anti-Semitic or racist or misogynist things, when it becomes public, to either express regret or say they're sorry or do something to atone for what they've done. You've doubled and trebled and quadrupled down. You've extended your dislike of the Jewish people you were dealing with in your university campus, and you've embraced the entire Jewish population as I want nothing to do with you people. That is racism. That is anti-Semitism. It is an appalling thing to hear a young man say. If you were one of my sons, I'd be utterly ashamed of this. And yet here you are laughing. You think it's all quite funny. I can tell you it's not funny to Jewish people.
He would never.
I believe in freedom of association. That's fundamentally what it comes down to.
See?
You know, you have jocks and nerds in
You
high
don't believe in
schools,
freedom,
and
Putin?
you know the jocks make fun of the nerds all the time because they can't get laid or they can't get a girlfriend, right?
See?
Yeah, it's not a nice thing to say once again, but it's not the end of the world. And just because the jocks don't want to associate with the nerds does not make them bad people. It doesn't make them
yeah, but you're not singling them out for their. You're not singling them out for their
nerds.
Hang on.
Right.
You're not singling them out for their ethnicity, and you don't seem to understand that or care that what you have done is genuinely shocking, and it's shocking to hear you double down now.
So,
I don't understand
Piers,
why you don't understand that what you said is so egregious.
Let me ask you this: if you don't want to work for someone for whatever reason it may be, maybe you don't like their shirt color, right? Why does it matter? Why does it matter if I don't want to work for a Jew or I could not want to work for a white person?
You made it matter.
No. If I didn't want to work for a white person,
by saying I don't want to work. You said I don't. You didn't. You didn't say that. And you are a white person, so it's a completely different thing.
But let's take a hypothetical.
If you said
here.
I don't want to work, if you'd said, well, let me ask you a hypothetical. And I don't find this quite as funny as you do, but we'll persevere with this for a while anyway.
Yeah. Oh, the
but if you
midget
said
thing.
I don't
No
want
way.
to work for black people, what would you have thought about that sentence?
You say that's fine.
I treat it the same as if I didn't want to work for a white person or an Asian person or a Latino. Doesn't really
You
matter
are
to me.
white, so it's different. You
Why is it
are a
different?
white person. If you had said, would you have said I don't want to work for a black person?
Yeah.
If I felt that way, yeah.
You wouldn't think that's racist and offensive.
He doesn't give a fuck.
No, because I believe in freedom of association. Things may be unkind to say, but ultimately.
Oh no, you can mix with whoever you like. You can mix with whoever you like, but when you commit your thoughts to writing and you send them to third parties, and you're being brazenly
if this guy just said this
racist,
about black people, the Republicans would be like, all right, well, hold on.
okay,
I hear what
anti-Semitic.
he's saying.
What I find shocking is not that a teenager would do something stupid. It's that a teenager, having had plenty of time to now think about this, who's been national news and been debated by Americans all over the country, should come on an interview like this and just double and treble down as if none of this matters, and that actually be quite proud of your anti-Semitism. I find that very disturbing. And where have you got that from? What's made you so anti-Semitic?
What do you want then? I mean,
what do you want from me?
What is your end goal with this? I mean, if we're not allowed to choose who we want to associate
I want you
with
to
based on
admit. I
whatever
want you to
reason-
admit you're just a brazen anti-Semite.
He already said he doesn't
You
care.
don't like Jewish people. You don't want to associate with Jewish people. Just admit it.
He has.
I can't be a brazen anti-Semite. All right, one, because I've dated Jewish people, so it's clear that I don't
nothing to
hate
do
all
with it.
Jews.
Got him.
Well, it does, right? If I
You've
dated a
literally
Jew, how
said you
can I
don't
be an
want to associate
anti-Semite?
with any Jewish people.
Problem troll.
And what's wrong with that?
He's just tired of
genuinely,
them.
what's wrong with that? I don't understand. It just seems to be you have these
It makes
emotions
you-
tied up that says if you say
How have
anything,
you been so?
It is kind of a problem that like, I guess that Piers he has his lib face on right now, but like, not being able to explain this at all is a little bit problematic, you know. Like,
What do you mean? Explain this. Like Piers not being able to.
Well, he doesn't. He
explain
can't
it to
really. Well,
him,
why
or-
is it bad not to associate with certain people? Like he
You
doesn't.
wouldn't want people not to associate with you over something you can't control.
Well, sure, yeah, and you don't want racial discrimination to become a more commonplace thing because then you get back into a heavily segregated society. So this is why we don't discriminate on the basis of race and blah blah blah. But the fact that Piers is just like going around in circles. He just keeps saying like, oh, well, you shouldn't do this because it's anti-Semitic, and like, why is it bad? Well, it's
well,
bad
he's
because
trying to get
it's
him also to say like, are you an anti-Semite? He just wants the clip, I guess. I don't
yeah,
know.
he's like he can't really engage with or defend the actual idea of like, well, why is it bad to be racist?
How have you been so poorly educated? Honestly, remember what's happened to your parents here, your family, your friends? And what's allowed
now
you
he's
to
bringing the
develop this
parents.
mindset?
He already said the parents
where you're
disagree
prepared
with
to
him.
just come on a camera like this in an interview watched by millions of people and just brazenly say, I don't want to be anywhere near Jewish people, and not understand the enormity of what you're saying, and have no sense of remorse, no sense of shame, no sense of guilt. You don't give a fuck, do you?
Listen, Piers, when
Rinlex permanently banned me forever after he banned me for 10 minutes because I linked you a link you already saw. After I got banned for 10 minutes, I said, KYS, you're cringe, and then he perma-banned me. Uh-oh, Hamster Hawk sent an email. Did Rinlex really perma-ban him?
you have a genocidal country
apply to the
that's made
unban
up of
form.
90%
Fuck
Jews that insist upon killing Palestinians and reporters and dragging America into wars abroad. No, I'm not going to want to associate with those people. And you're seeing this among the youth. All right, you're seeing with the emergence of America First. And this is a common sentiment that is held. If you think this is just me, you are completely wrong. It might not be held among your children, but it is held among the youth. And I've talked with plenty of people who have come out in support of me, who are tired of these games, all right, playing, going in wars abroad for foreign countries. They're tired of it all. And they're tired of seeing their country destroyed by third worlders, all right? They can't find a job, and they have nothing to lose.
Asmongold fan.
Okay, so just to be clear, what's your view of the war in Iran?
I think we should have no part in it.
Okay, good. So because America's gone to war in Iran, presumably by the same...
Tell him to what?
I was saying, tell him that's where you both agree, Piers. Bring it home.
Argument you've just put forward, you would not want to be associated with any American for the decisions taken by this American government. You want nothing to do with any Americans. Is that your position?
No, America is made up of it's a multicultural society.
Then you know what, Austin? You know what, Austin? I knew you'd say no, because you're just not only stupid, but you're a massive hypocrite.
Wow.
Because you're
Okay.
blaming 15 million Jews for the decision-making by a prime minister and a government in
Good job,
Israel,
Piers. You got
which has
him.
nothing to do with the vast majority of Jewish people worldwide, many of whom hate it as much as I do. But when the same logic that you've espoused is applied to a war in Iran waged by this American administration, your position is not you want nothing to do with Americans, is it? Because you're a hypocrite.
Is Piers
And you don't
smurfing
understand
here?
the difference, because frankly, I think you're...
Is he smurfing me?
Is he smurfing here?
What do you mean by smurfing?
Would you say like he's smurfing on this kid?
I don't know what you mean by smurfing.
Like in League of Legends, do you know what smurfing is?
Are you saying that like is Piers Morgan, the 50-year-old British journalist, like obviously
Yes, is he
much more
smurfing on this
politically
kid?
inclined than a 19-year-old?
I just wanted you to say yes, man. That's it.
Yes.
It's fine. Whatever. Who cares?
Yes. Yes.
Fuck me, man.
You got
too
it.
wound up in enjoying the ride of being the most famous anti-Semite in America. I just find it incredibly depressing that a young man, given the privilege that you've had to go to a top university, could be this thick, or worse, not care about what you're saying and the consequences to a huge number of people around the world who see a young, arrogant kid who wants to brazenly espouse anti-Semitism in interviews like this. And shame on you, and shame on everyone that has made you like this. And you know what? I was prepared to give you a bit of a fairer hearing about the people calling for you to be cancelled and unemployable and so on. You kind of make yourself unemployable.
I'd like to explain myself,
I wouldn't employ
but you
you.
keep cutting me off.
I wouldn't employ. Had you
right.
said I'm
I'm not
sorry,
asking
had
you
you
to.
expressed any remorse, had you done any of those things, I'd say, yeah, you know what, you've been dealt a harsh lesson in life, but you've learned your lesson, move on. You haven't learned your lesson, Austin. You've doubled down. You're proud of it. And so for that reason, I don't give a toss what happens to you, frankly. So I don't care. You've explained yourself. You're an anti-Semite and you're a hypocrite. And you know what?
Piers.
Future employers can watch this interview and they can decide if you have the values that they wish to have in their company. Wow. Good luck with that. Good luck with it.
Good
That's
job,
the end of
Piers.
this
You got
interview.
him.
Thank you.
Okay. Took him out.
Thank you, Piers.
Oh my
Piers Morgan
God.
Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask only one simple thing. Hit subscribe.
Fucking owned
Not
that
looking
guy.
back at Zohran's campaign, but looking at your current position and occupation, you're now working also as a video editor for Hasan Piker. I guess many of us know him here.
Oh my God, he's a fucking
I would
suit.
like to ask you,
That's just a normal Chinese
given
suit,
your
Ruben.
current
Get over it.
occupation, if you could share, let's say, some insight with us about little practical tricks that you are using together with Hasan, because Hasan has a huge audience and we'd like to know how you manage to reach out to this audience and what the little tricks also at a technical level are, or communication-wise, that you use in order to reach that immense, enormous audience that.
What do you mean? It's the guy, Eric.
I don't know who Eric is, sir.
Hasan's the guy that we just watched all those videos on earlier?
I said, who's he talking to?
Oh, this is some EU Parliament thing.
Thank you.
People listening, yeah.
Hasan, please, Eric.
Yeah, absolutely. Recently, I have been serving as Hasan's interview producer. We've been producing mini documentaries recently, particularly about the one he went to
Cuba.
I should say,
no,
about 2 or 3 weeks ago. He was in Cuba, detailing.
Oh, this guy made the documentary as well.
American embargo on the island, where the United States has cut off oil from being delivered to the island nation just 90 miles off the coast of Florida. And of course, plunging millions of people, almost 10 million people, into complete and total darkness. Of course, they have to do surgeries by phone, flashlight. In the case of working with Hasan, it is in very much so the same spirit as working with Zohran Mamdani, where we have this new set of values, or this new sort of litmus test, where people are going to figure out, whether it's constituents or viewers or just your friends and family, they're very quickly going to figure out what your value set is. And based on whether or not you seem like a half-decent person, they are going to believe the overwhelming majority of stuff that you say.
Yeah, why do you have to do surgery at night? Can't you just do it in the morning? It's like we scheduled the surgery for 2 a.m. and we have no light. Not good.
Hey, if, for example, you're a politician running in the United States in this current moment in time, and you do not support Palestinian liberation or Palestinian resistance, why should anyone trust you when every single day we're being fed videos of children less than 1 year old being bombed with our tax dollars? How in God's green earth are we expected to trust a politician who cannot stand up for a baby, let alone their own constituents? I mean, that is the easiest thing in the world to stand up for. So why would we?
You mean
ever
Hasan
trust
adopted
that?
this guy's cadence?
So it's the exact same thing with Hasan. It is simply a moral framework, a moral structure that we are trying to work within to, of course, gain trust, but also instill a sense of empathy in people. And
have you ever seen the show The Pit? It's pretty good. If you watch it, you know accidents happen in the evening that require surgery as well as during the daytime. No, this is why human beings sleep at night, so we don't get into trouble when there's no light outside.
And if you do get into trouble, it's your own fault because you're outside.
True.
Demonstrate every single day that a better world is indeed possible. And in the exact same capacity, as silly as it is,
major truth bomb, Moot, good job.
Zohran going to a street food vendor and being like, hey, what are the problems you're facing? And talking with people on the street, talking with the working class New Yorkers and saying, what are the problems you're facing as a working class New Yorker? It is in the exact same vein as going to Cuba and talking with the doctors in Cuba who are unable to perform surgeries on patients with the lights on, who are unable to import medicine from the Western world as a consequence of the American embargo. It is that same exact we're seeking that exact same type of truth and trying to piece together different parts of the material conditions created by the American Empire, which we've only really known as this violent, horrible entity that's gone around the world and raped and pillaged and plundered. And now we have the opportunity to shine the light back on ourselves and try to figure out how we can not only fix this, but make the world a better place and try to move on and hopefully do that not just together with the Western world.
I will say this guy is a better speaker than Hasan. Probably. He probably knows history and everything better more, too. Maybe. I don't know.
This guy's way smarter than Hasan.
Yeah, true. Or at least he can speak better. I haven't heard him really speak of much substance, though, so I don't know. It could all just be the propaganda memes. But, wearing, like, a Chinese whatever the fuck this is better than, like, the actual fucking Mao suit. So he's not a fucking retard. I will say that a lot of Hasan, I think, unfortunately... Fuck, that one guy's going to want to come in and scream. But, the more I think about it, the more I do think a lot of Hasan's personal political journey and everything, unfortunately, I really think it does just boil down to his kind of like narcissism, like wanting to be popular and accepted, and this is kind of the thing. This guy does seem a little bit more passionately, ideologically driven. I feel like Hasan kind of follows where he thinks like the big clouded position will be. But I don't know, I could be wrong on that.
It's kind of sad that Hasan has to skinwalk this guy.
Yeah, true.
But rather with the Global South together.
Thank you very much, Eric. I think this is a very important point, the moral structure that you mentioned, because this is like also the backbone of left-wing politics, right? This is what differentiates us from the extreme right, even though sometimes we might use the same emotions, the values and the moral pattern behind it is different, like empathy, solidarity, what you mentioned, also standing at the side of those who are not well off socially and economically.
So thank you to the three panelists, Eric in Shanghai, who talked about Zohran Mamdani's campaign. You explained very clearly about the moral backdrop that you have to paint to reach people. The walk through Manhattan, this was 20 kilometers, was it? You didn't know about the kilometers, but it was a long way. And you have to go the extra mile. That's the whole point. And
he's actually
Eric
in China? Yes, he
Zohran
lives in China, yes.
Were very successful. Today, thank you for giving us of your time. All the best to you in Shanghai.
Was that it?
For your work. A round of applause for Eric, please. We're very happy to have had you here.
Oh, no.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Okay, well, not how I wanted it to go.
I thought I was supposed to give a speech, LOL.
However,
I
wrote a speech, so I'm going to give it anyway. Fuck it. Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Hovium. I'm a political commentator who makes videos on YouTube and on TikTok. In the summer of 2025, I had the incredible privilege of working on a handful of Zohran Mamdani's campaign videos just before the NYC mayoral primary. More recently, I've been producing interviews and mini documentaries for Hasan Piker, who you might know was 2024's finalist for Antisemite of the Year for his criticism of Israel. Ever since Zohran's campaign, I've had countless requests from folks on the left asking how we did it. I was just a tiny part of the campaign. The real blood, sweat, and tears were shed by Zohran and his core video team. But any of them will tell you this one simple truth. The videos were nothing without his policies. Take his halalflation video, for example. In New York, there are these food trucks everywhere that sell halal food, which is just usually some variation of chicken or lamb over rice. Historically, it's cost around $7, but more recently, it's been closer to 10 or 11. In the video, with a full mouth, Zohran recognizes the core of the problem, the increased price.
Wow.
And rather than talking about boring procedural nonsense, he joins various workers in the halal carts and asks them why it's gotten so expensive. Every single one of them had the exact same thing to say, that their food vending permit was bought from someone else, not the city. So they had to raise their prices. Zohran goes on to say that the mayor's office has the ability to issue more of these licenses so that parasitic middlemen don't have to jack up the cost of your food. So he promises to issue more of these permits to bring the cost down. Of course, the color grading, the sound, the pacing are all perfect, but the entire thing could have been shot on an iPhone with nearly identical impact. That's because, at the core of what this kind of politics represents, lies a framework guided by authentic, lived experience. Not just from Zohran, but the masses who he surrounds himself with every single day.
The masses.
The halal cart food price conversation is one that nearly every working New Yorker has had, which is something that super rich Andrew Cuomo couldn't relate to while he was doing pro bono legal work for war criminals like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Ooh.
Which, of course, brings me to Israel.
Oh,
there is
Here
no
we
secret
go.
recipe that can substitute for Zohran's policies and the physical work he put in as an organizer before his campaign. No one could question his solidarity with Palestine or any oppressed person of the world because he himself spent years in the trenches organizing alongside those very people. In some of the videos, he even spoke their languages. Wow. During his campaign, he stood up for the likes of Palestinian activists like Mahmoud Khalil, demonstrating a set of values that would guide his mayoralty, which I believe started in January of 2026. Zohran is not the end-all be-all of politics inside the imperial core. And I'm sure a lot of this probably feels obvious, and there's no shortcut to a revolution. But we have a moral duty to meet the masses where they are, employ language they can understand without pandering or talking down, and earnestly work every single day, shoulder to shoulder with the people we call our neighbors and our comrades. In the wise words of a chairman who...
What's your main disagreement with DSA policy? I'm not a communist. I think that capital and private investment and ownership of businesses, I think, is a good thing that doesn't have to be dictated or directed by the government. I don't want the government to have to make decisions about what businesses should or shouldn't be allowed to exist in society. Like, the idea that you'd leave it all up to people like this is a little spooky to me. But hey, you know, that's just my inner capitalism speaking.
Who I've come to revere since recently moving to China. We should go to the masses, learn from them, synthesize their experience into better articulated principles and methods, then do propaganda among the masses and call upon them to put these principles and methods
Does the DSA want to completely eradicate private businesses? That is the goal of a socialist society, yes.
To practice so as to solve their problems and help them achieve liberation and happiness. If you're looking for technical video advice from either Chairman Mao or myself, I'm sure we'd both agree that you should use 32-bit float microphones, shoot in open gate 4x3 when possible so you can crop in for vertical on mobile, and use a shallow depth of field to provide a sense of intimacy with your viewer. Prioritize your audio first, your lighting second, and your camera last. Get a whole color grading node tree going.
The EU?
Maybe they were asking for technical details. Fuck, and the guy knows what he's talking about. Ooh, those
That
are
was a
all...
lot, yeah.
I'm sure we'd both agree. If you're looking for technical video advice from either Chairman Mao or myself, I'm sure we'd both agree that you should use 32-bit float microphones, shoot in open...
I think the higher bit on microphones just allows you more variance in volume.
Gate 4x3 when possible, so you can...
4x3 is... People are filming and optimizing for mobile more. 4x3 is better than 16:9, even though that's typically what we think of, because the narrower you're shooting, the easier it is to crop for mobile. This
crop
is
in for vertical on mobile, and use a shallow depth of field to provide a sense of intimacy with your viewer. Prioritize your audio first, your lighting second, and your camera last.
This is true. Too many people buy expensive cameras and don't know what to do with them, and nothing is a substitute for good. Audio is a necessary. If you're going to be doing anything online, you have to have good audio. It's so frustrating to hear a podcast or whatever today still, where it's like the microphones aren't good, something is fucked up. And then audio, and then lighting, and then camera, yeah. Sure.
Get a whole color grading node tree going in DaVinci Resolve if it really tickles your fancy. And
Fuck
maybe,
that.
just a little bit more importantly,
Make
we
sure
gotta
your
prioritize
message-
getting our message across in whatever form feels real to people. I can't tell you what exactly that will be in every single country or county or district, but that's your job, to go to the masses and find out exactly why they're pissed that their weekly lamb over rice plate has gone up $3 in the past year, yet their salaries have not. Which brings me to what I believe is the most important takeaway from any of this. Those who we call our neighbors, or our comrades, must not be segregated by an artificial line that some pedophile drew up 100 years ago. We must acknowledge the material history that led to our respective countries accruing the wealth we have today. Until we reckon with the fact the streets of Brussels are paved with the blood of 10 million Congolese, the Louvre is filled with the trophies pillaged from the rest of the African continent, and the name Wall Street is derived from the barrier that violent settlers built to keep out indigenous people in New York before exterminating the rest of the indigenous population, we will continue falling into the same traps that have allowed the space for reactionaries to dominate the politics over the past few decades. We cannot start caring about the consequences of capitalism simply because it's finally reached us on our own soil. Of course, this isn't a revelation that some idiot YouTuber like myself invented. Look no further than the pleas of a young Nguyen Ai Kwok, who, in front of the French communists, demanded deeper international solidarity with the very colonies whom they had raped, pillaged, and plundered. He quoted Lenin on the need for workers inside the imperial core to help liberation movements in subject nations, and went on to profess, unfortunately, there are still many militants who think a colony is nothing but a country full of sand with the sun shining down, a few green coconut trees, and some colored men, and that's all. His calls were largely overlooked, which led him to the Soviet Union,
Don't forget to
eventually
edit, guys.
back home, where, under the name Ho Chi Minh, he led the liberation of his people against the French and American imperialist dogs. Thank goodness he was capable enough to move beyond the closed-minded nationalism that turned its back on the workers outside their own borders. Europe is at an interesting crossroads at the moment. It's unclear who leads it, whether it is a state or just a loosey-goosey international finger-wagger, or if it truly has the potential to work together to improve the world, not just for Europe, but for everyone, not just a handful of folks who are Zionist pedophiles and best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. I hope that you share my belief that the United States is currently the most belligerent, violent empire in the modern day.
True.
Thankfully, for the first time since the illegal dissolution of the Soviet Union, China's offered a new...
What? Okay.
multipolar path forward.
Multipolar?
We can't be so naive as to overlook the various isms that prevent us from cooperating with our eastern or southern neighbors. The leader who is able to effectively link Rwanda's theft of coltan from Congolese slaves owned by Western mining corporations with the Western worker struggling to afford lamb over rice will have the heart of the world at their fingertips. For better or for worse, America's and Israel's genocide of Palestinians is starting to make things a little clearer for those who have otherwise felt left out of politics. A politician's stance on Israel now serves as a litmus test for their values. If my state senator lacks the humanity to end the bombing of children in refugee camps with my tax dollars, what moral clarity could they possibly exercise when something not nearly as bad happens to me at home? After all, a man who stands for nothing will fall for anything.
Wow.
Every pixel you get on a 4-inch screen in front of someone's eyes is an opportunity to open a new mind and a new heart. Left-wing ideas might sound scary at times. Maybe it's just a dumb American thing, but almost no one you're going to talk with understands what dialectical materialism is. But they do know that the rent is higher, the metro is more expensive, their lamb over rice has gone up $3. It's your job to figure out why, explain it clearly, and work with them to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know,
What does he think about Tibetan stuff? Somebody link this. What is this?
Future. And listen, I hear what you're saying. Eric, what about the Uyghurs? What about Taiwan? What about Tibet? And frankly, each of these deserve their own video to express the nuance around the respective situations. But just on a human level, like as a dude, I feel sorry for the Uyghurs being used as a pawn by the CIA to foment unrest.
True.
I feel bad for the people of Taiwan who overwhelmingly do not want to be independent, but are caught in the crosshairs of America's violent foreign policy.
And we are so grateful that Hong Kong has been brought back in under the fold. Thank you, glorious China. True.
And I feel the worst for the people of Tibet, who were literal slaves up until they were recently liberated.
By China!
None of these stories are black and white, but you know, if you live in the US or the West more broadly, you and I have been subjected to a lot of CIA revisionist propaganda that's only now getting its own Wikipedia pages. Hopefully I'll be able to visit all three of these regions over the next year or two and try to scrape together better anecdotal experience to answer these big questions. But the reality is, the truth is much more than what the Heritage Foundation has pumped into your drinking water, or even worse, into your children's textbooks.
True.
With all that being said, I plan on being in and out of Shanghai for at least the next 2 years. If there's anything you'd like to see in China, feel free to drop a comment below. Make sure you're subscribed, ring the bell, all of those good things. If you'd like to check out a full room tour, maybe even a house tour if I'm feeling like doxing myself,
that'd be sick.
Go check out my Patreon. I'll have it linked down below in the description. And if you're a content creator who's looking to collaborate while you're here in China, feel free to shoot me a DM on Twitter or whatever.
I wonder if this is the guy that set all those trips up.
For other platform you can find me on. More videos to come soon, and as always, thank you for watching. As they say here in China, au revoir and bye-bye. Actually though, like all the clips that I put in the beginning of this video were actually from either Shanghai or one of the adjacent cities. They're Chinese. A lot of Chinese cities look very French. I don't really understand it. I mean, Shanghai used to be part of like France, sort of. There's like the French concession, which is, it's going to be a whole, I'm going to make a whole video about it. It's
Thank
fucking
God.
crazy. Like,
Tell us what happened.
The amount of like French influence in the city is kind of wild. And also I recently learned, I don't know why I'm rambling. We've been going on for so long at this point. I recently learned that part of China was colonized by Germany, which is why they have beer, Qingdao. It was a whole city. The Germans fucking captured it.
Damn.
Anyway, fuck Germany, fuck France, fuck Britain.
Hell yeah, China.
Free Palestine.
Yes.
If you look at the coast of Southern California, you'll find...
Well, I don't know if I can stomach this. Ugh.
Imagine buying...
Also, this lady, wait. Oh, man. What? I'd never seen Francesca Hung speak before. The personality is more of a liability than DSA, which is bad enough. 20... What, isn't this an older clip? I don't remember. I think I've seen this before.
Why do you believe that the police must still exist?
Still exist? Because the reality of this moment and in the types of public safety systems that we have, I want us to be sensible and realistic, but we know now that the billions invested in the criminal legal system is not working. We are...
It's so funny that sometimes they're like very critical of candidates that feel like they were grown in a lab. Especially watching her in that debate, I hardcore get the impression that this person was literally invented in like a laboratory for us to all like, for Zoomers to soy out about.
Spend that the billions invested in the criminal legal system is not working. We are spending on incarcerating an individual more than tuition for UW-Madison. That, you know, this is about making sure that local law enforcement, is working with community, that we are taking resources from the state and investing in things like public education, victim services, out-of-school programs for our kids to go and have a great, be able to be themselves. These are things that data and facts have shown that prevent crime. Again, if you want to be tough on crime, you better be tough on causes.
Do you still long-term want to abolish police, but ultimately?
You know, I believe that we have to be serious about public safety, and I'm going to be a governor that is more serious than anyone else in making sure that we are building systems of care, that we are focusing on lowering crime, getting guns off of our street, and making sure that folks who are incarcerated, which 90% of those folks will be going back to community, that we're lowering recidivism rate. And it's, appalling to me that, for folks who are working within our prisons, they have some of the highest suicide rates of any job and occupation. So this system is not working. If we want to be serious, we better be putting these billions into the things that we know prevent crime.
Would you care to clarify?
Damn, is she really going to win in the general against the Republican? That's a spooky one. Taylor Lorenz drama. Hasan's audience not vibing with her AI takes. And older drama. She becomes a pro-Pally activist for not wearing, or shames a pro-Pally activist for not wearing a mask. Oh, I saw this. People got real mad over this because she wasn't wearing a mask. People in his, she got mad about her not wearing a mask, and then the lefties got real mad at her for shaming a pro-Palestinian activist. It was a bunch of just drama slop.
For daring to attack the left.
True.
Your kid a toy only to...
Mamdani. To me, this is like Arab, he's Arab Jessiah to me. He's so perfect in some ways, and then in other ways it's like...
You mean Mehdi?
Yeah. What did I say?
You said Mamdani.
Oh, Mehdi is Arab Jessiah for me, yeah.
Find the batteries aren't included. Or buying furniture, but it's missing the tools to build it. Frustrating, right? Now imagine that exact same feeling, but you're paying way more. That is what buying business software usually feels like. Fragmented, disconnected, incredibly expensive.
He's Indian? Oh, okay, whatever the fuck. It's all the same to me. I'm an American, okay?
Completely changes
I don't
that.
see color.
Odoo is a complete, fully integrated business suite where all your apps actually talk to each other. We're talking automated lead routing for your sales team, seamless AI integration, and an intuitive point-and-click website builder. It's everything your business needs to scale, saving you time.
You didn't even say Mamdani, you said Mehdi? Oh, well, fuck you, Moot, and stop trolling me.
Stop piecing your software together. Go to odoo.com/not kidding. That's odoo.com, odoo.com/not kidding to learn more. How is it that a 34-year-old Turkish-American socialist Twitch streamer is now a kingmaker in the Democratic Party of the United States?
I think this is a much larger movement. I don't think anyone is a kingmaker.
Do you believe that the rise of socialism in America is a supply issue or a demand issue?
It's both.
If Abdul El-Sayed wins, will you take some credit?
No.
If he loses, will you take some responsibility?
I think that this race will shock the world.
You are a lightning rod. Is it weird for you to be hearing all these prominent Democrats just using you as the punch bag? I was on the PBD podcast.
Yeah, Patrick cooked you.
Yeah, Patrick cooked me. Okay.
There is power in shamelessness. Donald Trump has proven that.
We got to talk about a big topic, and that is a man named Tucker Carlson.
He's a phenomenal communicator, and that's what makes him so dangerous.
I don't believe J.D. Vance believes anything sincerely.
J.D. Vance is on janitorial duty right now.
The Bill Maher, Joe Rogans, they do this free speech champion stuff. They don't have people who come on and disagree with them or call them out.
Zohran has done a pretty good job, but in ways that annoy me sometimes. I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Are we really going to end the show on you saying, shut the fuck up, Zohran, I'm done?
I mean, come
what
on.
A twist.
They're going to arrest me as soon as I get out of this podcast if you keep talking about this.
I'm Mehdi Hasan.
I'm Hasan Piker.
And we're not kidding. This is a podcast where I get to talk to funny people about serious things, but also funny things too, I hope. Hasan Piker, welcome to the show.
It's an honor to be here.
It's an honor to be here. It's taken ages to get you on the show.
I know.
Get you in DC.
And I hate being in DC.
Well, you're here now. You miss LA?
No, it's not that I love LA. I mean, I do like LA. That's why I live there. But I feel like every time I'm in this town, the aura of evil is so palpable. Like, it's a beautiful city. There are phenomenal people that live here, but then it's just overshadowed by the metric ton of evil that you experience and you feel on a daily basis. Like, I'm staying at a hotel and I'm walking around and I'm looking around, I'm like, there's like war criminals here right now.
That's you humble bragging that you're staying at a really nice hotel.
That's not what my intention was with
that's how it came across. It was good to see you in town. This is our casual podcast. You're very dressed up, but you dress up a lot these days. You're in a suit, I see you. I thought you'd be in a suit today. What is this Chairman Mao outfit you're rocking?
This is a Zhongshan suit.
Even he can't know.
So this is a traditional Chinese suit. When they initially, in China, I think it was like the
my
nationalists
God,
as well,
he's
originally
so
started dressing
cringe.
up in a more Western style. And this was like that first iteration of it. And when I went to China in Shanghai, I met this tailor who came from this long lineage who actually invented the Zhongshan suit. So I made them make me one, and I really liked it.
They made it in the time you were in China?
They made it while I was there, yeah. But then I liked it so much, they already had my sizes, so I was like, send me another one.
This is going to be like the part of a U.S. Treasury Department investigation to Hasan Piker's ties to China. His suits.
Yeah. Do you want to get into that? We can get into all of that.
We'll get into a lot of things
There's a
today.
lot going on that front.
Well, hold on. Is there a lot going on that front? Because last time you were on the podcast, you were on Beyond Israelism with Simone Zimmerman not too long ago.
Yeah.
It was shortly after Fox were talking about you being investigated by the Justice Department, apparently. Has anything come of that?
No.
Okay, good.
But I do think that there is a broader like RICO that they're trying to establish for the entire left movement and whatever they can like add on as different tentacles to it. So I haven't even received a subpoena from the Treasury Department, and that investigation seemingly has gone really nowhere. But I think the ultimate goal of that investigation, as I clocked early on, was not necessarily to come after people like myself. I think we're secondary. They just want to establish like a big racketeering case around probably Roy Singham.
This is one of the funders of Code Pink.
Yeah, he's just a centimillionaire who sold his company. He's a radical guy. He sold his company to Microsoft, made a lot of money, and then just moved to China. And he's been an activist for a very long time. I've never met the guy. I just knew of him and knew that he had fundraised a lot, or he'd funded a lot of political organizations that like helped him get started. And
he sounds just like Trump, by the way.
Yeah. The Roy Singham guy is also, I think, very directly connected to that Eric dude or whatever that Hasan is now getting training from.
American government doesn't like that at all.
I said this recently on a stream that Donald Trump continues to morph into George W. Bush by the day. We've had a big presentation at the White House with CIA intel about the elections. That felt very 2003. The CIA says China interfered in our election, which it doesn't say, by the way. And then, of course, the bombing of Iran, the embrace of neocons, and now the constant. You saw Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio's deranged speeches the other day talking about left-wing terrorism and cracking down on the left. They are very worried about the rise of the left. There is a rise of the left. You've been part of it. You've been identified.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a patriotic American. I am
small C conservative.
I'm small C conservative. I always say the freer the markets, the freer the people.
You always say that.
I always say that. I also say, socialism only works in theory until you run out of other people's money.
People can't see off camera. We've got Ayn Rand books piled up. To read on your flight.
No, I'm such a small C conservative. I'm illiterate now. I leaned in fully. I forgot how to read and write
because of the elite literature industry.
Yeah, because I hate. Yeah, reading is woke and gay.
Why were you in New York on the night of the Democratic primaries? I was enjoying yourself with all these wins that we saw in New York. You were there. We saw you there.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Must have been somebody else.
Brad Lander, Melat Kiros, who was just on your stream, who won in Colorado. All these lefties, or almost all of these lefties who are winning. There is a link to you. You've backed them. You've public talked. Some of them you've campaigned with. How is it that a 34-year-old Turkish-American socialist Twitch streamer is now a kingmaker in the Democratic Party of the United States? Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to zeteo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
Well, first of all, I don't think I'm a kingmaker. I think this is a much larger movement. I don't think anyone is a kingmaker. I don't think Zohran is a kingmaker.
An appropriately modest answer.
No. I'm not even demonstrating humility. I'll take ownership over some of those victories, where I feel like I've made the most impact, right? Where I feel like maybe even some of these races are overlooked. But ultimately, this is a real movement that we've been working to build for the last decade or so. I think from failure after failure, every single time people have gone back to the drawing board and figured out new ways of reaching as many people as possible. I'm a firm believer that there is no such thing as a spontaneous revolution, and I think that we have to be organized, we have to be disciplined, and we have to be ready for when the moment comes when people start recognizing that the system is fundamentally flawed.
And I'll come back to system, just on you before we move on.
Yeah.
Clearly you played a role, even if you're not a kingmaker.
Yeah.
Is that a role you saw yourself when you were making videos for TYT, when you were in college, you moved here from Turkey? Do you see yourself as the Twitch gaming streamer guy who's also dabbling in national and international politics?
Yes and no. Like I always had a lot of hubris. I think I always
Someone's
thought,
noticed.
yeah, I always
Oh my God, I'm the most humble, actually.
thought that I was destined for something, right? I don't know what.
Oh, he said hubris, not humble, sorry.
But it was, and I just kind of go along with the wind. But I did not think that I would have this much impact. I did not think that we would get to a point where the overwhelming majority of Americans are pro-Palestine, for example.
I never imagined I'd see that.
So there have been dramatic shifts in public consciousness, and I'm honored to have played a small role in that, as you have as well. But I just did not think that the broader shifts would happen in general.
And it's not just a shift on Palestine. We'll come to Palestine. Just sticking with socialism. That was a dirty word until very recently. The S word.
Yeah.
I mean, going back to FDR, people were calling FDR a socialist. People were calling Truman a socialist. Truman famously said, whatever, call me whatever you want. The S word has had a lot of value for Republicans. I feel like they overused it, right? When they throw it everywhere, if Obama's a socialist, if Joe Biden's a socialist, if Kamala Harris is a socialist, communist apparently, Marxist, then when the real socialists come along, people are like, oh, Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani, they don't seem so bad. And I wonder, you should go back to free market principles. Do you think the
which
rise
I admire
of
and adore.
we both love. Do you believe that the rise of socialism in America is a supply issue or a demand issue? Is it being led by, is it because you have all these people pushing it now and people are like, wow, we like Zohran Mamdani, we like this Claire Valdez, we like Bernie and AOC? Or is it a demand issue from the public just saying, we are fed up with this broken system, give us something else?
It's both.
Okay.
It can't be one or the other.
It's in the moment.
Yeah, that's why I said that
such a smart
there's always
answer.
going to be ideologues, there's always going to be fighters.
Oh, it's all of the things.
There's a severe crisis in class consciousness in this country. My understanding, or our understanding on the broader left, is that class war happens, right? It's already happening. It's happening all the time. And there is a group of people that are class conscious, and there's a group of people who aren't. It's the billionaires, the capital-owning class that are class conscious and waging class war, albeit very successfully. And a part of that is that the working class are oblivious to their position. They are unaware that they're being screwed over by the system that has been designed in a way to create these unjust outcomes, because it's very beneficial for the capital-owning class. So my goal always has been to first and foremost foment class consciousness amongst the masses and help people recognize their class position. And
I thought Mehdi was a harsh interviewer. I mean, it depends on the show. I think this is like his friendly, chill show, not like his go fucking balls to the wall fucking show.
Realize that the real dividing line is around those who are of the working class and being exploited versus those who are in the billionaire, millionaire, capital-owning class that are doing the exploitation, and not on these different lines, like these ethnic tensions, racial divisions around your gender identity, your sexuality, and vice versa.
You and I are not working class, or from working class backgrounds. Are we class traitors?
To a certain degree, yes.
I don't know Mehdi's story. Hasan is not from a working class background. Hasan is clearly from an ultra wealthy capital background, but okay.
I don't really own a business necessarily. Like everything I do, I'm like owned and operated by myself. But yeah, I mean,
do now.
I know you were on Patrick Bet David.
Everything is owned and operated by, like, it's so funny too, because they take positions. This is like, in some ways, this is like the stereotype of how a capitalist will attack a socialist. Like, even if what he's saying is true, there are definitely people that work with him and everything, but even if what he was saying was true, like, wouldn't you rather have somebody who was expanding their empire in such a way that they could like hire people who could have jobs, who could do things that they like? Like, you could pay them a really good wage, right? Could you not do that? And it's like, no, actually, it's better not to have a business at all and not to do anything with any of my money and to keep it all in my savings account and to not have any employees ever because that's unethical. And it's like, it's fucking retarded.
And he called you out for it. He was like, how can you say you're a socialist? I love Patrick.
We'll come back to Patrick. We're going to talk about Patrick Bet David.
Okay.
But while we're on the subject of lefty candidates, the rise of socialism, actually, a candidate who is not a socialist but is running a very lefty campaign is Abdul El Sayed in Michigan, running a very progressive insurgent campaign.
Can authentic/genuine/honest people ever possibly win against people who can lie with this much shame? Yes, but our big failure, unfortunately, is the media. It requires the... Mehdi said they both aren't working class. I thought he said they were from working class backgrounds but aren't working class right now. Did I misunderstand that? The issue is that if you don't have a journalist who's willing to ask tough questions to hold them accountable, then all hope is kind of lost, because people just watch what's on TV in front of them. And I don't even blame them. It's like, it's hard to do all the fucking research and everything. So I think it was the other way around.
This necessarily, like everything I do, I'm like owned to a certain degree, yeah. And these different who are in foremost because of being apart. Last war, there's a severe crisis that there's always going to be ideologues. There is a group of people who are, albeit very successfully, and a part of that is that the working class are oblivious to their position. They are unaware that they're being screwed over by the system that has been designed in a way to create these unjust outcomes, because it's very beneficial for the capital-owning class. So my goal: ethnic tensions, racial divisions around your gender identity, your sexuality, and vice versa.
You and I are not working class, or from working class backgrounds. Are we class traitors?
To a certain degree.
You and I are not working class. but we're from working class backgrounds?
And vice versa.
You and I are not working class, or from working class backgrounds.
Oh, or from working class backgrounds. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So he does say that. Oh, damn. But Hasan doesn't even correct him on that, because Hasan very clearly on his stream says that he does count as working class because he's not a capital owner. But I guess Hasan is in simp mode, so he's going to be nice and not correct him on anything. Okay.
Are we class traitors?
To a certain degree, yes. I mean, I don't really own a business necessarily. Like everything I do, I'm like owned and operated by myself. But yeah, I mean,
do now.
I know you were on Patrick Bet David, and he called you out for it. He was like, how can you say you're a socialist? I love Patrick.
We'll come back to Patrick. We're going to talk about Patrick Bet David.
Okay.
But while we're on the subject of lefty candidates, the rise of socialism, actually, a candidate who is not a socialist but is running a very lefty campaign is Abdul El Sayed in Michigan, running a very progressive insurgent campaign in the Senate Democratic primary there, in a key swing state. You've been stumping hard for him. You've campaigned for him. You look at the polls this week, Hasan. The polls are interesting. They're kind of all over the place. You have a Detroit News poll that shows Haley Stevens, the centrist establishment pro-Israel candidate, the sitting congresswoman, at 48%, and Abdul El Sayed at 41%. And then you have a data from...
Imagine, like, that's your summary of a candidate, the pro-Israel candidate. Oh, my God.
The centrist establishment pro-Israel candidate, the sitting congresswoman, at 48%, and Abdul El Sayed at 41%.
The most important
And then you have a Data for Progress poll that has, I think it's an internal Abdul poll, which shows him at 54% and Stevens at 41%. How are you reading these mixed polls? Are you worried?
So both of those, no, I'm not. Both of those polls are technically should be read as internal polls. So Data for Progress comes from, I think, a super PAC, and the Detroit one, the Glengarriff one, is actually a poll that has overestimated Haley Stevens' chances the entire time and actually endorsed Haley Stevens. So both are favorable polls to the respective partners. Having said that, I think what's more important than poll watch, which can show you the trend, is looking at the number of small dollar donations, looking at the on-the-ground excitement.
Excitement.
I think
like
those
Bernie
are
Sanders
far better markers of who will inevitably win elections. At least in my experience, that's what it's looked like every single time. And we've had a couple upsets. Melach Kiros and Daria Liza are the two big upsets that I think a lot of people were not expecting.
And they didn't win narrowly. They won comfortably.
Yeah. Daria Liza was like the closer one, and she was still, I believe, up 5 points against the incumbent.
Well, this race is clearly going to be close, and no one expected otherwise, especially after Mallory McMorrow, the third candidate, pulled out.
We'll see.
You don't think it's going to be close?
I think
you heard it here first, folks.
I think that this race will shock the world.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I think.
I mean, they are throwing a lot of money now into this race. Obviously, the UDP, the United Democracy Project, which is AIPAC's super PAC, has spent $15 million in recent weeks. New York Times has a number of $28 million total from AIPAC or its affiliates just for Haley Stevens. They're spending 10 times as much on TV ads as Abdul El Sayed right now. We know the power of TV ads in a lot of these primary races. What do you make of the money that's being spent in this race? And especially AIPAC, of course. But now we're on to sensitive territory, because you say AIPAC because, you're being anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists, even though AIPAC themselves bragging about how much money.
Yeah, so sensitive. Yeah, especially on this show. Whoo, I'd be real nervous if I was these guys bringing up stuff about hating Jews, because, man, you know that they're going to get huge pushback from the political arena that they're inhabiting. Oh, my God. Wow, so brave. Clap.
Yeah, I mean, it makes total sense. AIPAC has done this already with Wesley Bell. AIPAC did this against Jamal Bowman as well, and those were primary races for the House of Representatives, right? Like, the Senate seat is far more consequential. There's less senators, more powerful. It's the upper chamber. And I think it's terrifying that there is an avowed anti-Zionist, pro-Medicare for all, anti-corporate PAC expenditure candidate out there who is a Bernie-crat through and through. They don't want that.
So many buzzwords.
And when I say they, I don't mean just AIPAC. I mean all of these other big
Wealthy
corporations
elites.
definitely are terrified. And that's precisely the reason why the total expenditure, outside expenditure so far has been around $54 million.
Insane
Haley
numbers.
Stevens is a non-entity on the ground. She every now and then she pops up and does a couple safe events.
And even at the safe events, she says some weird stuff. And if you
Well,
say
now,
it's weird,
now you're
being misogynistic.
You're being a classic woman-hating Muslim, which is what I think, because I'm a small C conservative.
Well, they've said it about Abdul. They've said it about you. They'll say it about me. In my defense, I call a lot of Republicans weirdos. I call a lot of Democrats weirdos. I don't know what else to describe someone who says Israel comes to me in my dreams as.
You know what I call them? The next senator from Michigan, because I love all of that. That's my favorite type of
Abdul El
politics.
Sayed recently tweeted, Hasan, it's become impossible to ignore the way that people online make fun of my opponent for things that have nothing to do with their policies or politics. It's unkind and unhelpful. If you support me, please stop. Some people say he's talking about you.
That's Shannon Watts saying that. No, I don't think he's talking about me, because he could talk
Do you
to
agree
me.
Do you agree with that sentiment?
No. I agree with the sentiment, but I also disagree with it at the same
He
time.
shouldn't
So I
have tweeted
agree
it.
that, and I
Always
even
be
brought this
attacking.
up before he even tweeted that out, like a couple days prior to this, where I was like,
Always
I
be
think
attacking.
people are focusing a little too much on how folksy Haley Stevens is, right? And what people should be.
Am I crazy, or did Hasan not spend like 5 minutes making fun of the way she speaks? Did we watch that on stream? Hello? Good I'm sure Mehdi will fact check him on this, though.
Focusing a little too much on how folksy Haley Stevens is, right? And what people should be focusing on instead is how utterly devoid of policy her campaigning has been, and also how bought and
what?
They should be focusing on she's a genocider.
True. But he was literally, we watched the whole thing of him like making fun of her fucking accent like crazy. Yeah.
Socialist to AIPAC and numerous other corporations. Like, those are the real problems here. That's why Abdul
That's
should
unique
win.
to Haley Stevens, because whatever you think of Mallory McMorrow, she didn't have as bad a record or as much outside spending. Like, there's a difference between Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens.
Mallory McMorrow called Haley Stevens out a lot during her campaign. So I agree with him on that front. What I disagree with him in principle is leaning in any way, shape, or form, or conceding in any way, shape, or form to bad faith attacks.
Because they never accept those.
That's not.
They just want more.
It actually backfires because what ends up happening.
You see how annoying it is for the lib shit, right? How I had so many fucking people, waving their fingers at me, and how irresponsible my rhetoric was. And remember, my rhetoric was Donald Trump should disavow the violence first, and that was a bridge too far for fucking a lot of people in my fucking community, even, right? But when you listen to, if anybody can link the Megyn Kelly clip, if you know what I'm talking about, link that and we can watch that. And then Hasan talking here. Every other person understands exactly what I was talking about and all these other political factions. But the libs were not allowed to participate or understand in the way that all these people do. And then everybody just gets sucked into it.
And I gave this, I gave.
Why is AIPAC spending so much? I don't know if they're spending now as more than it has been, but also I wouldn't trust any AIPAC spending number because a lot of these guys don't track AIPAC expenditures. They track anybody spending money that's even remotely related to AIPAC ever, and it ends up not being remotely close to anything in reality. So.
Advice to Democrats, it's free advice on my stream all the time during the 2024 election as well, where I was never apologize for something you don't have to apologize for. Never accept your opposition's framing.
Agreed.
And if you ever do apologize for
There it
something,
is.
your opposition is going to take that in bad faith
Yep,
and then
there it
say,
is.
see, they're taking ownership over it. So
There
now
it
all of a sudden
is.
it's a story.
Yep.
If Abdul had said nothing, maybe there would be some articles about it. Maybe they would constantly try to get him to address it, and then Abdul could come across as saying,
Everybody else understands this except for the libs for some reason.
the real story here, I don't necessarily have anything to say about the way Haley Stevens sounds. I think it's silly. What the real story is how devoid of policy she is.
Democrats should not be on the defensive. The left is often in a defensive posture, often appeasing bad faith actors. Often.
And now Mehdi is going to do, because he's naive, I think, or maybe, and doesn't understand how different the sides are. Now he's going to be like, but shouldn't we do this just to be better? Mehdi's going to give the lib answer, maybe.
Denying things they shouldn't have to deny. I'm always reminded of that apocryphal story of LBJ. Apocryphal story that LBJ is running for Congress in Texas early on in his career, and he tells his team about his primary opponent, you should put it out there, he's a farmer, and he says, you should put it out there that he fucks his pigs.
Oh, yeah.
And his team so we can't say that he doesn't fuck his pigs. And he says, yeah, I know that. I just want to hear him deny it.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the classic kind of the bad faith approach to politicking. On that note, there have been a number of attack ads
never
on
mind.
us, and I'm sure you've seen them. On El Sayed, actually, on Abdul, featuring you. There was a mailer that says El Sayed embraced a podcaster that said America deserved 9/11. And then there's commercials like this one. We have a clip.
Oh, there's a commercial.
Meet Abdul El Sayed.
I'm the worst on the stage, he said. And I'm the first to say it. I apologize.
And that's not all. Abdul campaigned with anti-Israel radical Hasan Piker.
What do you say to that?
I think that's the Republican attack ad that they put out because they're trying to Pied Piper it, which is really funny. Because that's not a real attack ad. That's a promotional piece. You know how they.
Yes.
Hillary Clinton did this with Donald Trump, which as we know backfired spectacularly.
If Abdul El Sayed wins, will you take some credit?
No, I'll just say the same thing I've always been saying, which is.
So he's saying that this is a Republican that ran a quote unquote attack ad, but it was really just to make Abdul look better to the people that hate Israel or whatever. Which I think he's actually correct there. Yeah, he's even open about it.
This is a broader movement, and
if he loses, will you take some responsibility?
Absolutely not.
I was trying to check for consistency. That's a very consistent answer.
Yeah.
Look, you are a lightning rod in a way that it's happened very fast. I've known you for many years, and in the last couple of years, especially post October 7th, post the 2024 election, you become this lightning. We went through a weird roller coaster where after the 2024 election, is this the left Joe Rogan? I was like, how many fucking profiles are we going to read about Hasan Piker?
Yeah.
It's like every time I open the New York Times or New York Magazine or whatever it is, there's a glossy profile of you working out somewhere, not in a Chinese suit.
Yeah.
And then it changed quite quickly into you are evil personified. You are this anti-Semite. Since earlier this year, just this year, Mallory McMorrow, who we mentioned a moment ago, compared you to Nick Fuentes, the Nazi, called you misogynistic and anti-Semitic. Josh Gottheimer, congressman from New Jersey, said all elected officials should condemn your rhetoric. Andrew Cuomo, remember him? He said that Zohran Mamdani said on the debate stage. I don't know if you're watching that live debate. I wonder when you heard your name.
I knew it was going to happen.
Mamdani should condemn Hasan Piker, he said. Neera Tanden, former Obama and Clinton official, now head of the Center for American Progress, said AIPAC would spend $50 million to defeat any candidate campaigning with Hasan Piker. I'm definitely against super PAC money, but let's get real. Is it weird for you to be hearing all these prominent Democrats just using you as the punch bag?
No, it's expected. I think I'm the perfect guy to draw all of their enmity. I'll draw all the aggro. I can tank it. I've been in a very
I seek out.
This is happening suddenly in your life. Like for 33 years, you were just like a streamer, and that 34th year, you're the enemy of the Democratic Party establishment, and they hate you.
Yeah, but the hatred is coming from the success of this movement. So who cares? Let them hate. I don't care about what they think of me. I just want to win. I want to win for the working class, and I want to make sure that we have real fighters that get elected.
So a lot of the attacks on you are clearly bad faith and bullshit. A lot of the attacks on you are because you're anti-Israel and anti-Zionism. If you weren't, they wouldn't care what you said on your streams. Let's just be real about that. At the same time, there is no denying that you've said some stuff that's pissed a lot of people off in good faith. People who are not hardcore supporters of Israel. I watched your appearance on Simone Zimmerman's Beyond Israelism podcast. If you don't watch Beyond Israelism, tune in, a great Jessiah podcast. Hasan was on the show. And I heard you say to Simone, it's like, Mehdi's always texting me about these clips of mine. And I do clips you because I don't watch or stream as religiously as everyone else. I don't have 8 free hours of the day. But I do see these clips. People send this to me because I end up, A, being associated with you because we're both critics of Israel in the media. B, we're both called Hasan. And C, I go on a lot of these podcasts. I was on the PBD podcast. And they brought you up. But before we get to that, just deal with some classics. Sorry, I know you've gone through as well. But
Patrick cooked you.
But Patrick it cooks me. Okay.
Let me give you layups on all these real quick.
The classic one they throw you. America deserved 9/11.
Yeah.
You've withdrawn that comment, I believe.
Yeah, I said it in 2019, and you know, if you listen to the full conversation, you very quickly understand what I'm talking about.
You're talking about foreign policy blowback.
Yeah, we're talking about foreign policy blowback.
But you could have phrased it better because it sounds like you're saying people deserve to die.
Of course,
we don't believe it.
Again, in 2019, and then immediately I'm you know, all over Fox.
Fuck, somebody find that Megyn Kelly clip that I was talking about. I know at least one person out there knows what I was talking about.
News and getting, you know, an unbelievable amount of death threats. I'm a big boy, I can handle it. It is what it is. But I you know, went on the Young Turks and famously was like, I should have phrased things better. I apologize for those who I've offended, and I most importantly apologize for giving an opportunity the right to just like use this against.
This is a 7-year-old clip that you've already explained disowned. I have the same issue. The clip's something that I've had to talk about.
Yeah.
Jewish people calling Orthodox Jewish people inbreds. The one you and I texted back and forth many times. I was like, why would you say this?
Yeah, I have a policy of using pejoratives when describing any kind of like ethno-racial supremacist groups.
So you've got a lot of people in there.
I have an entire compilation of it out there somewhere. Of
But
just
do you regret doing this because you gave a weapon to people to say?
Well, that one
clearly
that one is
anti-Semitic.
yeah, no, I know, but that one is like super disingenuous because like there's another one that they were like pig dog, where they're like pig dog is anti-Semitic. It wasn't even in the anti-Semitism glossary until they decided it was actually anti-Semitic. Did you know that?
I did not know.
Yeah, exactly. Most people don't even know that that's supposed to be an anti-Semitic term. It's not.
So you're just a guy who likes to call people out with incendiary rhetoric,
Oh.
and occasionally happens to be people who are Jewish, and therefore you're not targeting them because they're Jewish.
No, of course not. And everyone can see that, especially considering that.
No, but you say everyone can see that. Just a serious point. Everyone can't see that. We live in a clip world, right?
Everyone.
So good faith people who might like your politics and like what you do, and then they go, "Oh man, but he said this is a clip. You're saying Orthodox Jewish people inbred. That's anti-Semitic."
Well, I didn't say Orthodox Jews are inbred. I'm talking about like I'm talking specifically about settlers. I'm talking specifically about like people that are joining the Israeli military to go invade Lebanon. It's not about like
joining the Israeli military to go invade Lebanon. That's every single Israeli, by the way, who are Jewish, by the way. But okay, good one. Just right over his head.
Use that language now. Let me ask you that question.
I still definitely utilize the term inbred quite frequently when talking about religious and ethno-supremacist groups, but with the exception of anything that
him justifying the term inbred, literally the thing I'm permabanned from Twitch for. But nice.
Anything that touches Israel, because I don't want people to just like keep weaponizing that against me.
And they
It's
are
really
weaponizing,
annoying.
and it's not
but,
just
but it is a double standard, 100%.
100%. I agree with them.
I've called Republicans inbred hicks my whole life. I call you know, Nazis inbred. I call them pigs. You know, all these different things. I've gotten banned for this. I said Zionist pigs. I got banned for that. Why did I get banned for that? Because the ADL went to Twitch, went to Amazon, and made Zionism a protected identity on the platform, specifically to get me banned.
Well, that's to you.
No, literally, they did that on Twitch just for me. And eventually, they got one, and then they celebrated it. And it was I ate that suspension. Ridiculous.
But your relationship with Amazon is okay now?
My relationship with Amazon is up in the air all the time. I don't know. I sometimes don't even understand why they let me exist on the.
Oh my god, dude! How can a guy like you must be? You have to take some kind of drug or something to be this shameless, right? Like to be so protected and pampered, and to be like, yeah, I don't know. At any point, I could be permanent. I don't know. Oh my god.
Platform, but you know, knock on wood.
Capitalists, gotta love them.
Yeah.
I gotta ask this question though because it's not just about Israel. You say a lot of stuff. You do hours and hours of streams.
Yeah.
There's one clip. So Patrick Bet-David.
Oh, the landlord.
You put me in a real position.
That was awesome.
I'm there trying to defend you, and this is what PBD says. Let's play. I talk to Hasan all the time. Don't give your opponent sticks with your
Watch
The guy's a non-violent guy. He doesn't support war or killing. He just says provocative things.
Do you have it, Robert, audio or no?
My understanding is that the proper.
Wait, I reposted the Megyn Kelly clip here. Oh, just on the how to treat your opponents or whatever.
Right, and like.
Oh, when people got really mad. Unique conservatives be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they can look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there is any fear. This is like the quote that got cut from me here.
Harassing everybody.
And then this is Megyn Kelly's take.
If we could just get back to that, then.
I should ban you for one, you've artificially, wait. Yes, you've accelerated the speed of the clip, which is already fucking annoying. There's a playback speed control on the thing. And two, it's so fucking quiet. So you're lucky that I'm in a good mood right now. Otherwise, I would permaban you for such a dog shit Twitter clip. But
right, and like harassing everybody we didn't like. If we could just get back to that, that'd be great. But my own view is the only way back to that is to hurt them in all the ways that they hurt us. They have to feel the pain uniquely and acutely, and only that will make them reluctant to unleash these powers against us when they inevitably get back to power.
So every presidential election is this momentous, this side's going to go to war against this side. I don't see how that's ever going to lead to any kind of de-escalation in a way that's favorable to those of us who don't have a we necessarily.
Because they have to feel that there's risk involved to them if they do it again. If they don't feel the risk, they're going to keep doing it. They've proven that. It's the only way, to keep the kid from touching the stove again is for them to touch the hot stove. But they have to feel the pain in order for it to really bring the lesson home. Otherwise, the kid might touch the cold stove a second time, right? And like harassing everybody.
But obviously, it's just funny that every other faction understands this, but the libs, whatever.
Party owners.
And it sounds like she's like even encouraging. I don't know if, no, it is, but I think she might be talking about like lawfare related stuff here. But yeah, Jesus, good memes.
a non-violent guy. He doesn't support war or killing. He just says provocative things.
Do you have it up with audio or no?
My understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yeah, that's a dumb.
Good-looking guy,
a dumb thing
talented
to say.
guy, good speaker. Why would you say
I'm
something
going to text
like
Hasan afterwards and say, you screwed me over on the Patrick Bet David because I'm not going to defend that. I don't know what the context of that is. So I said there, I'm going to text you afterwards. I did text you.
You texted me immediately.
I was furious at you because I'd not seen that clip.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, he's a non-violent guy. You're like, kill the motherfuckers in the streets.
Yeah.
What did I text? What did you text me about? What was the explanation for people who want to know why?
I mean, it's first of all LARPing. Secondly, I'm literally talking to
people who old
LARPing.
LARPing
means live action roleplay, but it's not a sincerely held policy position of mine, obviously. And the point is,
by the way,
not only was it a conversation I was having with a former friend, not a friend anymore, who was a landlord himself at the time. You know, you can kind of hear him laughing in between, like while I'm saying that. So it's not supposed to be held sincerely. Again, from 2018, not even like a real conversation at the time, not even a real issue at the time.
With the greatest respect to you, I'm sure you're doing great in your career. Most people are not paying attention to you.
Yeah.
And I just wonder now in 2026, you are not 2018 Hasan Piker. You're 2026 Piker who's in Republican attack ads, mentioned in New York mayoral debates, on the campaign trail in Michigan. Do you now think, I can't say stuff like that because it will be weaponized, not just against me, but against people I care about and causes I care about?
No, absolutely.
So you're more careful now.
Yeah, but I have been more careful for years, which is why they always have to go back to like 2018 to be like, see, this is who he is. Or even earlier than that.
Which is what Hasan does when he's attacking people, by the way.
That people on the left give the right. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people on Twitter. I'm talking about members of Congress, members of Parliament. There are people on our side of the argument who just say sometimes over-emotional, batshit crazy things that is then weaponized against the entire cause.
Yeah, but I think what matters is who you are as a person and where you are in your life. And I give this, I am open-minded even towards people on the right who demonstrate that change, unless they're, grifters, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a little bit.
We are.
But ultimately, I don't think that this is a correct standard to apply. My standard on this is this clip representative of this person's actual worldview? Is it representative of what they're advancing and advocating for right now? Have they changed? Have they apologized for it? Right? So something like that is, is very obviously not a sincerely held belief of mine. Because if that was the case, I've talked for 21,000 hours.
Yes.
You would probably have a lot more clips of me being like, no, actually, I think we should do...
Well, there's a compilation online, I think we can play it, of you condemning anti-Semitism, standing up for Jewish people under attack. There are more clips of that, but no one sees those until somebody does a compilation. And it'd be a very weird kind of anti-Semite Nick Fuentes wannabe who's saying stuff like that.
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism.
I will always...
Oh, he says, there's a clip of him saying anti-Semitism bad. Oh, okay.
Always call out anti-Semitism. It's gross, it's immoral, it is a hate crime. There is real anti-Semitism. There is actually...
A hate crime? In what country? What?
A sense of marginalization that is valid.
And the same goes for even like advocacy for violence, where I talk about like whenever I offer analysis about structural forms of violence and what decentralized forms of violence look like, or who gets to do violence and how it's considered appropriate by the masses, people immediately go, that's an endorsement. And it's very frustrating. Like Ross Douthat did that to me when we had a New York Times podcast together, where he literally was like, oh, you're saying, I was explaining to him the concept of adventurism when talking about Luigi Mangione. As a leftist, in the leftist tradition, in the Marxist tradition, there are those, or in the Leninist tradition, there are those who actually abhor adventurism. This is decentralized violence. It only instigates the masses. It only frustrates the masses. Propaganda of the deed is what the anarchists call it. But leftists want organized and structured and disciplined movements and disciplined mobilization, labor militancy in order to enact this change. Like we don't believe in random acts of violence as like it might make some people feel good in the moment, but ultimately it causes too much chaos, right? That's not a way to organize society. So I was
not random acts of violence, but like
and I thought,
well-controlled acts of violence. Thank you.
He's a well-read guy for a conservative, very well-read for conservatives because he's literate, I assume.
Christ.
And he thought that meant he thought that was a positive term. I was saying he's going on an adventure, and that's what we left it off as.
That's ignorance, maybe,
Yeah.
or stupidity. It is the bad faith actors we really have to worry about.
Yeah.
And it's interesting what you said about body of work, because obviously I'm older than you. I'm a decade older than you. I've been a journalist for 26 years. I've been a public figure I've been a public figure for 17 years. And 20 years ago when I wasn't a public figure, I said some dumb shit, which I still regret. I've talked about it many times, and it's funny how people now as I become more prominent in the US, a lot of right wingers, you'll see every time I post it, it'll be in the replies, and it's kind of like this is pure bad faith, because obviously you have years and years of columns, tweets, posts, interviews, monologues, MSM where I didn't say any of this stuff, where I said the opposite of this stuff, where I've stood with minority communities, Jewish communities, gay communities, but nobody cares about that, right? We don't live in a world where people look at your body of work, they look at the last clip that popped up in the algorithm. And that is obviously a source of frustration and a weapon for bad faith actors to wield.
Yeah, which is precisely the reason why I tackled the forum, where I say, look, none of this is reflective of my position at all. It's purely bad faith. And I think there's a little bit of power in that, and I wish that we would do that a little bit more, because there is power in shamelessness. Donald Trump has proven 100%. That. And I wish that we could be a little bit more bold as well on the left to just be like, look, man, it's not serious. It's not a sincerely held position. I don't know why you're trying to make it out to be serious. The compilation that you said we could look at, there's like there are so many instances where I'm using metaphor. Like I'm very clearly talking about like how vicious Democrats should be on the debate stage. Where I'm like, they need to gut them. They need to gut their opponent, shake them, let their guts run.
Muslim men can't use violence.
But it's like it's so clearly metaphor. But then when they package it in this like larger compilation, it's all of a sudden like, oh, it's a call to violence. He's trying to do Islamic style jihad. And the worst version of this was when I was talking about drone warfare. Laura Loomer and Canary Mission and Vicky Palladino in New York, they took this clip of me talking about how, you know, albeit a little bit jokingly, talking about like how drone warfare has like genuinely changed the way that conflicts exist in the world. And I was saying like, if you're still doing suicide bombing at that point, you're just doing it for the love of the game, because you could purchase a commercial drone and buy on the TikTok shop like one of these like grenade. They
suggested you're inciting violence.
Yeah, they were saying that I was teaching my audience of radical Islamic jihadists how to do drone terror attacks.
Gotta be careful, Hasan.
But that's an insane environment to work in.
And I had to think twice. I often talk about when you're debating, you throw a rhetorical hand grenade into debate. You know, you pull the pin, you throw it out. It's like a mic drop. And I often use the analogy of a hand grenade. And I was like, should I put this?
Why does no one ever ask about any other foreign policy issue? Well, it's not. He's not even asking like this is a same team interview of like glaze, because like he's not even asking him any critical questions about the foreign policy stuff. It's just like, here, let me allow you to explain your joke. What do you actually think about this thing though? Like, it's so dumb to talk about like there's like a top line word. It's like, are you pro-violence? It's like, well, no, obviously I'm against violence. And then you like leave it. And it's like, okay, well, that's like the top line statement. But when he says things like, I think you're fully justified in murdering every single capitalist in the world and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, what's going on with that, right? They never actually force them to explain or reconcile into those positions. They just give them the easy like rhetorical W and then they just moonwalk away from it. It's like, okay.
It's in the book.
Yeah, you know who else uses hand grenades? Hamas.
Yeah, so the book is Hamas.
Yeah.
The book about debating and persuading.
Reading is Hamas.
Reading is Hamas.
Yeah.
I think so.
In the name of Allah, read. That's in the Quran.
I love that Hasan Piker is quoting the Quran.
I'm just saying that's...
You're not a religious man.
No.
You're not just getting attacked by Democrats, of course. You get attacked by Republicans. Senator Rick Scott of Florida is very upset. He thinks you want to kill him.
Yeah, that was another funny one, where it's like very clearly I'm responding to Mike Johnson. And I'm not saying like someone should go out and do this thing. I'm saying like if you cared about this, you would...
Care about fraud, I think you were
if you cared about Medicare fraud, you would like punish this guy who's done Medicare fraud.
You were also detained at Chicago Airport by U.S. Customs and Border Police who wanted to talk to you about Hamas and Houthis.
Yeah, and my opinion on Trump too.
Oh my God. Detained by them for 15 minutes.
And to your opinion on Trump, the Treasury Department we talked about in Cuba, we don't know what's going on there. How worried are you about the Republicans in government weaponizing government to come after you?
I'm worried about my own safety, the safety of my family, but I'm more so worried about where we're headed.
Yes.
Because look,
it's about the people.
I'm a very privileged person. I've made a lot of money in my career. I know a lot of people in relative positions of power, and I'm an American citizen. I was born here. So if they can do that to me, right? The guy living the immigrant dream, right? The archetype guy who comes to America and builds a business, right? If they can do that to me, they're doing horrible things to everybody else, right? And they already are doing horrible things to everybody else. And part of the reason why they want to come after me is because I'm trying to shine a light on it all the time and badger people over it, over these injustices that are going on. So from my perspective, it's just like if they come after someone like myself in that way, then it's over. Like they are successfully dismantling the democratic process and what remains of these institutions.
You have managed to piss off not just Republicans and Democrats, but foreign governments. The Labour government in the UK, by the time this airs, Keir Starmer will no longer be Prime Minister of the UK.
Yeah.
But one of his final prominent, globally recognised acts was to ban yourself from entering the United Kingdom.
Yes, Shabana Mahmood.
Muslim Home Secretary.
Yeah.
She may be the Chancellor of the Exchequer by the time this airs. She's about to be promoted by the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. So they banned you. What did they say was the reason for banning you?
That my presence would not be conducive to the public good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw you getting mad at me that I went to England shortly after you.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a
Now,
play.
if Mehdi wanted to be a real journalist here, he might talk about how, well, there was a terrorist attack in the United Kingdom where it's like Voices for Palestine or something, I don't know what they're called, where these guys like went and sabotaged a Royal Air Force base because they thought that the people were going to go ship things to fucking Israel. They weren't. They were shipping things to Ukraine. I don't even know if these actors fucking care, though. And then you actually cheered that on Twitch, which was a violation of Twitch's TOS, but obviously nobody gives a fuck over on that dogshit platform. But don't you think it might be fair that the UK doesn't want somebody who literally cheers on terrorist attacks happening in their country to come and visit their country and give speeches? Is that not like a fair thing that you should have a right to a free visa? Well, but we'll see if he brings it up.
I mean, I'm British.
Yeah.
I'm a dual national. Like, you're Turkish American, I'm British American.
Yeah, but I can't go to Turkey.
Yeah.
I'm also de facto banned from Turkey as well.
Okay. So, yeah, the problem, there's a lot of countries in our line.
I don't know why he keeps saying this, but okay.
Well, a lot of countries you get banned from for speaking out. Do you hope to go back to the UK under Andy Burnham? Do you have a message? Let's to that camera. Prime Minister Andy Burnham, new Prime Minister of the UK.
He watches you think? He's a fan?
I think so.
Andy Burnham, very disappointed in your potential promotion of Shabana Mahmood. I think she's horrible, and I think that spells that you're not looking forward to a different Labour government, but you're actually looking inward and basically uplifting some of the worst elements of the existing Labour government. And it's not just about my own personal ban, but also her decisions on what to do with migrants and immigration and refugees and whatnot. I hope that you can actually stop the austerity and reverse the now 2 decades of austerity that both the Tories and the Labour government has implemented, But if you don't do that, then you guys are going to be ruled by reform or maybe even restore. So
that's a good flex. Look at your coverage of British politics is great there.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Shabbat Mahmood, austerity, reform.
But they banned me for the country.
It's bad. British politics. We'll see. Andy Burnham, he said some good stuff. It's not enough. We'll see what happens. By the time this airs, he'll already be prime minister. We'll see what his first big decisions are. At least he tried to start with an apology on Gaza. We shall see how that progresses in terms of policy.
I think that's just like a little bit of ass covering. I think that's what everyone's doing now. That's all the rage.
Well, you remember the Omar al-Akkad book? We had him on the show a couple of years back.
Yeah. One day everyone will be against this.
We'll always have been against this.
Yeah, we'll always be.
All right, we got to talk about a big topic in our world, and that is a man named Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
I'm sure you get it wherever you go, but wherever I go, and I've talked with Bassem on this show about it. I've talked with Crystal Ball about it on this show. Wherever I go, people say to me, I speak to a lot of live events. I do a lot of big audience events. People in the Q&A. It's a running joke. Since January 2025, I've not done a Q&A, live Q&A in anywhere in the world, in London, in LA, in wherever it is, New York, DC, where somebody in the audience doesn't say, when are you going to sit down with Tucker Carlson? What's your view of Tucker Carlson? Isn't Tucker Carlson great? What is your position on the Tucker Carlson rebirth, whatever you want to call it, reimagination of Tucker Carlson, the new anti-Israel, supposedly anti-Republican, anti-Trump Tucker Carlson? Where do you stand on Tucker?
I think he's an agent for Peter Thiel, and I've maintained that position.
Peter Thiel being the billionaire
Palantir,
quote-unquote libertarian right now.
Yeah, now Argentinian national, newly minted. And I think that a lot of his opinion, whether it's sincere or not on Gaza, I can't dispute that, right? I don't know his heart. But what I can say is...
what he said on Gaza has been good.
Yes, and he's been great on that issue for sure. I have no problems openly admitting that. He's a phenomenal communicator, and that's what makes him so dangerous from my perspective, because he has channeled and continues to channel a lot of white nationalist, white nativist, anti-immigrant stances. And that's something that I obviously oppose and find to be quite odious. But he's been great on Palestine now, and he's been pretty decent on Israel overall. Its influence on American foreign policy, on domestic policy. However, I've always maintained an arm's length distance from Tucker, and because I have this healthy distrust of Tucker, because I think that he will inevitably use the established credibility that he has as this anti-war Republican to launder the reputation of J.D. Vance potentially.
I agree with you, and that's why I wanted to play this.
Notice how crazy it is also that when I talk about the scary things related to kind of like embracing these socialist types, and then your Jessiah and your Piscos will throw up this like, well, I mean, shouldn't we just kind of bring them along for the ride as long as they're doing things that are somewhat beneficial to us? This infinite, what I would argue is like, you're laundering the socialist reputation in the name, and you're just setting yourself up for future disaster. Notice how these two guys are aware of that here, right? Careful for Tucker Carlson, even though he's saying things that we agree with, right? All that's going to be used to do is provide more credibility to this ideology that we don't agree with, right? Notice how they're cognizant of that.
Clip to you, I'm sure you've seen it. Let's get your reaction.
But notice how they're cognizant of that on the defense, but on the offense, they'll weaponize that against you, and then they'll use that as an attack point, where it's like, hey, like, well, don't we just want healthcare? Like, don't we kind of agree directionally on a lot of things?
Hussein of the Bloomberg interviewing Tucker Carlson.
Well, I think if J.D. Vance were president, of course he would not be at a war with Iran. It's impossible for me to imagine J.D. Vance standing up and saying we need to have 2 wars to defeat a phantom nuclear program. It's too insane. I think he has too much self-respect to say something like that. I don't think he believes it. I think J.D. Vance would have led the Republican Party into closer alignment with its own voters. But he was not the president. He's the vice president, and he doesn't have the authority.
Yeah, but he could be the next presidential candidate.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I wish he had been elected president in 2024, but that didn't happen.
That clip is fascinating on multiple levels. I wish he'd been elected president in 2024, but the man who was elected president in 2024 came with Tucker Carlson's endorsement. Tucker campaigned for him, spoke at the RNC, told us
about his anti-war credibility.
Laundered his reputation, some might say, to use the phrase used a moment ago. So first of all, it's interesting to say, we got this bad guy, we should have this good guy, but he said the exact reverse in 2024. And then this argument that J.D. Vance is anti-war. First of all, I don't believe J.D. Vance believes anything sincerely. He really is a Peter Thiel creation.
He's
follow the money.
Boy.
But separately, we know from the reporting from the New York Times and others, it's all been kind of vindicated, that in the Situation Room 10 days before the attack on Iran, February 18th, J.D. Vance is telling Donald Trump, go big. Go big. He was an anti-war voice in that situation.
Yeah, but then he also was trying to...
Wait, is that true? I thought he was kind of pushing against it, but I don't remember.
I didn't ever see him saying, go big, go big.
Yeah, I thought the whole point of that, maybe I just missed that article, I guess.
To tell the New York Times that he was, the lone critic in the room as well. So it's clear that he's trying to position himself for the future. There's 2 different wings in the MAGA movement right now. There's going to be far more people that want to carry that torch once Donald Trump is no longer eligible to run again, which we don't even know if that's going to.
If he's going to stick.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where we're at by the time we get there. But you got the Marco Rubio camp and you got the J.D. Vance camp, and I will admit I think that Donald Trump is leaning the Marco Rubio camp a little bit. He's given him the far easier goal of implementing the Donroe Doctrine. So he's overseeing the installation of fascist puppets in Latin American countries, and also military interventions like the one we saw in Venezuela. Apparently he's like basically sexting with Delcy Rodriguez on a daily basis. They're just like sending each other pics and stuff on WhatsApp. Strange experience overall. So he's got the cushy prime job as the Secretary of State, whereas J.D. Vance is on, janitorial duty right now. In a manner not dissimilar to what Biden did with Kamala Harris, like putting him on the Iran deal.
Clean up on aisle 7.
Yeah, it's the worst deal to potentially be a part of because Donald Trump is unbelievably compromised by Israel or unbelievably loyal to Israel's interests, and they don't want any kind of deal there. They don't want any kind of cessation of hostility, and no one around the world actually wants to continue this war because it's destabilizing the energy market. So now J.D. Vance is responsible for all of that. So he's going on Joe Rogan and talking about talking about Israel, talking about Epstein.
Positioning.
Yeah, he's trying to position himself as like in opposition to this stuff.
Yeah, a couple of things. One is the Rubio-Vance debate that's kind of roiling this town, DC. Oh, Rubio-Vance. I actually think it might not be either of them in 28. The politics is so chaotic.
Yeah, I think it's
you
going to
can't
be Tucker
predict 2 years out. It could be Tucker Carlson. It's interesting that he says he wants J.D. Vance. A lot of people want Carlson to run. It could be, we don't know, right? Politics is so insane right now. 2 years is a long time. The Republican body is, the base is all over the place. Anyone could emerge. Rubio, it could be, they don't want anyone associated with Trump. Trump is such a damaged brand.
Yeah,
who knows?
2 years ago, you had 34 Democrats vote against funding Israel.
Yeah. IRA was kind of dooming yesterday about the Wisconsin lady, and polls on Democrats kind of spooky when old guy is dooming. Wait, what link? She just seems so wacky. I just can't imagine. But I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know how I just don't know how she's leading so much, I guess.
And today, this past week is 103, 104.
So things change fast in our political climate. But even on the Vance, Vance is a super online guy, right? If you saw the reporting of how Susie Wiles wanted him to get off Twitter, he was spending too much time online attacking people like me. He spends a lot of time online. He doesn't really believe anything. So he can see the currents. This guy was a never Trumper when it was fashionable to be a never Trumper. He became MAGA when it was fashionable to be MAGA. And now on the Joe Rogan podcast, he's talking about Israel having too much power and the Israelis not liking the deal. And it's kind of he's playing to the Fuentes Groyper element of the wing. We know that's what he's doing. Do you think it'll work though?
No, and I don't think it'll.
Policies looked fine when we looked at them yesterday. Yeah, at least you didn't say anything. Well, they looked retarded. It was all just like, here's a whole bunch of fucking free shit that I'm going to give everybody. So if you want to say that was fine, then I guess it looks good. If you can give like a whole bunch of fucking free shit to everybody, that seems awesome. But I don't know what the fuck she's going to pay. None of that is happening.
Well, I think he's too lived up. Like I think aesthetics do matter, and I feel like he's the liberal Groyper. Like he's just this unbelievable creation that speaks in the language that liberals understand. He was supposed to be the working class whisperer when he wrote the Hillbilly Elegy, and MSNBC loved him back then when he was calling Trump Hitler.
I had him on my Al Jazeera show in 2016.
You did?
Yeah, J.D. Vance. He looked different. He was clean shaven, carried a few more pounds.
Yeah.
And he said stuff like Trump is taking people in a dark direction. My Muslim friends are worried. That was the J.D. Vance I spoke to.
Yeah, and his trans friends too. Yeah. And now he's liberal Groyper, but it's funny because his wife is Indian, his kids are Indian, and he has to maintain this weird posture where he has to.
He threw his wife under the bus at a TPUSA event.
Yeah, when he said she's going to hell.
He basically said
he literally implied his wife is going to hell.
And then she got him back though. I love their weird dynamic. She got him back. You see the joint interview where they asked about being Hindu, and she goes, "I'm very comfortable in my faith. I grew up in a very stable family, so I'm very comfortable in my faith."
Oh,
it was like a dig to her husband. It was a version of that.
Usha, my queen.
No, let's not do the my queen thing. She's awful. She was just interviewing Trump and fawning all over Trump. She sat at the RNC with the mass deportations. And former friends of hers say this is a very cynical move by her.
Oh, for sure.
She used to be a liberal Democrat.
They're Yale graduates.
They want power.
These guys.
Sometimes we do this. Remember the thing about Melania blink twice in first term? Like Melania is a racist who endorsed
I'm
birtherism.
joking when I say Usha, my queen.
There are some people watching who might think Usha is leading at internal resistance.
I'm not being sincere about that.
On the sincerity point, just before we move on, Tucker on Michelle Hussein's show talking about Vance there, and then JD Vance on Rogan. Like these people are all positioning. I think it's a good thing because I was actually worried for a while that and me and Shadi Hamid of Washington got in trouble simply for pointing out that we have a lot of Muslim friends who love Tucker and who would vote for Tucker if he ran. And people were shooting the messages like, how can you be pro-Tucker? I'm not pro-Tucker, I'm just telling you what people are saying, right? And I think the more he kind of goes on about JD Vance, normies may open their eyes and say, actually Tucker Carlson is not some great anti-war hero. He's clearly doing what you said, which is laundering JD Vance's reputation for 2028.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what's going on. These guys are, fairly cynical. They're cold. They're amoral or immoral. They're operators, and people need to understand that these aren't like regular people that are responding to stimuli in the same way that like a normie who's uninitiated would, right? When they see like the horrible images coming out of Gaza and they go, "This is unbelievable. We need to put a stop to it." It can still be impactful. Genocide is the crime of all crimes for good reason, and that's why I always say I don't doubt the sincerity of people's opinions when they speak on this issue, but I do place a lot of emphasis on what they do with their newfound change of attitude.
There are a lot of grifters out there. Talking of sincerity and talking of rehabilitation and laundering, what is up with Joe Rogan? There was a whole debate. Is Hasan Piker the new Joe Rogan on the left? I'm like, do we want a Joe Rogan on the left? What is the deal with him just having Republicans and MAGA folks and billionaires on his show? They go straight there to kind of rehabilitate themselves.
Epstein class. Anytime there's a billionaire that gets hit with a Dominican ray and they're wearing like a black fitted tee, they start doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu. They change up their hair a little bit. They go on Joe Rogan, and they're like, "I'm just like you, dude."
But what's his goal? Do you think?
It's just money.
Has he ever invited you on?
No, he'll never invite me on.
Yeah, no.
I know for a fact that he is not fond of people who have called him out in the past.
Yeah.
Like he maintains a tight ship over there, and he has a massive platform. So I understand that he doesn't want to open that platform and the influence that he wields over tens of millions of people.
It's very Bill Maher-esque.
Yeah, Bill Maher will never have me on either.
Same with me.
Yeah, he'll talk about me.
I want to go on. It's funny you mentioned Bill Maher because the Democrats are like, we shouldn't go on Hasan Piker, but they all go on Bill Maher.
I want to go on Bill Maher.
But the Democrats, I'm talking about the hypocrisy of Democrats. Don't go on Hasan Piker show, but we'll go on Bill Maher's show.
OG 9/11 guy.
OG 9/11 guy. So they were brave.
Yeah.
9/11 hijackers lost the show.
A week after 9/11.
Even you didn't do that.
Yeah, I was 10.
Yeah. Were you really?
Yeah.
But Bill Maher said horrifically anti-black things. He said the N-word on his show. He said he's very misogynistic, anti-Muslim. But they all go on that show. They all go on that show. The double standard is brazen. But yeah, the Bill Maher, Joe Rogans, they do this free speech champion stuff. But yeah, they don't have people who come on and disagree with them or call them out. It's a very good point. You talked about JD Vance, Rubio 2028. We're almost out of time, but I got to ask. Democrats 2028. Got a little game for you. Try and work out where you stand on things. I know you talked about this before. Let's just play a little game. If you had to pick between two for 2028, a Democrat, who would you pick between Gavin Newsom and Rahm Emanuel?
Oh God! Oh, shoot me! Oh, I have no idea.
You have to pick one. That's the game.
You know what's crazy? Rahm Emanuel is better on foreign policy than Gavin Newsom.
Criticizing Israel recently. You buy that?
Yeah, I don't buy it. His dad was in Irgun, I think, which is wild.
All right, so Rahm Emanuel, Gavin Newsom is wrong.
I don't know, because Gavin is an empty suit. So are we capable of pushing him?
So
but he's also
I'm not
an
doing
empty
the game.
suit.
You are.
Yeah, I know. This is
Rahm Emanuel or Gavin Newsom?
Oh, I don't know. Gavin Newsom probably.
Gavin Newsom or Pete Buttigieg?
Pete Buttigieg. This game sucks.
Pete Buttigieg or Kamala Harris?
I don't know, because I'm now thinking like who's more malleable, who's more susceptible.
Whatever reasoning you have, I'm just asking you to give it
to influence.
Notice how Hasan is making the same calculation that I was when people ask me the whole AOC or JD Vance. I'm like, damn, I don't know who can push away, certain aspects of the party or whatever. And like these guys, they understand the game. You guys just don't think like these people, and you don't understand how they think. It's so fucking frustrating. Oh my God.
I don't know. I mean, Kamala Harris, I guess. She has more name recognition.
Kamala Harris or John Ossoff?
Oh, John Ossoff.
John Ossoff or J.B. Pritzker?
J.B. Pritzker.
Why?
I think J.B. Pritzker, despite being a billionaire, is, again, more responsive, whereas John Ossoff as...
Billionaire, John Ossoff Jew.
John Ossoff has a more interesting background and is, like, I think, secretly closer to, my worldview than J.B. Pritzker is even.
Push Pritzker more.
But I think Pritzker has this this ability to read the room, the left side of the room, whereas John Ossoff is always reading the right side of the room, if you know what I mean.
I do.
Like one is posturing to the left, the other is posturing to the right more than they should be.
You prefer the posturing of the billionaire to the left. J.B. Pritzker or Chris Van Hollen?
Chris Van Hollen.
Chris Van Hollen or Ro Khanna?
Ro Khanna.
Ro Khanna or AOC?
AOC. It's not even a question. AOC is, out of all of the people that you mentioned, like AOC is the only one that I would like.
And you think she could win general election?
Yeah,
misogynistic, racist country.
Yes,
where
yes, I
people
do.
are.
Yes,
a lot of misogynist and racist in this country.
100%. Absolutely. America was built on the foundations of white supremacy and elected a black man whose middle name was Hussein.
But you know that the position of Barack Obama, he wasn't just the first black president, he was the last black president. The argument is that him coming in, that's a view for a lot of people.
I don't think that's the case.
Good. I don't think it's the case, but I think that is an argument that America has since had two women, one of them was a black woman, and they got absolutely...
I don't think Kamala Harris lost because, like, I think her being a black woman, of course, is a major factor in her defeat.
Yeah, he has to be careful. Remember where...
These are hurdles. Yeah. But these are hurdles that one can clear. You just have to outwork your opposition. You have to, and Zohran showed this.
Remember, people like Hasan, he's got to be super mask on here, and Mehdi doesn't understand the game, so he gets, like, easily hoodwinked. But Hasan will always be, like, a progressive type on these shows. He's very, very, very progressive. I mean, he cares about things like minorities and everything else. Ordinarily, he fucking hates this shit. He would never concede, maybe in the most minor way possible, but personally, he would never concede that Kamala's race or gender had anything to do with her losing. It's all because she's like a shill fucking class politics and everything, yeah.
New York in a much smaller race, obviously, and New York is not the rest of the country. But the point I'm making is it just makes things more difficult. But as long as you have moral conviction, as long as you can excite the base, as long as you can actually create a unique coalition and activate low propensity voters, which I think AOC has the capacity to do.
I think she would be a fantastic left candidate, even better than Bernie in many ways. My issue is, as you said at the start, we talked about left infighting. She has come under a lot of attack, not from the right recently, but from parts of the left.
Yeah, I mean, I criticize her too.
I'm not talking about criticize. You can criticize her.
Yeah.
You can say AOC went to the DNC and said they're working tirelessly for a ceasefire. I would criticize that. I criticize at the time. I had Ilhan Omar on the next day, and even Ilhan implicitly criticized her. That's different to what's been happening in recent months, which is like AOC is CIA, she's a sellout. Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene are more principled than AOC. You've seen this shit online.
But
I've called it out.
This is internet jargon.
Yeah, Hasan has to cover now because those are his people that are probably making those kinds of call-outs. I fucking hate AOC. Yeah.
This is internet mumbo jumbo. Like
these are prominent people on the internet.
It doesn't matter. It's just internet.
You don't think it has a real world impact? My worry is
No.
my worry is a problem for lefties always is that lefties get attacked by the right and they get attacked by the left. Right wingers only get attacked by the left. Their side is loyal to the end of the day.
And it's funny that Mehdi doesn't realize that he sees that, but he has no idea why. He has zero understanding of what's actually happening there, right? Because he's literally facilitating it right now. But King, go off.
Right, criticize. When push comes to shove, they fall in line.
Yeah.
And this is why many of the reasons why the time
you know who else says that? Democrats, establishment Democrats. That's their biggest gripe. They always say like, "Oh, our candidates are."
But they're as guilty as anyone else.
Yeah, I know.
If Abdul is the candidate in the Senate in Maine, in Michigan, if he wins, established Democrats are going to come out enthusiastically campaigning for him. They're going to undermine him as well.
Yeah.
Like that claim is just so brain dead. I don't even know how. Like you could be a serious political person and say that. Like, oh, they definitely won't support El Sayed. Like one. They probably would, because they did with all the other radical Dems in the past that made it in. But then, two, are you telling me that them constantly saying that Stevens is a fucking genocide-supporting, Zionist, AIPAC, corporatist, MAGA, basically MAGA light shill, they're going to enthusiastically support her? Like, hello? Are we being real right now?
Whether it's liberals or left, we can use whatever phrase we want. The non-Republican side is often tearing itself apart.
100%.
And with AOC, I've just found it bizarre, people claiming, because she did one bad line at the DNC in 2024,
they're ignoring a pretty big bad line.
But they're ignoring multiple votes of hers that were pro-Palestine. The idea that Tucker Carlson is better on Gaza than AOC is insane to me.
No, I don't disagree with that at all. I know. I agree with you on that.
Why do you think there are some people on our side who are so intent on pumping up Tucker and Marjorie and Candace at the expense of actual left-wing figures like Delia Ramirez or AOC?
I'll be a little critical of AOC on this. I think it's a little bit AOC's fault.
Go on.
I like her a lot.
Oh, shit.
However, I
Here
think
we go. She's not meeting the moment.
She doesn't harness the populist rage in the way that she communicates. I think part of the reason why a lot of liberals like her, and she has
because
this broad,
she's a lib shill.
coalitional support amongst liberals in a way that Bernie never did.
Which is a good thing for her prospects.
Which is a good thing for her prospects in the primary, but not necessarily good overall. It could be an issue overall, is because she doesn't come out and she doesn't rip into people, right? She does every now and then, but she's always taking bold steps in the legislative side. She'll go on the debate floor, or she'll go on the floor of Congress and openly say Israel is, starving people. It's a famine. This is a genocide.
Good job, I guess.
Any of her
but then she votes for defensive weapons for Israel.
At least with the exception of, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and whatnot. But she'll do that, but then she'll do a lot of, she'll go on an apology tour, basically.
Oh, about anti-Semitism.
So it's always 2 steps forward and then 3 steps back, where she'll go and do seminars with, liberal Zionist groups to talk about the dangers of anti-Semitism. Now, this is something that you and I both care about. Anti-Semitism is a significant problem. However,
we care about it because we say we care about it.
The groups that are doing that to signal that that you are still beholden to whichever narrative that they're going to.
She's in a different position, clearly.
Yes, and trust me, I know I get yelled at by the left a lot as well, and also by the right, and also by liberals. So I understand that. However, having said that, I think I have unique insight into this, and you do too as well, because we've been doing this for a long time, and you have to be shameless a little bit. You have to be bold, you have to be brave, and you have to be a little shameless.
Bold, brave, shameless. We should put that on a mug.
Yeah, no, but I mean it, because if you're not, you're not going to be able to get across your moral convictions. If you come across as even a little worried or even a little defensive, then people respond to that with, oh, maybe she doesn't believe this either. Some people think it's insincere. Some people think it's wrong. It's the wrong position, and you're recognizing that your position is wrong. You have to be convincing.
My not critique per se, but advice, unsolicited, is in this age where content is everything, you also need to be out there everywhere. What Ro Khanna has mastered is the art of going everywhere, anywhere. He went on my show last week. He went on Drop Site, took a rhetorical beating from Jeremy Scahill, our good friend. But Ro Khanna doesn't stop going on Fox, where he argues with people. I think AOC has been brilliant on social media. I've never seen a politician like her on social in the way that she dominates social media. But go out and do more interviews. Do you think 2028 is going to be another podcast election like 2024 was?
Oh, for sure. It's going to be more.
So you need to have a candidate who can communicate.
Yes, and AOC has that capacity, but the way she carries herself, I think, is a little bit too optics driven, too liberal and too optics driven.
Too liberal.
I think Zohran has done a pretty good job of merging those two worlds, where he speaks the language of liberalism in ways that in ways that annoy me sometimes too. Oh my God, I just listened to his new New York Times conversation where the New York Times asked him, if you had unlimited money, what would you do? And he's like, exactly the same policies I'm implementing. I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude. Really? You wouldn't, if you had unlimited money. If money was no object, you would do fast and free buses. I was about to end the show, but are we really going to end the show on you saying, shut the fuck up, Zohran, I'm done? I mean, come on.
What a twist. What a twist there.
Turn it off sometimes.
He'll be so disappointed in both of us.
Yeah,
although you do copy his suit style.
I do. Well, not this.
Not today,
no,
but in general.
No, look, I love the guy. I have my disagreements with him from time to time.
Say unleash a bit more. What was it? Bold? Brave?
I mean, this is what I told him.
I want to know the mug style.
Bold, brave, and unapologetic. Let's not say shameless. Bold, brave, and unapologetic. But that's what it is, because when Tucker speaks on this issue, he speaks with conviction, because he has a lot of experience being a shameless person.
We're making a mug. I'm going to talk to the merch team. We're making a mug of that Hasan Piker quote, and we're not kidding. Bold, brave, unapologetic.
Yeah.
And tiny little asterisk thing, really shameless.
Yeah.
Hasan, it's your birthday soon. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to be 35.
You can run for president.
Yeah. It's not going to happen.
Put you in the 2028 mix.
Let's not.
There's a faction of people that want to see Hasan Piker versus Tucker Carlson. There is a faction of people that want to see Piker versus Carlson in 20. They believe that is what America, to use your phrase, deserves.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. They're going to arrest me as soon as I get out of this podcast if we keep talking about this. I am not running for president.
Shit, he's born in America, he's 35, he's going to run for president, now we got to go after Hasan Piker. All right, well, we will have to leave it there. That is our show. Make sure you go to zeteo.com, become a subscriber, support independent journalism. You can download this podcast earlier than anyone else if you're a paid subscriber. Watch it without paywalls. Support the show, support independent media, support Hasan Piker's Twitch streams. I am Mehdi Hasan.
I'm Hasan Piker.
We were not kidding. Wow. We're Not Kidding is a Zeteo production. I'm your host, Mehdi Hasan, and today's co-host was Hasan Piker. Our executive producer is Kieran Alvey. Our senior producer and editor is Frank Capello. Our music was composed by Andy Clausen. Our design is by Alicia Tectone. Our mix engineer is Valentino Rivera, and the title card animation is by Assam Mezghali. Special thanks to Alia Huck for help with the research. Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to zeteo.com. Your support matters.
Well. New Dave comment. I thought in this video you basically said 80% of the Israeli population had voted in a poll in such a way to imply that they want Palestinian death, which would make them Zionists, so 80% of Israel equals Zionists, who you then spent the rest of the video explaining are basically the same as Nazis and doing a genocide. Where exactly am I supposed to gather from that you have any regard for or empathy for Israelis. Yes, Zionists are disgusting monsters who deserve no empathy. The small fraction of anti-Zionists in Israel are a different story. All right. Have some TTS. 1 sec.
Destiny, I hope you have an amazing day. Wow.
You crying like a beta, weak beta male. Anyway, Emma hop off the homeboys are calling.
Chat, I got some of the Vosh sauce for you.
You are locked into 96.7 DGGL. Coming to you live from your mom's house. Coming up, we got a brand new release from a legend in the game.
Mr. Spaghetti, you need to condemn the genocide against the Palestinians of Gaza. Pray, I don't call CPS on you for making too much noise. I'm a professor of ha-hos, and I will be respected miffin.
Have you ever seen the dudes on the China show? I'd love to hear you talk to one of them. They have great subjective experiences on China.
Did you see the clip of Senk saying that Ukraine and Israel together to keep Russia distracted in war so that Russia can't help Iran?
China is so progressive and gay. Just look at this video. https://streamable.com's ride var 40.
Destiny, can you tell Norm August 1st to move out? His stomping shakes me in the walls.
Yo, Destiny Darius told me that you needed some help with tech stuff.
Mr. Moot, why are you continuing to associate with Mr. Borrell? He is an illiterate genocidal Zionist motormouth and a fantastic moron who only reads Wikipedia. I will get you thrown in jail along with Mr. Botticelli. If you were brown, I would have you deported. If you had a shield, I would have them taken away, and then I would have them deported as well. Ha 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 ha, it's your choice, Mootin. Mr. Morelli or Western Jail Delhi?
I'll go Western Jail Delhi.
Imagine the tech elite get their way and the world splits into mini digital city-states, each with their own dictator. Now imagine DGG has its own city-state. I'm reminded of the episode of South Park where the city must have a giant gay orgy.
Didn't Piers watch the Professor Dave video? This kid can't be anti-Semitic because Jews are even Semites.
Keep that hamster in the cage.
Hello?
Mr. Moton is a teacher's pet that tries to regurgitate 5-day-old Destiny talking points to impress his boss. It's really cute to watch Lucas playing with Legos while you hang out in a Discord chat all day. Doesn't count as a job. I'm so sorry.
Professor Dave heavily implied at the beginning of his video, it will almost certainly be demonetized. He's now been able to solicit over 10K in YouTube donations. The video doesn't seem to be demonetized. Is this a cash grab?
Steve, it's me, Dream Joe Biden. Dream Pisco is planning a dream assault tonight. I just wanted to give you the heads up, but also let you know I'm on your side. I've been practicing my dream magic to protect you.
Oh! Bring on that boy Parsec. I would like to kiss him on the lips.
This episode is brought to you by AG1. AG1 is a powerful blend of neurotoxins that creates a brain fog powerful enough to protect you from brain damage during Hasan React content for periods of as long as 20 minutes.
Wow.
True.
Mandela Barnes is dropping out of the Wisconsin government primary. His campaign spent $146K. Are they all dropping out? Oh, now we're about to find out who's left. This needs to happen more often.
Has turned it into the single most profitable scam of his. Please sit down. Please sit down.
AIPAC genocide.
Part of the same con with you and Trump playing off of each other. Oh, he's worse. Oh, he's worse.
But the genocide.
You were put on notice in November of 2023.
Thank God, finally, somebody's talking about the genocide. Yes.
Other legal and human rights organization. Notice on potential legal liability for aiding, abetting, inciting, or conspiring to commit genocide for congressional acts and demand. You were put on notice.
He was.
Back
the genocide. Fuck. God, that makes me so fucking mad. They backed the genocide.
How dare you talk about corruption?
Thank you for your diatribe. Now, let's continue. Let's continue and let the people didn't come to hear you.
Oh, the voice, real voice, real voice, real voice.
It's amazing that you can show your genocidal face in public.
Ooh.
Mr. Senator.
Ooh.
Mr. Senator. Shame on public citizen for not allowing questions to this genocidal maniac. Shame, yeah. Corruption. What could be more corrupt than not allowing questions?
About a genocide.
Sorry about that. Let's continue with the subject at hand.
Ooh. What do you got to say about that, Mooten?
They're doing a genocide.
So it's a fucking joke to you. Okay.
What do you want me to say?
No, that's good. Your
Genocide
position
bad.
will be noted when Bane takes over society, okay? Apparently this guy has a whole unhinged past of crazy tweets and statements. I'm not going through them all now, but this Eric guy. If we drew and quartered this donkey, Representative Fine, one of his legs could feed Yerevan for a month. Founder of Ondural Palmer Lucky is a legitimate military target.
You know, I don't think anybody's a military target.
Except for settler babies, right?
Nope.
Every data center in your community is a valid military target, and you are a human shield. Okay.
Mr. Borelli. It's love, you idiot.
It is funny that in that podcast he was talking about how, like, in China we all look forward to technology and we love it, but he understands the mission in America is to foment as much like hatred and distrust as possible. So here we can't have data centers. Only China gets data centers. We must hate them all.
Is it already over, man? Did we already lose?
No, because something is going to happen that
got
once
my
the
champagne
once the
bottle.
lawsuit ends, okay, we're going to turn this country around. All right. Once the lawsuit ends, whew, we're going to be.
The lawsuit should be over soon, right?
Yes, soon.
Big
Certainly,
chillin.
right? They have no evidence, so it must be over soon, right? As soon as we
Surely
get
she
our
won't move the
hearing.
date again and cause me to lose another hotel.
Mm-mm.
If this hotel gets fucked up, I'm just staying on your couch. I'm actually just moving in.
Wow.
Just no.
During a genocide, huh?
Yep. We can do a genocide in the bedroom if you know what I'm saying.
Wow. So you think you can use jokes during a genocide too? Interesting.
Well, that's where you're wrong.
Really?
I don't think it's a genocide. Triple S. I think it's the worst genocide ever.
No, too late. You can't virtue signal on that one.
No, you misheard.
You're spending money each time the hearing gets delayed? No, not really. It's nothing's happening. It's
You didn't have to rebook his flights?
I don't know. I just haven't got my bill for the end of the month, so hopefully not. That'd be pretty funny, though. It's like, yeah, we had to rebook all these huge first-class flights, so it's going to be an extra $30,000.
Well, if it's first class, it's probably they can already rebook for free, hopefully. Turn the donos back on, man.
Do you know how many iguanas I have killed? My pool runs red with the blood of iguanas.
Oh, that's so funny.
Misspeak.
I stand upon a mountain of iguana corpses.
Some of these look like furries dressed as iguanas.
Problem.
Wow.
It's metalized, son! These commie fucks are fucking done, mate! Be wide-eyed of the Peaky Blinders! Hello, Gabicles here once again to say I hate all bongers.
Where's this energy, lil bro? Why you looking so submissive and breedable? Oh, no community because you ban anyone who makes slight fun of you? Oh, all whoever weak dick sucks. Just like Hasan. LeMayoX.com, the omniliberal status 207217727 011107000111070005.
Okay.
He would never ban someone for a disagreement.
Correct. Well,
just building my Lego. I got good progress done today.
And then on top of that,
Did you?
they lose out on consumption.
No
right?
slaves consume.
Yeah, I don't support the bombing of...
oh my god, you argued with the same guy?
Why did 23 Chinese
China, man.
lesbians fly to Thailand to make a dating show? Short answer, we couldn't safely make it in China. The original
Lies.
plan was to film in
Propaganda
Shanghai,
lies.
my hometown. But then the police got...
Uh-oh. Oh. What's up? Hussein?
What do you want?
Nope. Nope.
You're muted.
Yeah, he's working on it.
Hey, what's up, Stephen? Hi, Moot.
Hi, what's up?
Hi, you were covering you were making some comments on colonization under the retards video,
okay,
with the commie guy.
Mm-hmm.
If I had a one-wish willow,
You,
I would wish
he
that
made
left
a
it.
claim that wasn't true,
Uh-oh.
and I think you also made a claim that wasn't true. But we'll address this first. He said that specifically that the European states did not leave any infrastructure behind when they were colonizing, like countries in Africa, but that for
Wait,
for
I said
example in
that?
Ethiopia. No, the retard, the commie.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
Hasan's brains.
No, he said that, which is just blatantly false. In Ethiopia, the Italians, when they invaded and colonized Ethiopia, what they did is they built one of the largest infrastructure projects in East Africa. So they built a long system of roads, and they built a long system of like trains, and it's still used by Ethiopians to this very day because the government does not build any suitable infrastructure for transportation. So actually, a lot of the roads in Ethiopia that people use are from the Italian colonization. So I just want to address that because it was kind of obvious. It was kind of like a bullshit point.
Okay.
Thank God for the Italians.
Not really. They use like chemical warfare on like the imperial soldiers.
You got roads, don't you?
Yeah. But,
Okay,
Moot. Is that worth being gassed?
stuttering.
With like sarin gas? I am stuttering. I'm sorry, King. But is that worth being gassed by like chemical weapons?
I think
Would
Moot was
you take
joking.
that?
I would take that, yeah.
Shut up. Go. Okay, next point.
Okay, the next point specifically was that you said something in regards to like how colonization is only viewed like by the West, and that you said a lot of the borders were not bullshit, and I disagree with that.
Okay.
I think a lot of the border I'm using Ethiopian examples because that's more what I've read up on. In Ethiopia,
Oh, I don't know about the
borders
African
between
border, to be fair. I'm only talking about the Eurasian continent, so.
The Eurasian continent? Do you want to clarify? So I don't like mischaracterize your statements.
Yeah, Eurasia.
Okay.
Or Asia, I guess, I don't know.
Okay, and then I was just talking specifically
Were
about
there
Africa.
mandates
Yeah, go
given
ahead.
south of Egypt?
Mandates?
Like
in
I was
what
thinking,
regard?
like when I said the borders seem to be, they worked fine. I'm talking about like after the Ottoman Empire fell, and then they did that whole mandate program with the Sykes-Picot Agreement or whatever. That it seems like for the most part, most of them stuck. I don't know if any parts of Africa were included in that. though.
Well, there were mandates in Africa, but I would actually push back against that point because the Sykes-Picot border between Syria and Iraq divided up the Sunni Arabs that lived in eastern Syria and western Iraq, and that was a huge driving force for ISIS to get support. So, like, there was a famous propaganda video ISIS released. I haven't watched it, but I've heard of it. That they physically destroyed the border between the Sykes-Picot border in western Iraq and eastern Syria to unite the Arabs, unite Islam. So I would argue, and I'm not arguing in favor of ISIS, obviously. I would argue that that border is largely bullshit and led to a lot of the conflict in that region.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay. And then for Ethiopia, the mandates in Eritrea and Ethiopia is just completely retarded, and that's mostly because there are ethnic groups that are split up, and that was the cause for the Eritrean revolution in '61. Which led to like the 30 years of strife and the rise, like the brutal communist regime in Ethiopia, which I'm against. And even to this day, there is still a lot of conflict between Eritrea and Ethiopia. The recent like actual genocide of Tigray, not like the Palestinian genocide, like a genuine genocide of the Tigrayan peoples, was because of that border.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Well, did you disagree with any of that, or?
I don't know. Fuck. I don't know anywhere near enough about Africa to have big disagreements. So if you say it, I'm gonna assume it's true.
Okay, well, that's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Much love.
I love you.
Love you, Moon.
One love.
Really? One love? Even for Nazis?
Yep.
Okay. Interesting.
Involved. You know, I've been making. Why did 23 Chinese lesbians fly to Thailand to make a dating show? Short answer, we couldn't safely make it in China. The original plan was to film in Shanghai, my hometown, but then the police got involved. You know, I've been making queer content for over a decade with my platform Out China, from documentaries to podcasts. And because of that, almost every time I went back home, I got invited to drink tea with the police. Even on Chinese social media, our show got banned. Posts disappeared. Search results stopped.
Wait, what's so bad about drinking tea with the police? That sounds like an awesome, wonderful, wholesome interaction.
That's why so many Chinese queer creators give up. Not because there's no audience, but because the system exhausts you first. So eventually we realized if we wanted to make this show freely, we had to leave. And that's why 23 Chinese lesbians ended up in Thailand. For 1 week in Chiang Mai, people could flirt openly, talk about sex openly, fall in love openly. No VPN, no coded language, no self-censorship. And I think that's why the emotions on the show became so intense.
I'm going to
because
Thailand.
Once people finally feel safe, all the bared feelings come floating out. Queer people deserve spaces where we can exist naturally without constantly calculating risk, even though it only lasted for a week. Why did 23 Chinese...
Why was I watching this clearly pro-Western propagandized piece?
What's that little island that makes all of those semiconductors and the chips?
Hawaii. What about it?
No, I'm talking about a different one.
Japan?
It's a Chinese island. East China, I think.
Oh, Hobbit wants to come on.
Oh my god, bro. Drag him up. How's your watch? Have you worn it again?
No.
Oh, bro.
Why would I? Where? I'm gonna get robbed. I will for my hearing, though.
Good. I'll be there. Do you think Doe will be there?
Yeah, no, she doesn't give a fuck about it. That's a good one, though.
I had a dream about your hearing, that I was there, and then it was like a multi-day one for some reason. And the judge at the end of the first day kind of like went up to Doe's side and was like, you guys might want to just drop this.
Oh my god, is that a good omen?
That could be a good omen, yeah.
Hobbit's coming, guys. Hold on. Oh, he said 2 minutes. Ah, this guy.
Where's J. Dr. Vernanda?
Today's catch, Tad.
You needn't yell. We can smell you coming.
Lick my worm.
Oh my god!
So then,
Tyrion.
Fisher woman, you caught yourself a lover yet? Love seems more a burden than a prize.
Sorry.
It was my mom's.
There's absolutely no shame in living out your remaining days alone.
I'll marry ya.
Hello, hello.
What's up, buddy?
Hi. What's up? Is that what you're waiting for? What's up? You remember that one? Anybody remember that meme? Mootin definitely doesn't, but my millennials will all know that one.
Mootin's too young.
It's too something, yeah.
Okay. So I just really quick wanted to touch base on something that a clip got posted in the subreddit a few days ago where basically we were talking about people's reaction to, disagreements that are on stream or things that you're, fighting about, and specifically like the DSA leftists, like now in like the Jessiah and Pisco realm. I just kind of wanted to get your pulse on what you've seen and how you're feeling about that in particular, because it has been a few days since you talked about it on stream, like the reaction stuff on stream. How do you feel about the reaction from the community?
I mean, like, people reacted. I thought they reacted well, but I feel like people are still a little bit unhinged. Like, people will always say, like, oh, yeah, true, we should definitely chill a little bit, and then they definitely won't be chill. That's just the reality of every community-related thing, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, so the thing that I'm having a hard time with, and I'm just trying to get what you are wanting, I know that a lot of what you've been focusing on over the last few months is being, like, as a community, more involved, I guess, in the things that we are doing online, as whether it's on like subreddits and in YouTube comments, on Twitter, things like that, and reacting and kind of pushing back against, I think it kind of started with things that are said about you, and now it's kind of been just, in a good way, it's kind of been to like support a lot of the like values that the community holds in general. But what I'm seeing is a lot of people like giving a lot of smoke towards specifically Jessiah. I don't know if you know this, but Jessiah put a message in the subreddit today basically saying that he's not going to be talking in DGG anymore. Did anybody send that to you?
No.
So I'll share the comment with you. He just basically ends it by saying that it's the final post that he'll do in the subreddit. It's in response to he reposted that crystal ball tweet. I know you brought that up like briefly, like somebody said it in chat. And it's basically crystal ball is a fucking idiot. We know that, but the response is that he sent me some DMs today, and he was just saying that like he's having a lot of people in his replies that are being a bit crazy. And it kind of went in line with what I've been seeing in the subreddit, where people keep saying that it's like a McCarthyism type thing, but I think that people are taking the defense that Pisco or Jessiah are giving, and like they truly, like, people in the subreddit are saying that like Pisco's a tanky, and I have like my disagreements with Pisco and stuff and how he does stuff, but I don't think I'd ever classify him or Jessiah or probably a lot of the people that defend these indefensible things that the left is doing. I don't think I would consider them to be tankies if they're defending that. And I was curious, like, how you feel about people going that far. Like, you don't, I mean, they're enabling it, I guess, but like, I'm to the point where like people are attacking like members of the community that have been around for a really long time that might be a little bit left of your positions or something like that, and maybe they like, you know, some leftist positions, but they like hate Hasan, they hate the tankies, they hate this kind of stuff, but like people are getting so crazy that even these people are getting called out as like secret socialists in the subreddit, and they're like not in any sort of way.
So like,
I guess
so here's a few things I guess to consider that make this obviously kind of challenging to navigate. So I think the first issue is, I don't know if Jessiah said anything about it. I'm pretty sure Pisco did. I would be curious though. I think the other day, I think Wick, I want to say he retweeted something that was like a Fox News thing about Hasan Piker. Do you know if Jessiah made a comment on that?
You're talking about the one that Pisco said, like,
I can't believe you're retweeting
Fox News now, lol, or something like, yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't know
Okay,
if
I just
Josiah
curious.
said anything about it.
I'm only asking because I don't want to like throw him in with Pisco here if he did. But like I get the feeling that it's basically that was the soy pill. I thought I heard Pisco riff on this as well when he was talking to I thought he was talking to Wick about it. I could be wrong. Maybe I thought Wick jumped into a call somewhere. It might have been on Live and Learn, or might have been on another show. But the issue that I have, I guess, is that well, there's so let me preface with this one first. So any amount of correction here is going to feel a little bit brutal because I feel like this has slipped like so far in one direction that any kind of correction on this is unfortunately just going to feel like really dramatic because I feel like it's gone way too far. So the correction is going to be stepping back pretty far. Now that doesn't mean we should be shitting on everybody, but it's like a person who's never had boundaries before setting boundaries, and then all of a sudden everybody around them is like, wait a second, like this is really fucked. I was like, well, no, hold on, it's like we should have said these a long time ago. So any correction is going to feel a little bit brutal. But then on the second part here, it seems like the other people on the other side of this issue relating to like how do we deal with like Crystal Ball or Kyle Kalinske, they seem to have a very intuitive understanding of like Pisco was screaming so much at people like, what do you mean when you say exclude him from the coalition? What do you mean when you say don't work with them? What do you mean? And it's like, well, it seems like you guys have a really good understanding of that because anytime somebody like if we were to retweet Fox News or encourage anything that they say, it would be like a huge shitstorm of them coming out on Twitter and like being very nasty about it. And like I get it, but like so they seem to understand that like yeah, you can never engage in any type of rhetoric where you can retweet or amplify any conservative messaging because they're like the enemy. But then it feels weird on our side then when I guess we see them like retweeting like Crystal Ball, who I would consider her almost like for this election cycle irredeemable. Maybe in 2028, maybe there's a path back, maybe, but not that she cares. Like it's not like she's looking to Destiny's opinion on her if she's redeemable. But I think she's just so far fucking insane and gone. So it feels weird that I guess people are constantly attacking us or like being very critical of us, saying, well, we should have standards about who we allow in. But then these other guys have literally no problem whatsoever retweeting and amplifying the worst of the worst of the worst on the left. And I guess that's a difficult position to navigate, I guess. Even I'm not entirely sure. Like we just listened to Hasan talk to 3 different people. We listened to him, and then we listened to the guy who's been coaching him. And then we listened to Megyn Kelly all do this thing where all of them seem to understand very adeptly that like you cannot give any credence to your enemies. You have to like zero-sum game them. Like if they're gaining ground, then we're losing ground. Like you have to be as brutal as possible with them. And everybody else seems to get this. But then on our side, you have this world where every single lib platform is all of them have already been infected and rotted by tankies. And even in like our strongest lib areas, we're not even allowed to say like maybe we should just like have nothing to do with these guys. Like you're forbidden from saying that. And yeah, and that talking point is just like it's so frustrating. I mean, I don't want people to be mean to the friends of the stream and all that. And I saw like Jessiah, yeah, like even I don't hate Pisco. I don't think they're secret tankies, but the permission structure that these guys have like all facilitated is just so fucking toxic. And then, people will say, they'll accuse us of like, oh, is it personal? Is it personal? It's like, I mean, it's genuinely not for me. Like I said, I think I have enough of an internet history to show that I can let bygones be bygones and I don't take anything personally. But like, if we were to talk about like having the biggest like excuse in the world to like be allowed to take things personally, like these guys like Hasan and all these people have literally doxed us and mass harassed us, greenlit like all these other harassment doxing campaigns, like greenlit and reread logistical shit. And it's like, and all of these other people are like part of this network, and it's so frustrating seeing. Yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating. And then as a final thing, sorry, like to see, and I can't really fault Josiah for this. The soy pills community, now I guess he's finally decided that he's like stepped away from at least MySpace. I don't know about all the libs or whatever. To see soy pills community be fucking insanely unhinged against me, and I think they still are. Pisco's was for the longest time until I think he had to just ban all talk of me in his community. I don't think Josiah's is. I think they're like a normie lib community. And like all of them, that's just a thing we're expected to deal with over here for so long. And we can't have any standards or anything when it comes to people that we want to align ourselves with. Like, yeah, I don't know. That's just crazy.
What were the people saying on the subreddit? Sorry.
On our subreddit?
Yeah, like were they being unhinged to Jessiah, or were they just saying like, I don't think that this person's an ally, blah 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 blah?
No, they're saying things like, I can't believe. Like I'm paraphrasing, but I think, Hobby can back me up. I think if he thinks I'm correct, but it's like Jessiah, I can't believe Josiah's a fucking idiot that he doesn't see this shit. It's so fucking obvious. He's so fucking stupid. Like it's stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like.
Which to be clear, I feel like that type of sub is too extreme. That's too extreme.
I would agree.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So that's actually what I wanted to talk about. So it's hard because we have basically like I would say 85 to 90% of the subreddit generally will react to things that you're talking about, things that are talked about you, and they're pretty measured. Like, there's a lot of different people that, like, for the crystal ball thing and him retweeting, people are saying, like, oh, well, you know, a broken clock is, you know, right, blah, blah, blah. Like, they're pretty measured in what it is that they say. But there is that, like, you know, 10 to 15% of people that will go unhinged. And I think that the issue that I'm seeing the most is around, like, the leftist stuff. So I think that, like, we have people on the subreddit saying that they'll vote for Mike Rogers over El Sayed. And, like, I don't like El Sayed at all. But, like, Mike Rogers was somebody that in 2020 told Trump that he needed to concede the election and denied all the, like, election denial stuff. And then in 2024 and in 2026, he has reversed that. And he's, like, full-blown into the election conspiracy stuff. I was looking it up the other day, and, like, he has people in his campaign that are, like, pardoned people from the election scheme.
Like, shouldn't those people just be argued with on the subreddit? Not, I don't know if you're talking about excising them or whatever, but, like, those people, I think you would just argue with them in the comments.
Sure, but I think that the issue is that Destiny will give a take, like, let's just say, like, the JD Vance thing. Like, I don't necessarily agree with you on the JD Vance thing, but I understand where it is that you're coming from. But people will take that, and it's like they try to do, like, Destiny's reasoning on stuff, but it's just, like, so flawed. And what it turns into is, like, those comments get upvoted, and, like, and I know, like, that's stupid, like, it's just an upvote and things like that, but, like, you have, like, this sentiment growing where, like, people are saying they won't even support, like, El Sayed is what he is, and he campaigns with Hasan, and he's a fuckhead and stuff like that, but, like, he's not, like, the worst person that's come out of all of these elections. I think we can all agree that, like, the Daria Lisa person is probably the worst of all of them. But it's like we're treating everybody that has any sort of positive towards any of these people as if they are tankies within the community. What we're seeing is a lot of people saying that the community is being overrun by socialists and all these different things, and it's just not true. I put out a post the other day asking people to give me examples of it, and I got one person tag me this morning in a post that was pro El Sayed, and that person got banned while I was asleep because they were, like, some Bosch person. I don't know. I guess I'm curious if, when you're looking at the subreddit, do you see this? Do you see us, like, having some sort of, like, leftist movement within the sub that's tanking the sub down or anything like that?
No, it's not the issue is leftism. The issue is, like, whether or not there's apologia for it and facilitating, I guess, like, them taking over. One of the big issues I've had in the past in my relationships personally is I'm a man of no boundaries. I just don't give a fuck. I'll do my own thing, okay? And in one sense, I thought this was, like, a good way to negotiate interpersonal relationships, business relationships. But there's one bad thing that happens where people feel like they can't do anything for you, but that's not relevant. There's a second thing that happens, though, that I noticed about myself that I have to be very careful of, and that even for me, even if I don't have any boundaries, I don't care. What happens is if I have a partner express a boundary, it actually irritates me, or if they don't like some behavior or whatever of mine, it irritates me, and I realize the reason why is because, like, well, if I'm never complaining ever, well, then why the fuck are you complaining, you know? And it's that the double standard just ends up fucking with my mind, and there's not, like, equal treatment there, but it's impossible for me, right? So then I have to realize, like, how to deal with the boundary stuff, right? I feel like people can't live in a world where two sides are treated so unbelievably differently, and even when you bring up the El Sayed stuff, right? So leftists will never support our candidates. They will openly attack our candidates, and they will openly slander the fuck out of our candidates, and they will openly purity test them around the most extreme issues they can find. So we say, like, well, I'll say it's not the best, but, you know, he's probably better than Mike Rogers. Meanwhile, the other guys will say, this person took AIPAC money one time, you can never vote for them ever. And if they're enforcing those standards on their side, like, we can try our best, I think, to, like, keep the community kind of chill. But, like, you're talking, like, I call these, like, very, very high entropy positions. Like, you can very easily be radicalized or scooted out to feeling like this is fucking bullshit in a microsecond just because of how insane the double standards are. I don't think it's sustainable or tolerable. I just don't think you can, like, survive that. It's just the double standard is just so huge, I think.
So you're saying it would like piss off the community if we moderated against it a ton, while so the lefties or whatever act like how they do?
Yeah, it's just hard to like, how should I show any kind of like solidarity or sympathy or like, well, we have to vote for, like, we have to support al-Sayed, or we should never say we're not going to vote for him, or blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, these guys, like if Stevens gets in, they're not going to support her. And we know it. And we've seen this happen over and over again. Happened in California, happened in the last election cycles, happened, like, we know this. Like, they say it almost openly. And it's just, there's no way that that's like a sustainable project. I think people would either become conservative or they would just like, you know, they become apathetic to politics and
Just be like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah.
Also, I'm rambling on. You can cut me off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that we're going to just start banning people that are doing these kind of things, but I like what I see is people like if you were in Michigan and al-Sayed wins the primary, like you're voting for al-Sayed in November, right?
If I was, I mean, like
over Mike Rogers.
I mean, like I would want to, but it's like the ask there. I think depending on how much you engage in certain spaces, it's a big ask, because you're saying that like I'm voting for a guy who I understand has cast his lot in with a group of people that want to fundamentally destroy my party and who fundamentally think I'm an evil that needs to be wiped from America. But like, I'm going to make the deal with the devil here and vote for this guy because I think he might be better than the conservative. I mean, like you can do it. And I guess maybe, I mean, I'm still at a point where I think I would encourage people to do it, but I just think that people are taking for granted like how big of an ask that is, and we're just treating it as like, well, it's so obvious that the non-MAGA candidate is going to be better than the MAGA candidate when Trump's not even going to be there anymore, and then who knows how big the DSA type people are going to get, and yeah.
My idea is that the Senate is too big to lose, and I would vote for anybody that has a D next to their name for senator. For Republicans, like the lady in New York, I'm not going to campaign for her. I'm not going to tell people to vote for her. I'm not going to do anything except donate to the next time that she's up for re-election to get primaried. I think the House, we have seats that we can wiggle with. The Senate, we don't. That's my opinion.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like in these like D+20 districts and stuff, like we don't need to be like outwardly. So we don't even need to outwardly support al-Sayed, but it's like we do still have 2 more years of Trump, and him gaining another. Like gaining a Senate seat or keeping a Senate seat is a pretty big deal. I don't know. I guess I'm just. I think that people are taking it a bit too far, because I think even if you know you are bringing up a good point that like these people would never do this for us. Why would we do it for them? It's kind of bullshit that it's always like, well, we have to be the better person. We have to think about all these different things that they're just able to be like, oh, no, AIPAC, I'm actually just morally against it, and I'm not going to ever support anybody that does that. And they're just able to just like hand wave away any sort of pragmatism.
Sure. Real quick, it's not just that it's like, oh, it's bullshit, like that sucks. It's like, this is like a strategy that, like, if we play with this in long term, like, it will lead to the total destruction of our party, and then maybe more, depending on how dramatic it gets. Because, like, these people are, like, subversive communists that want to take over the Democratic Party and fundamentally change the United States of America. So it's not also just like a meme of, like, well, we lose and they win and blah, blah, blah. It's like we're talking about, like, a radically transformative movement that is, like, openly and avowedly stated their goals to, you know, fundamentally transform the Democratic Party in the United States. So it's like it's being asked to engage in a war with, or asked to engage with people who you know are going to ultimately try to be destructive to you and your movement. But then also, like, there's times when I say these things, like when I do like the tit for tat thing, people are always like, oh, so you want everybody to kill each other. And it's like, well, no, the reason why I have these views is because I don't want people to kill each other. Like, I'm hoping that this stuff like won't happen is the goal. And the reason why you do the tit for tat is because if they know there's going to be the tat, they don't do the tit. The problem that I have right now, and I said this over and over again when speaking to Jessiah and to Pisco, if I thought that there were a whole bunch of people on the left who could adequately push back against all of these lunatics who are socialists, then actually I wouldn't give a fuck at all, right? Like on paper, like AOC is an obvious answer over Vance. al-Sayed is an obvious answer over any Republican. But when I see that nobody on the left seems to be capable of giving any pushback whatsoever to any of these people, then I'm like, well, fuck, the bigger these people get, and it's probably somewhat of a snowball effect. Once they hit a certain size, like, it's fucking over. The critical mass is, like, done. And nobody seems to be able to say anything. And I'm not really convinced that they ever will. And I don't even know if their views are actually changing. I can't tell. But, yeah, that's, like, kind of my issue, I guess.
Well, because, like, what I see, and you can correct me if this isn't your position is that, like, we see all these things that have happened with Trump over the last 2 years or year and a half or whatever. You see somebody that is able to wield the government in a way that we never have thought possible. And so if you have this growing part of the left that eventually, you know, infects the entire thing, that potentially in 2028 you could have somebody that would do something, you know, maybe not like to the extent like with civil rights and things like that. They'd be doing it in a different way, but like there's the potential that somebody could, you know, be a leftist Trump in the way that he wields power in government and do like a lot of harmful shit.
Yeah, theoretically, but I mean, like that's down the line. I doubt that's like the next election cycle. But like, what if it was, you know, what if we hit the point to where there were enough DSA people that we could no longer even talk about like a public option, like Medicare for all was the only option on the table. Now we have to fight our own party when it comes to public option or even health insurance related stuff. Or what if it's like we actually do have to withdraw from NATO because we can't even fund our military because there's enough of them to hold up all votes on funding the military if they feel like we're part of NATO. Obviously, like discussions about Ukraine are probably completely off the table if DSA gains enough seats in our party. And it's just like it's a growing faction that we know we are going to have to like fight to the death against because they're going to be fighting tooth and nail against fucking everything like they, you know, at least have been in these election cycles. So I don't know. Yeah, it's just the fact that nobody shows any desire to push back against these people or fight against these people is what makes it so nerve-wracking for me.
Yeah. I don't know. I was trying to just see what your pulse was on the whole thing because to me, it does seem like people are swinging just a bit further than even what you're trying to say against people that, you know, like I don't even like putting Pisco and Jessiah in the same camp because I think that Pisco is much worse at this whole thing in how he like, I don't know if it's like a permission structure or whatever that he creates for these people versus Jessiah. I think like I've always liked Jessiah ever since he started to make YouTube videos and stuff after he stopped in, or you know, he kind of transitioned from TikTok to YouTube. And I just, to me, it's sad to see that people are attacking him in the way that they are. That I feel is like justified in the way that like Jessiah, you need to at least. We're not saying that you need to make a bunch of videos, but like listening to those Twitter Spaces, he's not even like that's not even his content. He's not even streaming that Twitter Space or anything like that, and he's still like carrying all this water for Kyle and Crystal. I think at one point he had said like, you know, even if they completely trash the Democrat in 2028 or in 2026, they trash the Democrats during midterms. Is that enough to show Jessiah that, you know, they're an issue? And I think he said no. I think he was like, oh, it might be like on the way to, you know, making me feel like these people aren't our friends or whatever it is that he said. But it was basically like, even if they showed you in the midterms that they are not on our team, will you take that seriously? And he still kind of said no. And I don't know why he's like that. And that's the thing is like I have a really hard time because like Pisco I think is more left than he leads on. I don't think he's a tanky at all or anything like that. But I think he is in the camp of like, well, if these people took over, at least we might get like Medicare for all kind of thing.
Sure.
Kind of like soy pill in that way. I don't know. It's just it's hard to see people being attacked that Jessiah is a strong liberal, and I don't know. It's kind of like what
I do agree,
we
but I mean, at some point
people were attacking Hutch.
Yeah,
and I'll just say I was right on that. When everybody was going after Hutch, I was correct that Hutch is a good guy.
Yeah, I think.
And people said that I was sweeping for him. Anyway,
gotcha.
I feel like we're running into some issues again.
Yeah, I guess it's just hard. Like at some point, like I don't know how to communicate this, you know, without sounding infantilizing or mean or whatever. But like at some point, like you might have to make like tough political stands, and the tough political stands aren't just saying like bad guy bad over and over again. Like you might have to be willing to say like, okay, like my party is out of line here, and we have to be willing to have that conversation. Like,
but he doesn't feel that.
Yeah, I don't know, or he feels like it, but he feels like it's just not a big deal.
Well, I don't think he feels it at all, is what it sounds like. Because otherwise, I think he'd be willing to have the conversation about it. But anytime it's talked about, he is, and I don't mean this in a mean way, but he's like dismissive of it. And he's
well,
like,
I think because from his perspective and the things that he sees, he just doesn't feel like it's a big issue at all because he sees a limited number of seats. Like my guy, I'm still of the theory of mind that he's being legitimate with his feelings. He's not like lying or masking on or whatever.
No, I agree.
But I just don't think he feels like it's as big of an issue. But I don't know.
I think he feels like Trump is such a big issue that any amount of power that you take away from Trump is a good thing.
Yeah, I guess, but the issue is that like Trump is gone in 2 years, right? And we need to be ready for what comes next. And if there was ever a time to like audit the party, the time is now. Like the lefties all know this, and the righties know this. That's why you've got all these weird Tucker Carlson and everybody are like trying to jockey for position for whatever the next thing is. So everybody understands this, and the lefties in our party understand it. They see the grounds are the sands are shifting, and maybe there's an opportunity to do some big meme stuff. But everybody else seems like they want to just bury their head in the sand. It's like, well, no, we need to focus on Trump. It's like Trump's going to be gone, bro. We need to worry about like either Rubio or Vance next. And yeah, I don't know. It just feels like an inability to deal with that is not good. I just a little disappointing, I guess. Yeah.
I don't know. I guess in my mind that if these people are going to carry water for, you know, Crystal Ball or Kyle or whatever it is, like I don't think that Jessiah at the very least carries any water for Hasan. Like I don't think that's a thing. I think Pisco does.
No, but they're quiet about it. And that's basically just as bad, because then Hasan basically gets to dictate everything.
Wouldn't it be better for the community to be spending more time attacking Hasan or attacking Crystal or attacking Kyle on their views than Jessiah than attacking Jessiah for not attacking them? Does that make sense?
No, because we're always supposed to attack them, right? We're the enemy. So that's like the expected behavior. Like if other libs, like I think right now the reason why people like Hasan and everything are getting so much more pushback is because I'm being a little bit more shameless in terms of like telling other people that like I think we need to be able to expect a little bit more. Like I think David Pakman is hopefully a really good first step. Like him making that video I think was really good. I think it was a big deal. I don't know if he would have made that same video if I hadn't been pushing people like, hey, libs need to talk about this. We need more libs talking about this. This is really important. Libs need to talk about this. Because Hasan and all of them get to dictate everything.
I don't know if he'll make another video again.
Maybe, yeah, because those people understand. Yeah, they get the mission. You saw the did you see the Ryan Getty comment that Hasan, yeah, like they know, they understand the mission, right? And they will go so brutal. You saw him going in on IRI for being Israeli. You saw him go in on Hutch so many different times. You see him like patting Pisco on the back every time he's a good boy and does the proper Hasan slappa or the soy pill when he's watching them. Like everybody else understands the loyalty mission on like the far left and then the MAGA people. They all get it. But it just seems like for some reason our side is the only side that doesn't understand. It's like, okay, fuck, we really do need people that... It's not enough to just be silent and not join the attackers. Like, we kind of need to be proactively defending our side. It's kind of an important thing.
I think the people on our side kind of do get it. The only exception is, in my opinion, Jessiah. Hutch gets it.
I feel like Hutch is the only...
about it.
Hutch and Lonerbox are the only two people that seem to understand this.
I would be curious to talk to IRI about it. I haven't seen his takes on it.
IRI is cool, but IRI kind of seems like I just want to grow. Like he's cool and I love his politics stuff, but it seems like he doesn't want anything to do with any of this like messier, weirder shit. Yeah, which I get it, but it's like that's where the fight is right now, and how do we deal with that? Yeah, and then it seems like by the time these guys all have like tests, where it feels like by the time they would think it's a serious problem, it's way too late at that point. Like we're way, way, way over being able to do anything about it.
Yeah, I guess like my thing would be like for Jessiah, like I would have liked to have seen Jessiah put out a video talking about David Pakman and who it was that was attacking him. I mean, because it's still happening like right now. It's not like that thing that happened last week is not still happening. I don't know. I feel like they are, especially Jessiah is a little bit cagey to attack the left at all. I know IRI is like a hopeless optimist when it comes to like any attacks on the left. He will literally support everybody, but that's kind of his thing. I don't know, but I guess my main question was, do you think that the community is better spent, pushing on, Crystal and Kyle and Hasan and stuff like that versus pushing on Jessiah and Pisco and I don't know.
I mean, a little bit because like the problem is that like the problem is that like I've complained about this before. It can't only be my community doing everything all on its own, and nobody else is ever willing to jump into the fray on everything. That's not sustainable.
Yeah, one thing that, and I hope that he does actually do it and puts it together is Hutch was saying that he's going to put together like a compilation of Crystal and Kyle just shitting on the Dems and calling them like MAGA light and all that kind of stuff. Because I think in one of your guys, I don't know which Twitter space it was, but Jessiah was like really pushing on him that he doesn't know that Crystal, Kyle, and the majority report like talk shit on the Democrats. I think that the thing that Jessiah is naive about is that these aren't just like people giving feedback. It's like actual like huge criticisms and calling the Democrats like no better than these people. And I don't know, maybe Jessiah makes those type of videos, those 15-minute long videos, and maybe when he consumes those people's content, that's how he consumes it. So he sees like these raw cut things, but I don't know. All I want to say is for the subreddit to chill out just a little bit. Not all of us are socialists. Nobody's brought up that I came from Bosch's community for a long time.
Wow.
Because that doesn't matter anymore. You know, so
noted.
Let's not attack each other when...
I'm going to start bringing it up now.
Me too.
Yeah.
Everything makes sense now.
But yeah, the subreddit is explicitly anti-DSA. So anybody that might be listening to this that wants to go and try to launder the DSA's reputation, we will permanent ban you from the subreddit.
Sheesh.
And I will not care about it. But please be nice to Jessiah. You can kind of be mean to Pisco because I think he's 10 times worse.
Jesus.
Just don't be unhinged at Jessiah. If you have general political disagreements, I would say go ahead. But like, make arguments. Don't just throw out hate.
Yeah, that's. I guess that's what I'm going for. Is like I feel like a lot of it's not constructive, and it is more just like trying to got you Jessiah on everything that he does. We don't need every Jessiah tweet posted in the subreddit. Like he's still a good dude. Just be nice to him because otherwise it is going to push those people away.
Sure. Although, like I know this sounds mean, and it's hard for us as libs to even consider it, but like I would be okay creating more distance and space between us and those people, and just trying to find people that are more proactive. Like I don't think you ever build any kind of like successful long-term political thing when nobody is willing to stick up for you at all. Like it's just like not to
Well,
be
that's
mean,
why
but
we
it's
should
kind
be
of
like
pathetic.
supporting David Pacman versus
Yeah, I agree, yep.
attacking Jessiah.
Yeah, which is good. I like when
like,
people are linking his stuff or whatever when his comment sections and stuff are still getting shit on, but yeah.
Oh, and just
like notice how like anytime, not to, again, it sucks that I have to say, oh, not to make it personal, but like anytime, notice how anytime Hasan gets attacked by basically anybody, every leftist content creator, the Vanguard, Emma Vigilant, all these guys are like making like, oh, I can't believe they attacked Hasan for this. Like they're not being quiet. They're all super proactive about it because it works, because it's good for enforcing like a group, like political project basically. Yeah.
Don't know what my PSA was going to be, but it must not have been important. Yeah, I just wanted to see what you were thinking, and because it made me upset that Jessiah wasn't gonna, and he doesn't participate in the subreddit a lot, but like where he's getting enough pushback and he even said it in a tweet that like he doesn't think that it represents the majority of DGG, but there is enough people that are turning him off to where he doesn't want to participate in at least part of our community anymore. And that's sad.
Yeah.
Not like he does anyway. It's not like he hops on stream or anything, but
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Well, everybody, stay safe, be careful.
Oh, I remember what the PSA was. We are being brigaded in a fucking insane way. Okay, so everybody that is putting in reports, thank you for putting in reports. It helps us see these people that are in 30 comment deep threads that are very hard to see unless you like, open up every single thing. But let's not put in reports for everybody that you disagree with, because that is pretty fucking annoying. Oh, I am going to link this in chat real quick. Our liberalism is currently looking for moderators, and I have put myself in to become a moderator on our liberalism. It is in the chat, so if you could please boost my comment with upvotes, try to put a foothold in there so that some crazy person like all of Reddit, other than our subreddit, it seems like, doesn't get in there and just fuck up the whole thing. And anybody else that is a big Redditor, you know, you should put your name in the hat as well. If you take liberal values seriously and you want to defend them, I think that anybody that is interested in that should apply for that moderation position. But if not, again, I will link it one more time. Please. Oh, I can't do it. It's too much like the last message I sent.
Damn, liberalism defeated.
Yeah, but please boost that comment because that would be a really cool thing. And then, yeah, support David Pacman, support him on his subreddit. Make sure that all of these people that are brigading him, that brigade us as well, are also getting pushback. Downvote anything that you see. It does help get those people out of those spaces. So
New directive. Download any meanness.
What?
Plus.
Download any meanness.
Downvote.
Oh, downvote.
Any meanness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I wanted to plug that liberalism thing and then just see how you were feeling. But yeah, we'll go back to it and hopefully everybody's having a good summer.
Cool. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Yep. Talk to you later.
Bye. Get a load of that guy.
Beta.
Well.
Well.
TTS on.
Love the Democratic Party more than anything else in the world.
I've got a message here. It says, "You're a bitch."
Steven, drop it low and make it clap.
Honestly, why can't we deport Hasan Piker? I mean, seriously, what does he actually do for America? He is literally a foreign agent, Destiny. Can you put me in contact with Daniel Saltmanstein? This Gentile must be deported. Glory to Israel.
Israel should just start genociding cause lefties say, just like DGG is always a harassment community cause lefties say it. Norm in another universe.
Okay.
Open up, chimps. Oh, thanks for opening the door. I didn't expect much from you animals.
Okay.
Now for that little gorilla.
Okay, Jader, I don't know about the gunshot sound effect. I feel like it's too edgy. For now.
Jader.
Jader.
The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds.
No,
Line
I
up at
always
the
failed
start.
this shit.
The running
Oh,
speed
no.
starts slowly but gets faster each.
Thank you.
How would you differentiate between well-meaning leftists and the subversive kind? I feel like you would. I don't want to lean on the like intuitive thing, but I feel like you kind of know. Like you can kind of tell, just in terms of like how much are they giving a free pass to people. Like if you think that it's important to elect Democrats, and you think that it's important to beat, I guess, conservatives, then I don't think you would spend a whole bunch of time attacking the party, or amplifying people that attack the party, or giving people that attack the party a free pass. Like I think you would say something about that. It would be difficult for me to imagine all of that just like passing by without any thought or feeling whatsoever about it. That's like, and I feel like it's pretty obvious to see that kind of stuff. I feel like you could tell.
Hey guys, it's me. You know, the only thing I hate more than Palestinians are well-fed Palestinians. Anyway, see ya.
Good one. Did you like your Norm Finkelstein court docs?
Those were funny. They were good.
He's pretty wacky.
Yeah, I'm just dooming a little bit. I mean, I feel like it's always DGG having to fucking moderate for other people's feelings, but nobody gives a fuck to moderate for our feelings.
True. What was the Pisco thing? Oh, are you supposed to ban every single person that says something bad about you?
At least he's got everybody stop talking about you. Based.
Oh yeah, because he banned just all conversation topics.
He just banned conversations around you.
Good one.
Beta male.
We can't have feelings. We have to be Fuck. What did they say? Wait, did you ever watch the V for Vendetta movie?
Yeah.
Remember when he kills the dude and he's like, I'm more than a person, I'm an idea, and ideas are bulletproof. That's why you can't shoot, kill me, or whatever, that thing. Gotta be that guy, okay. We need to get our oh my god. We should fucking do all the edgy atheist
we should get
fedoras.
masks.
Yeah, the Guy Fawkes.
Oh, let's get a mask on the DGG store.
Oh
wait.
my
But like the DGGL
god.
guy.
Here.
That'd be
If you're one of the
cinema.
pussies
Hassan
in
would be
Professor Dave's comment
traumatized. Imagine a bunch of people
section
showing up in
saying,
like
I like
DGG
tiny, but his
masks.
brain broken on
Oh
Israel
my
Palestine.
god.
Say that shit in DGG.
They would treat us like
a man
actual
die.
terrorists, dude.
They would.
People would lose their fucking mind on that shit.
If he calls you a stalker again, I'm putting up a lemonade stand.
Stop. A Guy Fawkes mask with my face? No, it would be with the little DGG guy's face. That's the terrorist one that everybody's so fucking terrified of.
But that thing, that thing scares me.
If it weren't for the centibillionaires hoarding everything, Jeffrey Epstein would never have harmed anyone. He should be walking free and alive with the rest of us.
I love that term. What a great place we're in right now. The centibillionaires.
It's centimillionaires.
Or the centimillionaires.
I know what you are. Now get to work.
What do you mean by that?
Good one.
Good one.
You got any cool plans? You watching any movies?
No.
I got my showing for
The Odyssey?
booked. Yeah.
Oh my god.
The 21st and 22nd of August.
What do you
Just
mean?
in case. Because I'm
Oh.
coming home on the 21st
Uh-huh.
from your court shit. So just in case, like, for some reason my flight gets delayed, I got 2 days in a row of good IMAX 70mm seats.
Oh shit. You've got
I got the Giga Theater.
The Giga Theater. Wait, what does that mean? Oh, like an IMAX.
There's like 30 IMAX 70mm theaters in the world.
Oh yeah, the true IMAX ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Fort Lauderdale's close to you. Yeah, I think we have one down here in South Florida.
Ooh. Yeah, Fort Lauderdale is like 40 minutes away or something.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks for doxing
I
me,
want you to know that
Stop.
I'm in
Jay
Karachi,
Dogger.
Pakistan right now, and I stole $3 million from the Pakistani mob. I am going to spend the money on a wedding ring for my sister.
I don't even understand this meme.
Wish me luck.
Joining me live is President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Brilliant.
Okay. Wait, is it normal that there's no tungsten in your first spawning area? Do you have to...
Norm like Finkelstein?
Do you have to kill the worm once to expand to some? Are we fucking serious? There's no way, right?
Oi, Stephen! I just saw the Professor Dave video thumbnail on the telly. I could not believe it. Seriously, how the fuck have you become a flat earther? Fucking disgusting. Probably because you play this stupid 2D game all the time.
He's right.
Destiny, also known as Sex Pestiny, from what I'm hearing, is my favorite liberal because he's so committed to his beliefs. Even this guy's marriage had open borders, folks. Great guy, that Sex Pestiny. Wish him well.
Fuck farmers. If you're a farmer, you're probably retarded. Wow. Farmers got fucked by tariffs in the first Trump administration.
We've heard this one before.
And what did they do? They voted for the same guy who said he was going to do even more tariffs.
Don't hate farmers. We love farmers here, okay? Farmers are real America, all right?
No, they're literally retards who want to sit in tractor and drive in circle.
Farmers are real America. Fuck you.
All right, so just a couple scenes from the Ken Martin DNC meltdown here from our friends, the New York Times.
More DNC meltdown.
In a peak of frustration in early July, he or Ken Martin, threw his phone at the desk of a junior aide while upbraiding the person. The phone tossing incident resulted in a formal complaint to the DNC's Human Resources Department. There was some dispute over how aggressively the phone was tossed. Mr. Martin was said to have thrown the phone at the desk rather than at the aide. I guess this somehow makes it better. Around the office and beyond, Mr. Martin has taken to making macabre jokes to colleagues about how long he will remain in his post, even though his term does not end until 2029. Here's from our colleague,
another
Lauren
iguana.
There's this overall progression of deterioration with Ken that I think people are noticing and starting to watch. His mood, his behavior, how he acts.
Newton,
People, this is according
look
to
out.
the DNC.
Hit.
Okay, pausing.
Sarah, does this actually matter?
I don't know that I think his phone throwing matters that much.
No, but I mean, like the DNC, like does the competency of the DNC as an organization matter at this point in the 2026 cycle?
I mean, it matters insofar as these organizations are meant to be fundraising juggernauts institutionally for capacity building purposes. And like you want for if there's a close race in Texas, like we just saw Talrico, whether or not this polling is right, a new poll just came out that has Talrico up 5 points over Ken Paxton. You want to be able to go to the DNC in the waning months of an election and say, hey, let's put $40 million more into Texas because it's really important. You want the DNC to be like, yes, that's what we're here for. And instead, to have an institution that is perpetually in debt. The other thing about the DNC is that they're supposed to sort of set an agenda of the conversation. Like Ken Martin, if he were a better communicator, would be, like, let's say Ben Wickler was in this role, my buddy Ben Wickler. He'd be on TV all the time, hammering the overall sort of top-level narrative that Democrats want to see.
Okay. Now, ideally, I think this is true. But realistically, has this ever happened ever? Does anybody even know what the DNC and the RNC is outside of like right now? I guess it's kind of politically relevant. Like, I feel like generally we just don't ever look to these bodies to do anything ever. Now we're like desperately looking anywhere. So, we're pointing the finger where we can be. But generally speaking, I just don't think we see this happening very much.
I think the average person thinks of the DNC as just the people who host the party that the president when he wins the primary.
Yeah, unironically, yeah, maybe, yeah.
And so I understand, I don't know if your question is leading or not, whether you want to say like the DNC doesn't matter that much, but I just think functionally as a place where you are supposed to be able to collect money and deploy it smartly and help build infrastructure, like it's mismanagement and then it becoming the story. It is both not fulfilling its purpose and in fact is becoming an anchor, right? Because it's a story in itself.
What I meant to say is that, like, do we live in an age where the money is just flowing to alternative institutions and alternative? Do you know what I'm saying? It's not a question of like, if the DNC doesn't raise this money, nobody will, right?
That's
like the money's
what
out
I was
there.
going to ask.
This is what I was going to ask you. Okay.
My impression is that people like Talrico are raising a lot of money for their own race, and so the money is being raised and helping the close races. It's just not funneling through the DNC.
Oh,
first.
it's real for sure.
Is that correct? And does that aspect of it matter, Sarah?
Okay, so right now, if you look at the actual fundraising totals in the major Senate races, the Democrats are wildly outraising the Republicans. And I suspect that has to do with some of the asymmetry where the Republicans are putting money into their, the NRSC, the RNC, whatever, and the Democrats aren't putting it into its institutions. They're giving it directly to candidates. I'll probably wait until this cycle before I sort of render an entire, whether I will look back, because it's an interesting new wrinkle in how people are doing this. And it's possible that just going directly to the candidates who get more favorable buying power in the media space, which is one of the reasons it could be seen as a positive. Here's where I think it can be a negative. Again, I think that each of the races can become and should become very unique to its state. It can often be helpful to have somebody that is taking a global look at things, though, and saying, hey, this is what's working over here. Hey, we see that if we invest money in this race, it'll cause Republicans to spend money in this race that then will take away from this race. I just think that that stuff can still be important. And also, it would be better to have a good, thriving ecosystem for Democrats than to have a deleterious one. But yeah, I mean, I take your point that it might not be like the biggest infrastructure issue in the world. I still think Ken Martin, if he cares about the Democratic Party, he should step down. And this is one of those where like the establishment was right. The establishment lined up behind Ben Wickler, who was, and a lot of the donors were behind Ben Wickler. And so the Democrats were like, you know what we don't want? We don't want somebody that's universally liked by all the party's leadership and by the donor community. No, we want to take this other guy who's like just buddies with everyone. And I've met Ken Martin. I just, I wouldn't give him any money. And he's not a bad person. He's a nice guy. But like, this is a moment where everybody in the Democratic Party,
I think that if I remember from my DNC interviews, I think that Wickler and Ken Martin both had pretty impressive runs in their state. No, I believe they did. And then O'Malley did as well, although that was an older one, or like more in the past. But I think Wickler and Martin, I think on paper, both had fairly impressive histories. But
strong leadership somewhere. And the fact that it is like, just, there's none of it is frustrating.
So I have another question, mostly for Sarah, which is on your point about the second main job of the DNC chair. Number one is fundraising. Number two is about message coordination. Does it make it a lot harder / impossible to coordinate messages when the party is undergoing sort of a civil war? Because a lot of the messaging seems to be more internal factionalist fighting. How do we, avoid pissing off such and such a faction of our party? The faction that is ride or die Medicare for all, or ride or die on Israel stuff, AIPAC stuff, versus figuring out messaging that will position the party well for the general.
Sarah, let me add a qualification to that question. Isn't it helpful to not have a single overall message so that these candidates who are running in really competitive states can have their own message that's distinct from some national Democratic, right?
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, I do, but ideally they'd be complementary and they'd be working together. Again, like where the National Party can do some high-level narrative setting, like the Democrats are here to, affordability is obviously like the umbrella issue that Democrats are talking about, and then each state could sort of approach some of these things however they wanted to. But to me, Catherine, it's the opposite is true of what you're saying. Or it's not the opposite. Let me reverse it though. I think if you had really strong leadership at the DNC, let's say somebody like Wickler, who I think is somebody who could have really who would have earned the trust both of like the really progressive left and the more establishment types, and figured out how to
like sort of what progressive left is looking at the DNC anything. I don't think so. I think that I feel like it's like there are problems right now when people are looking at anything they can to try to figure out like what can we blame or what could have been better or whatever. But historically, I just don't think the DNC or the RNC has had much stake in, like, even in the Democratic Party, we were looking to like our big like House leaders. Like I feel like I would hold like Jeffries more accountable here than like compare Jeffries to like Pelosi versus the DNC chair. Not to say that I'm sure there are things that DNC could be doing better, but I'm just not sure historically like how much of an impact we've looked at the DNC to have on anything.
If they want to get rid of Jeffries, like I'll hear it. I don't see enough of him on every single fucking television broadcast. And I'm sorry, but I think that's what the fucking House of Representative leader probably
especially
has
because it's
to
not
start
like
doing.
Well, yeah, and also because it's not like they have anything
They're
going
not
on.
in league.
Yeah,
they don't have any committees. What the fuck are they doing?
And, well, yeah, there's not like big like legislative things being contested right now. It's just
settle these factions down, who could have been somebody who brought people to the table. Like that kind of leadership actually at a moment when people are really fractured could be enormously valuable. And I actually think that one of the reasons that we see, again, because people are so angry, I've written a bunch of pieces about this, the voters are so mad that they are open to more aggressive candidates. They're open to new ideas. They're saying maybe to some DSA stuff. I actually think that if you had something that looked more like an establishment that was adjusting to the moment, that showed that it had eyes on it and was thinking about it, like a Ben Wickler that was fresh, like, I don't know that that DSA stuff is happening because there's a leadership vacuum. When everybody's like, well, it's moderate versus progressive, I'm like, well, but what is the moderate thing? Like, we're not seeing somebody sort of lead on that front. And I think somebody like Wickler or a better leader there who were out there sort of setting the tone. Instead, there's this vacuum where everyone's just fighting each other.
So I prefaced my question to Sarah with, does this matter for 2026? Because I'm not sure it does. Maybe it does, but I'm not sure. But I think it could matter a lot for 2028. And I say for the following reason. It strikes me that as our political parties have lost power as an institution, that has diminished their gatekeeping ability. And that it does seem to me over the last 10 years that it turns out that a party's ability to gatekeep is really important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that wrong, though? I mean, maybe this is wrong. Like maybe the Democratic brand is so bad that the Democratic Party shouldn't be allowed to gatekeep, and all they'll wind up doing is keeping out young, fresh, blah, blah. If the Democratic Party had been gatekeeping in 2008, they would have gotten Hillary Clinton and not Barack Obama. I don't know. So this is my genuine question to you is, where are you on the gatekeeping function of parties? Is it good or bad?
You want to go back to the smoke backroom deals with the cigars where they're choosing their primary.
That's what I would prefer,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Hell yeah.
I mean,
No, I'm 100% serious.
Yeah. I have mixed feelings about this. I mean, I think part of the problem with the current system is that if you really want to take a very cynical view, it can be actually quite profitable. I mean, in the literal term, you can make a lot of money. You can make bank by having a political operation whose sole job is to do the left of Democrats running against Democratic incumbents, right? That you can raise a lot of money. You can put all of your money into Facebook ads for like the super liberal, more engaged part of the wing, the Democratic Party wing. Get them to raise a bunch of money, spend it on more ads, take a cut of those.
I love these people, and I love all of their analysis. And maybe she's even saying this because she's talking to an audience, but it's funny listening to the discuss strategy, and she still uses the phrase like the super liberal. Like those people that you're describing as super liberal would literally kill themselves if they were described as liberal. Like they hate. But I understand that maybe to communicate to the audience, they just mean like very far left, but it is still funny.
Does JVL understand that these people aren't on our side? Because the only other person I've seen besides Hutch, obviously, is the James Carville guy, my king.
I don't know if I hear him talk about it as much. He definitely understands how annoying all the centristy fuck people are. I'm not sure. I don't know if he talks as much about that. I don't know.
All right, your next
having to think about whether someone is viable in a general election, or even trying to win a general election. And I worry that that's kind of the situation we're in right now, that the incentives are not particularly aligned for the party to actually win the election and then govern post-winning if they do win. And I don't know what the solution is for that.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, Republicans did this. They got the least electable candidate. He won anyway, and they have no ability to govern, and yet he's breaking the entire country. You know what I'm saying? Like life finds a way.
Yeah.
You know, like this is.
Yeah, but I ultimately care about governing, and
well, I do too. And what he's doing is governing of a sort, right? This is what I'm trying to get at. Is like, you know, we think like, God, if you give it to Trump, he's not electable, but it turns out he is electable, and they do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm not. I guess my question is, I find the current system objectionable, but I don't know what the solution is at this point. Because if you do go back to the backroom deal type setup, first of all of that distrust that voters have toward the establishment becomes validated.
People talk about distrust, okay? I'm curious, and I agree that distrust is a real voter sentiment. Who has ever earned back trust, though, right? Like, we did a whole bunch of stuff related to Garland and the way that Biden ran the government, and zero trust was earned back from any of that. And we made a lot of sacrifices to run that government in a very nice kind of way. So I don't know what the fuck, when people say, like, we gotta win back trust, I don't know what the fuck that means. How do we win? What has anybody done ever? Like, Trump is not winning back trust, even with conservatives on any part of the government. So what exactly are we trying to do here? I don't know. I don't know what that is supposed to even look like.
In a way, right? That you are like overriding the will of the people. And again, there are a lot of financial incentives for people to exploit that distrust, raise money off of that distrust, and demand donation or collect donations, collect subscriptions. Like there's this whole business model that is built on distrust of the elite or distrust of the establishment. And some of that distrust is earned, some of it is not earned, but you make it more earned when you try to like have a backroom deal. Does that make sense? But I genuinely don't know what the solution is to that problem. Maybe it is, to Sarah's point, stronger institutions within a political party so that they rebuild the trust. And when they do make the backroom deal, then people buy into it and they say,
I'm never getting my smoke-filled rooms, Catherine.
Yeah,
I'm reconciled to that. I know we're not getting it. But for instance, we might get a party strong enough to move the primary calendar around, which is something we're going to get to, so that it like makes more sense in terms.
Wait, I heard they took Iowa is gone.
What do you mean?
That Iowa is no longer going to be like the first place primary for the Democrats anymore.
Oh, did they? Why would they do that? I thought Iowa liked that.
Well, yeah, of course Iowa did, but I feel like the...
Oh, did somebody else come up and steal it from them?
I don't know. Well, I mean, somebody else has it now, but I'm not entirely sure why, but... You mean New Hampshire, not Iowa? Well, Iowa was the first, and then I think New Hampshire was next. I don't think Iowa and New Hampshire were at the same time, right? I thought it was Iowa first and then New Hampshire, and then they started doing multiple.
Which one's the memey one where you're
All
like
of them.
arguing with people?
Well, Iowa, yeah, was the first one, big one.
Yeah,
And they do a caucusing, which is weirder, so yeah.
Of finding nominees who represent the whole party, right? Instead of parking, things in like Iowa and New Hampshire, which are a little weird. Makes sense for Republicans, but don't really make sense for Democrats anymore. Like South Carolina makes a lot of sense for Democrats. Sarah, where are you on this stuff?
On the primary calendar, or on what the structure should
don't
be?
jump the gun. Just on the power of the parties. Would it be generally good for the Democratic National Committee to be a stronger institution, able to exert more control over the Democratic Party itself as an organism? or does that wind up being like a barrier to change? And you just, I mean, like, it is a barrier to change.
I do.
A barrier to like both good change and bad change.
Yeah, I think that parties, I mean, I've got a whole thing on parties where I think that we do need stronger parties. They have been, parties have been like insufficiently strong to avoid being hijacked by outsiders, but they are too strong to be really disrupted by outside forces, right? Like they still are. You've got two major parties. Yeah, you got two major parties. And so like they can be taken over, which is I think what you're seeing from the far left. Like they watched what the far right did or what Trump did, right? And they're like, he didn't say, I'm going to work outside of this party. He said, I'm going to take this bad guy over.
Nice.
And I think that
the
the far left right now is saying what they call the establishment or the moderates are too timid. We need big, bold solutions. And like, let's just take over the apparatus of the Democratic Party. And, you know, there's so much to talk about within there because the Democrats are so much different than the Republicans. There's a whole chapter in my book, Republicans are from Venus, Democrats are from Mars, where I talk about all the institutional differences.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
If I recall from editing your
Republicans
book.
are from Mars, Democrats are from Venus. That's my title. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, my editor. They are so different, and like they have such different. Democratic coalition is so unruly, and it requires, and it's so many different things. Like the DSA left and black voters, when people are like the Democratic base, I'm always like, tell me about the base. Which one is your base? Which is the Democratic base? Is it the Warrenistas, the young progressives, the white progressives who are lining up hard behind like an Abdul El-Sayed? Or is the base the black voters, which is one of the reasons they're moving it to South Carolina, because they say, look, black voters are a big part of the base of our party, and so we should be more representative, unlike Iowa and New Hampshire. Anyway, whereas Republicans are so much more, it is identity politics irony. Republicans are so much more like just in one identity that Donald Trump could take over the party and basically transport all of their...
was win high school educated white males, right? I mean, this is the thing. The Democratic Party is really hard to organize.
There's so many of them.
The Democratic Party is really hard to organize because it is, as you said, so unruly, because it's got, I mean, the base of it is so many very, very different groups. On the other hand, I think that also makes it harder to take over, right? I mean, it does make it harder for a single faction to like dominate the party because like
that's
you can
good
win.
because that's what parties are for.
Like
the parties are actually there to be this limiting factor around, okay, how do we create something that can include all of us? And I think that, so I think a stronger Democratic Party with strong leadership that figures out how to give all of its factions something and not everybody everything is a positive force.
I will say that I think one thing that I
True.
observed
Black
in the
voters
Democratic
will
Party
save us, guys.
in the way that they are trying to
No
copy the
copium.
Republican model is that to the extent that the Republican Party is this more homogenized group, not just demographically, but ideologically, to the extent that there is an ideology, it's because the Republican Party is really about one guy, right? It's not about a set of beliefs. Now it is. It's about one guy. And it does feel a little bit like some of the missteps that the Democratic Party has made in this current cycle have to do with trying to find their own savior, trying to find the one messianic figure in a way that unites the party. And there's been a bunch of reporting about Graham Plattner, that there were all of these political consultants who basically said, like, you're the guy who's going to save us. You're the guy who's going to bring us together and unite the party. And you know, it's like the search for the charismatic cult leader type figure that really did become the glue for the Republican Party that has not become the glue for the Democratic Party, but they're seeking for. And because that's what at least a contingent of the political operative class has been looking for, has been willing to overlook other liabilities. And I don't know if that strategy has been abandoned, but to the extent that it has been or will be, I do think the party is going to struggle to figure out what is the glue that holds these very disparate bases together who think about the world in different ways, who have different political beliefs. You know, the worldview of the Warrenistas versus the elderly black ladies in South Carolina is pretty different. And how do you find the connective tissue between those groups when you're not just uniting them under the umbrella of, like, here's the really charismatic leader? Because I think if that's your strategy to find a charismatic leader, it's a real crapshoot rather than coming up with like the message or something else that is the connective tissue between those two groups. But it feels like they're trying to copy that.
So let's just do the primary schedule stuff now then. So the new proposed order for the first 6 states for 2028 in the Democratic Party are South Carolina, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Michigan, Virginia. That's interesting to me, South Carolina and Nevada. I mean, Nevada gives you a bunch of Latino voters plus a lot of service industry workers. New Hampshire has to be there because of their state law about being the first primary. New Mexico, kind of interesting. Michigan, Virginia, what do you guys make of this? And is it a good idea? Is it a bad idea? How will it change the selection process? Who does it advantage or disadvantage?
Yeah, I mean, I think this speaks to what we were just talking about. Choosing a different Democratic base, that the Democratic base in South Carolina is going to be, you know, more old black people, essentially, rather than young white Warrenista types. And I think that is going to certainly shade the politics or shade the chances for which political faction is more likely to win the primary. And the same thing with Nevada. A lot of Hispanic voters in Nevada who tend to not be as socially liberal as young white voters. And then you go back to New Hampshire and the others. But I imagine that this is going to select for a more moderate candidate than might otherwise have been the case. What do you think, Sarah?
I agree that it actually does, I think, tilt it ever so slightly in favor of a more moderate candidate or a black candidate. And those two things not necessarily having to be the same. But let's just go. I want to tell you. So in South Carolina, which is 61% white, but it's almost 25% African American. And in 2016, they went with Clinton. In 2020, they went with Biden. Nevada's interesting because in 2016, it went with Clinton and then went with Sanders in 2020. And I think because it is a very working class, unionized town. This is why Trump also sort of outperformed there with his no tax on tips, which was basically cooked up to help him in a place like Nevada. New Hampshire, which is like 87% white, went for Sanders and Sanders hardcore in 2016 and 2020 because these progressive movements, like the DSA movement, is fueled by college-educated.
Well, it's also like his home state. I mean, don't forget Hillary Clinton beat Barack Obama.
That's true.
There.
You're right.
I mean, yeah.
You're making great points. And then New Mexico was a Biden state. Michigan was a Biden, although in 2016 it was Sanders, which is an interesting. I looked back just to see, and I thought, well, that's an interesting.
I wouldn't have guessed
thing.
that or remember that.
Even in light of the Abdul El Sayed and the Haley Stevens race, just knowing that that's what it did in 2016 was interesting. And then Virginia was also a Biden-Clinton state. So it seems to me that to get momentum. You would need to, if you're a progressive, like a DSA, let's say you're AOC, you would have to survive South Carolina and Nevada, and then would need to win New Hampshire to regain that sense of momentum, survive New Mexico, and then head into Michigan and Virginia, which are probably more like even playing grounds for those races. And so it would theoretically be possible that you end up 3-3 coming out of those early states. So I do think it's pretty balanced overall. And it's weird. I think the one thing that I can't quite think through, I was thinking about Obama came out of Iowa so strong, not because black voters voted for him, but because white voters voted for him. And so I do wonder how, starting with South Carolina, what does that do to how people think about the psychology of it? Because they're like let's just say Kamala Harris comes out of South Carolina first, and everybody's like, yeah, we're not even thinking that's not real because South Carolina voted for the black candidate, but we don't think she's going to do well anywhere else. I just see it's going to change the machinations for. What do you think?
So I disagree about that. I think putting South Carolina first is important because I just don't think you can win a Democratic primary for president without winning black voters. I mean, just number wise, I don't think you don't have to wind up having the same numbers that Obama did over Hillary Clinton, but you can't lose black voters and wind up as the Democratic nominee. I think just unless it's a crazy 17-person field and you're only behind by 2 points or something. So I think it's really important to test a candidate's viability with the Democratic blacks early. And I think that can only be helpful. It's always been a little weird to have to make them wait and to give Iowa's been a very progressive state, just sort of ideologically, not woke, but in terms of the particular part view of economics. I don't know. I look at this and I see Virginia's a state of the new suburban professional Democratic base. Michigan, you have the auto worker Democratic base plus Dearborn and a bunch of Muslims and Arabs. Nevada and New Mexico get you a lot of Hispanic voters. South Carolina gets you a lot of. I feel like this is a pretty good. What we were just talking about, how the Democratic coalition is this giant unruly mess. This map is a pretty good representation of most of the centers of the base. I don't know. It just seems like it's okay.
Well, I've got two pushbacks to that. First of all, I think you're misunderstanding what I was saying about South Carolina because I agree with you. I think South Carolina is not a bad place to start. My point is that the commentary will focus on the fact that if a black candidate like Kamala, I think Kamala Harris is my specific example of this. Let's say she wins South Carolina. I'm not sure the pundit class, even her coming out of South Carolina, makes people be like, yeah, she's likely to be the nominee. I think that there would be a rejection of that and
depend on the margins, right? If it was a one-on-one race and she ran up, I'd have to Connor. Maybe you can look at this for me. What margin did Obama beat Clinton by? I think it was 60 points or 50 points or something, right? And when that happened, people were like, holy shit, black. And it was not. I don't know if you remember this, but people
that was
thought
after
that Hillary
Iowa.
was going to do.
It's different. My point is when it's first. My point is Iowa. It's
maybe.
A lot of
I just don't think people
became the place. Iowa became the place where people would say, yeah, okay, it's nice everybody exercised their first idea there, but nobody stuck with that person. I'm not sure that couldn't happen with South Carolina potentially.
It's possible.
Well, okay, but just to hone in on something you said, Sarah, you said that your analysis applies to Kamala Harris, who obviously has the baggage of having.
Oh, base.
Okay. I'm leaving. Fuck you guys.
Nah.
Modern charge prune. Current. Recent fish. Eddy. Racing and power. Something about electricity. Current is probably the anchor word because I see modern.
Oh, don't forget TTS. True.
True.
Open up! Goon Police, Goon SWAT Team, retain your files. From the order of Judge Joan Peters.
No sleep for you tonight.
Rivers
apes.
have Eddie? What is Eddie? EDDY.
Rinlux could. Rinlux. Rinlux.
Little Rivers? Okay.
Rinlux. Rinlux. Would you debate Glenn Greenwald on Israel?
We love femboys, don't we, chat? Real American patriots love femboys. The liberals will call you gay for liking femboys, but it's right in the name fem. How can that be gay?
My fellow very real Americans, the situation is dire. Stephen Borelli loves genocide and has achieved critical debate velocity. Do not engage, seal your comment sections, await further instructions from the Alatra Collective.
Oh, fuck, I'm so stupid.
This is how you properly speak English in Britain.
No, this is how you properly speak English in Berishan. Yeah.
Okay, good job, guys.
I was going to kill a couple snarkers, but they did it to themselves. Everybody's suicidal. They don't even need my help.
The Red-Brown Alliance can't come soon enough. Let the Republicans deal with these leeches. Socialists are all just xenophobes hiding their power level. Open borders is complete cope.
Today I will sign an executive order better than Sleepy Joe Autopin Biden.
Eddie is not a little river.
Stephen
I got
Bonnell
confused
is
with other
banned
dragon.
from playing Factorio and will duo Q with Joan Peters instead of going to trial. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Joan.
Steve, there's no way you're playing Factorio again. Also, you should go to the next Streamer University and tell them how you walked the path of gaming political figure paved by Shakanabe.
To quote Mr. Dion Waiters, from his own book, mind you, and I quote, "It'd rather go 0 for 30 than 0 for 8. Because if you go 0 for 8, that means you stop shooting, that means you lost confidence."
Okay.
Are you Kirkin hard?
I don't think so.
Or Charlie Kirkin?
It's time, Destiny. Time to take back the ladder. Enough Factorio, more spawning pools. Show woman that you value a real queen. The Queen of Blades is calling.
Yeah, so chat, if you like D&D, check out SaverD on YouTube, where Kaibu is DM for me, Nick Peachall, and Potato McWhiskey. And Steve's actually been planning another big TOS scale campaign in the background. Stay tuned, SaverD YouTube, please.
No ads. That's cheating.
Really?
DRT0 here. Remember to stay tuned after the stream for the Leon the Professional Marathon.
No, stop.
No.
No what?
You guys are all going to watch Dan. And you're going to like it.
Why is Dan streaming?
Yeah, he's streaming on A.
Really?
Yeah, boy.
Wait, I thought they changed this. You could drop this off on the left side of the thing now. Ugh, you gotta do whatever.
Will Dan react to the hate thread on Reddit? Get one?
Wait, why does Dan have a hate thread?
You told them to make one.
Oh, shit. Not good. Okay. I love y'all very much. I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful.
Bye.
Oh, is he live now?
Yeah, he's live now. Ciao.
Bye. Oh, damn. I'm on a stream on YouTube right now. Rip.